Chapter 1. Did the bully and campus belle steal my Ark-One Driver? At Shungwu University, within the Forge Master Academy, Lin Ye gently shook a glass vial the size of his pinky finger. The red liquid inside remained motionless, as if frozen. Finally gathered everything, his voice trembled slightly. 3 years ago, he traversed into this world where everyone could change occupations, only to discover that he was an orphan, without a car or a home, forced to reside in his relative's abode. He had once fantasized about awakening as a powerful dragon knight or elementalist, envisioning a life transformed. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. Lin Ye found himself relegated to the most useless class, the armorer. In a realm brimming with extraordinary powers, professions dedicated to martial arts and supernatural abilities were abundant. As a branch of the Forge Master profession, the armorer consumed vast resources, yet merely crafted mechanical armor to enhance one's self. Undeniably, the most inferior vocation. Across the entire Huagua, very few universities offered a specialization in armory. Now, Lin Ye could only reside at the Forge Master Academy, enduring the status of a second-class citizen. But now, things are different. Before him appeared a blue light screen visible only to him. Ark-One Driver completion. 75 materials required for production. Malicious data obtained. AI core obtained. Demon blood not obtained. At the moment of his profession awakening, Lin Ye had also bound himself to a unique system, the Kamen Rider Creation System. Through a novice gift pack, he acquired the blueprints for the Kamen Rider Ark-One Driver. After more than a year, he had successfully gathered the two most accessible materials, malicious data and AI core. Yet, the final ingredient, demon blood, had troubled him for quite some time. This world not only boasted various professions, but was also rife with countless monsters. Profession levels were categorized into 9 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, king, holy, and divine. The moment of profession awakening marked the ascension to bronze level. Conversely, the danger level of monsters ranged from F to SSS, also divided into 9 grades. Demon blood originated from the demon race, and even the weakest among them possessed great strength. Given Lin Ye's current bronze level power, obtaining it would necessitate purchasing it from market. However, even with the savings left by his parents, he spent over a year accumulating enough funds to barely afford a small vial. After calming his emotions, Lin Ye softly declared, "System, I wish to submit the materials." Ding! Demon blood successfully placed. Ark-One Driver completion reached 100. Fusion manufacturing in progress. As the system notification echoed, a progress bar began to materialize on the light screen before Lin Ye. 206-0100. As blinding light erupted, the white and red driver along with the program enhancement key gradually took shape on the experimental table. Ding! Ark-One Driver manufacturing completed. Do you wish to certify the host as the exclusive owner? Yes. Lin Ye nodded without hesitation. When the armor division manufactures specialized armor, DNA binding is typically performed, rendering it unusable by all but specific individuals. Fortunately, the system has spared him from this step. Finally completed, Lin Ye exclaimed with a hint of excitement as he picked up the drive. The flowing data patterns on the metallic surface shimmered at his fingertips. This creation from the system represented his singular hope for a turnaround. Tomorrow marks the annual assessment of the Forge Master Academy, where securing a position in the top 10 not only grants a substantial scholarship, but also opens opportunities for sponsorship from either the institution or major enterprises for further development and manufacturing. The profession of an armor designer is notoriously costly, with exorbitant production expenses and alarmingly low success rates. Even with the system's assistance, Lin Ye found it difficult to sustain himself financially. The upcoming academy assessment presented a rare opportunity that he was determined to seize. With this drive, tomorrow's evaluation should pose no issue, he remarked, carefully stowing the drive into a specially designed briefcase. Though he was eager to test the power of the Ark drive, time was of the essence, and he needed to submit his assessment project at the academy. After tidying up his laboratory, he departed. As Lin Ye made his way to the assessment hall with the briefcase in hand, he overheard several students animatedly discussing nearby. Have you heard? The genius Forge Master Lin Ye created an enchanted battle armor. They say it can withstand a full force strike from a class magical beast. Not just that, The armor boasts dual resistances to ice and fire. The Academy is already preparing for mass production. Lin Ye instinctively tightened his grip on the briefcase. While both forge masters and armor designers belong to the manufacturing profession, the former excels in crafting weapons and protective gear of various attributes, whereas the latter specializes in mechanical structures. Logically, armor designers should possess an advantage in the realm of battle armor development. Too bad today's armor designers can only produce tin cans. That's why it's considered a worthless profession. The voices of the students gradually faded. Lin Ye took a deep breath, the design of the Ark Drive materializing in his mind. Those forge masters would never conceive the technological revolution contained within the black box he held. Lin Ye placed the briefcase on the review table in the assessment hall, calmly addressing the teacher in charge of registration. Lin Ye, I have submitted my assessment project. The teacher cast a cursory glance at the briefcase, scribbling a note without bothering to inspect it. After all, the works of armor designers have never been met with high expectations. Unfazed, Lin Ye turned to leave. Just as he reached the hall's entrance, a striking figure approached him. Su Muqing, the belle of Shunwu University and the pride of the Department of Supernatural Abilities, had awakened a rare stellar ability and was the cherished daughter of a board member. Dressed in a tailored high-grade uniform, the golden emblem on her chest gleamed in the sunlight. Her gently curled hair, fair complexion, and exquisitely sculpted features resembled a meticulously crafted piece of art. Coupled with her haughty gaze, she radiated an aura of superiority. In the entire school, few dared to provoke her. Lin Ye merely cast her a fleeting glance, his stride unbroken as he brushed past her. Su Muqing furrowed her brows, clearly taken aback by someone daring to disregard her presence. She recognized Lin Ye, one of the few inept armored specialists in the academy, who was, in a sense, a well-known figure within the institution. Casting a glance at Lin Ye's retreating figure, she let out a cold scoff, an inept armored specialist, lacking even the most basic manners. However, she had not come to the assessment hall to quibble with an inconsequential individual. As she stepped into the hall, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with everyone instinctively parting to create a path for her. Why is Senior Su here? Shu, keep your voice down. Don't provoke her. Su Muqing smirked, relishing the palpable fear emanating from the crowd. Approaching the evaluation stage, her gaze swept disdainfully over the displayed assessment works. Is this the caliber of this year's submissions? A heap of scrap metal. With a flick of her wrist, she opened one of the boxes, revealing a cumbersome set of mechanical armor. She scoffed. This rubbish dares to be called armor? The students nearby averted their eyes, too intimidated to speak, while the overseeing teacher broke into a sweat, forcing a strained smile as he said, Su, the assessment works are still under review. If you are interested, you may wait for the formal presentation. Wait? Su Muqing chuckled coldly. My father instructed me to preview this year's achievements. Do you think the Board of Trustees would be willing to wait? The teacher fell silent, daunted into inaction. Su Muqing continued her examination until her gaze landed on a black and red suitcase in the corner. The suitcase was not entirely sealed, and a faint crimson glow flickered through the gap, reminiscent of some living creature breathing. Raising an eyebrow, she reached for it without hesitation. Whose is this? The teacher glanced at the registration form and cautiously replied, It belongs to Lin Ye. Lin Ye? Su Muqing mused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Oh, the inept armored specialist from earlier? Unfazed, she opened the suitcase, revealing the device within its white and red metallic structure adorned with eerie data patterns, the core pulsating with a scarlet glow, resembling a slumbering beast of prey. Su Muqing's eyes widened slightly. How intriguing. She closed the suitcase and lifted it with determination. I shall be taking this. The teacher's expression shifted. That is against the rules. Assessment works cannot be. Rules? Su Muqing shot him a frosty glare. My father is the rule. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind a crowd of students who dared not express their indignation and a teacher whose face was etched with bitterness. However, mere moments after Su Muqing exited the assessment hall, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the academy. Emergency alert. Spatial rift detected. Monster invasion. All students, proceed to the shelter immediately. Repeat, seek refuge at once. The entire academy descended into chaos, with students scattering in panic while teachers shouted orders for evacuation. Lin Ye had already distanced himself when the alarm rang out, and his expression shifted drastically. "This is bad." Without hesitation, he turned back, realizing his device was still in the assessment hall. Without Yake, he was utterly defenseless against the monster's assault. However, when he dashed back into the hall, the review platform was already devoid of any presence. "Teacher, where is my work?" Lin Ye inquired with a hint of urgency. "It was taken by Su Muqing," the teacher stammered. Lin Ye's pupils contracted, and he bolted out of the hall, desperately searching for Su Muqing's silhouette. At last, he spotted her in the distance, standing beside a fountain, casually holding his briefcase, her expression one of intrigued nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the academy's alarm. "Su Muqing, did you just steal my belongings?" Lin Ye bellowed, his voice resonating with piercing clarity amidst the chaos of the academy. "Su Muqing, how dare you take my drive?" Lin Ye's outburst shattered the tumultuous atmosphere of the square, causing fleeing students to glance back in surprise. Su Muqing, holding the briefcase, momentarily wore a look of astonishment. This typically taciturn and ineffectual armorer dared to speak to her in such a manner? Then, a sardonic smile crept upon her lips. "Steal?" She elongated the word, her fingertips delicately tracing the surface of the briefcase. The instant she made contact with it, an unexpected resonance of stellar energy surged within her. As a platinum-level star magus, she was exceedingly sensitive to fluctuations in energy, and within this seemingly mundane briefcase lay a dark power that sent shivers through her. The magnitude of this energy disturbance was nothing short of great equipment. Su Muqing was inwardly astonished. How could a mere armorer possibly craft such a treasure? She forced herself to suppress her shock and scoffed. A paltry item from an armorer hardly warrants the term steal. With a swift motion, she flung open the briefcase lid, revealing the black and crimson drive glistening under the sun, its surface adorned with flowing data patterns that stirred her stellar energy once more. Indeed, this was far from ordinary equipment. Su Muqing's heart raced. She had only felt such power from the grade armors in her master-level father's collection. A mere armorer, devoid of any magical prowess, dares to wield such equipment? She cast a condescending glance at Lin Ye, masking her excitement with a tone of disdain. "The power concealed within this item is beyond your grasp." Her fingers instinctively tightened. Such a treasure should rightfully belong to a genius like herself. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy, ready to retort when suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed from afar. A colossal creature emerged from a spatial rift, resembling a giant scorpion, its body cloaked in obsidian armor, with its tail shimmering ominously in crimson light. "It's the crayed, heart-eroding scorpion." A student cried out in terror. The scorpion's tail struck out violently, instantly piercing a student who could not escape in time. The unfortunate soul let out no scream, his body visibly withering away, as if drained of all vitality. "Help, please! Su Senior! Save us!" The surrounding students, gripped by fear, huddled together, clinging to hope as if it were a lifeline. Most of them were freshers at the academy at the tender age of 18. The newly awakened profession generally only reaches the silver tier, possessing minimal combat prowess. When confronted by a crayed magical beast, equivalent to a platinum-tier warrior, they lack even the courage to resist. Su Muqing let out a dismissive snort, a flicker of disdain in her eyes, yet her lips curved into a slight smirk. "A bunch of worthless fools." She raised her hand, her fingertips coalescing with radiant starlight. Falling stars. A beam of starlight shot forth like an arrow, striking the magical scorpion with precision, shattering it into fragments while simultaneously splitting into several luminous arrows that rained down upon nearby low-tier magical beasts, annihilating them in an instant. Senior Su is simply extraordinary, truly a prodigy of the Ability Academy. The magical beasts of equal rank cannot withstand even a single blow. The surrounding students erupted in fervent admiration, and a triumphant smile graced Su Muqing's face. She turned to Lin Ye, taunting, "Do you see? What use is an armored warrior? True power lies in one's own abilities." Lin Ye remained silent, merely casting her a cold glance. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. Roar! A deep, distorted growl echoed from afar, prompting all to turn and witness a colossal shadow approaching slowly. It was a magical beast enveloped in swirling black mist, humanoid in shape yet devoid of facial features, save for a gaping maw that exuded an oppressive malevolence. It's the great beast, the devourer of despair. Someone cried out in terror. It can spread despair, and fear those who come near will succumb to mental collapse. Run. We are no match for it. The students fled in panic. Yet Su Muqing stood her ground, a flicker of contempt in her eyes. A mere grade beast dares to act arrogantly before me? A proud smile graced her lips. As the foremost student of the Ability Academy, she prided herself on challenging those of higher rank. During her last expedition into the secret realm, she had severely injured a great beast with her falling stars. Today, with so many witnesses, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase her prowess. Let me demonstrate to you what true genius looks like. She clasped her hands together, and a dazzling starlight erupted around her. Countless starry glimmers began to converge in the sky, forming a massive vortex of energy. The entire plaza was illuminated as if it were daylight, the very fabric of space trembling under this force. Falling stars. With a clear cry, a brilliant beam of starlight plummeted like divine retribution. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the beast vanished, and the shock wave sent gusts of wind that rustled the garments of the surrounding students, some of whom were even knocked to the ground. Did it succeed? Incredible! Is this the power of a star sorcerer? Senior Su has actually slain a great beast in a single strike. Cheers erupted in waves. Su Muqing stood proudly amidst the starlight, reveling in the adoration of the crowd. She tenderly brushed her wind-tousled hair and glanced triumphantly at Lin Ye. Did you see that? This is the distinction between genius and mediocrity. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression froze. Before her, the remnants of the magical beast, which should have been obliterated, began to writhe ominously. This is impossible. Su Muqing's face drained of color. That last attack had already consumed the majority of her energy. What instilled in her a deeper sense of dread was the aura of despair exuded by these fractured entities, causing her hands to tremble involuntarily. What? Amidst the terrified gazes of those around her, the body of the devourer of despair split into countless diminutive monsters, densely carpeting the ground, each radiating a suffocating wave of negativity. Fear, despair, sorrow. These emotions surged like a relentless tide, rendering the surrounding students utterly incapacitated. Some crumpled to the ground in tears, while others fainted outright. Su Muqing's complexion finally shifted. She sensed an unprecedented wave of terror wash over her, her legs trembling uncontrollably. In no way. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to coalesce starlight once more, but this time, her assault met the monsters and stirred not a single ripple. How could this happen? Her arrogance was shattered at last, genuine fear flickering in her eyes. Lin Ye, witnessing her plight, immediately rushed towards her. Return the driver to me. Su Muqing stumbled back a step, clutching the box tightly. No way. This is mine. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ye shouted in fury. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Su Muqing's chest heaved violently, her exquisite makeup slightly contorted by anger. Shut up. She forced herself to regain composure, her voice laced with condescension. What would you know, you useless armor-bearer? Suddenly, a cunning thought crossed her mind, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Since you're so familiar with this device, enlighten me on its use. My platinum-level prowess will surely outshine your bronze-level incompetence. The surrounding students immediately chimed in, eager to support her. Yes, it's definitely safer for Senior Su to use it. Lin Ye, stop being selfish, we're all in danger. Hurry up and tell us, do you want to condemn us all? Lin Ye regarded the group with a cold smirk. Internally, he cursed, a bunch of fools. If you seek death so ardently, I shall oblige. Very well, I shall inform you, Lin Ye replied with a knowing smile. Attach the driver to your waist, then insert the key within. Su Muqing cast him a skeptical glance, but the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. She lifted her chin with pride. You're finally showing some sense. Given your cooperation, I shall overlook your earlier rudeness. Eagerly, she opened the box, retrieved the key, and inserted it into the driver. As the onlookers held their breath in anticipation, she inhaled deeply and proclaimed with utmost pride, Transform. In the next moment, chaos erupted. Crimson and black data streams coiled around her like serpents, her form contorting as if being torn apart by an invisible force. Error. Unauthorized user executing. Malicious devour protocol. Su Muqing's anguished scream reverberated through the square. Help, help. This thing is consuming me. She collapsed to the ground, a dampness pooling between her legs she had wet herself. A torrent of malevolent darkness surged forth like an abyss, threatening to engulf everyone nearby. Even the devourer of despair, a being that thrived on spreading malice, was momentarily taken aback by this horrifying spectacle, hesitating to draw closer. All were rendered speechless by the terrifying scene. Lin Ye approached expressionlessly, forcefully tearing away the device, causing the terrifying apparition to vanish. "Fool, you had to seek your own demise," he remarked coldly. In the next moment, he calmly affixed the device to his waist. Ark-Driver 1, authorization confirmed. Transformation. Chapter 3. Yake, I am the embodiment of malice. As the frigid, mechanical voice reverberated across the square, the entire space seemed to be suspended in time. The fleeing students abruptly halted, their eyes wide with terror as they turned towards the source of the sound. What was happening? What was that incompetent armored warrior doing? Su Muqing collapsed to the ground, her expensive custom uniform now stained by her own loss of control. She stared blankly at the device at Lin Ye's waist, her body trembling at the horrific memories that had just resurfaced. Yet, as she beheld the unfolding scene before her dread magnified tenfold. Crimson data torrents surged forth from the device like a breached dam, intertwining in the air to form countless chains of code, each glinting with a perilous red light. The earth quaked violently, the solid stone slabs fracturing like fragile cookies. Destruction. Annihilation. Despair. Perish. Conclusion 1. Scarlet particles coalesced in the air, forming sharp prisms that refracted Lin Ye's figure into multiple overlapping apparitions. Suddenly, the ground split open, revealing massive fissures from which dark, malevolent energy erupted like a fountain from the depths of hell. What is this? A student from the Forging Academy trembled, unable to comprehend. The armor they were accustomed to was heavy metal shells that required manual donning, akin to putting on garments. The reason the armored profession was often looked down upon was largely due to the cumbersome nature of the armor. Once energy was depleted without power to support it, an entire suit of mechanical armor would become a burden, potentially endangering its wearer. Yet this was armor that emerged directly from a belt, crafted from materials they could not even begin to fathom. It defied all logic. Well, what kind of power is this? A girl from the Abilities Academy felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. I cannot sense any elemental fluctuations. This is not an ability. The oppressive aura emanating from this entity was incomparably stronger than that of any B-rank magical creature she had encountered. But how could a suit of armor exude such an aura that transcends elemental nature? Su Muqing's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. As a platinum tier star sorceress, she could acutely perceive that suffocating energy wave was more terrifying than any A-rank powerhouse she had encountered. It was impossible. This cannot be. Her lips trembled as she scrambled backward, using her hands and feet in a desperate attempt to escape. How could that worthless individual malice perception system activated? Combat calculation unit connection complete. As the final scarlet light swept across the area, all data streams coalesced instantaneously. The figure standing before them was no longer the incompetent armored warrior they once knew, but a demon clad in a striking black and white armor. The V-shaped crimson visor on the helmet flickered ominously. Full body coverage armor. A fellow armored student gasped in disbelief. How is this even possible? Even a master-level armor technician can only create localized armor. He recognized Lin Ye, clearly a bronze-level armor technician on par with himself. Typically, being able to forge a mechanical arm would be considered a significant achievement. To his astonishment, the other party had secretly developed an all-encompassing suit of armor. The fact that a bronze-level professional could produce armor of A grade or higher was simply monstrous. At this moment, Lin Ye had finally transformed into the masked warrior, Ark-I. He felt the surge of power coursing through him, and could only marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of the system. In this world, the Ark-I Driver, crafted from extraordinary materials in conjunction with the system, was exponentially more powerful than its original counterpart. Many new abilities had completely surpassed Lin Ye's expectations. Now, he felt a 1,000% certainty that he could secure the top position in the Academy assessment with this driver. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. His scarlet eyes scanned the horde of monsters before him. A series of data unfolding. Malice perception field activated. Detected B-grade malice source. Despair devourer. Threat level extremely low. Look at those monsters. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to see the once ferocious horde now trembling in fear. Particularly, the fragments of the despair devourers displayed unmistakable expressions of terror on their faceless visages. This is impossible, Su Muqing murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Textbooks indicated that despair devourers lacked self-awareness. How could they be afraid? Lin Ye directed his gaze toward the monsters. In Ark-Eye's vision, the so-called aura of despair appeared utterly laughable, as a being birthed from human malice. Ark was the progenitor of all negative emotions. Evil? What species could rival human wickedness? The minuscule malice emitted by these monsters seemed to him like fireflies competing with the full moon in brilliance. The malice that permeated the surroundings not only failed to affect him, but was instead absorbed and transformed, enhancing his own power. Such a degree of malevolence? Lin Ye slowly raised his right hand, viscous black energy seeping through the crevices of his armor, and before Ark-Eye, his palm clenched tightly. It was hardly worth considering as an appetizer. In an instant, the entire square was engulfed by a tide of pitch-black malice. The monsters barely had time to scream before being overwhelmed by a malevolence 1,000 times more terrifying than they were. My heavens! A student collapsed to the ground, witnessing the B-grade, despair, devour vanish like a bubble. Did you see that? The C-grade corrosive wolf was instantly vaporized. Monsters below D-grade left not even ashes. What? What kind of power is this? Su Muqing huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. She finally understood why the driver had rebounded against her earlier. Such a level of power was beyond mortal control. Hey, a monster! Her chattering teeth betrayed her fear, and she realized that the so-called waste. No, that monster. Upon vanquishing a B-rank monster, one earns 500 creation points. Ding! By defeating 7 C-rank monsters, one acquires 350 creation points. Ding! Slaying 15 D-rank monsters grants one 150 creation points. Current balance, 1,000 points. As the dark tide receded, an eerie silence enveloped the square. All present stood in stunned disbelief, their gazes fixed upon the black and white demon, watching as the crimson compound eyes on his helmet gradually extinguished. They beheld him gently withdrawing the transformation key, reverting to the familiar guise of the once derided armored artisan. Could it truly be that he is the so-called failure from a Forge Academy? Have we not often mocked him in the past? What a calamity might we face retribution? Only the scattered remnants of slain monsters on the ground bore witness to the reality of the recent events, dispelling any notion of illusion. Lin Ye surveyed his surroundings, observing the terror etched upon the faces of those who had once ridiculed him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The armored artisan is no longer a profession of failure. Chapter 4. Malicious Realm. Punish the school bell. The metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air, and the group of students who had previously stood beside Su Muqing had now donned the masks of sycophancy. Senior Lin, we have long recognized that you are no ordinary individual. That Su Muqing has been oppressing us with her family background. We implore you to impart your knowledge of armor technology to us. Lin Ye observed these fickle peers with a cold gaze, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. He deliberately tossed the driver in his hand, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. Was it not said that the driver should be entrusted to someone more deserving? Suddenly, he hurled the driver into the throng. Here, take it. A collective gasp erupted as the crowd scattered like leaves in a tempest. One young man inadvertently brushed against the edge of the driver, letting out a yelp as he withdrew his hand. If they dare not even touch it, how could they claim to be more suited? Lin Ye effortlessly catching the descending driver. In the distance, The echoes of monstrous roars and the cries of students reverberated, starkly contrasting the eerie tranquility surrounding them. "Everyone, leave at once." Lin Ye's voice, though not loud, sent a chill through the hearts of all present. "In 3 minutes, I do not wish to see anyone." As if granted amnesty, the crowd vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only Lin Ye and the crumpled figure of Su Muqing in the square. The school belle finally regained her composure, trembling as she straightened her disheveled dress. However, upon meeting Lin Ye's gaze, the fear in her eyes was gradually supplanted by a familiar arrogance. "Lin Ye, do you even know who you are speaking to?" Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained defiant. "My father is the chairman of the board. How dare you steal examination materials? According to school regulations, what should be done?" Lin Ye advanced slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously in the silent square. This woman had long taken advantage of her father's position at the school, wielding her authority over others. As one of the few armor masters, Lin Ye had endured her derision of him as a waste of space throughout his year at the academy. This would have been tolerable. But Su Muqing had the audacity to attempt to steal his driver. Had he not found her in time during the monster invasion, his bronze-level prowess would likely have led to his demise. Now that Lin Ye had reclaimed his driver, he was confident enough to stand undaunted even before Su Muqing's esteemed father. There was no way he would let her off easily. At that moment, Su Muqing's complexion fluctuated between pallor and fury. Never before had anyone dared to question her authority. What right did a mere waste of an armor master have? Though the strength Lin Ye displayed after his transformation and the backlash he had just endured left her shaken, a stronger feeling of resentment and greed surged within her. Her gaze fixated on the driver at Lin Ye's waist, and she felt the celestial energy within her beginning to stir uncontrollably. If only she could seize such power. She was confident she could cultivate to mastery before graduation. In the annals of Shangwu University, the number of graduates who ascended to mastery could be counted on one hand, and those who reached diamond level were truly rare talents. "Waste," she suddenly shrieked. "Hand over the driver. That rightfully belongs to the academy." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Su Muqing's fingers danced like constellations, poised to strike. Although she had just suffered a backlash from the driver, the prospect of allowing a master-level armor to examine it might unveil a method of utilization. Witnessing Su Muqing's audacity to launch a surprise attack, Lin Ye's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Initially, he intended only a minor reprimand, but it seemed that the lesson had not been sufficient. He gently pressed a button on the driver. Malicious domain unleashed. In an instant, the world transformed, pulling the two into an abyss of pure darkness. A crimson stream of data flowed across the ground, while an oppressive atmosphere suffocated the air. "Where is this?" Su Muqing's heart raced with terror as she realized her celestial powers were utterly impotent here. "My domain," Lin Ye's voice echoed through the void. Countless obsidian tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring Su Muqing's limbs. Each tendril was adorned with crimson eyes, all fixated on her with an unblinking stare. "Get away!" she screamed, struggling fiercely, only to discover in horror that the tendrils were devouring her celestial energy. Lin Ye advanced slowly, towering over her with a condescending gaze. "Did you think that without transforming, I would be unable to contend with you?" In that moment, Su Muqing comprehended the grave error she had made. She had underestimated Lin Ye, believing him to be a mere bronze-level fool without armor, forgetting that the power he had displayed earlier transcended all common sense. What do you intend to do?" Fear now laced her voice. "What do you think?" A chilling smile graced Lin Ye's face as he raised his hand. Distorted faces began to levitate around them, whispering incessantly in Su Muqing's ears. "Is the daughter of the school director so remarkable? The genius who wets her pants? Ha ha ha! You are inferior to that worthless fool." "Silence. All of you be quiet," she cried out, frantically waving her arms. Yet her celestial power felt as if it had been frozen. The most terrifying aspect was that these taunts originated from the most humiliating moments of her memory. This malicious domain was dissecting her self-esteem. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Lin Ye's footsteps approached from behind. Su Muqing spun around, only to witness him wielding a long whip forged from pure malice, entwined around his fingertips. Crack! He lashed the whip across her thigh. Ah! Su Muqing let out a wail, as a torrent of malicious emotions began to corrode her spirit. But when had she ever endured such humiliation? A surge of murderous intent shattered her fear. Lin Ye, you worthless fool, how dare you strike me? You must be courting death. Wait for me. Her threat was cut short as Lin Ye unleashed another strike. Crack! I'll wait for your grandmother. Anger surged within him. The whip lashed out at Su Muqing with reckless abandon. This woman had nearly caused his demise, and now she dared to speak so boldly. If she didn't leave here in a state of submission today, he would no longer bear the surname Lin. You? Su Muqing was on the verge of tears from the pain, desperate to protest, but only able to emit cries of anguish. As the illustrious daughter of Shangwu University, a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers, she now finds herself ensnared in a bizarre realm by those she holds in contempt, the armored fools, enduring unprecedented psychological torment. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her, yet inexplicably, it was accompanied by an indescribable, peculiar sensation. Su Muqing's cries twisted into a distorted echo. Lin Ye stood frozen, astonished by the sight of the campus belle before him. Her once proud visage was now marred by agony and struggle, her body trembling uncontrollably, not merely out of fear, but some ineffable reaction. Continue, please. She struggled to lift her gaze, her eyes glazed. Is this all you've got? What the hell? A masochist? Lin Ye felt a chill run down his spine, but soon a sinister grin spread across his face. Do you enjoy being hurt? Let's change the game. With a snap of his fingers, malice within the space materialized abruptly. Despairing tendrils coiled around her neck. Thorns of fear pierced her waist, and jealousy crawled into her ears. 7 extreme, negative emotions flooded her psyche simultaneously. Su Muqing's screams warped into cries, then transformed into intermittent moans. Her consciousness began to shatter under the mental onslaught, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Her face drenched in a mixture of saliva and tears. Please, I beg you. Her dazed pupils reflected Lin Ye's figure. Stop. Evil D. Lin Ye leaned down, gripping her chin. Do you still desire my device? Su Muqing shook her head frantically. Dare you still call me a fool? And no, I wouldn't dare. At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail escaped her lips. Her stellar powers spiraled out of control. A torrent of starlight erupted from within her, violently reacting with a malevolent space. Though this level of chaos would not destabilize the realm, observing Su Muqing, who was already incapacitated, Lin Ye decided to dissolve the space altogether. When they returned to reality, Su Muqing lay unconscious beside the fountain. Lin Ye gazed at the helpless campus belle with a complex expression. Although the situation differed from his expectations, the outcome was likely similar. The deep-seated malice inherent in humanity could not be dispelled by mere masochism. Once Su Muqing regained consciousness, that darkness would linger in her heart, transforming into an inescapable nightmare. In the distance, the Academy's alarm gradually subsided, indicating the invasion of monsters had seemingly been resolved. He cast one last glance at the unconscious Su Muqing before turning to return to his dormitory. Chapter 5. Ascending Ranks. The emergence of dungeons as Lin Ye pushed open the door to his dormitory. The iron hinges emitted a piercing groan. This 4-person room, nestled in the farthest corner of the Forge Master Academy, was marred by mold spreading across the walls like some parasitic entity. 2 sets of double-decker iron bunk beds occupied most of the space, while the solitary table was cluttered with rusted parts and yellowed blueprints, remnants of his 3 equally unfortunate Armor Master roommates. As a second-class citizen of the Forge Master Academy, with a less than affluent background, they were consigned to such dilapidated accommodations. Is no one back yet? Lin Ye cast a glance at the empty beds, momentarily surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure. Incidents of monster invasions were exceedingly rare. As freshmen, having been enrolled for less than a year, they lacked even the ability to protect themselves in such a crisis. Apart from himself, it was likely that the others had sought refuge in shelters, trembling in fear, too apprehensive to return so soon. Lin Ye, on the other hand, relished the solitude. It afforded him the perfect opportunity to assess his recent gains. He placed his suitcase beneath his bed and gently patted it. Within lay his capital for transformation, the Ark-One Driver. One significant drawback of armor masters was the inevitable separation from their armor. An armor master deprived of their armor was almost entirely stripped of their combat capabilities. Fortunately, the first driver Lin Ye crafted was the Ark-One Driver. After binding with it, he had already acquired some of Ark's abilities. Even without the armor, he possessed the strength to vanquish the previous B-class monster. Moreover, he could now sense the source of malice, having reached a remarkable conceptual domain of transcendence, wherever malevolence existed. He could not be extinguished. However, should he truly face death, he would likely be reborn as mere data. Naturally, Lin Ye had no desire to test that theory. After confirming that the dormitory door was securely locked, he settled on the edge of his bed and began to review his panel. His professional interface as an armor master had merged with the system panel. Host, Lin Ye. Profession, Armor Master. Professional level, Golden level 9. Skills, Armor Creation, Mechanical Analysis. Emergency Repair, Overload. Current Equipment, Ark-One Driver, Undetermined. Creation Points, 1,000. In the earlier battle, he had slain a B-class monster and a dozen lower-tier creatures, earning a wealth of experience points. His professional level surged from Bronze level 9 to Golden level 9 in a single leap, a significant advancement indeed. Yet, as Lin Ye felt the power coursing through him, he found little joy in the achievement. In this world, professional levels were categorized into 9 tiers, each further divided into 9 segments. Typically, to ascend, practitioners needed to defeat monsters, delve into dungeons, or complete specific tasks to accrue experience points. Combat-oriented professions were particularly coveted, as they could level up through battle and enhance their abilities through the cultivation of vitality, magic, and other means. In the realm of crafting professions, such as the armorer, aside from combat, the only avenue for gaining experience lies in the creation of equipment. The pace of leveling is exasperatingly slow, compounded by the immense resources required. The materials necessary for crafting are one aspect, while the identification stones used to ascertain the equipment's grade present another challenge. Beyond those items that have previously been recorded and identified, any newly crafted equipment must undergo identification to yield experience points. Ironically, the attribute growth of an armorer is lamentably low. A gold-tier armorer possesses physical strength equivalent to that of a silver-tier combat profession, which explains the derision directed towards it as a feeble vocation. However, Lin Ye remains undeterred, for he possesses a system. The physical strength of an armorer is of little concern to him, given the powers bestowed upon him by the Ark-One. Should he unlock more formidable drivers, he could indeed attain physical sanctity. With this thought in mind, Lin Ye summoned the system's lottery interface. By utilizing creation points, he could participate in a lottery to acquire blueprints for night drivers. Beginner lottery, 1,000 points per draw. Intermediate lottery, 10,000 points per draw. Advanced lottery, 100,000 points per draw. According to the system, the beginner lottery guarantees at least a D-grade blueprint, with a maximum of B-grade. The intermediate lottery ranges from B-grade to S-grade, while the advanced lottery spans from S-grade to 3S grade. Currently, the 1,000 points he possesses would suffice for a single beginner lottery attempt. Lin Ye hesitated momentarily before ultimately resisting the temptation to gamble. He resolved to wait until the following day, after assessing the grade of the Ark-One Driver. Before considering a lottery, he estimated that the Ark-One Driver would likely be an A-grade item. In that case, drawing for a beginner-level driver, which caps at B-grade, would be a waste. It would be wiser to conserve his points for material exchange. He switched to the marketplace interface. The system shop allows for the exchange of all materials from the real world, albeit with certain restrictions, permitting exchanges only for materials 2 tiers above his current profession level. Malicious data and AI cores were procured via the system shop when he was still at F grade, allowing him to exchange only for D-grade materials. That meager amount of creation points was earned through countless trivial tasks. Now, as a gold-tier professional, he could exchange for B-grade materials. After a brief search, Lin Ye stumbled upon the exorbitantly priced Demon Blood. Demon Blood, B-grade 800 points he had spent over a year saving in the real world, supplemented by his parent savings. to barely afford a small vial. Yet in the system shop, it could be obtained for merely 800 points. He calculated that, when converted to real-world prices, the exchange rate in the system shop was at least 10 times cheaper than direct purchase. The thought of this disparity caused him a pang of regret. Nevertheless, every journey begins with a challenging first step, and gathering materials would be significantly easier thereafter. As Lin Ye contemplated his next move, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open. What the heck? Old Lin, you actually returned? Wang Hu's booming voice shattered the tranquility of the dormitory as he rushed in, panting, followed closely by Li Rue and Zhang Hao. The three individuals appeared utterly disheveled, their uniforms encrusted with dust, clearly having just escaped from a refuge. Where the hell have you been? We've been searching for you for ages. Li Rue exclaimed as he plopped down onto the bed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I thought you had been taken by a monster. Lin Ye shrugged nonchalantly. I just ran faster. Fast on my foot. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes when the monsters invade. Even the armored division is merely delivering takeout. You really are lucky. Lin Ye chuckled softly, but remained silent. Wang Hu sank onto his own bed, the iron frame groaning under his weight. Damn, this school is far too unsafe. Who would have thought one could encounter a monster invasion while studying? Are we even allowed to live in peace? I heard it's due to the Abyssal Corridor instance. Li Rue lowered his voice. That instance has never been cleared, causing spatial rifts to sporadically appear, allowing monsters to emerge. Abyssal Corridor? Zhang Hao's expression shifted. ISNT that what's been circulating in the school forum? I heard a cohort of diamond-level seniors led an expedition there, only to meet total annihilation. Indeed, Wang Hu sighed. The school organizes assaults year after year, yet they always end in failure. I wonder how many will perish this time. At that moment, all their phones vibrated simultaneously. Lin Ye retrieved his phone, and the screen displayed an announcement from the Academic Affairs Office. Due to the monster invasion, the assessment for the Blacksmith Academy scheduled for tomorrow has been postponed by 1 day. Additionally, all classes for tomorrow are canceled. Students are advised to remain on campus to assist in tallying casualties. The group exchanged glances, then returned to their respective beds to rest. Meanwhile, news of the Blacksmith Academy's top-tier armor obliterating B-level monsters began to spread like wildfire throughout the school. Chapter 6. The Master Blacksmith, or just a beggar? As the morning light pierced through the gaps in the curtains, Lin Ye's phone vibrated furiously. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard a strange exclamation from his roommate Wang Hu. What the hell? The forum has exploded. The other three roommates huddled together, the cold glow of their phone screens illuminating their faces. Li Rue's fingers flew across the screen. A mysterious armored master has appeared at the academy, annihilating a B-rank magical creature. The photo is so pixelated it looks like a mosaic. In the image, a black and white armored figure stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by the vaporizing remains of magical beasts. The angle of the shot was skewed, clearly taken while the photographer was fleeing. Who the hell is this deity? Li Rue's voice trembled. Is there really such a high-level armored master in our school? Could it be Lin Ye? Zhang Hao suddenly lowered his voice. Isn't that guy the one who just developed the ice and fire battle armor? An armor of this caliber certainly doesn't seem like something that the so-called armored masters could create. However, some forum users were adamant that they had seen Lin Ye working through the night in the laboratory. The truth seemed increasingly elusive. Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. He remained silent and began reading the comments. That armor isn't even traditional mechanical construction. It's generated directly from the belt. A B-rank creature couldn't withstand a single blow and was vaporized instantly. I'll bet 50 cents. This has to be a rank or above armor. The comments grew more outrageous. Yet Lin Ye noticed one detail. Everyone conspicuously avoided mentioning the incident where Su Muqing was harmed by the device's backlash. The board of trustees acted swiftly. Lin Ye scoffed, tossing his phone onto the bed. It seemed that Su Muqing's disgrace had been forcefully suppressed. Wang Hu leaned over. Hey Lin, want to grab a bite? The forum says the cafeteria is serving beast meat steaks today. Let us go, Lin Ye replied as he grabbed his jacket. His roommates continued to fervently discuss the forum news, entirely oblivious to the fact that the subject of their conversation walked among them. The cafeteria of the Blacksmith Academy was perpetually filled with boisterous chatter. Just as Lin Ye finished getting his meal, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Su Muqing strode in, her high heels clicking against the floor, the hem of her tailored uniform swaying gently with each step. She held her chin slightly elevated, a hint of undeniable fatigue etched on her exquisite face. Shadows seemed to envelop her heart, leaving her restless through the night. Her father had even summoned a diamond-level priest for treatment, but it merely provided a slight reprieve. The shadows had yet to dissipate. However, as her gaze swept across the cafeteria, she maintained her usual air of disdain. Were it not for the school's notice, her status would never permit her to dine alongside these lesser beings. Upon her appearance, several followers immediately cleared a path for her, their sycophantic voices rising in unison. "Hello, Senor Su. Did you see that?" Li Rue nudged Lin Ye. "Let us change our seats and avoid this princess." Zhang Hao, already holding his tray, stood up. Last time someone accidentally brushed against her bag, they were publicly beaten up. Lin Ye remained unmoved, leisurely slicing into his steak. At that moment, Su Muqing's gaze swept across the corner. She abruptly halted her steps, her exquisite makeup failing to mask the sudden pallor of her face. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, she unexpectedly changed direction, making her way to the farthest food pickup window. She had not divulged to anyone the events transpiring in the Malicious space. Her explanations at home were merely consumed by the despair of a B-grade devourer of hope. Presently, she found herself devoid of the courage to confront Lin Ye. What was happening? Wang Hu's fork clattered onto his plate. Su Muqing was actually taking a detour? A follower hurried after her. "Senior, there's seats over there." Silence. Su Muqing snapped, her voice trembling subtly. "I shall sit wherever I please." Lin Ye chuckled softly, resuming his meal. Several roommates exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Just then, a tall figure paused before their table. "Lin Ye." The voice was gentle, yet laced with an air of condescension. Lin Ye looked up, meeting Lu Ye's scrutinizing gaze. The prodigy from the Forging Academy was clad in a custom uniform, the platinum badge on his chest gleaming brightly. "The happenings on the forum are quite intriguing." Lu Ye smiled, his fingers lightly tapping the table. "I am curious how a bronze-level armorer suddenly acquired an A-grade armor." Lin Ye nonchalantly picked up a piece of steak. "Why does that concern you?" Lu Ye's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned. "As the Academy's top student, I bear the responsibility of ensuring all equipment is sourced legitimately." He leaned in, lowering his voice. "How about this? You allow me to appraise that armor of yours. If it was obtained through proper channels, I can offer you appropriate consideration during the assessment." The cafeteria fell silent, all ears pricked. Lin Ye set down his fork, feigning realization. "Oh, I see now. You've come to beg for alms." "You." Lu Ye's elegant facade finally cracked. He clenched his fists but soon relaxed them. "Let's see the truth during the assessment." Lu Ye coldly replied. "I hope your bravado holds until then." He turned to leave, but the cafeteria buzzed with chatter. What did Lu Ye just say? That armor belongs to Lin Ye? Impossible. Isn't he a bronze level? Incredible. A few roommates gaped at Lin Ye. "Old Lin, is it truly you, the esteemed one from the forum?" Wang Hu stammered. "Eat." Lin Ye silently nodded, stuffing the last piece of steak into his mouth. He had to head to class shortly. His roommates exchanged knowing glances, but soon returned to their usual banter. They draped their arms around Lin Ye's shoulders as before, though their eyes now sparkled with curiosity and admiration. The classroom for Class F of the Forging Academy was situated in the most dilapidated corner of the teaching building. As Lin Ye stepped through the doorway, he was met by the somber tones of teacher Chun Ming. "3 members of our class were lost in last night's assault." A profound silence enveloped the classroom. The 3 individuals were the highest ranked among them, all holding silver status. Once again, it was the malevolent creatures of the Abyss Corridor. Chun let out a heavy sigh, his chalk sketching twisted fissures upon the blackboard. Until this dungeon was resolved, the tragedy would persist. A student, unable to contain himself, raised his hand. "Teacher, why can't we allow master-level warriors to enter?" Chun forced a bitter smile. "The Abyss Corridor has restrictions. Only those of diamond rank and below may enter." He paused, lowering his voice further. "Moreover, the older one is, the more perilous it becomes within." A decade prior, The school had organized a faculty strike team. And the outcome? He left the sentence unfinished. Yet the brittle snap of the chalk conveyed everything. Wasn't this tantamount to a death sentence? Someone in the back murmured quietly. Rumor had it the school was soon to assemble another strike team. Who would dare to volunteer? As whispers filled the air, Chunming's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting dramatically. An emergency meeting from the school concerning the operational plan for the Abyss Corridor. In his hasty departure, the discussions within the classroom grew even more fervent. Leaning against the window, Lin Ye gazed at the overcast sky, feeling a burgeoning curiosity towards this dungeon. Just then his phone vibrated. The caller ID read, Aunt. Chapter 7, What Family? Merely whilst the phone screen flickered with an incoming call, leaving Lin Ye's finger hovering in midair. The word aunt pierced through him like a thorn, causing his eyelids to twitch. He pressed the answer button, and an exaggerated tone of concern immediately resonated from the other end. Xiao Yi, how have you been lately? Is a cafeteria food to your liking? The crisp sound of porcelain clinking in the background allowed Lin Ye to vividly imagine his aunt feigning elegance before her exquisite rosewood tea set. Fair enough. Lin Ye replied nonchalantly. I heard there was an incident at your school last night. Were you hurt? His aunt's voice suddenly dropped, laced with tentative softness. Your uncle and I were worried all night and hardly slept. Lin Ye's lips curled slightly. Worried? What a joke. Ever since his parents' untimely demise, the so-called familial bond had been reduced to a cold guardianship agreement after his well-meaning aunt took him in. The vast fortune left by his parents had been wholly consumed by his aunt under the guise of safekeeping. And even the meager living expenses awarded to him by the court were embezzled. Were it not for the secret account his father had discreetly established, he would be unable to afford even the most basic forging materials. 3 classmates have died. He intentionally rapped his knuckles against the table. I slept quite well. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Oh dear, you always speak so bluntly. His aunt forced a laugh, the sound of her lifting the teacup audible in the background. Is the allowance your uncle sent sufficient? If it's not, enough, Lin Ye interrupted. I won't starve. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as porcelain was set down forcefully. Xiao Yi, his aunt's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Have he not taken you in back then? You would have been sent to an orphanage. Those assets. Yes. I'll use for my tuition, Lin Ye scoffed. Though my dorm is the worst in the school, I eat at the cheapest stalls in the cafeteria, and even the basic materials for my forging class I have to earn myself, yet I must thank your family for your meticulous care. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the call. Lin Ye could almost picture his aunt's flushed face. Every time he broached this topic, she would resort to the same tired rhetoric of gratitude. Typically, such conversations would end in mutual displeasure. However, this time, after a brief silence, his aunt shifted the subject. I heard there is an armor at your school capable of defeating B-level monsters. Your brother mentioned that suit of armor is rated at least A level. Xiao Yi, you and Xiao Kai are brothers after all. It would be wise to support one another in times of need. Lin Ye silently chuckled, realizing the ulterior motive behind her words. How convenient to show such interest now. Du Kai was his cousin, both of them freshmen at Tsinghua University, yet they hardly interacted. That brat had grown up under the doting affection of his aunt and uncle, while the family thrived by siphoning off his parents' inheritance, securing him a place in the city's top high school. Regrettably, although this young man has awakened to the vocation of a blacksmith, he is nothing short of a complete failure. He routinely resorts to plagiarism of his own ideas to cope with the school assessments. During the college entrance examination, his true inadequacies were laid bare, and it was only through his uncle's connections and considerable financial investment that he managed to gain admission to Sacred Martial University. Aunt Lin interrupted the increasingly blatant insinuations from the other party, stating, I need to prepare for tomorrow's assessment, so I won't elaborate further. Just as he intended to end the call, his aunt's voice unexpectedly rose in pitch. Assessment? Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? I'll call your uncle. We'll be at your school in 2 hours. You and Xiao Kai are part of our family. We must be present by the time Lin Ye hung up. His expression had turned grim. His roommates, noticing the unusual tension, began to voice their concerns. Old Lin, are you all right? You look quite pale. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively and stood up, saying, My family is coming over. I need to go meet them." The others exchanged glances, watching him depart. At the school gate, Lin Ye quickly spotted his cousin, Du Kai, clad in a custom-tailored uniform. Upon seeing Lin Ye approach, he wrinkled his nose in disdain. "Is this what you wear to meet our parents?" Lin Ye glanced at his own faded uniform, choosing not to respond. Before long, a luxurious black sedan pulled up to the entrance. As the door swung open, his uncle, Du Mingsheng, leaned out first, followed closely by his aunt. The couple fussed over Du Kai for a full 5 minutes before finally acknowledging Lin Ye with a perfunctory smile. "I hear your recent grades have improved," his uncle remarked, giving him a brief pat on the shoulder before moving on. "Let us head to the best restaurant at your school." In a private room on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, as the waiter served the beast ribs, his aunt eagerly inquired, "Xiao Yi, is your project for tomorrow's assessment ready?" The sound of cutlery scraping against the porcelain plates resonated sharply. "Just a haphazard creation," Lin Ye replied nonchalantly while slicing his meat, knowing well that an armorer's work at the Forging Academy was merely supplementary. Suddenly, his uncle slammed down his wine glass emphatically. "Young people should have ambitions. Look at the ice crystal blade Xiao Kai prepared. The materials alone cost 300,000. Wiping his mouth, he sighed. "What a pity, though, during the experimentation, the forging furnace malfunctioned and the core components were completely destroyed." Indeed, his aunt chimed in, subtly suggesting, "Xiao Yi, given your consistently good grades, shouldn't you lend a hand? After all, you're brothers." Lin Ye continued to slice his meat leisurely, responding, "An armorer's creations are hardly worthy of a blacksmith's attention." He then looked at Du Kai, recalling how his cousin often remarked that armorers merely scavenge for scraps. Du Kai's gaze shifted to Lin Ye, forcing a smile as he said, "Well brother, that was just a joke from before. I truly believe being an armorer is the most remarkable profession in the world." Lowering his voice suddenly, he added, "I've heard that the armorer from yesterday was actually you." Before he could finish his sentence, his aunt gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Oh my goodness. So the genius armorer is our Xiao Yi?" She abruptly seized Lin Ye's hand. "Is it truly yours? I always knew our little Yi would achieve great things. Your parents must be watching over you." Lin Ye withdrew his hand. "No one is permitted to touch anything until the assessment concludes." The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to a chilling silence. The expression on his aunt's face froze, while his uncle's countenance darkened ominously. "You reside in the most dilapidated dormitory and dine at the cheapest cafeteria. From where do you procure funds to fabricate an A-class armor?" he insinuated while tapping the table. "Let's not forget who has been financing your tuition these past few years." A sudden smile graced Lin Ye's face. "The inheritance left by my parents is sufficient to sustain my education for a lifetime." He pushed aside his plate and stood up. "Shall I calculate how much of my family's wealth you have consumed?" The expressions of his aunt and uncle grew increasingly grim. Du Kai, abandoning al pretense, violently overturned his chair. "What are you pretending to be so noble for? Without my parents' refuge, you would have perished like a stray dog on the roadside." The door of the private room swung open, struck by the chair that had been hurled, revealing several students standing in astonishment at the threshold. "Xiao Kai!" his aunt suddenly screamed. His uncle's face turned a shade of fury as he grasped Lin Ye's arm. "We shall discuss this outside." "There is nothing to discuss," Lin Ye retorted, shaking off his grip. "From the day you withheld my living expenses and compelled me to work, our accounts have been settled." Without a backward glance, he exited the private room, leaving the Du family in a state of darkened countenance. "Mom, Dad, what do we do now?" Du Kai found himself at a loss for words. His uncle's forehead pulsed with anger as he stormed out of the room. "We must go to the assessment center. All the funding for this armor's development has come from our family, and that armor rightfully belongs to us." A spark of realization ignited in Du Kai's eyes as he hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 8. Is the driver yours? Inside the dormitory, as Lin Ye pushed open the door, he found his 3 roommates huddled together, frantically adjusting their respective armor components. "Old Lin, you've finally returned," Wang Hu exclaimed, looking up from his work, a crooked mechanical gauntlet in hand, with grease smudged across his forehead. "Quick, help me figure out why this thing keeps leaking energy." The other two joined in. Zhang Hao cradled a barely formed leg armor, while Li Rue clutched a pile of scattered armor fragments, his face etched with worry. Lin Ye glanced over them, a wry smile creeping onto his face. The armor was indeed rough around the edges, but at least they were putting in the effort. Had he not bound to the system, his creations would scarcely have fared better than theirs. Following yesterday's battle, his professional level had ascended to the golden tier, and the skill mechanical analysis, belonging to armor artisans, had also reached the same level. With a mere glance, he discerned the flaws in their armor. The energy circuit in the gauntlet was improperly designed. Lin Ye took Wang Hu's creation, deftly tapping several key nodes with his fingertips. The third node should be cross-connected, otherwise, it will leak energy. Wang Hu's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. No wonder it overheats every time I start it. Lin Ye then turned his attention to Zhang Hao's leg armor, knocking on the joints. It's too rigid here. Add a cushioning layer, or it will easily break in combat. Zhang Hao eagerly noted this down, exclaiming, "Old Lin, when did you become so knowledgeable? You didn't secretly apprentice under some master, did you?" Lin Ye chuckled, opting not to respond. Li Rue hesitated before offering his fragments. "Old Lin, is there any hope for this?" Lin Ye inspected the pieces carefully, pondering for a moment. The structure is too loose, and the core energy transmission is unstable. He pointed to one fragment. "Add a stabilizer here. It could enhance durability by at least 30. The trio was elated, furiously jotting down notes. "Old Lin, you've suddenly become so incredible. You didn't unlock some hidden potential, did you?" Wang Hu teased, raising an eyebrow. Lin Ye shook his head, simply stating, "Read more, experiment more, and understanding will come naturally." They exchanged glances, each marveling, "Indeed, a genius is truly remarkable." "All right, hurry to the lab and make the modifications," Lin Ye said, picking up the suitcase from under his bed, preparing to leave. "Go ahead, Old Lin. We'll tidy up our gear and catch up," they called out, bustling about. Lin Ye nodded and stepped outside. In the assessment hall, despite the recent monster invasion, a considerable number of individuals were present to submit their work. Upon Lin Ye's entrance, curious gazes converge upon him. "Is that Lin Ye? I heard the armor he crafted can annihilate B-rank monsters. That's astonishing. An armor artisan capable of creating equipment of such caliber. He must be even more formidable than Lin Ye." "Hush! Keep your voice down. Senior Lin Ye is also here." Amidst the whispers, Lin Ye approached the submission podium. The teacher responsible for registration greeted him with an attitude bordering on obsequiousness, a stark contrast to the previous day. "Lin, my dear student, your Academy of Works has been preemptively included in the formal assessment." Lin Ye, with an impassive expression, handed over a briefcase. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. "Make way. Everyone step aside." Lin Ye's uncle, Du Mingsheng, barged in with his family in an aggressive manner. "This instructor, the ownership of this armor surely requires reevaluation." The uncle approached the registration desk with an unfriendly tone. The registration teacher frowned. "Mr. Du, this armor was personally submitted by Lin Ye, and it aligns perfectly with the previously reported project information." "How could it possibly? Because all the funding for forging this armor was provided by our Du family," the uncle interrupted, producing a document from his suit pocket and slapping it on the table. "This is the bank transaction record. All the research and development funds for Lin Ye came from our Du family. This armor rightfully belongs to my son." The registration teacher lowered his head to examine the document, his frown deepening. Lin Ye stood calmly to the side, as if he had anticipated this scene. Suddenly, Lin Ye, who was assisting at another window, approached with a smile. "According to the Academy's regulations, the funding provider has the right to determine the ownership of the work." He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Ye, adding, "Unless Lin can prove that these materials were self-funded." The hall fell silent, all eyes turning to Lin Ye. Suddenly, he smiled. "I indeed cannot prove that." However, he surveyed his uncle's family and Lin Ye with an odd expression. "Are you certain you wish to take this driver?" Du Kai arrogantly lifted his chin. "What? Are you afraid now?" At this moment, his aunt feigned concern. "Lin Ye, next year the family will definitely support you in creating something better." The fact that the Ark-One Driver could backfire on others had not spread on the school forum. Clearly, Su Muqing had used her connections to silence the witnesses at the time. Lin Ye certainly would not inform them voluntarily, since these relatives of his insisted on courting disaster. He would not hinder them. In that case, let us proceed with the assessment. He chuckled lightly and turned to leave. Lin Ye se retreting figure. His expression one of regret. What a pity, Lin Ye. Even if you gather the materials next year, you cannot participate in the assessment with the same piece. Lin Ye turned his head and gave him the middle finger. Fool. With that, he departed without looking back. Lu Ye's expression darkened, but he refrained from showing his displeasure. He leaned toward Du Kai and whispered, Du Kai, after the assessment, might I request the driver for my research? Du Kai's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding and bowing. Of course, Senior Lu. Lu Ye was the top genius of the Forging Academy. Cultivating a relationship with him would allow Du Kai to navigate the academy with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's uncle and aunt stepped forward to express their gratitude for Lu Ye's righteous intervention, showering him with flattery. With Lu Ye's talent, he would undoubtedly become a master-level forger in the future. If they could establish a connection with him now, the Du family might just leap to new heights. In the hall, onlookers gazed at Lin Ye's departing figure, expressing their indignation. How shameless! How could they so brazenly claim Lin Ye's achievements as their own? What purpose does the school serve, if not to uphold fairness? Has Lin Ye truly accepted this? Listening to the discussions behind him, Lin Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile. Accept? How could he possibly do that? The evidence provided by the Du family was utterly insufficient to establish ownership of the driver. To entertain a hypothetical scenario, even if the Du family financed the entire development of the Ark-One Driver, the rights to it would still belong to Lin Ye during the Academy's assessment. The Academy's evaluation is not a commercial transaction. As long as Lin Ye is the designer, the rewards will rightfully be his. However, since his foolish cousin seems intent on self-destruction, Lin Ye decided to let him take his place in the assessment. Should any unforeseen incident occur, it would not be his fault. The Ark-One Driver can only be wielded by himself. Anyone else would face dire repercussions. Now that he possesses some of Yake's capabilities, he could reclaim the driver at any moment, should he wish. Yet, he was more intrigued to see how the Du family would ultimately resolve this situation. In the dormitory. What? Old Lin, your driver has been stolen. Wang Hu exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Zhang Hao punched the wall in anger. That hypocrite Lu Ye, he must be behind this. The group exchanged glances. Old Lin, you didn't tamper with the driver, did you? Li Rui asked cautiously. Who knows? Leaning against his bedpost, Lin Ye smiled nonchalantly. Just wait for the show tomorrow. Chapter 9. The Academy Assessment. Indiscernible Drivers. As the morning mist lingered, the central square of Shangwu University buzzed with fervent voices. Despite the chaos of the previous day's monster invasion, the annual assessment of the Forge Master Academy attracted a crowd several times larger than in years past. Not only students from the Forge Master Academy, but also those from the Academy of Abilities and the Martial Arts Academy took leave to attend, not to mention the mentors from various grades who had long claimed the best vantage points. The makeshift viewing platforms surrounding the square were filled with spectators, including high-ranking officials from the Academy and executives from major corporations, representatives from Xingchen Heavy Industries, leaders from Tianhua Technology, and even patriarchs from prominent families graced the occasion. All eyes were riveted on the enormous display stage at the center. Rumor had it that a genius from the Forge Master Academy had crafted top-tier armor capable of withstanding B-class monsters. Alas, what a pity. What a pity for what? Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard that the armor was replaced by someone with connections. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Ye and Wang Hu weaved through the throng towards the competition area. Old Lin, thanks to you, our creation made it through the preliminary selection. Li Hui exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. If we had stuck to our original design, we might not have even had the chance to showcase it. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Academy even granted us special participation status as potential new stars. The annual assessment of the Forge Master Academy included not only freshmen, but also upperclassmen. With their bronze-level capabilities, even with Lin Ye's guidance, their developed armor would not have stood out. However, the Academy had incentive policies for new students, allowing them to smoothly pass the preliminary selections this time. Lin Ye merely smiled faintly at their words, offering no response. His gaze swept over the crowd, spotting his uncle's family engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lin Ye in the VIP section not far away. At that moment, a new wave of chatter reached his ears. Have you heard? Another student was attacked last night. Haven't all the monsters been eradicated? It said it wasn't a monster, but a form of malicious contamination. The victim is currently in the infirmary, unable to recall how they were injured. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. The only entity capable of producing malicious contamination, aside from his driver, could it be that someone else was involved? All participating students, please take your positions. The announcement interrupted his thoughts. Though curiosity tugged at him, he needed to focus on the assessment at hand. He patted the shoulders of his companions. Go on, give it your best. After watching them depart, Lin Ye made his way to the audience section. As he passed by his Uncle S family, Kai deliberately raised his voice. Aren't some people claiming to be geniuses? How come they lack even the qualification to compete? Lin Ye didn't spare him a glance, walking straight to the back row to take a seat. For now, he could only participate in this assessment as an observer. Before long, amidst the resounding call of a trumpet, the dean of the Forge Master Academy ascended the display stage. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this year's forging assessment. Following the preliminary selection, 32 remarkable works have advanced to the final showcase. The top 10 contenders in this assessment will be awarded the university's most prestigious scholarships. And the champion, the dean deliberately paused, raising his voice, will receive a lifetime collaboration opportunity with Tsinghua University. All research funding will be fully covered by the institution. Furthermore, all qualifying works will be mass-produced under the university's auspices, with designers enjoying a 50% profit share. In an instant, the audience erupted in astonishment. Lin Ye, seated among them, felt a surge of excitement. It is imperative to note that for a forger, the most significant obstacle is the scarcity of resources. Even with a genius design, without adequate resources, production remains unattainable. Much like himself, who had acquired the design blueprint from Yake over a year ago. It was hindered by a mere vial of demon blood, only recently managing to bring it to fruition. Tsinghua University, even in the entirety of Huagua, boasts considerable financial resources, with annual funding amounting to several billion. Securing the university's support would greatly alleviate the burdens of producing new actuators in the future. At the showcase, the dean announced, now, the first competing work, C-Class, Galeblade. May the contestant come forth to demonstrate. A nervous freshman stepped onto the stage, unveiling his creation, a short blade capable of releasing wind pressure. After an evaluation by the appraisers, this piece was rated as a mid-tier C-Class. Surprisingly, Tianhua Technology immediately purchased the production rights for 500,000. The freshman was overcome with emotion and cried on the spot. In that moment, the audience cast envious glances in his direction. For the majority of families in Huagua, 500,000 represents several years of income. And this was merely for the production rights, not the final profit share. A new C-Class weapon typically commands a market price of at least 10,000. This freshman's future is now secure. As the freshman exited the stage, subsequent works were presented, though most were rather unremarkable. Lin Ye held little interest until the creations of Wang Hu and his companions were unveiled, capturing his attention once more. Under his guidance, their works approached the C-Class standard. Although they did not incite a frenzy among enterprises, several professors from the academy offered high praise. The energy circuit design is exquisite, despite its modest completion. The creativity is commendable. When the trio descended the stage, their gazes toward Lin Ye resembled those of children toward their benefactor. Soon after, as a B-Class thunderhammer incited a bidding war among multiple enterprises, the atmosphere reached a small crescendo. Ultimately, Xingshan Heavy Industries secured it for 3 million. Next, let us invite Lin Ye to showcase his creation, B-Class Ice Fire Battle Armor. The audience fell into an immediate hush. As the foremost genius of the Forging Institute, Lin Ye's name resonates throughout Tsinghua University. His platinum-level prowess, enabling him to forge a B-Class armor exceeding his own rank, is, quite simply, as anticipated. Thus, all present were eager to witness the extraordinary qualities of this B-Class armor. Upon hearing his name, Lin Ye calmly ascended the stage, donning his red and blue half-armor. As he activated the suit, flames ignited on his left side, while frost coalesced on the right, causing the temperature of the entire exhibition area to fluctuate dramatically. Impact resistance test. An instructor manipulated a B-class mechanical arm to strike, and the armor surface automatically formed dual shields of fire and ice, perfectly deflecting the assault. Elemental resistance test. Water and fire magic collided with the armor, and astonishingly, it was entirely absorbed. Following this, a series of speed and strength tests ensued, all surpassing the typical capabilities of B-class armor. The audience erupted in excitement. Incredible! Is this truly a student-esque creation? Withstanding B-class weaponry effortlessly and completely absorbing diamond-grade elemental powers. Can this really be classified as merely B-class? Truly, the Academy's foremost genius. It seems the top score in this assessment is already a foregone conclusion. Once all tests were completed, a diamond-grade assessor took to the stage to announce, peak B-class. Just a hair's breadth away from A-class. Representatives from various enterprises could no longer contain their eagerness and began raising their bidding cards. However, at that moment, the dean personally declared, "This suit of armor will be exclusively acquired by Holy Martial University." A wave of regret swept through the audience. Since the host had intervened, any chance of securing a bargain was rendered impossible. With a smile, Lin Ye bowed and descended the stage, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping towards Lin Ye in the back row. With his exit, the final piece de resistance was about to be revealed. The last entry in the competition. The host's voice suddenly intensified, introducing the Ark-One Driver. A black briefcase was placed upon the display stand. Countless pairs of eyes fixated upon it, the majority having come in anticipation of this rumored top-tier armor capable of annihilating B-class magical beasts. At this moment, they dared not blink, staring intently as the case was opened. However, when they beheld the toy-like device within, a wave of astonishment spread through the crowd. Is this a joke? This is armor? The students in the audience were instantly disheartened. This starkly contrasted with the image circulating on the school forum. How could a palm-sized toy materialize into full-coverage armor? Yet, the formidable figures in the front row suddenly straightened in their seats. They could faintly discern the extraordinary nature of this device. The director of the Elemental Academy squinted. Such peculiar energy fluctuations. It does not resemble elemental forces, but rather something akin to psychic energy. The director of the Martial Arts Academy raised an eyebrow, noting the dark aura emanating from this item. Could this truly be the creation of a forge master? Other master-level experts also began to express keen interest. On stage, the diamond-grade assessor stepped forward. As he placed his hand upon the drive, his expression abruptly changed. This cannot be assessed? A wave of shock rippled through the audience. What does it signify when even a diamond-level appraiser is unable to authenticate a piece? Quickly, summon a high-grade appraisal stone. The dean urgently commanded. They had never anticipated that this assessment would present equipment surpassing grade B. Within the entire institution, the most proficient appraisers were only at the diamond level, capable solely of authenticating grade B equipment. Anything beyond that necessitated the use of a high-grade appraisal stone. At that moment, the host received notification and promptly announced, "Due to special circumstances, we invite the creator of the piece, student Du Kai, to the stage for a demonstration." As Du Kai's name was called, the square erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Du Kai? Wasn't he the one associated with the armor master Lin Ye's work? Could it be that someone has truly usurped his place? That seems rather implausible. Even the deans of the school turned their gazes in curiosity. Du Kai? Who is that? The dean of the Forging Academy, seated in the audience, furrowed his brow and inquired with his subordinates, only to have his expression shift dramatically. That audacious Lin Ye. He slammed his thigh, glaring furiously at Lin Ye from a distance. Lin Ye, intimidated by the fierce gaze, hurriedly averted his eyes, too fearful to meet it. Yet now, with the arrow knocked, there was no choice but to release it. This matter would have to wait until the assessment concluded for resolution. The foremost priority was to evaluate the performance of that device. Amidst a sea of skeptical gazes, Du Kai, his legs trembling, ascended to the demonstration platform. He retrieved the device and transformation key from his briefcase. The spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 10. The Backlash of a Driver. He is your cousin. Du Kai stood at the center of the stage, his fingers trembling as he clutched the driver. How? How does one operate this? In a panic, he turned his head towards the contestant area, but Lin Ye deliberately averted his gaze. Cold sweat trickled down Du Kai's temples, soaking the collar of his academy uniform. Whispers from the audience gradually escalated into laughter. Look, he doesn't even know how to start it. I told you it was a scam. Those forum photos must have been edited. Get off the stage, you worthless fool. In the VIP section, the vice principal's expression darkened. The grand finale of the annual assessment. And the user does not even know how to operate it? His icy gaze pierced through the president of the Forging Academy. Are you not even conducting basic evaluations in your institution anymore? The president pulled out a handkerchief, wiping away sweat. Perhaps it's due to confidentiality requirements. Confidentiality? The head of the Abilities Academy interrupted with a derisive laugh. His eyes pointedly glanced towards the last row of the audience. Surely some individuals do not believe that pilfered items can genuinely be utilized as their own, right? This statement left the president of the Forging Academy pale with fright, for it seemed the school was now suspecting him of having stolen Lin Ye's achievements. He felt more wrong than Do-e, inwardly wishing for Lin Ye to meet 1,000 misfortunes. Meanwhile, Lin Ye stood with crossed arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The driver appeared akin to a child's toy. The first prize was evidently his alone. Dad, Mom. Du Kai's voice cracked with urgency on stage. He frantically pressed various parts of the driver, yet the device remained lifeless, unresponsive. His uncle and aunt were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, desperately scanning the audience until they finally spotted Lin Ye in the back row. Lin Ye. The uncle rushed over, seizing him by the collar. Are you doing this on purpose? Quickly tell me. How does one use this? Lin Ye regarded him coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. What? You snatched my belongings, and now you can't use them? You. The aunt trembled with fury. At a time like this, you still hold grudges? With so many eyes upon us, do you wish to humiliate the Du family? The Du family? Lin Ye scoffed. I bear the surname Lin. The uncle's face turned a deep shade of gray. But given the urgency of the situation, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, we plead with you. Quickly tell us how to use it. Lin Ye stared at them, suddenly smiling. I can't tell you, but are you sure you want to use it? Of course. The uncle roared. We will bear the consequences ourselves. Lin Ye shrugged nonchalantly, saying, Attach the driver to your waist. It will automatically secure itself, and then insert the key into the slot. The uncle felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and dashed to the front of the stage, shouting at Du Kai, Son, quickly, attach it to your waist and insert the key. Upon hearing his father's instructions, Du Kai finally sighed in relief. He hurriedly fastened the driver around his waist, a metallic belt springing forth to secure him tightly. So that is how it works. He excitedly raised the key and without hesitation inserted it into the slot. Transform. Stop. The director of the Forge Master Academy suddenly exclaimed, The energy reaction of that object is abnormal. But it was too late. In an instant, a chilling mechanical voice erupted, and a torrent of malevolent darkness surged forth from the device like a volcanic eruption. Du Kai's anguished scream rent the air, tearing through the entire square. Black data tendrils ensnared his body, while crimson code slithered like venomous serpents into his flesh. His muscles, bones, and nerves were all succumbing to this malicious corrosion. Help! Help me! It's consuming me! He struggled desperately, but the tendrils tightened their grip, and his skin began to rot. Blood mingling with the black data streams that dripped onto the ground. What on earth is this? Run. This thing is contagious. Help! The audience near the display platform were touched by the overflowing malevolence, instantly collapsing into mental despair. Some clutched their heads in tears, while others fainted on the spot. The entire square was plunged into chaos. In the VIP section, many powerful figures from various academies were equally aghast. The principal of the Elemental Academy's pupils constricted. This is not elemental attack. It is mental pollution. Those black torrents are beyond my comprehension. He, a master-level ability user, found himself hesitant to act recklessly. The principal of the Martial Arts Academy broke into a cold sweat, observing the dark flood. feeling his own mental state being affected. Yet, as a martial artist, he maintained a facade of composure, remarking calmly, "Old Li, you are a forge master. Should you think of a way to stop this?" At that moment, Principal Li of the Forge Master Academy also appeared pale. I cannot comprehend this. What kind of technology is this?" The Martial Arts Academy principal stared in disbelief. How could a forge master claim to be bewildered? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Principal Li felt a wave of shame wash over him. Let me look again. Let me look again. Meanwhile, Su Muqing, seated in the VIP section, felt her pupils constrict upon witnessing the scene unfold. Memories from 2 days prior surged back, and she let out piercing screams. "It's him! It's definitely him!" Terror filled her eyes, and her body trembled as the power of the stars within her surged uncontrollably. "Daughter!" The school trustee, Su Lai, exclaimed, quickly placing a hand on Su Muqing's back. The master-level power forcibly suppressed her turmoil. He was horrified to find the same darkness reflected in his daughter's pupils. Could Muqing's turmoil be connected to that device? Su Lai's mind was a tempest, but for now, he could only strive to quell Su Muqing's uprising. In the audience, countless students recoiled in fear. At that moment, Annie finally grasped the situation, witnessing Du Kai being consumed by malevolence, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Son!" However, she and her husband dared not approach, remaining rooted in place. Both lacked formidable strength, and even a slight proximity felt perilous. "Quick, save Shao Kai, I beg you." Her husband shouted to the surrounding instructors, yet no one responded. The master-level experts merely observed with cold indifference, aware that any reckless approach would result in their own undoing. For an unknown student, placing oneself in peril is evidently not worth the risk. The entire square descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the haunting cries of Du Kai. You all." The uncle trembled with rage, yet found himself utterly powerless. On the platform, Du Kai's body had been maliciously consumed beyond recognition, his screams growing fainter. Yet he still struggled to extend his hand. "Dad, Mom, save me." The aunt was on the brink of collapse, her body swaying precariously. The uncle quickly caught her, suddenly recalling something, and shouted, "Lin Ye, go find Lin Ye." The two regained their composure and rushed towards Lin Ye. "Lin Ye!" The aunt suddenly lunged forward in a frenzy. "You knew it would come to this, didn't you? You intended to harm Shao Kai." Lin Ye regarded the once arrogant woman with indifference. "I warned you that you would bear the consequences. He is your cousin." The uncle's eyes widened in fury. "You beast!" "Cousin?" Lin Ye scoffed. "When you seized my research, did you ever consider that I am your nephew? Have you forgotten how you have treated me all these years?" The uncle was about to erupt with anger when Du Kai's cries on the platform abruptly faded. His body twisted at unnatural angles, foam escaping from his lips. His gaze already vacant. "Dad, Mom, save." His voice was but a whisper. Lin Ye glanced at the platform and smiled. "If you say any more, your precious son may well perish there." The uncle gritted his teeth and murmured, "Speak. What must be done to save Shao Kai?" Lin Ye's lips curled slightly. Pointing to the ground, he declared, "Kneel down and beg me." Chapter 11. Lin Ye, the true master of the driver. Du Kai's anguished screams reverberated throughout the square, as the dark malevolence engulfed him, leaving him nearly consumed. His skin began to decay, bones contorting, his entire being resembling a rag twisted dry, convulsing upon the platform. His aunt collapsed to the ground, her face smeared with tears and mucus, desperately clutching her husband's sleeve, her voice hoarse. "What are you waiting for? Kneel. Do you wish to witness Shao Kai's demise?" Uncle Du Mingqing's complexion turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Lin Ye, brimming with humiliation and fury. "You want me to kneel before this wretch?" He gritted through clenched teeth, his voice low and menacing. "I would rather die than do so." Slap! His aunt struck him across the face, her nails carving crimson lines upon his skin. "Have you lost your mind? That is your son!" She shrieked hysterically, her voice nearly tearing apart. "Are you even a man? You would abandon your own son's life." The force of the blow staggered Uncle Du, his eyes battling a tumult of emotions, the faint echoes of Du Kai's cries growing ever more distant. "Dad, help me!" That voice was the final straw, shattering what remained of his dignity. Thud! Uncle Du fell heavily to his knees, the impact resonating against the hard ground. Lin Ye, he lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I beg you, save Shao Kai. Lin Ye surveyed him from above, a cold smile curving his lips. Is this your attitude when begging for help? Uncle Du shot his gaze upward, fury nearly erupting from his eyes, but upon witnessing Du Kai's twisted form on the platform, all rage dissipated into helplessness. He bowed his head forcefully, his forehead striking the ground with a dull thud. Please, save him. His aunt followed suit, kneeling beside him, her forehead pressed against the earth. Had wasted everything, Shao Ye. And he was wrong. I beg you, save Shao Kai. The onlookers around them gasped in astonishment, piecing together the unfolding drama, murmuring amongst themselves, goodness, how shameless can one be? Stealing someone else's work and now begging for help. They deserve it. These people are asking for a reckoning. Lin Ye, do not be soft-hearted. Lin Ye coldly regarded the two kneeling figures, devoid of any compassion within. Merely compelling this family to kneel was insufficient to atone for their transgressions. He intended to reclaim his parents' inheritance in its entirety. Though meager, it was all that they had left him, and he would not allow this family to continue their occupation. Yet, more pressing matters required his attention. Lin Ye lifted his gaze toward the platform, where the dark malevolence began to spread further. If it continued unchecked, the entire square would likely be consumed. There would be no second chance. He shot a final, chilling glance at the two individuals striding forward toward the platform. In the square, students near the stands fled in terror, the dark malevolence surging like a living entity, leaving scorched traces upon the ground in its wake. However, Lin Ye defined the crowd. Advanced step by step. Hey, don't go over there. That thing will eat you. Someone shouted at him. Lin Ye remained oblivious, continuing his forward march. Wait, who is that person? No way. Isn't that Lin Ye? Has he lost his mind? That's something even masters dare not approach. Whispers of astonishment erupted, but soon, everyone was wide-eyed. The black tide of malice recoiled as Lin Ye drew near, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, retreating in disarray. Where he passed, the dark mist parted voluntarily, as if in reverence to their sovereign. Look, those waves of malice are avoiding him. A buzz-cut youth in the front row abruptly seized his companion's arm, pulling him back. How? Is this possible? In the VIP section, several deans stood up, their eyes brimming with shock. Ascertain his strength. The dean of the Forging Institute commanded sharply. A nearby diamond-tier appraiser immediately employed his identification technique, only to have his pupils constrict in disbelief. Golden tier. Peak? What? The dean of the Martial Arts Institute exclaimed. How could a golden tier armorer possibly wield such power? The dean of the Abilities Institute fixed a heavy gaze upon Lin Ye, his voice grave. No, this isn't control. Those waves of malice fear him. Lu Yi stood to the side, his expression darkening to the point of dripping with disdain. Listening to the surrounding awe and praise directed at Lin Ye, he felt as though a colossal stone were pressing upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He was, after all, the top student of the Forging Institute. Yet, in the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed that this so-called useless armorer was the true savior. How could it be that a seemingly inept armorer could forge such an extraordinary creation? Lin Ye ascended the platform, the black tide of malice beneath his feet behaving as docilely as pets. He approached Du Kai, gently plucking the device from his waist. In an instant, all malice seemed to be drained of its strength, swiftly retracting back into the device. The entire square returned to tranquility, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. So, the aunt and uncle screamed, rushing onto the platform to embrace the barely conscious Du Kai. Du Kai was covered in blood, his skin marred by dark patterns, as if eroded by some malevolent force. Quick, take him to the infirmary. The dean of the Forging Institute ordered immediately, as several instructors hurried forward to carry Du Kai away. After a brief moment of chaos, the dean returned to the stage. Taking a deep breath, he stood at the center of the platform, his voice booming. Ladies and gentlemen, although some unexpected events have occurred, it appears that classmate Lin Ye is indeed the true master of this armor. His gaze swept across the crowd as he continued. Now, Let us witness Lin Ye demonstrate the true capabilities of this armor. Wait, Lu Yi suddenly stepped forward, his voice sharp. This armor could never have been crafted by him. How could a golden tier armor possibly produce such equipment? This assessment should be temporarily halted, and a thorough investigation into the source of the device must be conducted. The school director, Su Lai, slowly rose, his gaze somber. Given that Su Muqing's outburst was linked to Lin Ye, he could not remain indifferent. Indeed, I have never witnessed such a level of malevolent encroachment. Lin Ye, it seems you must provide a thorough explanation regarding the origin of your device. Lin Ye furrowed his brow as he followed the sound. It appeared that Su Lai had connected Su Muqing's injury to him, hence his focus on Lin Ye. A mere word from Lu Yi would likely go unnoticed by the school. However, as a board member, Su Lai's words carried significant weight. As expected, the moment Su Lai spoke, several mentors stood up in support of him. What Director Su has stated is reasonable. We too recommend a thorough investigation into Lin Ye. The outcome of this assessment is his responsibility. At that moment, the dean of the Forging Institute snorted coldly. Can monsters forge equipment? Director Su, your claim is utterly preposterous. Dean Li, whether it is preposterous or not is not for you to decide alone. Su Lai's gaze was sharp, unwavering. Both were reluctant to concede, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. Just then, a mentor hurried in, holding a high-level appraisal stone. Dean, the appraisal stone has arrived. Dean Li nodded, took the stone, and declared loudly, since Director Su harbors doubts about the origin of the device, let us unveil the truth. He placed the stone on the device. The audience held their breath, all eyes fixated on the stone. Even Lin Ye felt a tinge of curiosity. What level of armament was this Akai device? Buzz! The appraisal stone erupted in blinding golden light, and a massive A materialized in the air. An A rank. It truly is an A rank armor. Goodness! How could a freshman forge A rank armor? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet, the next moment, an even more shocking event unfolded. A brilliant golden light suddenly radiated from Lin Ye. As the equipment he crafted was appraised, his experience points surged. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Golden lights flashed, and Lin Ye's professional level instantly soared beyond the golden tier. Ding! Professional level has risen. Current level, Platinum level 9. In an instant, the entire venue fell into silence. Chapter 12. The Driver Test, igniting the scene in the silent square. The two colossal characters A-Class, suspended in the air, seemed to carry an immense weight, suffocating all who beheld them. Lin Ye stood rooted in place, feeling the surging power within him. Even as an armored specialist, his platinum-level rank of 9 endowed him with extraordinary strength far beyond the ordinary. The acquisition of an A-Class piece of equipment had propelled his rank to an entirely new echelon. Now, he stood merely a step away from the diamond level. This is impossible. A trembling voice shattered the silence. Lu Yi stood in the audience, his face as pale as parchment. In his hand, he clutched the core engine of his pride, the Ice-Fire battle armor. Yet at this moment, that once cherished B-class pinnacle equipment appeared nothing more than a laughable toy in the presence of Lin Ye's A-class driver. He had invested 2 whole years and countless resources to barely forge the B-class pinnacle armor. And now, this person he had once mocked as a waste had truly crafted A-class armor. Liu Ye se, fingers involuntarily ticked in it. The core of the Ice-Fire battle armor, emitting a distressing crackle under the strain. His companion beside him recoiled in fear, stammering, Lu, Senior Lu, your armor. But Lu Yi could no longer hear. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ye, filled with disbelief and envy. In the audience, murmurs began to swell. Is it truly A-class? Did I not see incorrectly? A freshman? I heard he was merely at the bronze level not long ago. What kind of monster is this? It seems the position of chief in the Forging Academy may soon change hands. In the central VIP area, Su Lai was equally taken aback by the spectacle before him. The ironclad truth lay bare, leaving no room for doubt. A freshman had crafted A-class armor, a feat typically reserved for master-level experts, a first in the history of the academy. In the past, even if a student reached master level, it was usually on the verge of graduation. When had a freshman ever achieved such a distinction? This posed a significant predicament. His peripheral vision caught Su Muqing beside him, her complexion paler than usual, her delicate fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, clearly shaken. "Qinger, what conflict do you have with Lin Ye?" Su Lai, disregarding Su Muqing's state, hastily inquired. The so-called waste profession was merely relative to lower-tier armored specialists. A top-tier armored specialist capable of forging A-class armor was a rarity across the entire nation of Huagua. Not to mention, he was a university student yet to reach the age of 20. If such a person were to become a sworn enemy of the Su family, it would spell a calamitous blow to their entire clan. I do not know. Su Muqing shook her head, her expression somewhat dazed. It was just that I accidentally took his driver, and then it backfired on me. After that, there was nothing more. She still withheld certain details, unwilling to disclose the events involving the malicious space, as it touched upon her dignity, one she could not even confess to her father. "Ah, I see. Then that is a relief." Su Lai exhaled, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. The repercussions of the driver's backlash were vividly apparent to him just moments ago. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that his beloved daughter remains unscathed. The rampant surge of stellar energy within her is likely connected to this incident. However, as a master-level powerhouse, Su Lai is far from naive. The entanglement between Lin Ye and Su Muqing has not escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Given this context, it is entirely feasible to resolve the situation amicably. Otherwise, preemptively extinguishing the potential of a prodigious armor master would exact a monumental toll, even on the Su family. Contemplating this, he promptly retrieved his mobile device and sent a message to his subordinates. "Investigate Lin Ye's background, including his ties with the Du family, and relay the information to me within 10 minutes. He intended to use this opportunity to curry favor. Subsequently, Su Lai turned his gaze toward the stage and spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. "Director Li, it seems we have misjudged the situation. Since this is indeed the work of student Lin, let us proceed with the evaluation." Director Li of the Forging Institute, upon hearing this, beamed with delight. He turned to Lin Ye and winked. "Student Lin, let everyone witness your creation." Lin Ye nodded, donning the driver at his waist with seamless grace. Transformation. Singularize. A torrent of black and red data surged forth from his waist, intertwining in the air to form countless prisms. As the prisms shattered, a figure clad in sleek black and white armor emerged, its V-shaped crimson eyes glowing like blood. "Wow, he really transformed successfully." A buzz-cut boy leaped from his seat in astonishment, nearly colliding with his classmate behind him. "I thought that driver would consume him. What on earth is this black technology?" Nearby, a bespectacled student adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. A driver no bigger than a palm could actually unleash full-body armor. The audience erupted into chaos. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, while others whipped out their phones to record the spectacle. A group of girls clung to one another, shrieking, "Ah, Senior Lin Ye is so handsome. This armor is 1,000 times better than Lin Ye's clunky metal contraption." Meanwhile, the instructors from the Forging Institute found themselves collectively grappling with cognitive dissonance. "This is impossible." A diamond-level forging instructor dropped his recording board in shock. "No energy conduits, no mechanical structure. How is this armor materializing?" Another professor's face turned ashen. Traditional armor requires at least 3 cubic meters of space for storage. Yet this driver, he trembled as he gestured, indicating it was no larger than half a book. Director Li stood at the edge of the stage, his graying beard twitching with excitement. As a master-level forger, he understood better than anyone the revolutionary implications of this technology. This completely bypasses all theoretical foundations of modern forging. He fixed his gaze on the driver at Lin Ye's waist and suddenly pinched himself hard. Am I dreaming? The corporate representatives in the VIP section were now wide-eyed with fervor. Immediately contact headquarters. The bald manager of Tianhua Technology bellowed into his phone, demanding an immediate reallocation of the entire R&D budget for the third quarter. "Yes, now. Right away." Beside him, a young representative from Longting Group activated a holographic projection, broadcasting live to the board. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold. Traditional armor requires 2 tons of compressed boxes for transport, whereas this drive." His voice trembled with excitement. can be directly clipped onto a belt. Several corporate magnates, who had previously been as unyielding as mountains, sprang to their feet. One began frantically dialing. Is this the finance department? I don't care about any cash flow restrictions. Prepare 200 million. No, 300 million in cash immediately. If this thing goes into mass production, the entire armor market will be reshuffled. Their business instincts were sharper than a shark's scent for blood. This palm-sized drive concealed a treasure trove worth billions in a blue ocean market. Director Li, recovering from his astonishment, hastily announced, "Ahem. We shall now proceed to the testing phase. First, the strength test. An A-grade magic core was produced, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master-level martial artist." Lin Ye grasped the magic core with one hand and gently squeezed. Boom. The shockwave from the core's explosion shattered the measuring column 10 meters away. The recorder's voice quivered. Force. Excessive force. Equivalent to an A-grade peak magical beast. Next came the speed test, which left all spectators dumbfounded. Lin Ye's figure remained in place while his true self appeared at the last row of the stands. Several corporate representatives' wigs were blown off by the gust, revealing their bald heads. What the heck? When did he get over there? Such speed would be a waste if not employed for food delivery. Students in the audience turned around, gasping in astonishment. Finally, the defense test commenced. The president of the Martial Arts Academy personally took the stage. As a peak master-level martial artist, he unleashed a full-force punch at Lin Ye. To everyone's amazement, a black shield, formed from malevolence, manifested on the armor's surface. With a resounding bang, the Academy president staggered back, his face a mask of shock. Although he had not employed any martial techniques, that punch would have crushed an ordinary A-grade magical creature. Remarkably, a newly promoted platinum-level armor master managed to withstand a peak master-esque strike merely with this set of armor. Excellent, 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 the Academy president exclaimed, laughing heartily as he returned to his seat. Following the conclusion of the testing phase, the entire square fell into a brief silence. Lin Ye stood at the center of the testing ground, the data patterns on the armor flowing slowly, exuding an exhilarating energy wave. In the VIP section, the school leaders quickly huddled together, whispering in discussion. Strength, speed, and defense all exceeded expectations. This far surpasses the standards of ordinary A-grade armor. The Martial Arts Academy president remarked gravely. Director Li of the Forging Institute took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Indeed, this has exceeded our expectations. After a brief silence, the vice principal rose and announced in a resounding voice, following a unanimous evaluation by the school authorities. The Ark-One Drive created by student Lin Ye has reached the pinnacle of Grade A. As his words echoed through the air, the entire square erupted in fervent excitement. Chapter 13. The Corporate Frenzy and Sky-High Bids. As the vice principal's announcement reverberated through the square, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. An A-class pinnacle armor. This is a game-changer for the industry. The bald manager from Tianhua Technology was the first to leap up, rushing to the edge of the exhibition stand, bellowing, "Student Lin, our Tianhua Technology offers 500 million, plus a 5 sales commission. If you nod, we can sign a contract right now." 500 million? Is that a joke? Sneered the representative from Xingchen Heavy Industry, shoving aside Tianhua's personnel and declaring loudly, 800 million. Increase the commission to 7. Moreover, we will provide you with a master-level forging workshop with unlimited material supply. Get lost. Your Xingchen Heavy Industry doesn't even have a competent forger. What are you pretending to be? The young representative from Longting Group suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice piercing. 10 billion. A 10 commission, plus a diamond-level battle armor as a gift. The corporate representatives were flushed with excitement, their bids escalating into a frenzy, and some had even begun to shove each other. What the hell are you pushing for? Do you not understand the order of arrival? Nonsense. The highest bidder wins. Poor folks stay out of this. In the audience, the students were left in awe. Wow, 10 billion? I've never seen so much money in my life, murmured a freshman from the Forging Institute. This is madness, pure madness. The nearby buzz-cut boy pinched his thigh fiercely. Weren't these corporations usually so aloof? Why were they now scrambling like vendors in a market for discounted vegetables? A group of girls huddled together, squealing. Ah, Senior Lin Ye is so handsome. If I marry him, wouldn't that mean I'd be on the peak of life? As the corporate representatives appeared on the verge of physical confrontation, the vice principal could no longer remain passive. Silence. He slammed his hand on the table, his authoritative presence instantly dominating the room. According to the evaluation rules of Shengwu University, the institution has the right of first purchase for the top candidate. At this proclamation, the representatives of the corporations collectively erupted in outrage. Nonsense. Didn't your institution already acquire Lin Ye's ice and fire armor? How can you still claim Lin Ye? The bald manager from Tianhua Technology cursed vehemently. Indeed, the rules clearly state that the institution may prioritize the purchase of one of the top 10 works. You are violating the regulations, shouted the representative from Xingchen Heavy Industry. Unfazed, the vice principal coldly retorted, the rules state the institution may have the priority to purchase, but it does not specify that it can only select one. Shameless. The corporate representatives collectively scolded in anger. The young representative from Longting Group further escalated the confrontation. Does Shengwu University still have any dignity? A prestigious institution, fighting with corporations over student creations? The rift between the university and the corporations had widened dramatically, the verbal conflict intensifying, with some even dredging up past grievances. Last year, your institution forced us to pay exorbitantly for subpar equipment. Now you employ such tactics again? Huh. Your corporations frequently poach our talented students, don't you? The audience watched in stunned silence. Oh my goodness. The school leaders and corporate tycoons are hurling insults at each other. The scene was utterly surreal. Just how formidable was Lin Ye's device that it could provoke these powerful figures into a frenzy akin to a brawl? Amidst the escalating discord, Lin Ye finally spoke. I choose the school. This simple declaration, comprising just 4 words, instantaneously silenced the entire assembly. The representatives from various enterprises appeared utterly despondent, while the leaders from the school beamed with delight. The vice principal promptly declared, excellent. Lin Ye, the school promises you an eternal professorship, an independent research institute, full funding for research, along with an initial capital of 300 million. Moreover, you will have complete autonomy over your research direction and the distribution of results. Upon hearing these terms, the representatives from the enterprises were left in utter despair. While they could offer more money, none could match the promise of complete independence. However, just as the school was poised to announce the final decision, a piercing scream echoed from outside the venue. Everyone turned to see Lin Ye's aunt and uncle rushing in, pushing a wheelchair occupied by a half-conscious Du Kai. The uncle flung a stack of documents onto the podium, shouting hoarsely, "The ownership of this device belongs to the Du family. Lin Ye was raised by us, and we covered all expenses. This device rightfully belongs to us." The aunt collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Lin Ye, do you have no conscience? Your cousin has suffered because of you, and you still wish to monopolize the device? Your parents in heaven would never forgive you." The audience erupted in uproar. What on earth? Why are they back? Weren't they just begging Lin Ye for help? Now they come to snatch something away. Lin Ye scoffed, finally shedding all restraint. The Du family raised me? You devoured every penny of my parents' inheritance. I lived in the shabbiest dormitory, ate the cheapest meals, and even earned my own money for the forging materials. How dare you claim to have raised me? This declaration ignited a media frenzy. How revolting. This family was akin to vampires. No wonder Lin Ye dressed so modestly. He had been exploited by them. As the situation spiraled out of control, the uncle screamed hysterically, "You're slandering us. Produce your evidence, if you can." "Evidence? I possess it." The board member, Su Lai, slowly rose, gesturing for his assistant, who immediately projected a document. "Du Mingcheng, here are the bank statements and transfer records evidencing your embezzlement of Lin Ye's parents' inheritance." Su Lai's voice was cold as ice, moreover. All of Lin Ye's part-time work records and income proofs since high school are meticulously documented. His funds for creating the device have no connection to your Du family whatsoever. The room fell into silence. The aunt and uncle turned ashen, and Du Kai in the wheelchair, enraged, spewed blood and fainted. A master-level powerhouse stood on the stage. And even if they were reckless, they could stir no storm at this moment. Su Lai coldly stated, "My lawyer will handle your embezzlement of the inheritance. Now get out." Security personnel swiftly approached, dragging the three members of the Du family away like dead weight. "Lin Ye, you heartless wretch, may you meet a dreadful fate. You shall never return to the Lin family. The clan cannot accommodate a treacherous wolf such as yourself." Before being cast out, my aunt and uncle did not refrain from their frenzied shouts. Yet, Lin Ye regarded them with a cold indifference. They were no longer inhabitants of the same world. Should these clowns dare to prance before him again, he would not hesitate to crush them. Once the farce concluded, the vice principal wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously inquired of Lin Ye regarding our collaboration. Lin Ye nodded. "I choose the institution." Instantly, the school leaders erupted in jubilant cheers, while the representatives of the enterprises beat their chests in regret, lamenting their failure to support Lin Ye sooner. Su Lai offered a slight smile and quietly addressed Lin Ye. "I hope you can forgive any previous offenses caused by Qing. I wonder if Lin Ye has the time today. I will bring Qinger to apologize in person." Lin Ye cast a glance at Su Lai. It was clear that those who occupied positions as school board members were far from foolish. He could hardly comprehend how someone as dim-witted as Su Muqing could arise from such lineage. Nonetheless, he had no intention of entangling himself with the Su family and replied coolly, "The matter from last time is resolved, as long as she does not provoke me. We shall leave it at that." Su Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could not win the other party over, at least they were not enemies. Ultimately, the vice principal announced with great enthusiasm, "The first place in this assessment is Lin Ye. The institution will promptly enter into a collaboration agreement with him." Amidst countless envious, jealous, and astonished gazes, Lin Ye was surrounded by the higher-ups of the institution as they departed. Outside the venue, the three members of the Du family slumped by the roadside, reduced to a mere laughingstock under the pointed fingers of passers-by. Chapter 14. The Mass Production Drive. Annihilate the Thunder. Within the conference room, the senior officials of the institution were gathered around a long table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Director Li of the Forging Institute took a deep breath and spoke first. "Student Lin Ye, our institution hopes that you can provide the blueprints for the Ark-One Drive." His voice bore a note of earnestness as he gazed sincerely at Lin Ye. "No matter the cost of the A-class armor, the institution is willing to bear it. If we can achieve mass production, even if only one can be manufactured in a year, it would grant our school an additional master-level combatant." The vice principal quickly chimed in. "The Abyssal Corridor dungeon has plagued our school for years, resulting in the sacrifice of students every year. With your drive's assistance, we can surely eradicate the threat of monster invasions once and for all." The eyes of the school leaders sparkled with anticipation, and there was even a hint of pleading in their gazes. They were not driven by greed for Lin Ye's technology, but were genuinely concerned for the safety of their students. "Here it comes." Lin Ye's expression sharpened. He had anticipated that the institution would request the blueprints for the drive. However, the Ark-One Drive was the cornerstone of his current standing, and he could not possibly relinquish it. He had already devised a countermeasure for this. Lin Ye resolutely shook his head and laid his cards on the table. "This drive is a unique piece, and it cannot be replicated." "What?" The faces of the officials turned pale. "During the manufacturing process, many steps are beyond even my ability to reproduce, let alone for mass production." Lin Ye's tone remained calm, yet his words fell upon the officials like a bucket of cold water. Moreover, even with the blueprints, the success rate would be exceedingly low. The atmosphere in the conference room became instantly frozen. Director Li let out a bitter laugh. "Indeed, is it still too ambitious to aim for mass production of A-class armor?" The other officials displayed disappointment, but soon Director Li lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Wait, student Lin Ye, does your armor technology hold any other possibilities? Your drive can directly generate full-body armor. This technology is unprecedented. If a simplified version could be developed." The eyes of the institution's officials brightened once more. Those enterprises were not merely attracted to Lin Ye's drive for its A-class pinnacle level. More importantly, it represented a technological revolution. Imagine, a drive the size of a palm juxtaposed with mechanical armor weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Anyone with a sound mind would know how to choose. Not to mention that the drive Lin Ye crafted seemed to defy the energy limitations of traditional armor. Even if the A-class pinnacle could not be reproduced, producing products under the same technological paradigm would still signify an epic-making revolution. Hearing the institution's words, Lin Ye secretly chuckled. He had been waiting for this moment. Indeed, while researching the Ark-One Drive, he had unexpectedly discovered a mass-producible drive technology. As he spoke, he summoned the system panel in his mind. His previous 1,000 creation points were now ready for use. Ding! Consuming 1,000 creation points to conduct a primary lottery. A virtual light screen unfurled before him, and a colossal golden treasure chest slowly materialized, only to burst open suddenly. Congratulations on obtaining the B-grade Destruction Thunder Force Ascension device. Mass production type. The mention of Destruction Thunder startled Lin Ye momentarily. It was unexpected to receive the highest grade from a basic lottery, which typically offered devices ranging from D to B. However, this turned out to be fortuitous for him. In the original narrative, all Destruction Thunder devices were manufactured by Ye, making them akin to personal toys for him. With Ye-One's capabilities, he could effortlessly disregard the holder and strip away their transformation rights. Utilizing this for mass production was indeed fitting. A subtle smile graced Lin Ye's lips as he declared to the school authorities, "I possess a set of B-grade mass production devices, named Destruction Thunder, capable of transforming into 4 distinct forms based on different keys." The officials were instantly stirred with excitement. B-grade and mass production. Dean Lee abruptly rose, his beard bristling with enthusiasm. "Quick! What materials do we need? The school will prepare immediately." Lin Ye glanced at the materials list provided by the system and replied calmly. The basic device requires 37 materials, with the highest being C-grade. Each transformation key will necessitate corresponding core materials from specific magical creatures. If crafted solely through the system, only a few core materials would be sufficient for creation. However, if he were to forge it himself, the required materials would multiply significantly. Yet, today he felt compelled to showcase his skills before the school to alleviate their concerns. With his current pinnacle platinum-level prowess, crafting a B-grade armor was hardly a challenge. With this thought, Lin Ye continued, for instance. The Scorpion-type key requires the venom core from a C-grade heart-eating scorpion. He had not heard of the materials for the other 3 transformation keys of Destruction Thunder. Nevertheless, just days prior, during the monster invasion at the school, a C-grade heart-eating scorpion had appeared, providing an opportunity to forge the Spike Scorpion Ascension key. Upon Lin Ye's pronouncement, the school promptly initiated urgent preparations. In less than half an hour, all materials were assembled. A group hurried to the laboratory, where an abundance of materials filled the workbench. Under the watchful eyes of numerous school leaders, Lin Ye commenced the forging process. He had previously crafted several low-tier armors as part of his coursework before creating the Ye-One device. Now, at the platinum level, he was even more adept. Placing his hands upon the forge, he activated his profession's skills as a platinum-grade armorer. Energy circuits constructed, material ratios calibrated, core data infused. As he worked, the materials within the forge began to melt and reorganize, gradually coalescing into a sleek black belt, the Destruction Thunder Force Ascension device. Subsequently, Lin Ye retrieved a venom core from the heart-eating scorpion and, in conjunction with other auxiliary materials, commenced the creation of the Spike Scorpion Ascension key. A blinding light flashed. It worked. It really worked. Dean Lee's voice trembled with disbelief. The appraiser rushed forward to conduct a verification, exclaiming in astonishment, "It is indeed a B-grade device." As the appraisal concluded, a radiant golden aura erupted from Lin Ye, his presence soaring to new heights. Professional level advancement, Diamond Stage 1. The atmosphere was electrifying. Indeed, it was a revolutionary new driver. The cost was merely a tenth of a standard B-class battlesuit. Dean Lee was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from his seat. "Let us proceed to performance testing," he exclaimed, waving his hand, and a throng of individuals surged towards the testing grounds. Within the testing arena, Lin Ye donned the driver and inserted the key. Poison. Transformation. Force rise. Sting scorpion. Breakdown. A dark crimson data stream enveloped him, instantaneously forming a fearsome set of purple scorpion armor. Speed test. Passed. Strength test. Exceeded. Defense test. Perfect. The faculty stood in awe. Their mouths agape. This performance had already reached the pinnacle of B class. It was even superior to the ice-fire battle armor crafted by Lin Ye. Yet, its cost was but a fraction of the latter's. Lin Ye smiled faintly, reverting from his transformation. He was somewhat astonished by the might of the driver. However, recalling that this driver had played a pivotal role from the beginning to the conclusion in the original narrative brought him some clarity. As Lin Ye emerged, Dean Li rubbed his hands together, eager to try it himself. Lin Ye, could I also have a go? Lin Ye chuckled and handed over the driver. It had not been bound to a specific user, meaning anyone could wield it. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. An esteemed master-level forger, akin to a child with a new toy, excitedly fiddled with the driver, even bouncing around the testing area. This sensation is extraordinary. I can hardly fathom that a mere driver could generate armor of such caliber. The president of the Martial Arts Academy, who usually maintained a composed demeanor, was unable to resist the allure after Dean Li enthusiastically thrust the driver into his hands. Ahem. Well, I suppose I shall test its defensive capabilities. Wow, this armor can actually enhance explosive power. A cadre of typically serious elites was now caught in the throes of unrestrained amusement, causing the atmosphere to spiral into delightful chaos. Once the revelry subsided, the administration finally returned to the matter at hand. The vice president solemnly inquired, Lin Ye, to be candid, the school plans to embark on an assault on the Abyss Corridor dungeon in the coming days. Prior to that, would you be able to produce a few more drivers? The Abyss Corridor dungeon imposed a restriction of diamond-level strength on its challengers. However, the entire Tsinghua University had scarcely a handful of diamond-level students. If Lin Ye's drivers could be utilized, a formidable squad of diamond-level knights could be assembled. The chances of a successful conquest would soar by at least 50%. Upon hearing the vice president's inquiry, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Provided the materials are sufficient, it is certainly feasible. The school leaders exchanged glances and chorused. We will provide our utmost support. Chapter 15. What Lin classmate? Call him Professor Lin. Outside the testing venue, Professor Lin. The 300 million research fund has been deposited into the public account and is available for your immediate use, the vice president said with a smile. Additionally, your standalone villa has been arranged in the professor's district, and the access card will be handed to you shortly. Lin Ye nodded in response, stating, I will organize the design blueprints for the drive mechanism and submit them to the university upon my return. The senior officials of the university nodded earnestly, emphasizing that the forging specialists would first be assigned to manufacture the components, but the creation of the core keys would require Professor Lin's assistance. To produce Class B armor, at least a platinum-level forger is needed. Most of the mentors at the Forging Academy possess this level of expertise, which is sufficient to undertake the task, though personnel adjustments will require time. Furthermore, the profits from the future production of the drive mechanisms will be allocated according to the assessment regulations, granting you, Professor Lin, a 50 share, they added. Lin Ye acknowledged this, agreeing to proceed as suggested. The mass production of Class B drive mechanisms is no trivial endeavor, and the university alone cannot absorb the entirety of it. Collaboration with other enterprises will likely be necessary. However, Lin Ye was indifferent to this. For him, resources were of paramount importance. With St. Martial University as a platform, he would be assured of securing superior materials for the development of more powerful drive mechanisms in the future. The university officials nodded in unison, their faces beaming with smiles. Rest assured, Professor, we will adhere strictly to the agreement. As the two parties bid farewell amicably, the school leaders had already changed their address, no longer referring to him as Lin classmate. Professor Lin, allow us to see you off. The armor craftsman capable of creating peak Class A armor is now on par with them in terms of strength, not to mention the revolutionary new technology he brings, which would make him a distinguished guest at any university nationwide. A group of senior officials surrounded Lin Ye, escorting him as if he were a dignitary on an inspection. However, After just a few steps, they encountered Lin Ye, who had come to confront them. Lin Ye's expression was dark, clutching a document that evidently pertained to the acquisition of his ice-fire battle armor. But upon seeing Lin Ye surrounded by a throng of school leaders, who were addressing him as professor, his expression contorted momentarily. Lin Ye, what are you doing here? Lin Ye blurted out instinctively. The vice president frowned and reprimanded. Lin Ye, mind your language. Professor Lin is now a tenured professor of the university. You should address him as Professor Lin. Professor. Lin Ye's pupils constricted, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Ye shot him a sardonic glance, disinterested, and simply walked past him. Suppressing his anger, Lin Ye turned to the school leaders, headmaster, regarding my ice-fire battle armor acquisition. Oh, that matter. The vice president waved his hand dismissively. The school has decided to acquire Professor Lin's work, so your armor is temporarily on hold. What? Lin Ye's expression changed dramatically. It was evident that prior agreements had been disregarded. Director Li of the Forging Academy sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at his favored disciple. He understood all too well that Lin Ye was on the brink of collapse, crushed under the weight of Lin Ye's superior work. Yet, a fundamental disparity existed between the two. Perhaps this was the chasm that separated a genius from a prodigy. Contemplating this, he gently patted Lin Ye's shoulder and said, Lin Ye, your earlier assistance to Dukai in seizing Professor Lin's work has not yet been pursued by the school. The company representatives are still present. You should reach out to them yourself. Clenching his fists, Lin Ye's nails dug painfully into his palms as he helplessly watched the school leaders crowd around Lin Ye as he departed. His gaze fixed on Lin Ye's retreating figure. Jealousy and resentment threatened to overflow. Lin Ye. It was all because of him. Had it not been for this interloper's sudden emergence, everything would rightfully belong to him. Just as Lin Ye was about to leave, he furrowed his brow, sensing a surge of malicious intent behind him. An overwhelming wave of hostility washed over him, stronger than the animosity of his aunt's family, even more distorted than Su Muqing's rage after her humiliation. Lin Ye? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming within. It seemed this fellow had taken a grudge against him, but this animosity transcended mere hostility. I haven't even troubled you yet. What a reversal of fortune. Lin Ye se gazif fidikirit toth, contemplating whether he should seize the opportunity to deal with this individual once and for all. Meanwhile, in the premier restaurant of Shunwu University, representatives from various enterprises gathered, their expressions grim. Shunwu University had gone too far this year, monopolizing Lin Ye's work. Next year, they must unite to exert pressure. They could not allow such practices to continue. Indeed, Lin Ye was still a freshman, and next year, he might unveil new armor. They could not permit the school to monopolize that as well. As the group fervently criticized Shunwu University's maneuvers, Lin Ye approached them. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Esteemed representatives, I wonder if you might be interested in my ice and fire battle armor. The representatives glanced up at him, exchanging knowing looks. They were seasoned veterans, quick to discern the changes in this young man. Ah, Lin Ye, chuckled the balding manager from Tianhua Technology. Your armor is indeed impressive, but with Professor Lin's new drive, the market for traditional armor may face significant challenges. The representative from Xingchen Heavy Industry shrugged, his tone flippant. Nonetheless, we do appreciate your talent. Feigning enthusiasm, the young representative from Longting Group added, how about this? We are willing to offer 8 million to acquire your armor. 8 million. Lin Ye's face turned ashen. The previously B-grade Thunder Hammer sold for 3 million. My ice and fire battle armor is the pinnacle of B-grade. The times have changed. Lin Ye, the balding manager, shook his head. With Professor Lin's drive now available, who would still purchase traditional armor? Indeed, our offer is already a concession to your capabilities. Lin Ye trembled with rage, casting a glance at the other enterprises. What about you? He exclaimed. To his dismay, all the companies presented similar offers, ranging from 8 million to 10 million, accompanied by a plethora of stringent conditions. You are utterly shameless. Lin Ye roared. The representatives of the enterprises exchanged glances, their eyes filled with derision. Lu, if you are dissatisfied, you're welcome to seek other buyers, one of them retorted. Lin Ye slammed his hand on the table and stormed out. Once outside the restaurant, his gaze had turned completely frigid. Lin Ye, this is all because of you. If it weren't for you, all of this would have been mine. I will never let you off the hook. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Wang Hu, Li Rui, and Zhang Hao were huddled together, excitedly discussing the news from the forum. No way. Old Lin has really become a professor. The school's official website has announced it. One exclaimed. The forum is ablaze. A tenured professor, the youngest in the history of Shungu University. Just then, Lin Ye entered the room. The trio was taken aback, quickly rising to their feet and bowing dramatically. Greetings, Professor Lin. Lin Ye chuckled, playfully scolding, get lost. Hey, old Lin. Professor Lin, you are quite the big shot now. Wang Hu winked. You have to look out for us from now on. Lin Ye smiled and reassured them. Rest assured, I've already spoken to the school about getting you a better dorm. No way. Is that for real? The three nearly leaped with excitement. Of course it's true. With a grand gesture, Lin Ye declared, come on, today we shall dine at the finest restaurant in the cafeteria. My treat. Long live Professor Lin. They cheered, rushing out the door as Lin Ye followed with a smile. Chapter 16. The premiere of the Martial Arts Academy. Strategy conference of the dungeon at the entrance of the opulent Starlight Pavilion restaurant of Shungu University. An electronic screen scrolls the latest announcements from school. Congratulations to Lin Ye for developing A-class peak armor, becoming the youngest professor in the history of our institution. Goodness, such treatment. The three roommates couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. As they pushed the door open, the cacophony of the restaurant seemed to pause. No way. Isn't that Lin Ye? A crew-cut boy abruptly grasped his companion's arm. It truly is him. The armor master who annihilated B-class monsters in an instant on the forum. I've heard that even the school leaders are vying for the A-class peak armor he crafted. Whispers from the girls floated in from all directions. Oh my, he is even more handsome than in the pictures. I heard he became a tenured professor in his freshman year. His aura is simply extraordinary. Lin Ye helplessly rubbed his temples and said to his three roommates behind him, shall we find another place? It's too noisy here. Wang Hu and the others nodded fervently. Who could endure dining under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes? A server hurried over. Professor Lin, all the private rooms are fully booked, but there are seats available upstairs. Could you please show me the way? The upper level of the restaurant was rarely visited, and the prices were exorbitant. The entire hall housed only 2 tables. One was vacant, while the other was occupied by 5 burly young men, animatedly raising their glasses and laughing boisterously. No way. That's the uniform of the Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Hao lowered his voice. Old Lin, should we? What is there to fear? Lin Ye strode directly toward the empty table. It was merely a meal. Shortly after ordering, a sudden loud crash erupted from the back table. A beer bottle cap spun through the air, striking the edge of Lin Ye's plate with precision. Lin Ye picked up the bottle cap and instinctively remarked, Hey buddy, is it just you all dining here? From behind, a booming voice resounded. My apologies, brother. Lin Ye turned to see a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, striding toward him. He sported a buzz cut, and his bronze skin bore numerous scars. The diamond emblem on his school uniform glimmered under the lights. Goodness. Li Rui's fork clattered onto his plate. The chief of the Martial Arts Academy, Chun Hao. Chun Hao scratched his head, revealing a hearty smile. Sorry, brother. I got a bit too carried away. He glanced at Lin Ye, his eyes lighting up. You are the armor master Lin Ye, right? I have long admired you. Lin Ye shook his head dismissively. No worries, we're all friends here. Chun Hao clasped his hands together, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. I truly apologize. Allow me to treat you to a dish later? Lin Ye tossed the bottle cap into the trash bin with exasperation. We haven't even received our dishes yet. Huh, my bad. I might have had a bit too much to drink. Chun Hao laughed heartily and then staggered back to his seat. Lin Ye regarded him with a measure of surprise. He had certainly heard of Chun Hao's reputation. Shungu University, named after martial arts, boasts the Martial Arts Academy as its most formidable institution. Within this esteemed establishment, where the nation's martial arts prodigies converge, it stands to reason that the individual seated at the helm would be extraordinary. However, Chun Hao's demeanor hardly reflected that of a peak diamond-level warrior. Rather, it was imbued with a certain recklessness. Shaking his head, Lin Ye chose not to dwell on it further. recognizing it was of no concern to him. Before long, the waiter completed the meal service. Lin Ye and his 3 roommates dined quietly in the upper-level restaurant, while the raucous sound from Chun Hao's table intermittently reached their ears. As the drinks flowed, Chun Hao's voice suddenly soared. "Brothers, I'm the first to enlist for next week's Abyssal Corridor dungeon." He slammed his cup down heavily. His eyes glazed, yet his tone resolute. "Are you out of your mind?" One companion urgently grasped his hand. "That dungeon has a 90 mortality rate." "Indeed," another chimed in. "You're the top of the martial arts academy. Your future is limitless." "Utter nonsense," Chun Hao bellowed, slamming the table, causing the dishes to rattle. "What is the purpose of being the top, if not to step up in moments like this?" With reddened eyes, he surveyed his companions. "Have you all forgotten how many freshmen perished this time? 37. A full 37 juniors." The restaurant fell eerily silent. "I, Chun Hao, am no saint." His voice dropped to a somber tone as his fingers unconsciously traced the scar on his chest. "But each time I see those parents come to collect belongings." He downed a full cup of wine. "This is my last year at school. If I don't rise to the occasion, I might as well feed the dogs." "But there are no buts." Chun Hao, intoxicated, stood up. "You all stay outside obediently. If I perish in there this year, you better step up next year." His companions exchanged glances, a grim smile shared among them. If Chun Hao couldn't make it out, what hope did they have? Yet, witnessing their leader inebriated, they refrained from dampening the mood, simply echoing his sentiments. "Good grief." Wang Hu muttered softly, "This guy's a real man." Zhang Hao and Li Rui likewise stood in solemn respect, their gazes drawn toward Chun Hao's table. At just over 20, he had reached the pinnacle of diamond-level prowess. Such talent would surely lead him to greatness in the future. They knew they could never achieve such a feat, especially since the Abyssal Corridor dungeon had never been cleared. Who could guarantee their safe return? Meanwhile, Lin Ye pondered thoughtfully as he observed the swaying figure of Chun Hao, who still maintained an upright posture. He sensed no malice in Chun Hao's words. They were likely spoken from the heart. Moments later, Chun Hao was assisted by his companions as he stumbled away. As he departed, he drunkenly waved towards Lin Ye. "Brother, let us drink again sometime." When Lin Ye and his friends prepared to settle the bill, the waiter smiled and announced, "You need not worry. Mr. Chun has already taken care of your table." Li Rui's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite his inebriation, he still remembered to settle the bill for us. Lin Ye gazed towards the entrance of the restaurant, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This chief of the martial arts academy possesses a certain charm. After departing from the restaurant, the group returned to their dormitory. Lin Ye began to gather his personal belongings, while the school would arrange for someone to handle the rest. His roommates were also assisting in the tidying up when Wang Hu suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, guys, take a look at this message." Lin Ye paused his efforts, puzzled as he picked up his phone, revealing an urgent notification. "Emergency notice, tomorrow at 9 a.m. All faculty and students are to gather in the auditorium for a meeting regarding the Abyss Corridor dungeon assault." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. "Old Lin." Zhang Hao swallowed hard. "What level are you at now?" "Diamond level." "Puffed." Li Rui spat out his drink. "Weren't you a mere bronze just a few days ago?" "This speed of leveling up, did you cheat?" Wang Hu chimed in anxiously. "Old Lin, you're not planning to tackle a dungeon, are you? That's a death wish. Don't act recklessly." Lin Ye merely chuckled, non-committal. To be frank, with the Ark Drive in his possession, he truly doubted that a dungeon restricted to diamond level would pose a challenge for him. However, the information regarding the Abyss Corridor remained scant, so it was prudent to await the mobilization meeting scheduled for tomorrow. Before long, the trio finished packing their belongings. Upon arriving at the villa assigned to Lin Ye by the school, his roommates were left utterly speechless. "Wow, this living room is 10 times larger than my dorm. This bed, it's unbelievably soft." The 3 of them bounced around the villa like children in a candy store. Lin Ye sighed, "Let us sleep here tonight. We'll head to the meeting together tomorrow." The villa had ample rooms. 4 of them could hardly occupy it all. "Fantastic. I haven't slept on a decent bed in over 6 months." Wang Hu exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, I couldn't even be bothered to complain about that dorm bed. Turning over was a struggle." "Exactly. And the air conditioning. During summer, it blew hot air. It was utterly unbearable." As they continued to grumble, Each found a room and settled in for the night. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, 3 roommates were still sound asleep. "This bed is too comfortable," Wong, who drooled over his pillow. Lin Ye kicked each of them awake. "We're going to be late for the meeting." The trio scrambled out of bed, hurriedly preparing before racing to the school auditorium. Upon their arrival, the auditorium was a sea of faces, filled to the brim with faculty and students alike. When Lin Ye walked into the area designated for Class F of the smithing department, every classmate turned to stare in unison. "No way. It's really Lin Ye. He is already a professor and still attending our meeting? Incredible. Even as a professor, I still have to attend classes?" At that moment, the homeroom teacher was grinning from ear to ear, with a lifelong professor emerging from his class. His bonuses had tripled instantly. Lin Ye disregarded the peculiar gazes of his classmates and quietly fixed his attention on the podium. At that moment, the president of Shangwu University, accompanied by the deans of various colleges, took his seat. As his gaze swept across the assembly, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall. The president ascended the podium with measured steps, the sound of his heavy footsteps resonating distinctly in the stillness. He rested his hands upon the lectern, his eyes gradually scanning the thousands of faculty and students below. "Students," the president's voice was somewhat hoarse. "This marks my 7th occasion standing here to utter the same words." The hall remained utterly silent, all breaths held in anticipation. 7 years ago, during my inaugural address at this assembly, my proud protege, Su Muqing, was seated among you. The president's fingers trembled slightly as he recalled that day when Zhang had volunteered to lead an expedition into the abyssal corridor, never to return. 6 years ago, it was Wang Lei from the Martial Arts Academy. 5 years ago, Li Xiang from the Forging Institute. 4 years ago. His voice faltered, choked with emotion. Each year at this time, I've had to witness batch after batch of exceptional students walk into that inferno, and then he suddenly slammed his fist onto the podium, producing a thunderous sound. For a full 7 years, we have lost 89 of our finest students. 89 vibrant lives. The president's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I know that many of you present may have grown despondent regarding this instance, numbed by this annual morbid assembly. The atmosphere in the hall was so heavy it felt almost tangible. Lin Ye noticed that a few girls in the front row were trembling slightly. But today, the president's voice rose suddenly. "I bring you a piece of good news." He took a deep breath, his gaze piercing as it settled on the direction of Lin Ye. "This year is different because we have Professor Lin Ye." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience as all eyes turned in unison toward Lin Ye. Chapter 17. Is the mass-produced driver a trump card? Within the grand hall, thousands of eyes fixed intently upon Lin Ye, as if the very air had solidified for a fleeting moment. Professor Lin? Is he truly venturing into the abyss corridor? What nonsense is this? He is a genius capable of crafting A-class armor. How could the school possibly send him to face certain death? Indeed, if anything were to happen to him, the loss would far exceed the annual toll of dozens of students. A chorus of bewildered discussions erupted among the crowd. The principal raised his hand to signal for silence, his voice both steady and commanding. "Dear students, following rigorous testing by the institution, Professor Lin's B-class mass-produced driver armor exhibits exceptional resistance to mental attacks." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The full-force assault from an A-class psychic adept lands upon the armor with a mere 30% effectiveness. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. "No way. Is this for real? Does this mean there is genuine hope this time?" Senior students sprang to their feet, their breaths quickening. They had attended too many of these gatherings, witnessing countless individuals depart without return. Meanwhile, the freshmen remained perplexed. "Isn't it just a set of B-class armor? Why the uproar?" Though newly arrived, they had heard tales of the abyss corridor. Each year, the school provided an A-class item to students entering the dungeon. Yet despite this, no one had ever succeeded in conquering it. From the podium, the principal discerned the freshmen's doubts and elaborated. "Though the school has not fully conquered the dungeon over the years, we have gleaned fragments of information from a few fortunate survivors. The most terrifying aspect is not the monsters themselves, but the mental erosion Even the few students who emerged alive were driven to madness. As he spoke, a somber expression crossed his face, yet he continued. Our investigations revealed that those who survived were precisely those equipped with high-tier armor. This armor possesses a degree of resistance against the mental erosion within the dungeon. A student near the front could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, but doesn't the armor have energy limitations? The Abyss Corridor opens every 3 days. Wouldn't even the strongest armor exhaust its energy by then? The principal's face brightened with excitement, his voice rising. That is precisely why Professor Lin Ye's driver represents hope. His armor has no energy constraints. Moreover, it offers full coverage. It can resist mental attacks to the greatest extent possible. Upon hearing this, the students in the hall began to grasp the significance, marveling, goodness, could this truly be a revolutionary technology? Is it possible that this time we can achieve success in the conquest? Meanwhile, Lin Ye, sitting quietly, listened to the discussions around him, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Mental erosion? He suddenly recalled the incident from a few days prior when the monsters invaded, particularly the B-class despair devourer's ability to spread negative emotions and consume one's psyche. Clearly, that was the kind of monster lurking within the Abyss Corridor. And his Ark-One Driver was, in essence, the embodiment of malevolence. Any mental assault, to him, serves as nourishment. So it is. Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. This quest is practically tailor-made for me. The principal, sensing the fervent atmosphere, took a deep breath and continued. This time, the school has decided to dispatch a 5-member team into the Abyssal Corridor, each equipped with a set of armor developed by Professor Lin. However, I must remind everyone that even with armor protection, the dangers within the quest remain perilous. We still have no knowledge of what lies inside, and it is even possible that there are Class A monsters present. Therefore, the school does not compel anyone to participate. It is entirely voluntary. As his words fell, the entire venue was plunged into a profound silence. The students, who had been so spirited moments ago, were now all quiet. To sign up? That would be tantamount to courting death. Even with armor protection, who can guarantee their safe return? The school leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. It is the same every year. No matter how high the bounty, no one is willing to gamble with their lives. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, bang, a loud noise erupted as a seat in the back row was forcefully pushed aside. What are you all hesitating for? I'm signing up. Chun Hao stood up, his towering 2-meter frame resembling an iron tower. The diamond-level badge on his chest gleaming brilliantly. The entire venue erupted in chaos. What the heck? Chief Chun, has he lost his mind? He is the most gifted prodigy of a martial arts academy, on the verge of breaking through to the master level. With his talent, becoming a ruler in the future is merely a matter of time. Why would he seek death? Chun Hao grinned widely, his voice booming. No one else is going? Then I shall go alone. He pounded his chest, declaring boldly. The heart of a warrior is indomitable. Coupled with Professor Lin Ye's armor, this mere quest, I shall shatter with a single punch. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy shot up, his face ashen. Chun Hao, sit down this instant. He was so agitated that his beard seemed to bristle. There's a national martial art competition next month. You are the main force. Don't cause a ruckus here. Chun Hao laughed heartily. Dean, please don't stop me. If this quest remains unresolved, the younger students will continue to perish year after year. Since I, Chun Hao, bear the title of chief, if I do not step up in such a moment, what kind of warrior would I be? The dean opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh as he sat back down in resignation. The principal gazed deeply at Chun Hao, speaking in a solemn tone. Chun Hao, are you certain? Absolutely. Chun Hao held his head high. Very well. The first spot goes to Chun Hao. No sooner had he spoken than another figure rose. I really can't do anything about you. A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, shaking his head in resignation. You big fool, if you go in alone. You might not even find your way. Chief of the Holy Order Academy, Su Muqing, signing up. The venue erupted once more. Zhou the chief is going too. He and Chun Hao are sworn brothers. Is he truly prepared to face the dragon's lair and tiger's den alongside him? The dean of the Holy Order Academy intended to intervene, but upon meeting his studentess' resolute gaze, he ultimately sighed deeply and sat down in silence. As the two esteemed chiefs simultaneously registered, the atmosphere within the venue erupted with fervor. I will register too. Count me in. By all means, let us go for it. This time, there's hope. The students, filled with excitement, rose in unison, their collective enthusiasm igniting like a spark that swiftly spread into a blazing fire. The principal's eyes glistened with emotion, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. It's truly heartening to witness such passion from all of you. However, undertaking the dungeon challenge is no trivial matter. Those lacking in strength may only meet their doom. He continued, now all those at the diamond level and above, please remain standing. The rest, kindly take your seats. As his words echoed, the once vibrant hall fell into a profound silence. Standing resolutely were only Chun, Hao, and Zhou Ming. The principal let out a wry smile, preparing to relax the criteria when suddenly a haughty female voice rang out. Principal, I wish to register. Everyone turned in unison toward the source of the voice, and there, rising gracefully from the area of the Ability Academy, was Su Muqing, her starlit uniform shimmering under the lights. Goodness, did I hear that correctly? Has the illustrious campus belle, Su, undergone a transformation? Chapter 18. The Necromancer. Yet afraid of ghosts, the entire venue fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonishment. What? Su Muqing has signed up. The daughter of the school board would willingly walk into danger? Would her father even permit this? The illustrious Su, willing to sacrifice for others? What on earth is happening here? Is this still the same country? The new students were utterly bewildered, while the returning students looked as if their jaws might detach from their faces. Everyone knew what kind of person Su Muqing was at school. She took all the good fortune for herself and avoided any misfortune. Even the stray dogs on the street would receive a kick from her if she was in a foul mood. Now, she was actually entering a dungeon with a 90 mortality rate. Has she truly changed her ways? Lin Ye furrowed his brow and immediately activated his malicious perception ability. Indeed, there was a familiar malevolence entwined around Su Muqing, shrouded though it was by the power of the stars. He could still discern the distortion and agitation within. There was definitely something amiss. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. He suddenly recalled the recent incident at school involving malevolent corruption, students inexplicably experiencing mental breakdowns, with no discernible cause. At the time, he had wondered who else, apart from his own Ark-One Driver, could unleash such malicious attacks. Now he understood. After being backlashed, Su Muqing's star power had mutated. Under normal circumstances, being subjected to such extreme malevolence would have driven an ordinary person to madness. Even a high-ranking cleric's purification would not leave them unscathed. It appeared that Su Muqing had succumbed to this malevolence and was now rampaging against bystanders. If this continued, she might truly evolve. Goodness, could it be that she found some twisted pleasure in this? Lin Ye's lips twitched. That day in the malevolent space, he had poured several of the most extreme negative emotions into her, and yet, instead of losing her mind, she had turned misfortune into fortune. He needed to find an opportunity to confine her again for further study. On the podium, the principal was equally taken aback by Su Muqing's decision and hastily inquired, Su, are you sure your father is aware of this decision? Su Muqing scoffed, lifting her chin defiantly. My affairs are not for others to meddle in. The principal could only manage a wry smile and refrain from further persuasion. Two of the top students had signed up. If he were to obstruct Su Muqing, it would only appear biased. Very well. I trust your father will respect your choice. As she took her seat, a glint of darkness flashed in her eyes. She certainly was not going to her demise. Ever since being tainted by Lin Ye's malevolence, her star power had undergone a bizarre transformation. Two forces within her clashed continuously, yet intriguingly maintained a balance. Thanks to this, her strength had already ascended to the diamond level. She could now sense something within the abyssal corridor that would allow her to advance even further. Lin Ye, she clenched her fists. Once I emerge from this dungeon, I will confine you in a dark room and whip you until you cry. At the head table, the principal surveyed the crowd and continued. Next, We require a forge master to accompany us for armor maintenance. Instantly, all eyes shifted toward the direction of the Forge Master Academy. Wasn't Lin Ye the chief of the Forge Master Academy? Would he not make a statement? All the top students from the 3 academies had signed up. Could he possibly be intimidated? Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Lin Ye's complexion paled dramatically. What kind of joke was this? Allow him to enter the dungeon? Was that not akin to courting death? He suddenly rose to his feet and exclaimed loudly, "What are you staring at? Isn't there someone even more formidable in the academy?" He pointed at Lin Ye, his voice sharp. "Doesn't Professor Lin possess A-level armor? Why isn't he going?" The venue fell into an immediate silence. Everyone gazed at him with expressions of incredulity. The principal's face darkened as he sternly reprimanded, "Lin Ye, Professor Lin is a tenured faculty member of our institution. His worth is irreplaceable. If you choose not to participate, then sit down and refrain from spouting nonsense." Surrounding students likewise chastised him. "You lack the courage to go yourself, yet you wish for others to meet their demise? Have some dignity." Indeed, is this what a top student is like? Lin Ye's face turned ashen from the scorn, yet he remained defiant. "Ha! Such pretty words. If his armor were truly that formidable, why does he not dare enter the dungeon himself? Wouldn't entering with B-level armor be akin to inviting disaster?" His words struck like a thorn, piercing the hearts of those present. Indeed, if Lin Ye's A-level armor were to be utilized, the success rate would undoubtedly be higher, wouldn't it? Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, if they themselves were too cowardly to go. What right did they have to demand others take risks? Seeing the crowd silence, Lin Ye smirked triumphantly. "See, Lin Ye is merely a coward. I'll go." A calm voice interrupted him. Lin Ye stood up, lazily scratching his ear. "Count me in." The entire venue plunged into a dead silence, only to be shattered moments later by a cacophony of astonishment. "What? Professor Lin is really going in? Has he lost his mind? He is a genius capable of forging A-level armor." The principal's expression shifted dramatically. "Professor Lin, do not act impulsively." He hurried to the front, his voice trembling. "You are the backbone of our institution. The development of the subsequent drive relies entirely on you. If anything were to happen to you..." Other school leaders joined in urging him to reconsider. "Indeed, Professor Lin, the presence of the B-level drive already holds great promise. It is paramount that you remain outside to continue your research." This blatant favoritism stirred discontent among some students, yet no one dared to speak out. After all, what they said was indeed factual. Lin Ye, however, merely waved his hand nonchalantly. "I have confidence. If B-level can suffice, then surely I can manage with A-level armor." The venue erupted once more. Incredible. Now, that was true audacity. Professor Lin is so impressive. Wang Hu and 2 others squeezed through the crowd, grabbing Lin Ye's sleeve. "Old Lin, are you out of your mind? People can die in there." "Exactly," Li Rue insisted, anxiously pacing. "You've just become a professor. You have a bright future ahead." Lin Ye smiled, offering no further explanation. This exchange pierced Lin Ye's heart like a knife. Observing the admiration in the eyes of those around him, contrasting sharply with the disdain he had just endured, he clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Why? Why should a worthless armor technician deserve such accolades? He almost shouted, "I want to go too," but ultimately hesitated. "Oof. Go meet your demise." He maliciously cursed in his heart, waiting for the moment when you would perish in the dungeon. Everything would still belong to me. The principal, seeing that Professor Lin could not be persuaded, could only sigh deeply. Since Professor Lin insists, the school will fully cooperate. A thunderous applause erupted, and all eyes were filled with reverence for Lin Ye. Just then, a timid voice emerged from the area of the Ability Academy. I want to go too." Everyone turned to look, and there stood a silver-haired little girl hesitantly, raising her hand. She wore an oversized school uniform, her delicate face adorned with a pair of glistening blue eyes, appearing pitifully innocent. "Who is this? So adorable. I've never seen her before. Even cuter than the school flower, Su." The principal was momentarily taken aback. "This student, you are..." I am by Xiaoming." The little girl's voice was as faint as a whisper from the Ability Academy. "A necromancer." "What? A necromancer? This cute girl." The crowd erupted once more. A necromancer was an exceptionally rare profession. Who would have thought it would belong to such an adorable, silver-haired girl? This necromancer might prove highly effective in tackling the dungeon. The principal quickly exchanged a few hushed words with the director of the Ability Academy. Clearing his throat, the principal turned to Bai Xiaoming with an unusual expression. Student Bai, the dungeon may contain very terrifying entities. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Upon hearing this, the little girl trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, she clenched her tiny fists. I want to go. The director of the Ability Academy leaned closer to the principal's ear. This child is a freshman, and her talent is undeniable. She has already reached platinum level, but what? She's afraid of ghosts. The principal, a necromancer afraid of ghosts, observing the little girl on the verge of tears. The principal found the situation both amusing and perplexing, ultimately declaring, "Very well. The final team members have been decided." 3 days later, Chun Hao, Zhou Ming, Su Muqing, Bai Xiaoming, and Lin Ye would represent the school in their quest to conquer the Abyss Corridor. Chapter 19. It is not that you are mistaken, but that you know you are doomed. The campus of Shangwu University lay enveloped in an eerie silence during the late hours of the night. Following the incident of the monster invasion, the administration had intensified nighttime patrols, and most students had retreated to their dormitories early. The dim streetlights swayed in the night breeze, casting an elongated shadow of Lin Ye. He tightened his collar and hastily traversed the deserted tree-lined path. Damn it! Lin Ye clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Scenes from the event earlier that day flashed incessantly in his mind. Those adoring glances, the applause, all directed towards Lin Ye. Why should it be so? He gritted his teeth and kicked a pebble at his feet. First, he was publicly humiliated in the cafeteria, then utterly crushed at the assessment venue. And now, even the ice-fire battle armor he painstakingly crafted went unnoticed. How could a mere incompetent armorer stand above him? Suddenly, the night wind turned biting, and the streetlights flickered ominously. Lin Ye abruptly turned around. The empty corridor behind him was only filled with the rustling of leaves. Was it an illusion? A self-deprecating smile crept onto his face. The monster invasion had concluded, and with his platinum-level forging skills, what danger could possibly lurk within the campus? Lin Ye, a venomous glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, remembering the humiliations he had suffered at Lin Ye's hands in recent days. A torrent of hatred surged within him. Had it not been for Lin Ye's words, how could he have fallen from being the esteemed chief of the academy to a despised jester? Those accolades and flowers were rightfully his, yet they had all been snatched away by that useless Lin Ye. His years of hard work on the battle armor had gone unnoticed, all due to that fool. If only Lin Ye were eliminated, everything would revert to him. With this thought, Lin Ye smirked as he fished out a small vial of purple crystal from his pocket. This was a mana overload agent he had procured from the black market. Adding it to the experimental furnace would be sufficient to send the entire building sky high. As the chief of the Armorer Academy, he had just been informed by the administration of his role in the manufacturing of the driver. It was said that the core component was the responsibility of Lin Ye. What a fortuitous opportunity. Once you are gone, I shall see who dares to belittle me. Without Lin Ye, those fools who eagerly ventured into the dungeons would be doomed as well. But they deserved it. They forsook their promising futures, foolishly craving to stand out. If they wished for death, he would gladly oblige. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, even bursting into laughter. His manic laughter echoed across the desolate campus, sounding particularly sinister. Was it truly that amusing? A detached voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Lin Ye froze, a cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He whipped around, his B-grade pinnacle dagger, Shadow, gripped tightly in his hand. Who? From the shadows, Lin Ye stepped forward. Under the moonlight, the driver at his waist gleamed with a chilling metallic luster. Lin Ye. Lin Ye's pupils constricted in shock. When did you arrive? Since you mentioned blowing up the experimental building, Lin Ye nonchalantly replied, your plan seems quite thorough. Lin Ye's complexion was ashen, yet he quickly regained his composure. He furtively scanned his surroundings. No cameras, no witnesses. Professor Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin Ye suddenly donned a sycophantic smile. I merely spoke in haste. Before he could finish his sentence, the shadowy dagger in his hand shot forth with deadly precision. The blade traced a lethal arc through the air, aimed directly at Lin Ye's throat. Success. A flicker of wild elation flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. At such close range, even a diamond-tier combat professional would struggle to escape death, let alone an armored specialist. Whoosh! However, Lin Ye merely tilted his head slightly, the dagger grazing past his hair. How is this possible? Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. You are merely an armored specialist, a non-combat class. How could you possess such rapid reflexes? Lin Ye smiled coldly and pressed the activation button. Malicious domain unleashed. Darkness instantaneously engulfed both men. Within the malevolent space, Lin Ye's vision gradually returned, only to be met with the harrowing sight of standing amidst a crimson torrent of data. Countless distorted faces emerged from the ground, whispering chillingly. What? What is this place? My domain. Lin Ye's voice echoed from all directions. Welcome to hell. Lin Ye attempted to flee, only to discover that his feet were ensnared by inky tendrils. These appendages, adorned with countless eyes, greedily gazed upon him. Lin Ye, this is a school. What are you intending to do? Panic flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. What am I intending to do? Lin Ye replied with a nonchalant smile, casually gesturing. To kill you. Thud! A sharp data spike suddenly pierced through his shoulder. Lin Ye emitted a bone-chilling scream, the blood that had yet to fall swallowed by the darkness. You cannot kill me, he shrieked in hysteria. I am the chief of the Forging Academy. The school will not. Thud! Before he could complete his words, another spike impaled him. Lin Ye screamed in agony, teetering on the brink of madness. Lin Ye, what do you truly desire? Have I not merely opposed you a few times? You wish to kill me? Are you out of your mind? Lin Ye gazed at him coldly, raising his hand once more as several spikes shot forth, piercing his limbs. From a moment you harbored intentions to kill me. There was only a path to death. He did not consider himself a bloodthirsty person, but when someone sought his life, they must be prepared to pay the price. Professor Lin, please, I beg you. I understand my mistakes. Lin Ye finally unraveled, his face a mess of tears and snot. The excruciating pain confirmed that Lin Ye genuinely intended to end his life. I will never dare again. I will serve you like a beast. Please, spare me. At that moment, he had shed all remnants of his former arrogance. The instinct for survival drove him to plead desperately. Yet Lin Ye merely regarded him with indifference. You do not recognize your faults. You only comprehend your impending death. With a flick of his finger, countless data spikes surged from all directions. Lin Ye's anguished cries abruptly ceased, his body dissolving into the darkness like a mere bubble. As the shadows receded, Lin Ye found himself back in the tranquil campus. Lin Ye seemed as though he had never existed at all. In the following 2 days, Lin Ye immersed himself wholeheartedly in the creation of the drivers. It was not until the dawn of the 3rd day that a student discovered the chief of the Forge Master Academy, Lin Ye, had vanished. Have you heard? Senior Lin Ye hasn't shown himself for 2 days. He must be too ashamed to face anyone, especially after being made a fool before the entire school. After a brief investigation, the school authorities found only a B-grade dagger, Shadow, near the laboratory building, with no further clues. With an impending raid on the instance, this matter was swiftly set aside. Success. In the laboratory, Lin Ye wiped the sweat from his brow. 3 sets of driver core keys lay neatly arranged on the table, alongside used identification stones emitting a ghostly blue glow. Ding. Profession level up. Current level, diamond grade, tier 3. Although he was merely forging transformation keys, the continuous high-intensity effort had garnered him a significant amount of experience. On the day of departure, the ruins outside the school were teeming with people. Chun Hao stood boldly at the front, wielding a massive sword. Why all this fuss? We'll be back in a few days. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses and shook his head in exasperation. Idiot, do you think this is just a picnic? Su Muqing stood nearby, arms crossed, indifferent to the cheers surrounding her. Bai Xiaoming, the silver-haired little girl, nervously clutched her clothes, her small face flushed. Look, Professor Lin is coming. The crowd suddenly stirred. Lin Ye, adorned with the driver, walked forward steadily, and the students instinctively parted to create a path. Make sure to come back safely. Go for it, Seniors. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, several students huddled in a corner exchanged meaningful glances. One of them discreetly pulled out his phone and swiftly composed a message. The strategy team has entered this year. After sending the message, he nonchalantly tucked his phone away, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. His companion whispered this time, "Even the youngest professor from Shangwu University will fall. That should suffice, right?" The leader of the group gestured for silence. Their conversation was drowned out by the cacophony of voices, unnoticed by anyone else. At the forefront of the crowd, the principal took a deep breath and declared, "Shangwu University is proud of you." In the center of the ruins, a distorted spatial rift slowly opened. From the pitch-black vortex, chilling whispers could be faintly heard. "Let's go." Lin Ye was the first to step forward. Chunhao laughed heartily and followed, while Zhou Ming sighed and entered as well. Su Muqing is norte coiled, dragging the trembling by Xiaoming into the vortex. As the last edge of clothing was swallowed by the darkness, the spatial rift abruptly closed. The square fell into a profound silence, everyone holding their breath, as if awaiting a miracle. Chapter 20. The Abyssal Corridor. The anomalous corpses as the darkness receded like a tide. Lin Ye opened his eyes, instantly aware of the faint hum emanating from the device at his waist. A sense of unease washed over him. He found himself utterly alone, devoid of the familiar presence of his comrades. Had he been subjected to a random teleportation mechanism? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, activating the malevolence perception capabilities of the device to scan his surroundings. To his surprise, there was no indication of hostile intent within a 50-meter radius. Intriguing. He surveyed his environment and discovered he was situated within a narrow rocky passage. The walls were adorned with dark red moss, and the corridor stretched straight ahead, devoid of any forks, its end shrouded in an unfathomable darkness. A one-way design? Lin Ye delicately tapped the device to initiate the malevolence perception program. At the deepest point of the passage, he sensed a powerful source of malevolence, estimated to be at an A-level intensity. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. An A-level creature within a diamond-tier dungeon? According to logic, the dungeon's difficulty should align with the entry level. The Abyssal Corridor was classified as a diamond-tier dungeon, and, theoretically, the strongest creatures should not surpass the pinnacle of diamond tier. Nevertheless, even an A-level source of malevolence was still vastly inferior compared to the capabilities of the Arkansas. Without further contemplation, he pressed onward into the depths. Suddenly, Lin Ye halted, his gaze drawn to a corner ahead. There, several indistinct figures were mechanically repeating a peculiar action. The malevolence perception indicated they were merely sea-level creatures, yet their behavioral patterns were disturbingly odd. As he rounded the corner, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. 7 humanoid creatures stood in a circle, rigidly mimicking the act of human dining. Their skin was ashen, devoid of facial features save for a mouth that split to the roots of their ears. Most bizarrely, each creature clutched a mass of decaying flesh, mechanically simulating the act of consumption. The echoers. Lin Ye recalled the entries from his research. These creatures replicate the final actions of the deceased, and while they do not initiate attacks, they continuously emit a miasma of mental corruption. Any ordinary practitioner that approaches would be besieged by negative emotions, leading to psychological collapse or, in severe cases, suicide. However, for Lin Ye, this level of malevolence posed no real threat. The Ark device vibrated subtly, absorbing and converting the encroaching negativity. The presence of echoers indicated the existence of corpses nearby. Lin Ye's gaze swept the area, soon spotting several relatively intact bodies in a corner. He approached and crouched down to examine them. Although the uniforms were severely damaged, the insignia of the Sacred Martial University remained discernible. A raid team from 3 years past? As Lin Ye rummaged through the belongings of the corpses, his brow furrowed deeper. A commonality among all the bodies emerged. Their equipment had vanished entirely. Weapons, armor, and storage items all had disappeared without trace. The echoers do not initiate attacks. So where had these corpses originated? As he pondered this, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground. Lin Ye abruptly looked up, only to find the echoers collectively ceasing their actions, all fixating their gaze upon him. Their mouths gaped wider, emitting silent screams. With a hissing sound, accompanied by a jarring friction, a dozen heart-eating scorpions emerged from the fissures in the ground. As soon as they appeared, they swiftly dispersed, surrounding Lin Ye from all directions. The opportunity had arrived. A cold smile crept upon Lin Ye's lips. He deftly retrieved the transformation key for Ark-One. Ark-One, transform. In an instant, a stream of black and red data enveloped his body. Singularize. Destruction. Annihilation. Despair. Perish. Conclusion 1. The moment his transformation completed, the echoers suddenly convulsed collectively. They clawed at their faceless visages, as if enduring unbearable torment. The sheer malice emanating from his Ark-One form was the most terrifying thing to them. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Ye conjured a firearm from the briefcase's driver. He raised his hand and fired 3 precise shots. The crimson energy bullets striking 3 heart-eating scorpions, reducing them to mere fragments. The remaining scorpions, rather than retreating, surged forward in a frenzy, infuriated. Unfazed, Lin Ye waved his left hand, and another weapon materialized within the data stream. The program's sublimation locust sword. The jet-black blade shimmered with scarlet patterns, and with a sweeping motion, a crescent-shaped blade of energy cleaved the remaining scorpions in half. Ding! Sea-level monster X-15 killed, earning 750 creation points. Indeed, entering the instance was the way to go. Lin Ye's expression brightened. The only place in school where one could encounter monsters was this instance. After dispatching the creatures, he continued to inspect the corpses. This time, he stumbled upon a particularly unusual body. Though clad in a sacred warrior uniform, the nameplate read Kenichi Yamamoto. A foreign exchange student? Lin Ye frowned. The abyssal corridor, being a high-risk instance, typically only allowed elite students to enter, making the participation of foreign exchange students exceedingly rare. He flipped the nameplate, discovering a line of foreign script engraved on the back. The spirit of Yamato endures. What on earth did that mean? Lin Ye casually tossed it back onto the corpse. Yet his curiosity deepened. Seeing nothing further to explore in the vicinity, he pressed onward into the depths. As he delved deeper, the concentration of malevolence around him intensified. Strangely, however, the monsters he encountered recoiled upon sighting him, with some even fleeing outright. Who truly is the monster here? Lin Ye chuckled. He certainly would not let these moving points escape, clearing every creature he encountered along the way. The system notifications rang continuously, his creation points steadily increasing. Upon passing the 5th accumulation point of corpses, Lin Ye noticed more anomalies. This was not the work of monsters. He crouched down to examine the clavicle of one body. This was a blunt force injury. As he turned the body, he found the spine on the back shattered by a blunt object. Had they turned on each other? Just as he pondered this, a sharp scream suddenly echoed from afar. Lin Ye immediately sprang to his feet and raced towards the source of the sound. After navigating several turns, he found himself momentarily stunned by the scene before him. The silver-haired little girl, by Su Muqing, was huddled in a corner, surrounded by a pile of monster corpses. She trembled uncontrollably, her eyes red and puffy, and although her transformation device was still intact, she had not completed her transformation. By Su Muqing, Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing his voice, the little girl abruptly looked up, tears glistening in her azure eyes. When she recognized Lin Ye, she burst into tears and threw herself at his leg. Professor Lin, it was terrifying. Monsters are everywhere. I lost my key. Lin Ye looked down at the little girl clinging to his leg, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Please, let go for a moment and explain what happened. He gestured toward the 20 or so monster corpses strewn about. Bai Xiaoming released her grip, her face flushed with embarrassment. I don't know either. They suddenly appeared, and I just closed my eyes and cast spells randomly. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, and when she finally opened her eyes, all the monsters were dead. Lin Ye's lips twitched in disbelief. Among the monsters, at least 5 were of C rank. Yet they had all been annihilated by such a timid necromancer in her panic. He suddenly felt a profound sense of loss regarding his creation points. Where did you lose the key? Over there, by Xiaoming pointed toward the fork in the path, her small hand gripping Lin Ye's garment tightly. Professor Lin, may I hold your hand? It's too dark here. Seeing the little girl's pitiful demeanor, Lin Ye reluctantly extended his hand. Stay close to me, and don't wander off again where you might lose your device. Together, they were traced by Xiao Meng's steps in search of the key. Along the way, Lin Ye became increasingly convinced that this timid little sorceress possessed extraordinary abilities. The walls of the corridor were adorned with traces of necromantic magic, and some attacks had even melted the rock. Right here, Bai Xiaomeng suddenly pointed to the ground. A pink transformation key lay atop a protruding rock, surrounded by several charred monster corpses scorched by necromantic flames. Lin Ye picked up the key and handed it to her. Take it and don't lose it again. Bai Xiaomeng accepted the key with the reverence of a treasured possession, carefully stowing it in her uniform pocket and patting it to ensure its safety. When she looked up, she noticed Lin Ye staring intently at a corpse not far away. Professor Lin? Bai Xiaomeng, you are a necromancer, correct? Lin Ye invited Su Dendi. I recall that you possess a skill to temporarily summon the souls of the deceased. The little girl stiffened noticeably. Yes, we do have that skill. Perfect, Lin Ye said, pointing to the corpse. Summon him. We need intelligence. Bai Xiaomeng's complexion turned ashen, her small hands nervously twisting together. But this magic has limitations. And if the deceased has been dead for too long or was stronger than me in life, it may fail. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Yet, I have heard that last year, a necromancer managed to summon an ancient general from 300 years ago, and that general was of the holy rank. Well, that is because Bai Xiaomeng's ears flushed crimson, her gaze wavering unpredictably. Each sect possesses its own uniqueness. Observing the flustered demeanor of the little girl, Lin Ye suddenly came to a realization. You can't possibly be afraid of ghosts, can you? Absolutely not. Bai Xiaomeng leaped up as if her tail had been stepped on, akin to a startled cat. Yet, she quickly recognized her slip of the tongue, her voice immediately dropping to a whisper. Just a little bit. Lin Ye couldn't help but let out a laugh. The image of a ghost-fearing necromancer was too amusing to behold. However, he soon adopted a serious tone. Regardless of fear, we must summon them now. The condition of these corpses is rather suspicious. We need to ascertain what truly transpired. Bai Xiaomeng bit her lip, hesitating for a few moments before finally nodding. Trembling, she approached the corpse, took a deep breath, and began to chant an incantation. As her voice resonated, ethereal blue lights began to materialize around the skeletons. Resurrection of the departed, soul-calling technique. The brilliance intensified, and the skeletal remains on the ground suddenly trembled, gradually rising to their feet. Within the hollow eye sockets, two flickering points of azure flame began to ignite slowly. Chapter 21. Whispers of the Dead. Controlled Chun Hao in the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton. Ethereal blue flames flickered. The skeletal figure, appearing dazed, scratched its bare cranium, producing a series of clattering sounds. Are you Li Shilong? Lin Ye inquired tentatively, his gaze fixed on the nameplate. The soul fire within the skeleton's eyes flickered momentarily as a hoarse voice emerged from the void. Yes, it is. Me? Bai Xiaomeng clutched Lin Ye's shirt tightly, her eyes shut as she cowered behind him. Her voice trembling, Lin, Professor, you ask. I cannot bear to look. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye delved straight into the matter. What did you encounter in the instance? Why is everyone's equipment missing? And why are there signs of mutual slaughter? The skeleton's soul fire swayed violently, as if laboring to piece together fragmented memories. Malice, control, mutual slaughter. It stammered. We were influenced, attacked each other. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, though the response was fragmented. He grasped the essence of its message. There were malevolent creatures within the instance capable of affecting the minds of individuals, potentially inciting them to turn against one another. However, this had been known prior to entering the instance. The school had made ample preparations, and even without their own crafted devices, alternative means of resistance must have existed. It was implausible for the expedition teams each year to suffer such catastrophic losses. With this in mind, he pressed for critical information. What about the equipment? Why did even the storage items vanish? The skeleton shook its head in confusion. I do not know. Suddenly, its soul fire flickered violently, as if a recollection had surged forth, its voice quickening. No. Some are lucid. Its bony fingers trembled violently, the soul fire flashing erratically. They were not controlled. They acted with intent. Before it could finish, the skeleton's soul fire erupted, and with a thunderous crack, its bony form shattered, scattering into a myriad of ethereal blue specks. Bai Xiaoming shrieked in terror, leaping onto Lin Ye's back, her eyes brimming with tears, so frightening. There are dreadful things here. As a necromancer, she had sensed the profound fear emanating from Li Shilong just before his dissolution. Alongside this fear, there lingered an incomprehensible fury. Lin Ye's expression turned grave as he murmured to himself. It seems that the perils within this instance extend beyond mere creatures. There are humans as well. With this thought, he gently pried Bai Xiaoming from his back. Observing the silver-haired girl with tear-filled eyes, he remarked, "If you were so frightened, why did you choose to enter the instance?" Bai Xiaoming stiffened, her gaze dropping as she fiddled with her fingers. "I have my reasons for coming." Not wishing to press further, Lin Ye chose to remain silent. Since they were already there, he resolved to make the most of the situation and continue summoning other spirits. With that, he strode toward another nearby corpse. "Professor Lin, I feel weak in the knees," Bai Xiaoming said, her face flushed. Lin Ye turned around, grasped her collar, and lifted her as one would a chick, leading her away. For the next half hour, Lin Ye resurrected the surrounding skeletal remains alongside Bai Xiaoming. However, the students who perished in this outermost layer were mostly of limited strength, their fragmented memories offering little in the way of further clues. "Professor Lin, I have no magic left." Bai Xiaoming, her cheeks crimson, sat on the ground, panting, with her magical energy nearly depleted. As the last skeleton dissolved into dust, Lin Ye shook his head and said, "Then let us take a moment to rest and venture deeper." In his perception, the source of the malevolent energy in the depths had not shifted, suggesting it posed no immediate danger. Once Bai Xiaoming had recovered a sufficient amount of magic, they pressed onward into the abyss. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the malevolence became. Bai Xiaoming's complexion paled, and her breathing grew labored. Lin Ye glanced at her, exasperated. "Bai Xiaoming, is your device merely for show?" "Oh, right. Bai Xiaoming fumbled to retrieve her key, clumsily inserting it into the device, nearly losing her grip. Wing, transformation, force rise, flying falcon, breakdown. A metallic falcon soared forth, enveloping her in its wings before transforming into a suit of pink armor. I feel much better," Bai Xiaoming exclaimed, bouncing with joy like a child who has just received a new toy. "Professor Lin, this is amazing." Lin Ye shook his head. "Let us move, don't lag behind." As they delved deeper, the surrounding environment began to shift. The once labyrinthine paths gradually converged into a singular route leading to the innermost chamber. Signs of battle were evident here. Lin Ye surveyed the area, observing numerous corpses of magical creatures, all crushed by overwhelming physical assaults. This must be the work of Chun Hao and his companions. Lin Ye gestured for Bai Xiaoming to hurry along. They had already wasted considerable time, and the others may have reached perilous territory. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and Zhou Ming had ventured deep into the heart of the instance. The dark red moss clinging to the rock walls writhed like veins, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Ever since entering the instance, Chun Hao had felt a dull ache in his chest, a searing pain from an old wound that felt as though it were being branded anew. He grimaced, instinctively rubbing the scar. Zhou Ming cast a glance at him. "If you can't hold on, don't force it. Transform quickly." Chun Hao grinned, thumping his chest with his fist. "This little pain is nothing. My resolve in martial arts is unyielding." Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a faint, sorrowful weeping echoed in his ears. "Why? Why must we be killed?" The voice was piercing and despairing, as if a specter had crawled forth from the depths of memory. Chun Hao abruptly shook his head, dispelling the auditory hallucination. Zhou Ming sensed his unusual demeanor and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What did you hear?" "Nothing," Chun Hao replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "This cursed place is quite the wind." Zhou Ming chose not to press further, yet his gaze had already sharpened with vigilance. As they continued onward, Zhou Ming suddenly spoke. Your purpose for entering this time is not solely to assist the juniors, is it? Chun Hao paused momentarily, and after a brief silence, he murmured, I seek to find Senior Li and Senior Zhang. Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, recalling events from 3 years prior when they, too, were freshmen besieged by monstrous invaders. He himself had encountered little danger, but he had heard that Chun Hao had narrowly escaped death from a monster's onslaught. Fortunately, upperclassmen had intervened, rescuing him in the nick of time. However, those seniors had ventured into the abyssal corridor and had never returned. Their remains should still be here. Chun Hao's voice was hoarse as he spoke. I want to know what they experienced in their final moments. Zhou Ming remained silent, tightening his grip on the device in his hand. They pressed on, turning through a narrow crevice, and suddenly, the environment shifted dramatically. The surrounding stone walls vanished, transforming into a pitch-black corridor. Chun Hao abruptly froze in place. Before him lay several skeletons, their uniforms long since decayed. Yet the nameplates on their chests were still barely discernible. One skeleton's right ring finger was missing, bitten off by a monster when Senior Li had shielded him. Senior. Chun Hao's voice trembled. Just as he was about to step forward, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a surge of black mist erupted forth, coalescing into a monstrous creature unlike any he had seen before, resembling a gigantic scorpion, its carapace adorned with twisted human faces, each mouth silently screaming. It's a Class B monster, be careful. Zhou Ming swiftly transformed, countering the overwhelming mental assault. It amplifies negative emotions. Transform quickly. Before he could finish, Chun Hao had already dashed forward, inserting the Sting Scorpion key into his device, completing his transformation in an instant. Sting Dystopia, he roared, his scorpion tail chain lashing around his legs, unleashing his ultimate move, a powerful kick that shattered the monster's shell, dispersing it into black mist. Chun Hao gasped for breath, kneeling before the remains, trembling as he picked up the nameplate. The very monster that had claimed the lives of those he once revered could not withstand even a single strike from him. Overwhelmed by a tide of mixed emotions, he murmured, Seniors, I have avenged you. However, Zhou Ming noticed that the black mist had not dissipated and shouted, Chun Hao, get away. Chun Hao turned to see the mist rushing toward him, engulfing him entirely. In the darkness, he heard more voices. Why did you kill us? The cries of his juniors echoed. The mist twisted and morphed, taking on familiar faces that surrounded him, screaming, mocking, and cursing. No, not me, Chun Hao shouted, clutching his head. The monster controlled me. Excuses. The apparition of a senior gripped his throat. You are nothing but a failure, unable to even guard his own martial spirit. Chun Hao's breath grew increasingly erratic as an old injury in his chest suddenly burst open, blood soaking through his uniform. In reality, Zhou Ming watched helplessly as the dark mist dissipated, while Chun Hao slowly rose to his feet and turned around. His gaze had transformed. Chun Hao, Zhou Ming called out tentatively. The response he received was a powerful fist aimed directly at his throat. Chapter 22. I have no time for your nonsense, Chun Hao. For heaven's sake, wake up. Zhou Ming, in a desperate roll, narrowly avoided a powerful punch, the rock wall behind him shattering under the force of Chun Hao's blow. Amidst the flying debris, he barely regained his footing, yet Chun Hao's relentless onslaught loomed once more. Damn it! Zhou Ming gritted his teeth as he beheld his frenzied comrade. Though both were equipped with peak B-grade armor, Chun Hao, a martial artist, had attained the pinnacle of diamond-level strength, while Zhou Ming, a paladin, could barely be considered a combat profession, his prowess only just entering the diamond tier. Thus, in a direct confrontation, the disparity in their abilities was alarmingly vast. The cleansing spell of the paladin should be able to dispel this state. Zhou Ming struggled to defend against the barrage, but could not find a moment to chant his incantation. Chun Hao's attacks were too densely packed. A single misstep would lead to disaster. Bang! Even the most meticulous of plans can falter. Chun Hao executed a sweeping kick, forcing Zhou Ming to barely raise his arms in defense, yet he was still sent flying. The armor creaked under the strain, data streams began to glitch. Damn it! In a sudden surge of anger, Zhou Ming seized the opportunity amidst Chun Hao's assault and delivered a punch to his helmet. Chun Hao, for the love of all that is good, wake up. Darkness. an endless abyss of shadows. Chun Hao knelt upon the ground, tormented by a cacophony of anguished questions. Why did you kill us? It hurts so much. Why? Those voices, like insidious parasites, burrowed into his mind. Chun Hao clutched his head in agony, tears blurring his vision. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I was controlled by the monsters. Was it truly the monsters? A familiar voice pierced through the gloom. Chun Hao snapped his head up, spotting two figures emerging from the darkness, Senior Li and Senior Zhang. Yet their expressions were no longer gentle, but steeped in scorn. Are you certain it was the monsters that controlled you? The senior scoffed. Was it not your own recklessness that led to this? Memories surged like a tidal wave. 3 years prior, when the monsters invaded the campus, Chun Hao, already at platinum level, easily dispatched several waves of creatures, brimming with confidence, until the B-grade despair devourer appeared. Retreat. We are no match for it. The classmates cried in terror. But Chun Hao laughed heartily and charged forward. Just a mere monster. Watch me obliterate it with a single punch. Then, he was consumed by an endless malice. When he regained consciousness, his hands were stained with blood. Before him lay a barely conscious junior, trembling and accusing. Why did you kill us? Chun Hao looked down, noticing the wounds on his chest, inflicted by his own classmates in retaliation. Though the school had attempted to suppress the news, guilt continued to torment him. Useless. The senior's voice yanked him back to reality. You think someone like you deserves to be the chief? You caused their deaths, and now you come to play the hero? The specter of the senior girl tightened its grip around his neck as she accused him, spouting claims of ensuring the school's safety, so that no one would suffer the monster's threat again. In truth, there lurked a selfish motive. You are aware of your guilt. Yes, I am guilty. I deserve to die. Chun Hao's gaze gradually became unfocused. He was indeed not as noble as he pretended. He merely sought to alleviate his own guilt, thinking that perhaps death would serve as a form of atonement. And now, perhaps this was the moment for his redemption. Darkness completely engulfed him. In the realm of reality, Chun Hao emitted a primal roar, his assault growing increasingly frenzied. Bang! Zhou Ming's armor finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught, shattering under the impact of a heavy blow. He crashed to the ground, his glasses shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was dire. Habitually, he adjusted his glasses and caught sight of two skeletal remains in the corner. Those were the corpses of Senior Li and Senior Zhang. They too appeared to have perished in mutual slaughter. Could this be our fate as well? Chun Hao's fist was raised high. Zhou Ming, resigned, closed his eyes. Stop! A soft command rang out, followed by a silver-white fireball hurtling toward Chun Hao. With a loud bang, Chun Hao was compelled to stagger back a few steps. Zhou Ming turned around to see Bai Xiaoming brandishing her staff, chanting incantations. Several fireballs were once again launched in their direction. However, Chun Hao, now fully aware, showed no fear. He allowed the fireballs to collide with him, erupting in fiery bursts. Yet he relentlessly advanced toward Zhou Ming. It was over. My attacks seemed ineffective. Bai Xiaoming quickly lost her composure, anxiously glancing at Lin Ye beside her. Professor Lin, what should we do? Lin Ye's gaze fell upon Chun Hao, sensing an overwhelming malice. Why was only he under control? He furrowed his brow, but there was no time for contemplation. Observing Chun Hao once more closing in on Zhou Ming to launch an attack, Lin Ye simply raised a hand. A wave of dark data rippled through the air. In the next instant, Chun Hao's armor disintegrated entirely. The Ark-One Driver possessed an almost absolute control over the 0-1 series. Bai Xiaoming's fireball spell struck him again, sending him hurtling away. Bai Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise, quickly waving her hands. I didn't mean to. Lin Ye ignored her, instead shouting at Zhou Ming, get back. It's not over yet. Zhou Ming, now alert, scrambled backward. Indeed, Chun Hao stood once more. After enduring Bai Xiaoming's fireball spell, his body bore not a single wound. Without the armor's protection, Zhou Ming could finally perceive the madness etched across Chun Hao's face. We all must die. Chun Hao howled as he charged forward. Lin Ye's form flickered, transforming into a streak of black lightning that surged forth. Boom! With a deafening crash, Chun Hao was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the rock wall. Amidst the swirling dust, his silhouette emerged once more, His right hand fractured, yet it seemed he felt no pain. Truly, he was a martial artist. The resilience of his flesh was indeed extraordinary. Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaim, though he had not exerted himself with force. It was evident that even a being of diamond caliber could not withstand it. It could only be said that Chun Hao's current strength had approached the realm of a master. However, this was where it ended. Lin Ye gently raised his hand, and countless streams of black data surged from beneath Chun Hao's feet, ensnaring him firmly. From the earlier attack, he had discerned that Chun Hao's consciousness had already dissipated. This body now resembled a mere shell, a lifeless entity. To hold it, one could only resort to annihilation. Of course, another option was to sever his control. Are not a priest? Quickly, use the purification spell. Lin Ye cast a sidelong glance at Su Muqing. Su Muqing, finally grasping the situation, hastily began to chant the incantation. In the next instant, a golden light erupted, enveloping Chun Hao instantly. Simultaneously, in the midst of darkness, a beam of sacred light suddenly pierced through. This was Su Muqing's purification spell. Chun Hao felt momentarily disoriented. He clearly understood that if he stepped into that sacred light, he could escape from this place. Don't go. The shadows behind him tugged at him, urging him to remain and atone for his sins. You deserve to die. Indeed, stay with us. The phantoms once again echoed with nightmarish voices. Yes, I deserve to die. Chun Hao collapsed to his knees, helplessly watching the radiance fade, and subsequently fell back into the abyss of darkness. Outside, Chun Hao writhed in agony under the golden light, yet ultimately rose again, his gaze still frenzied. Why isn't it working? Su Muqing exclaimed in astonishment. It is his own unwillingness to awaken, Lin Ye replied coldly. If that is the case, then I shall have to resort to more forceful measures. In the next moment, a torrent of crimson-black data completely enveloped Chun Hao. Lin Ye's consciousness flowed through the malevolence, entering Chun Hao's mental realm. Darkness, anguish, and remorse. Lin Ye beheld Chun Hao on his knees, surrounded by countless phantoms. A glance revealed the fragments that ensnared Chun Hao, all laid bare before him. Boring. With a decisive step forward, the surrounding malevolence retreated as if in the presence of royalty. He seized Chun Hao and hurled him into the air. I have no time for your nonsense. Go out and awaken. Chapter 23. The perfect conclusion. With a thunderous roar, a mass of black mist erupted from Chun Hao's body, twisting in the air before coalescing into an ominous B-grade creature. A grotesque scorpion adorned with contorted human faces, each visage silently screaming. Chun Hao, drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow and vacant, resembling a lifeless husk devoid of its soul. Lin Ye merely cast a fleeting glance at him before redirecting his focus to the monstrous entity. The creature, once menacing, now recoiled as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Born of malice and thriving on the consumption of negative emotions, it now sensed an unprecedented terror emanating from Lin Ye. This was a pure malevolence, a level of malevolence unattainable by such a lowly creature. Lin Ye's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he strode deliberately towards the beast. Nearby, Su Muqing, witnessing the unfolding scene, exclaimed urgently, Professor Lin, do not act impulsively. Physical attacks are ineffective against it, and may even be manipulated by it. Allow me to handle this. Chun Hao's earlier assault had already demonstrated the futility of conventional attacks. Although an armorer by profession, Su Muqing understood that such efforts relied on mechanical prowess, an embodiment of scientific strength. In contrast, this creature was a purely metaphysical entity. Physical assaults would not only prove ineffective, but would be absorbed, nourishing its existence. Nonetheless, Lin Ye pressed a button on his device and activated the ascension key of Ark-One. Malice. Perfect conclusion. Learning 1. A crimson vortex erupted from the device, unleashing a torrent of terrifying malevolence that engulfed the entire space. Su Muqing and Bai Xiaoming's expressions shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating a few steps, their eyes wide with horror. What on earth is happening? They had never encountered such unadulterated malice before. The B-grade creature was already saturated with an overwhelming negativity. Yet, in comparison to Lin Ye's dark energy, it seemed like a mere firefly vying for the moonlight. With a resounding crash, Lin Ye unleashed a punch, and the crimson energy vortex swiftly consumed the creature. Its form appeared to dissolve, disintegrating inch by inch until it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Notification: B-grade creature slain X1. Awarded 500 creation points. Su Muqing and Bai Xiaoming stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. They distinctly observed that, in its final moments, the faces on the creature exhibited expressions of sheer terror. A creature that feasted on fear. Could it too experience fear? They exchanged incredulous glances, realizing they had underestimated the power of Lin Ye's device. This was a profound divergence from their preconceived notions of the armorer profession. As the creatures fell, the surrounding malevolence diminished sharply, and the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. Su Muqing and Bai Xiaoming finally exhaled in relief, indicating that they were momentarily safe. However, Chen Hao remained kneeling, motionless. Su Muqing furrowed his brow and approached him, giving him a gentle nudge. "Hey, Chen Hao, what on earth is going on with you? How could a B-rank creature possibly control you, especially with a driver in play?" According to the school's assessments, even an ordinary person wielding the driver crafted by Lin Ye should be immune to the mental influence of a B-rank creature. Moreover, Chen Hao's resolve was unmatched within the entire school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved the pinnacle of diamond rank before graduation, standing just a step away from master rank. With his talent, he could have easily broken through to master rank before graduating, becoming one of the few master graduates in the history of Tsinghua University. Yet, his previous behavior left Su Muqing utterly perplexed. Chen Hao slowly lifted his head, his eyes dull and devoid of light, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "I'm sorry. Brother, I think I can only come this far." Su Muqing was taken aback, then erupted in anger, seizing him by the collar. "What the hell are you talking about? I risked my life to come in here with you, and you're saying this? Weren't you always so tough? Why are you cowering now?" With a bitter smile, Chen Hao finally revealed the events of 3 years prior. "At that time, I was controlled by a creature and ended up killing my juniors. They were crying and asking me why I was killing them. I didn't know." Tears welled in Chen Hao's fierce eyes, and the nearly 2-meter-tall man began to weep silently. Su Muqing froze in shock. How could he have known that Chen Hao bore such a heavy past? Bai Xiaoming's eyes glistened with tears as she covered her mouth, unable to speak. They were merely students in their teens or early 20s. At most, they had slain a couple of creatures. Taking a life was still an unfathomable concept for them. Therefore, Bai Xiaoming could easily imagine that had she been in Chen Hao's place, she would have crumbled even more quickly. This isn't your fault," Su Muqing hesitated to say. Chen Hao shook his head. "But I was the one who killed them." Su Muqing fell silent for a moment, then finally released his grip, gritting his teeth as he asked, "So what do you intend to do now? Wait here, die?" Chen Hao did not respond, merely lowering his head as if resigned to his fate. Lin Ye stood nearby, observing the scene with a cold gaze. He understood Chen Hao's guilt, but vehemently disagreed with his choice. Knowing full well that his resolve was compromised, yet concealing the truth and entering the instance was unacceptable. The school could not possibly be unaware of this fact. The only explanation was that Chen Hao had made assurances to himself and demonstrated to the school that he was capable. But evidently, both he and the school had erred. Due to his weakness, he had jeopardized the entire team. Had it not been for Lin Ye's presence, everyone entering the instance would have perished at Chen Hao's hands. A diamond-level martial artist, within such a confined space, embodies the epitome of a hunter. Perhaps the numerous expedition teams that had come before met their ultimate demise for similar reasons. "Since you wish to remain, then stay here," Lin Ye remarked calmly. "Bai Xiaoming, come with me." Bai Xiaoming nodded eagerly and trotted to catch up with Lin Ye. Su Muqing hesitated for a moment, then sighed, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder. "It is safe here now. You should stay behind. We will return to settle accounts once we conquer this dungeon." He rose and chose to follow Lin Ye's lead. Lin Ye said little more, merely advancing towards the 2 corpses not far away. They were nearing the depths of the dungeon, where the deceased were likely formidable. They might uncover more truths. Bai Xiaoming, resurrect them. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaoming approached the bodies and began to chant an incantation. After reviving numerous senior students alongside Lin Ye, she had become desensitized to these skeletal beings. However, she quickly sensed something amiss. Her magical energy was depleting rapidly. Professor Lin, their strength surpasses mine. The resurrection may fail. Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Do your best. Bai Xiaoming gritted her teeth and continued the incantation. As an ethereal blue light illuminated the scene, the two skeletons slowly rose, ignited by the flames of their souls. Chapter 24. The manipulation of external forces. The flickering flames of souls within the eye sockets of two skeletons danced softly as they surveyed their surroundings, eventually resting upon Lin Ye and Bai Xiaoming. You are students of Shengwu University? The male skeleton's voice was hoarse and indistinct, as though it emanated from a distant realm. Freshman of the 25th level Forge Master Academy, Lin Ye replied succinctly. 25th level. The female skeleton's soul flame flickered intensely for a moment. Has so many years truly passed? The two exchanged glances, and a palpable sense of loss was discernible upon their skeletal visages. Then, the male skeleton murmured, This dungeon has remained unbroken? Lin Ye nodded affirmatively. What exactly did you encounter? With your diamond tier prowess, you should not have fallen to mere B-level monsters. Both skeletons offered a bitter smile. The female skeleton's bony fingers gently caressed the wound upon her chest. The true adversaries have never solely been the monsters. What do you mean? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Those foreign students. The male skeleton's tone suddenly turned venomous. They were never here to assist us. Foreign students? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, recalling the corpses of foreign students he had seen at the periphery earlier. Indeed, we fortified ourselves against the monsters, yet remained unguarded against those around us. The female skeleton's voice brimmed with regret. They employed special artifacts to dismantle our mental defenses. A sudden realization dawned upon Lin Ye. Logically, the university should have been aware of the presence of mental pollution within the dungeon over the years, and thus should have made necessary preparations. Given the diamond tier strength of these two, had they been slightly vigilant, they could not have perished at the hands of a B-level monster. It was crucial to note that they were among the elite of Shengwu University, even among diamond tier individuals. Their capabilities far surpassed those of their counterparts outside, at least by 2 tiers. Ordinary diamond tier dungeons could easily be soloed by them. Why would they do this? Bai Xiaoming asked timidly. Previously, she and Lin Ye had resurrected several foreign students' corpses, but their strength had been relatively weak, with scant memories left, providing little useful information. Yet, given the current context, it seemed those foreign student spirits might retain some remnants of their former selves. In response to this query, the two skeletons simultaneously shook their heads, their soul flames dimming slightly. We are equally in the dark. Perhaps only by breaching the depths of the dungeon can we uncover the truth. However, one thing is clear. For so many years, foreign students have entered alongside us annually. Most of their strengths were at the pinnacle of platinum tier, with not a few diamond tier professionals among them. Therefore, neither the university nor the other members of the expedition team ever harbored doubts. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. To casually expend both platinum and diamond tier professionals is an extravagant gamble. Shengwu University is already one of the foremost institutions in Huagua. Yet most graduates only attain platinum tier. Those who reach diamond tier before graduation are exceedingly exceptional. It is no wonder that neither the school nor others have ever harbored doubts. The loss of even 1 or 2 elite students, whether platinum or diamond tier, over 2 years constitutes a significant blow. Upon hearing this, the flames of soul within the two skeletons flickered and they hastily inquired, Does your expedition team include any international students? Lin Ye shook his head, sighing, Regrettably, there are none this year. Yet, for him, their presence would have been rather advantageous. The ability to perceive malice could have unveiled their intentions beforehand. In such a case, employing his own methods would render it unnecessary to enter the instance to extract the entire truth. The two skeletons exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend what their junior regretted. Professor Lin, my magical energy is nearly depleted, Bai Xiaoming said, her face pale, suddenly speaking up. With her current strength, she could not sustain such high-level necromancy for an extended period. I understand the situation well enough. Dispel the magic. Lin Ye gestured with his hand. The two skeletons shared a glance and spoke. Your ability to reach this point places you among the top tier, of all previous cohorts. We sincerely wish for your success in this instance and hope you emerge alive. Their voices grew increasingly faint, just as Bai Xiaoming was about to nullify the spell. Chun Hao, kneeling on the ground, suddenly rushed forward. Senior Li, Senior Zhang. His voice trembled. The flames of soul in the two skeletons flared brightly. Chun Hao, observing the injuries on Chun Hao and Zhou Ming, they quickly understood. Have you also fallen under the control of the monsters? Chun Hao collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. It is my fault. I am to blame. Those juniors, it was I who harmed them. Fool! The female skeleton stepped forward, gently stroking his head. That was not your fault, but I was the one who acted. Chun Hao lamented, clutching his head in despair. The skeletal hand of Senior Li rested lightly on his shoulder. Being controlled by monsters was not your intention. You're senior, and I share that burden. Unlike us, you still live and can make amends. Can I truly make amends? Chun Hao looked up, hope rekindling in his eyes. Of course, although Senior Zhang's voice was faint, it resonated with strength. Complete the unfinished business on our behalf. At that moment, the flames of soul in the two skeletons flickered violently. Bai Xiaoming's complexion turned pale. Her magical energy was nearly exhausted. Time is running short. Senior Li's voice became intermittent. Chun Hao, promise us. I will. Chun Hao wiped his tears, his voice resolute. I will conquer this instance. The two skeletons exchanged a glance of relief. Despite their skeletal forms, the depth of affection in their eyes was unmistakable. It was all too sudden. Senior Li turned to Senior Zhang. There was something I never had the chance to say. So did I. The flames of soul in Senior Zhang danced gently. I love you. I love you too. The two skeletons embraced, their flames transforming into twinkling starlight as they dissipated. Their skeletal forms lay not in a state of self-destruction, but rather entwined in an embrace upon the ground. Silence enveloped the cavern. Chun Hao knelt in place, lost in contemplation. Let us proceed. Lin Ye finally broke the stillness and moved forward. Chun Hao gradually rose, the confusion in his eyes replaced by an unprecedented resolve. Senor, he murmured, your aspirations shall be fulfilled by me. Zhou Ming placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, his voice nearly faltering. Bai Xiaoming wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and hurried to catch up with the already advancing Lin Ye. The truth may very well lie within the darkness before them. For many years, every expedition team had met with failure. Everyone believed it was due to the inadequacies of the participants. Yet now, they had begun to uncover fragments of the truth. As long as they could escape this place, everything would be revealed. Chapter 25. The school bell has a problem. An A-class monster emerges deep within the abyssal corridor. Darkness clung to the air like a thick, tangible substance. Lin Ye walked at the forefront, his expression serene, seemingly impervious to the suffocating malice that permeated the surroundings. In contrast, Chun Hao, Zhou Ming, and Bai Xiaoming trailed behind, their faces etched with concern, their steps heavy. Zhou Ming produced a pair of glasses from seemingly nowhere and adjusted the frames, frowning as he remarked, even with Professor Lin's drive enhancing our defenses, the ambient malevolence remains palpable, albeit diminished. The impacts, however, are not negligible. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the grim battle scars etched into the surrounding rock walls. If we draw closer to the source of this malevolence, the consequences could prove fatal. Turning to Chun Hao, Zhou Ming inquired, are you sure you're all right? Chun Hao scratched his head, a look of confusion spreading across his earnest face. What do you mean? Zhou Ming sighed. You're certain there are no lingering issues? Realization dawned on Chun Hao, his face reddening as he exclaimed, that was just an accident. My resolve is now unbreakable. Zhou Ming nodded in reassurance. That is good to hear. If a confrontation arises and you return against us with your peak diamond-level strength, it would be catastrophic. At this juncture, Zhou Ming quickened his pace to match Lin Ye's side. Professor Lin, I have a question I wish to pose. Lin Ye turned slightly, his steps unceasing. Go ahead. Zhou Ming cast a glance at the Yakai drive, his eyes flickering with curiosity. It appears, Professor Lin, that your drive exhibits remarkable resistance, or perhaps dominion over the malevolent incursions within this realm. He paused, then added, you must be able to sense the presence of this malevolence, correct? Lin Ye halted, intrigued by Su Muqing's perceptiveness. To discern such details from a mere transformation speaks volumes of his insight, far exceeding that of his other two companions. Glancing back, Lin Ye noticed by Su Muqing clutching his clothing, her complexion pale, her gaze fixed downward, oblivious to Lin Ye's scrutiny. Shaking his head, Lin Ye affirmed, "Indeed." Su Muqing nodded, pressing further. "Then what class of monster resides deep within this instance?" Lin Ye did not respond directly, instead directing his gaze into the encroaching darkness ahead. The drive at his waist flickered with streams of data, revealing the results of his malevolence perception. Detected A-class malevolence source. Threat level low. A-class, Lin Ye stated flatly. Before Su Muqing could respond, Chun Hao reacted first, exclaiming, "What?" He stepped forward, anxiety palpable in his voice as he looked at Lin Ye. "Are you certain, Brother Lin?" Lin Ye nodded affirmatively. "Correct. It is indeed A-class." Chun Hao swallowed hard, nervously tracing the scar across his chest. Uncertainty loomed within me. Although comforted by the esteemed seniors, I believed I had unraveled the knots in my heart. Yet, when confronted with an A-class monster, doubt still lingered within. When exactly did this dungeon come into existence? Lin Ye suddenly inquired. Chun Hao, looking bewildered, scratched his head and replied, "I'm not sure. The instructor didn't teach us that." Su Muqing rolled his eyes, adjusted his glasses, and retorted brusquely. This dungeon emerged over a decade ago in a ruin outside the school. Initially, only a few adventurers ventured in to explore, but none returned alive. Subsequently, the dungeon began to expand, with rifts in space appearing frequently, allowing monsters to surge forth, even threatening the safety of our school. The higher-ups intervened, turning the ruins into rubble and dispatching diamond-level instructors to lead expeditions, but alas. He paused, choosing not to continue. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, pondering. If no one could emerge alive, why would those foreign students deliberately enter? If their intent were merely to assassinate the school's elites, there would be no need to exchange them for students of equal rank, would there? Su Muqing's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting someone is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Lin Ye responded coolly. Moreover, they possess more information regarding this dungeon than we do. As soon as the words left his lips, the other three felt an inexplicable chill. Why would an external force know more intricate details about a dungeon that had never been conquered? The underlying truth might surpass their comprehension. Su Muqing inhaled deeply. If we manage to survive this ordeal, we must urge the school to conduct a thorough investigation into those foreign entities. The past few decades have been too peaceful. The school's guard has been lowered, granting them an opportunity. The group fell silent for a moment before pressing onward. Suddenly, Su Muqing timidly spoke up, What about Sister Su? Lin Ye halted. Indeed, what is Su Muqing? With her strength, bolstered by the driver, it was implausible for her to have perished at the periphery. Yet, throughout their journey, they had not encountered a single trace of her combat. Either she was dead, or she had ventured much deeper. Su Muqing abruptly realized, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, I just remembered. Su Muqing's father, the esteemed board member Su Lai, has been advocating for the exchange program for foreign students for years. Under the pretext of showcasing the prowess of Shungu University, the school has been wholeheartedly supportive. The group instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If the Su family were indeed linked to this dungeon, then Su Muqing's purpose for entering it was anything but simple. They would not fear our survival and the potential for exposure. The only plausible scenario is. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold, recognizing that their plan must reach fruition today. As the sole daughter of the Su family, it was inconceivable that she would be sacrificed if this matter pertained to them. Even if Su Muqing held knowledge of a safe escape from the dungeon, it would be evident that she alone could not evade the school's extensive investigation. Evidently, this copy is unlike any that have come before. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly raised his head, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing in his eyes. Be cautious, something approaches. No sooner had he spoken than the malevolent atmosphere surged alarmingly. The very fabric of space warped, and a cacophony of ghostly whispers erupted in their ears. Chun Hao, Su Muqing, and Su Muqing turned ashen, the scene before them beginning to distort. their innermost fears magnified infinitely. "Hey, psychic attack!" Zhou Ming gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. Lin Ye's voice turned cold. "An A-class monster is coming. You all retreat." "A-class?" Chen Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. It actually sought them out. "Enough chatter. Transform." Lin Ye barked. The trio, sensing the urgency, promptly inserted their keys. Transform. 3 beams of light flashed, armor enveloping their bodies, the oppressive influence dissipating instantaneously. Chen Hao let out a hearty laugh, charging to the forefront. "My resolve is now harder than true gold. A mere A-class monster. Watch me pierce it with an arrow." He summoned a crossbow, drawing back the string, energy arrows shooting forth to illuminate the darkness. As the arrows traversed the surroundings, the group finally beheld the grim sight, bodies strewn across the ground, each having perished in mutual slaughter. "Chen Hao, don't act recklessly," Zhou Ming shouted. Yet, Chen Hao had already charged ahead, arrows flying in rapid succession, light bursting forth. "Come on, I'll put you down." In the next heartbeat, bang, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, the armor dissipating in an instant. It was Chen Hao. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened, a terrifying malice sweeping in like a tsunami. Chapter 26. The Hunter and the Prey. The silhouette of the A-rank monster finally emerged in its entirety. It was a grotesque creature resembling a colossal wolf, yet possessing 3 heads, each adorned with a myriad of eyes reflecting countless anguished souls within their pupils. Its form was composed of pure malevolence, a body of black mist that writhed incessantly, as if countless human faces were struggling and wailing within. With its appearance, the surrounding atmosphere thickened with malice, the black fog coalescing into a near-tangible substance, engulfing everything like a viscous swamp. Even clad in armor, Zhou Ming and Bai Xiaoming felt an immediate suffocation. Is this the power of an A-rank monster? Zhou Ming gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Nightmarish memories began to surface before his eyes, attacked by monsters in his youth, helplessly watching as his companions were torn apart. Bai Xiaoming collapsed to her knees, her breath quickening. "Professor Lin, I cannot endure this." Her vision began to distort, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. Her sister, the radiant genius, the brightest star in their family. Everyone took pride in her, while Bai Xiaoming remained forever the overshadowed sibling. Despite her relentless efforts, she could never catch up to her sister's brilliance. Until that fateful day when she awakened the same profession, necromancer. She had thought she could finally prove herself, but upon returning home, she was met with devastating news. Her sister had perished in a dungeon at Shangwu University. Her parents were shattered, their gazes toward her filled with resentment. Why did you awaken this profession? Did you steal her talent?" Silent tears streamed down by Xiaoming's face as her fingers clenched tightly within her armor. "No, it's not like this suddenly." "Chen Hao." Zhou Ming snapped back to reality, cold sweat soaking his back. They could barely hold their ground with the driver. Chen Hao, already emotionally vulnerable, had now been overwhelmed, reverting from his transformation. He was surely becoming a toy for the monster. Zhou Ming turned to see Chen Hao, bloodied and bowed, struggling to rise. This is the end, a formidable A-rank monster ahead, and a rampaging Chen Hao behind yet. In the next moment, he realized he was mistaken. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Damn it, this is killing me." Chen Hao patted his head, a grin breaking across his face as fierce determination ignited in his eyes. "Stop calling out of my head. You can't influence me." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of energy, the aura of a peak diamond-level warrior erupting around him. The scorching vitality surged forth like an ocean, forcefully driving back the surrounding malevolence. "An A-rank monster? I've slain plenty before." He clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging as a terrifying energy coalesced at his fingertips. Heavenly Sun demonic break fist. With this very strike, he had once decimated an A-rank monster. The wind of fists howled, and the blazing golden light erupted like the sun, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were midday. "You all, quickly take cover." Zhou Ming snapped back to reality and hurriedly retreated to the side. Lin Ye turned back and gently patted Bai Xiaoming's shoulder, instantly dispelling the malevolence that enveloped her. He then pulled her back out. The A-rank monster was momentarily stunned by Chun Hao's imposing presence, bracing itself for what was to come. In the next moment, Chun Hao unleashed a powerful punch, the force causing the very fabric of space to tremble, black mist evaporating as the A-rank creature began to disintegrate under the might of his blow. Boom! The brilliance erupted. The creature's form consumed by golden light, and the surrounding malevolence diminished sharply. As the radiance faded, Su Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it been defeated? Chun Hao, panting heavily, grinned. What did you expect? You know my strength. That punch had drained a significant portion of his vitality. Empowered by A-rank martial techniques, he could indeed challenge a master. However, Lin Ye's icy voice cut through the moment. It is not over. No sooner had he spoken than a loud bang echoed. The ground beneath Chun Hao suddenly exploded, and dark tendrils violently hurled him away. Chun Hao! Su Muqing gasped in shock. The A-rank monster reformed, emerging from the shadows. Its three-headed visage fixed its eyes on Lin Ye, a deep growl emanating from its throat. Su Muqing quickly realized the implications, exclaiming, "Monsters primarily act on instinct. An A-rank creature possesses no more intelligence than a beast. It sees Professor Lin as a rival." The notion that an A-rank creature regarded Lin Ye as a peer was unfathomable. Lin Ye's gaze remained cold, unperturbed by the creature's threat, as his ability to sense malevolence continued to expand. He detected the source of A-rank malevolence looming close. Deeper within the dungeon, only a B-rank malevolent fluctuation remained. If all went as expected, this monster was the final boss of the dungeon. Su Muqing, take Chun Hao and go deeper into the dungeon, he stated calmly. You three must uncover the truth. If there is any issue with Su Muqing, eliminate her without hesitation. But what about you? Su Muqing questioned. This A-rank creature is mine to handle, Lin Ye replied, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Su Muqing glanced at the unconscious Chun Hao slumped against the monster and gritted his teeth, but Chun Hao is behind it. Do not worry. It dares not obstruct you. Su Muqing swallowed hard, steeling himself as he approached the creature. With every step, he felt as if his heart might burst from his chest. The three heads of the monster slowly turned, countless eyes fixating on him. Its shadowy form loomed perilously close, revealing faces struggling in the mist. Yet, the monster remained still. Trembling, Su Muqing hoisted the unconscious Chun Hao and once more passed by the creature. This time, the monster could no longer contain itself. It roared. As the dark mist surged, it suddenly raised its sharp claws, poised to rend the human who dared to provoke it. However, just as it was about to strike, whoosh, countless chains of crimson data entwined from all directions, instantly binding the creature's limbs and head. It roared in fury, thrashing wildly, yet unable to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Su Muqing dragged Chun Hao away in a frantic dash, with Bai Xiaoming following closely behind. The trio swiftly vanished into the depths of the corridor. Lin Ye watched them depart, only averting his gaze once he confirmed their safety. Now it was just him and this Class A creature. Next, he gently pressed the device, and a scarlet stream of data surged around him. It was time for our private encounter. How many creation points could a Class A creature yield? A smirk played on Lin Ye's lips, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. Now, the roles of hunter and prey were about to be reversed. Chapter 27, Malicious Crushing. A-class monster despair, a dark crimson data chain entwined the limbs and three heads of the A-class monster, firmly binding it in place. The creature thrashed wildly, its shadowy form contorting and transforming, yet it remained unable to escape. With a thunderous roar, a blinding black light erupted from its body. The entire instant's space trembled violently, debris cascading from the rock walls, and the ground fissured with countless cracks. The chains emitted a series of strained creaks, ultimately snapping in succession and dissipating into data streams in the air. Lin Ye squinted, a glint of surprise flashing in his scarlet compound eyes. In his perception of malice, the monster's strength had reached the level of A-class Tier 5. This was an almost insurmountable existence in a dungeon restricted to Diamond Tier entries. Intriguing, Lin Ye murmured softly to himself. Once freed from its bindings, the myriad eyes on the creature's three heads turned in unison towards Lin Ye, their wariness transforming entirely into aggression. It recognized the malice emanating from Lin Ye, a presence more pure and terrifying than its own. Instinctively, the creature understood that such a being could either be subdued or devoured. With a fierce roar, the monster unleashed its full power, its shadowy form swelling as it lunged at Lin Ye. The three gaping maws opened simultaneously, revealing a mass of razor-sharp teeth within. Lin Ye remained motionless until the monster was mere inches away, at which point he nonchalantly raised his right fist. Bang! With a dull thud, the creature's body exploded like a water balloon struck by a heavy hammer. Black mist splattered in all directions, only to swiftly reassemble in midair. In the blink of an eye, the monster restored itself, though the density of the black mist surrounding it had noticeably thinned. Is physical attack ineffective? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, pondering a different approach. The monster, clearly enraged, raised all three heads, emitting a piercing shriek. The left head unleashed a torrent of pitch-black flames. The center head fired a twisted violet beam, while the right head released countless fine black threads. Each attack contained a dreadful malice potent enough to obliterate diamond-tier practitioners in an instant. In the next moment, the onslaught descended like a torrential rain, instantly engulfing Lin Ye's position. Explosive flames shot skyward, and the shockwave pulverized the surrounding rocks into dust. As the monster paused to catch its breath, a triumphant glint sparkled in the multitude of eyes atop its heads. However, the very next second, its expression froze. A black-red data torrent surged forth from the center of the explosion, swallowing the flames and beams like a tidal wave. Lin Ye emerged unscathed, his scarlet compound eyes exceptionally prominent in the darkness. Is that it? Lin Ye's voice carried a distinct note of disappointment. An A-class monster possesses such limited capabilities? The creature took a fearful step back, its body composed entirely of pure malice, quivering in trepidation. The countless eyes on its three heads simultaneously displayed expressions of terror, an emotion it had never encountered since its inception. No, impossible. The creature emitted indistinct whispers, and its three heads suddenly converged, fervently accumulating energy. A swirling black mist formed around it, gathering the malice of the entire dungeon space. Yet, Lin Ye merely observed this scene quietly, not even adopting a defensive stance. Boom! A jet of pitch-black energy, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, erupted from the creature's mouth, leaving minute fissures in its wake. The force of this strike had reached the zenith of A-class power. Faced with this cataclysmic blow, Lin Ye casually waved his hand. Smack! The energy projectile was swatted away as if it were a mere fly, crashing into a distant rock wall at an angle. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the very fabric of the dungeon's space trembled violently. The shockwave swept through, vaporizing the countless bones strewn across the ground, leaving not a trace behind. The eyes of the creature's three heads bulged in disbelief at this spectacle. So weak, Lin Ye glanced down at his hands, pondering whether he was simply too strong. He had anticipated an evenly matched battle, yet this A-class creature lacked even the qualifications to elicit his seriousness. However, upon reflection, he realized that hunting monsters was not his primary objective. It was the experience and creation points that truly mattered. With this thought, Lin Ye hesitated no longer. He raised his right hand, and a vast crimson-black vortex materialized in the sky. Countless weapons forged from Malicious data emerged from the Whirlpool 01 series briefcase firearms. The sublimation program Locust Sword and the Thousand Hijacker. A torrential downpour of weapons descended like raindrops. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades slicing into flesh resonated continuously. As the creature let out a wretched scream, its mist-like body severed into countless fragments. Each weapon bore pure malice, inflicting not only physical damage, but also eroding its very essence. When the rain of weapons ceased, the creature had been reduced to a mass of writhing black shards, and the concentration of malice surrounding it had significantly diminished. However, the system's notification did not sound. Lin Ye furrowed his brow as the malice perception program began to flicker wildly. In his awareness, the once singular A-class source of malice had now split into dozens. As the smoke cleared, The sight before Lin Ye elicited mild astonishment. Those black fragments had coalesced into several small monsters. Though diminished in size, each radiated authentic A-class energy. Are they playing tricks? Lin Ye couldn't help but scoff, questioning if this dungeon was truly intended for diamond-level players. Dozens of small monsters emitted excited shrieks, their eyes glinting with sinister expressions. They swiftly dispersed, surrounding Lin Ye from all directions. Each one was gathering energy, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Lin Ye glanced around. Unperturbed, he raised his hand and lightly tapped the button atop the Ark Driver. Malice, terror, wrath, loathing, despair, as the deep electronic voice resonated. A scarlet data vortex surged forth from the driver. 5 forms of humanity's most unadulterated malice coalesced into a tangible energy, flowing ceaselessly into Lin Ye's being. His armor began to emit a blinding crimson light, its data patterns writhing as if animated. At that moment, the assaults of dozens of monstrous entities were also poised to commence. They simultaneously opened their maws, unleashing dark beams of light that converged upon the center like an inescapable net. Lin Ye, unfazed, activated the sublimation key. Perfect conclusion. Learning 5. The 5 torrents of malevolent energy within him harmoniously fused, erupting into a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The scarlet deluge of data swept through, causing the monstrous assaults to evaporate like snow in the sun. The smaller creatures were rendered utterly silent, extinguished before they could even utter a cry, obliterated by an unadulterated essence of malice. The entire dungeon space trembled violently, with countless fissures appearing in the rock walls, as if they were on the verge of collapse. When tranquility was restored, not a trace of any monstrous presence remained within a 100-meter radius. Ding! A-level monster killed X1, earning 5,000 creation points. Chapter 28. The depths of the instance. Seeds of malice. Lin Ye stood motionless, his crimson compound eyes surveying the surroundings. Malice perception field activated. B-class malice source detected. Threat level. Extremely low. Something feels amiss. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. He had clearly slain that A-class monstrosity, with the system confirming he had earned 5,000 creation points. Yet, at this moment, the B-class malice source in the depths of the instance was expanding at an alarming rate. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled as countless black mists surged from all directions, converging toward the innermost part of the instance. Within those mists, distorted human faces could be faintly discerned, remnants of the malevolent energy from the A-class creature he had just vanquished. Warning: malice source level rising. Threat level: low, medium, high. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. A B-class malice source posed a threat several tiers higher than the earlier A-class creature. Something must be occurring deep within the instance. He hesitated no longer, his form flickering as he dashed toward the depths. However, just as he surged forward, the entire instance space quaked violently. Countless monsters erupted from the rock walls, the ground, and even the void, densely blocking his path. Roar! These creatures varied in shape, but uniformly radiated a palpable malevolence. Strangely, they exhibited no fear in the presence of Lin Ye. Instead, they seemed driven by some higher will, charging at him with reckless abandon. Seeking death, Lin Ye snorted coldly, waving his right hand, a torrent of black-red data gushing forth, instantly devouring dozens of monsters. Ding! C-class monsters killed X37, earned 1850 creation points. Ding! B-class monsters killed X2, earned 1,000 creation points. Yet, the monsters appeared inexhaustible, surging forward in relentless waves. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Ye's eyes. These lower-tier monsters should instinctively fear the malice of Yake, yet they charged forth like a suicide squad. It seems whatever lies deeper holds a greater terror over them than I do. With that thought, Lin Ye ceased to hold back, the data patterns on his device suddenly illuminating. Malice Torrent. Full release. A terrifying black tide erupted around him, vaporizing all monsters in its path. Yet, Lin Ye did not linger, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he raced toward the innermost depths of the instance. Meanwhile, in the depths of the instance, Chen Hao, Zhou Ming, and Bai Xiaoming stood before an ancient altar, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The altar was circular, approximately 10 meters in diameter, encircled by 7 stone pillars. Atop one of the pillars rested a black-purple mirror, its surface flickering with eerie light. What on earth is this? Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses, astonished. Bai Xiaoming shrank her neck. That mirror is terrifying. I feel its malevolence is several times denser than the surroundings. Chun Hao clenched his fists, his diamond-level warrior perception heightening his tension. This is not right. The sense of threat here is even stronger than that of the previous A-class creature. Zhou Ming meticulously observed the altar and soon discerned the anomalies. Look at those corpses. Scattered around the altar were several relatively intact skeletal remains, all clad in the uniforms of Shangwu University. Unlike the bodies outside that had perished in fratricidal conflict, these remains all faced the center of the altar, as if they had been attempting to attack something in their final moments. Suddenly, Zhou Ming crouched down, pointing at a spot on the ground where there were traces of equipment dissolution. Following his gesture, Chun Hao and Bai Xiaoming noticed several patches of melted metal on the ground, leading to the base of the altar's stone pillar. That mirror, is it absorbing the energy of A-grade equipment? Bai Xiaoming's voice trembled. Zhou Ming nodded. I fear it is not only the equipment, but also the energy of its users. At that moment, Chun Hao spoke up. Where is Su Muqing? Where did that woman go? The trio then remembered and began searching. Are you looking for me? A haughty female voice emanated from behind the altar. Su Muqing stepped forward, enveloped in a faint starlight, showing no signs of having been tainted by malice. Su Muqing. Chun Hao strode forward. What are you doing here? Is this your doing? Su Muqing cast a scornful glance at him. You big fool. I consider it a waste of time to speak another word to you. Zhou Ming restrained the furious Chun Hao and calmly inquired. Su, how could you arrive here unscathed? We nearly perished relying on Professor Lin's device. Su Muqing snorted. My father bestowed upon me a treasure that can shield me from the malice here. Is there a problem with that? Bai Xiaoming timidly asked. Sister Su, do you know the secret of this instance? Those international students. International students? Su Muqing fronith. What on earth are you talking about? Zhou Ming and Chun Hao exchanged glances. Zhou Ming spoke solemnly. Professor Lin mentioned that if you pose a problem, we may take direct action. Huh? Su Muqing mocked with a laugh. Are you his dogs? I can't believe you're all seniors, yet still heed a freshman's words so obediently. Chun Hao retorted angrily. You know nothing. If it weren't for Professor Lin, we would have perished outside. Zhou Ming maintained his composure and said, Su, this instance is exceedingly strange. If you know anything, please share with us. Otherwise what? Su Muqing raised her chin. Do you still wish to act against me? As the atmosphere became tense, Bai Xiaoming stepped forward. Sister Su, we do not intend to trouble you. She briefly outlined their discoveries along the way, including the peculiarities concerning the international students. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing's expression shifted. After a moment of hesitation, she furrowed her brow and asked, What do you wish to know? The three exchanged glances, and Zhou Ming spoke first. What is your purpose in entering this instance? Even if the school board indulges you, it is unlikely they would allow you to recklessly enter such a perilous situation. Su Muqing coldly scoffed. Why must my entry into the instance require my father's consent? Within this realm, there exists a resonance with my celestial power, prompting me to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. Is there any issue? However, as soon as her words fell, Zhou Ming keenly sensed the anomaly and pressed further. Student Su, your celestial power did not awaken recently. Why does it resonate with this place only now? Are you concealing something? Su Muqing's expression shifted slightly, her impatience evident as she retorted, This is a private matter of mine. It bears no relation to you. She refrained from revealing the entire truth. For the incident of being confined and tormented by Lin Ye, leading to her being tainted by malicious energy, was not something she wished to disclose. Her entry into this realm was solely motivated by the perception that there existed something within that could assist her in mastering this power. Zhou Ming furrowed his brow and inquired again, Did your father mention anything before you entered this realm? Leave me be. Why should I disclose anything to you? Su Muqing shot him a disdainful glance. Sister Su, please share with us. This realm is quite peculiar, and we are genuinely concerned for your safety. Bai Xiaoming adopted a coy demeanor, continuing to persuade her. He instructed me to retrieve a certain item. Su Muqing cast a sidelong glance at her, then pointed towards the mirror atop the stone pillar. That one. Once I obtain it, I will head directly to the exit and wait. The demonic entities will not trouble me. The mirror? Zhou Ming's brow furrowed in confusion. What exactly is it? Su Muqing shook her head. I do not know. I attempted to take it down, but I could not approach it at all. Zhou Ming was about to press for more information when an unexpected turn of events transpired. Boom! The entire altar trembled violently as a beam of blackish-purple light erupted from the mirror at the center of the altar. A blurred silhouette began to materialize, a pitch-black seed, its surface adorned with vein-like patterns, entwined by countless illusory chains. In an instant, a wave of malevolence, far exceeding that of the previous A-level demonic entity, surged forth. Chun Hao and the others were engulfed in a myriad of illusions, teetering on the brink of losing control. Even the starlight surrounding Su Muqing oscillated violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. This is bad. Everyone, activate your devices. Zhou Ming bellowed, and the others, not daring to delay, swiftly inserted their keys. Transform. Force Rise. Sting Scorpion. Breakdown. Force Rise. Japanese Wolf. Breakdown. Force Rise. Flying Falcon. Breakdown. Force Rise. Breakdown. The Kamen Riders met. Meng, Sun, and Lei simultaneously transformed. Chapter 29, S-Class Artifact. Holy Martial Sovereign, as four beams of light simultaneously illuminated the surroundings. The moment Chun Hao and the others completed their transformations, the oppressive malevolent energy swirling around them immediately diminished. They swiftly gathered back to back, vigilantly observing the bizarre seed at the center of the altar. What on earth is this thing? Bai Xiaoming's voice trembled slightly beneath her armor. The creature, resembling a pitch-black seed, was adorned with crimson vein-like patterns on its surface. Even more unsettling was its distinctly anthropomorphic behavior. It writhed slowly in the center of the altar, occasionally lifting its gaze to survey its surroundings while cautiously avoiding the chains that bound it. Mournful, low wails emanated from within the seed, neither resembling human speech nor the roars of any known monstrosity, but rather a chilling sound that sent shivers through the soul. It possesses self-awareness. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses habitually, his tone grave. Moreover, it is aware that those chains can ensnare it, hence it dares not make contact. Chun Hao clenched his fists. The muscles beneath his armor taut, although the energy fluctuations seemed to emanate from a B-class creature. Why do I feel a greater sense of oppression than I did from that A-class beast earlier? Su Muqing remained silent. Yet her star staff began to emit a faint glow, clearly prepared for battle. Faced with the unknown creature, the four of them dared not act recklessly. Their gazes turned to scrutinize the situation on the altar. With the appearance of the creature, countless chains shimmering with golden light materialized. One end was entwined around the creature, while the other was deeply embedded in the ground. It appeared as though the creature was sealed by a powerful force within the altar. Zhou Ming's expression grew exceptionally solemn. Could it possibly be the reason for the formation of this instance? Beside him, Chun Hao swallowed hard and shook his head. I have never heard of any creatures of this caliber being suppressed near our school. What in the world is happening? Buzz. Just as confusion clouded their faces, the eerie mirror atop the stone pillars surrounding the altar began to emit a purple-black glow. With each flicker, the golden light of the chains dimmed progressively. That mirror seems to be diminishing the power of the seal. Bai Xiaoming gasped in alarm. As a necromancer, her sensitivity to power was exceptionally keen. Su Muqing, what exactly is that mirror, and why did your father instruct you to retrieve it? Chun Hao directed a stern gaze at Su Muqing. Are you threatening me? Su Muqing shot back coldly. I have already disclosed everything I know. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Chun Hao's expression darkened, poised to respond, but Zhou Ming interjected. Enough of this bickering. Our foremost priority is to halt that mirror, or else the creature will inevitably break free from its seal. No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. The mirror suddenly trembled violently, its purple-black light surging dramatically. The malevolent aura within the entire space surged instantaneously, as dark mist began to ooze from the skeletal remains surrounding the altar, all of which was absorbed by the mirror. After absorbing this black haze, the mirror's radiance grew more blinding, subsequently reflecting an even more potent malicious energy back into the environment. "This is dire," Su Muqing shouted, realizing that the mirror was absorbing and amplifying the malevolent energy. Su Muqing's face turned pale as she finally comprehended the true nature of the mirror her father had sent her to retrieve, a terrifying artifact capable of manipulating the difficulty of the entire instance. It was highly probable that the existence of this mirror had augmented the power of the monsters, leading to the deaths of countless students over the years. "We must stop it," Su Muqing declared resolutely. "By Xiaoming, Su Muqing, you two attack the mirror from a distance." "Understood." By Xiaoming nodded gravely. Although Su Muqing was reluctant to follow orders, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Together, they raised their staffs. Both wielded A-grade equipment, capable of enhancing their magical power by over 50%. Falling Star, Soul Surge, two powerful streams of magical energy surged forth, only to bizarrely distort midair. The mirror rippled, beginning to absorb their magical energies. "Our magic is being siphoned," By Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. Undeterred, Su Muqing drew forth the Holy Judgment Hammer, an A-grade weapon capable of unleashing a divine shockwave. However, the result was identical. His energy began to dissipate during the charging phase. "This mirror can nullify spirit and magical power." Su Muqing's expression darkened. Even an A-grade artifact was rendered ineffective. Could it possibly be an S-grade item? Su Muqing, incredulous, remarked, "S-grade artifacts are treasures of clans, with no more than 3 in the entire sacred martial university, and their use requires a collective decision from the Board of Trustees. How could something like that be here? Previous exploration teams could never have brought such items inside." Her voice trembled slightly, a quiver she was unaware of, unless a foreboding sensation washed over her. Why did her father know of the mirror's existence within the instance and instruct her to retrieve it? Could everything here truly be connected to her family? "Everyone stand back," Chun Hao bellowed, a warrior by nature, charging directly towards the altar. "I shall smash it with my fists, without using any energy." As he approached, horrific illusions began to manifest before his eyes. Memories that had once plunged him into despair surged forth. Yet, he was no longer the same man, gritting his teeth. He broke through the phantoms and leapt high, striking towards a mirror with a powerful punch. Bang! The mirror suddenly reflected a beam of black light, not only shattering Chun Hao's attack, but also sending him hurtling backwards. He crashed to the ground in front of the others, his armor cracked and battered. Goodness! Chun Hao struggled to rise, realizing, if I can shatter A-grade armor with a single punch, this mirror must certainly be S-grade. Who brought it in? The 4 exchanged glances, each equally perplexed. Just as they found themselves at a loss, the altar began to tremble violently. The monstrous creature began to writhe uncontrollably, the chains groaning under the strain. Something was amiss. Why had this beast suddenly erupted in chaos? Su Muqing furrowed his brow. They had barely arrived when the creature appeared. Could it be that? A glint of cold light flashed in Chun Hao's eyes as he cast a glance at Su Muqing. Instantly, Su Muqing flared up, indignantly exclaiming, "What are you staring at? I haven't done anything." Su Muqing abruptly turned his gaze towards the direction they had come from. "It's not her. It's Professor Lin. His battle with the A-grade monster has alarmed this creature. It senses a threat." In the brief interlude of their conversation, the creature at the altar began to violently assail its confinement. Instantly, the entire space quaked with intensity. This was dire. If this continued, it would indeed break free from its prison. Su Muqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "We must stop it." As soon as his words fell, a brilliant golden light erupted from the altar. A towering golden apparition materialized, casting a commanding gaze upon the creature, raising its hand to press down. Boom! The once rampaging monster was forced to the ground by this mighty hand, the chains tightening once more. Suddenly, the bizarre mirror emitted a radiant purple light, directing its beams towards the golden apparition. However, the apparition turned its gaze to the mirror, its eyes emitting a golden light that swiftly subdued the mirror's brilliance. Buzz! The mirror trembled violently twice before its luminescence waned. Having accomplished this, the golden apparition began to fade into the ethereal. Before vanishing, it cast a glance at the four individuals. This figure seemed strikingly familiar. Chen Hao scratched his head, struggling to recall. Bai Xiaoming murmured softly, "I think I've seen them in the central square at school." Zhou Ming's voice trembled slightly, infused with unprecedented reverence. That is, the founding principal, Saint Martial Master Yi Wuchen. Chapter 30. The Devoured School Bell, S-Class Monster Unsealed. Yi Wuchen. Chen Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with astonishment. Wasn't that the founding principal of our school from a century ago? Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses, the reflective lenses shimmering with the altar's golden light. Indeed. The first principal, Saint Martial Venerable Yi Wuchen, a peak-level monarch. Bai Xiaoming's face turned pale, but he perished decades ago. Zhou Ming's voice grew somber, recounting how, during the war, 5 monarchs from the enemy nation had besieged the principal, who valiantly fought against them, vanquishing 4 before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The mood among the group grew heavy. The title of the first principal was enshrined in the school's charter, and every student of Shangwu University was familiar with his heroic deeds. During the most arduous times in Huagua, he not only established Shangwu University, but also devoted himself to nurturing students. At the critical moment of the nation's survival, he selflessly confronted overwhelming odds, turning the tide. And though he ultimately fell, he laid the foundation for eventual victory. As the golden phantom on the altar gradually dissipated, its majestic presence lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. Su Muqing bit her lip, the starlight her fingertips flickering restlessly. So this dungeon, Chen Hao swallowed hard. Was it formed by the principal's suppression of the monster? Zhou Ming nodded, gesturing towards the dark seed at the altar's center, observing the sealing technique. It indeed bears the principal's signature. However, it is astonishing that over time, it has evolved into a dungeon. Could it truly be suppressed by the principal himself? Bai Xiaoming's voice trembled. This monster must be an S-class peak. Su Muqing coldly remarked, in present-day Huagua, is a top-tier existence. The group collectively gasped. If even the peak-level Yi Wuchen could only seal this monster, its power evidently matched that caliber. In today's world, the strongest known beings are merely at the saint level, while the divine level remains a legendary concept. Thus, the monarch level is already the pinnacle of national defense. And yet, this seemingly insignificant seed has attained that status. No wonder. Chen Hao touched the scar on his chest. The pressure this entity exudes surpasses that of the A-class outside, yet it appears to have been weakened to B-class. A reduction to B-class still retains the essence of an S-class. Zhou Ming declared sternly, this is far beyond what a diamond level could contend with. No wonder no one has been able to conquer it all these years. Bai Xiaoming suddenly recalled something. Those international students, did they know? Damn it! Chen Hao slammed his fist against the rocky wall. Those outsiders deliberately sent people in to disrupt the seal. At this moment, they finally grasped the true nature of the dungeon. An S-class monster, if unleashed, would spell catastrophic doom for Shangwu University and indeed all of Huagua. What we do now? Bai Xiaoming was on the verge of tears. If even the principal could not slay this monster, how could we? Zhou Ming took a deep breath. At least we have uncovered the truth. If we can safely withdraw and alert the school to summon a monarch-level expert, perhaps we can resolve this. The current developments have far exceeded their expectations. An S-rank creature, even when sealed and weakened to merely B rank, remains beyond their capacity to confront. Wait, isn't Brother Lin still outside? Perhaps he possesses a solution. Chen Hao suddenly interjected. He gazed toward the distant altar, his eyes filled with a sense of reluctance. Having come this far, how could they simply retreat? Indeed, Zhou Ming nodded in agreement, noting that Professor Lin's armor had been rated as A-rank pinnacle. Given that this creature had been weakened by the old principal's seal for decades, perhaps it could indeed be resolved. The Abyss Corridor dungeon has explicit entry restrictions, permitting only those below diamond rank to enter. This is a rule established by the world itself, one that even king-level warriors cannot contravene. Thus, even if a king-level warrior were to arrive, they would merely be able to stand guard outside the dungeon, awaiting the creature's eventual breach of the seal to strike it down. In such a scenario, the variables would be too great. Resolving the situation directly here would undoubtedly be the best course of action. Professor Lin, always referring to him. What merit does that useless Lin Ye hold? Su Muqing scoffed. You all stay here and cling to Lin Ye's coattails. I'm going to retrieve that mirror right now. With that, she strode purposefully toward the altar. Are you mad? Su Muqing exclaimed, grabbing her arm. That is an S-rank artifact. Su Muqing shrugged off his grip. What does it matter to you? This mirror is enhancing the creature's power. If I take it away, the seal will endure longer. Su Muqing furrowed his brow, while Chun Hao, scratching his head, remarked, she may have a point. If Su Lai dares to let his daughter retrieve it, there must be something that counters the mirror's influence. Su Muqing nodded in agreement. The mirror had just been suppressed by the principal and should have temporarily lost its potency, making it possible to take it. As the group hesitated, Su Muqing had already reached the stone pillar. The dark purple mirror was quietly embedded at the top of the pillar, its surface shimmering with an eerie glow. Be careful, Su Muqing cautioned, recalling how Chun Hao had been blasted away upon contact. Su Muqing huffed dismissively, retrieving a starry badge from her pocket, an amulet given to her by her father. She summoned the celestial power within her, activating it, and was immediately enveloped in a radiant starry light. Without hesitation, she reached out to touch the mirror. As the starlight swirled, the bizarre, purple light emanating from the mirror was effectively obstructed. In the next moment, Su Muqing astonishingly managed to lift it with ease. A bunch of useless fools. It seemed false to me. Su Muqing's lips curled into a triumphant smile, but suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. Su Muqing let out a piercing scream as countless black patterns emerged across her skin. These patterns writhed, as if alive, clashing violently with the celestial power within her. This is bad. Su Muqing's face turned pale. There is malicious energy within her. The mirror suddenly surged with purple light, and the black patterns on Su Muqing's body spread wildly. The badge bestowed by her father erupted with resplendent starlight, yet was gradually subdued by the mirror's insatiable pull. Help me. Su Muqing extended her hand with great difficulty, her eyes brimming with terror. She had never anticipated that the malicious energy within her would be absorbed by the mirror. Just as Chun Hao was about to step forward, a wave of terrifying malice suddenly erupted. Boom! The shockwave hurled the three of them away. They watched in horror as Su Muqing was gradually consumed by the mirror, until with a pop, she vanished entirely within its depths. Senior Su has been devoured. Bai Xiaoming collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen with fear. After the mirror engulfed Su Muqing, intricate patterns of stellar energy emerged on its surface, which then transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly towards the central altar where the dark creature awaited. The golden chains of the seal reacted not at all, allowing it to merge with the pitch-black seed. Roar! The creature unleashed a deafening roar, its form beginning to swell. The altar trembled violently, and the ethereal visage of the founding principal reappeared, yet it was evidently dimmed. Two forces clashed fiercely in the air, causing the very fabric of space to begin to collapse. The principal cannot contain it. Su Muqing's face turned ashen. They never dreamed that such an aberration would strike with such suddenness. Meanwhile, in the central plaza of Shangwu University, the statue of Yi Wuqing began to tremble violently, a beam of golden light shooting skyward, casting images of the scene within the dungeon upon the heavens. An ancient and authoritative voice emanated from the statue, proclaiming that the seed of malice was on the verge of breaking its seal, and an S-class creature was about to awaken. Everyone must evacuate immediately. Chapter 31. The Abyssal Corridor live broadcast across the campus at this moment, during the dinner hour. The central square of Shangwu University was bustling with activity. What was that? The statue of the founding principal. A girl dropped her lunchbox with a clatter, astonished that he had passed away a century ago. Suddenly, the sky was painted blood red by a golden projection, leaving the surrounding students staring up in shock. It was the manifestation of the old principal. It had to be. An excited boy, clad in thick glasses, nudged his companions, exclaiming, "Look at that projection. It's the specter of Principal Yi Wuqing." The crowd erupted into commotion. Some knelt in prayer. Others frantically pulled out their phones to capture the moment, while many retreated, pallid with fear. They had witnessed the ominous projection in the sky. Even those in different realms could feel the suffocating malice emanating from the dark seed at the altar's center. Wasn't that the device developed by Professor Lin? A student from a martial arts academy pointed at the armor encasing Chun Hao in the image, gasping. Dungeon. That SA scene from the Abyssal Corridor dungeon. Someone realized, shouting. What? Is that really footage from the Abyssal Corridor? No way. Goodness. We must alert the school immediately. This is serious. On the top floor of Shangwu University's administrative building, the door to the principal's office burst open. Principal. The central square. The mentor who rushed in was cut short, for he found the principal already standing, the teacup in his hand shattering upon impact with the floor. I have heard. The principal replied, his voice unervingly calm, though his eyes glimmered with unprecedented gravity. Even he was unaware that a fragment of Yi Wuchen's power still lingered within the statue in the central square. That statue had stood since the founding of the school, nearly a century ago. Strangely, despite the passage of so much time, it had shown no signs of wear or decay. Hence, successive administrations had tacitly refrained from conducting any maintenance. Now, after a century of silence, this statue was undergoing a transformation, clearly heralding a significant event. Notify all mentors of master level and above to proceed to the central square immediately. When the school leaders arrived, the square was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone gazed upward, transfixed by the dimming golden specter clashing with the dark seed. That was the residual power of Principal Yi. The principal squinted, his expression grave as he scrutinized the golden figure. Is this the power of a king level? The dean of the Forging Academy's voice trembled. Even he, at the pinnacle of master level, felt like an ant in comparison. The principal fixated on the projection, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What manner of creature was that? Principal Ye's residual power was on the verge of collapse. Within the dungeon, the brilliance of the golden specter had faded to a flicker, like a candle struggling against the wind. The specter turned to Chun Hao and his companions. A profound apology resonating in its voice. It was my oversight. I should not have imprisoned such a creature here. A century ago, during a time of tumultuous warfare, as he stood against the invasion of external foes, he encountered an S-rank demon known as the Seed of Malice, which had emerged from the unknown. This creature possessed the ability to devour the negative emotions of living beings, amplifying malevolence infinitely and inciting humanity to turn against itself. Faced with a formidable adversary, he lacked the time and energy to gradually eradicate this peak S-rank entity, and thus chose to suppress it instead. Originally, the power of the seal would have sufficed to obliterate it within a century. Alas, fate had other plans. In the center of the altar, the obsidian seed had swollen to over 5 meters in height, its surface adorned with vein-like patterns pulsating with a purplish-black aura, a power acquired after consuming the Yada mirror. The faculty and students of Shangwu University, the phantom suddenly lifted its gaze, its voice resonating through the air above Shangwu University. Remember our motto, the way of martial arts endures. Hope never fades. Evacuate immediately. The creature let out a piercing shriek as 3 ebony tendrils lunged towards the phantom. You have imprisoned me for a century, old fool. The demon spoke with a voice that echoed like the roar of a multitude. Today, I shall make you witness the incineration of your beloved school. The phantom was pierced by the tendrils, golden light erupting in all directions. Yet, in the final moment before vanishing, he pressed his hand upon the surface of the purplish-black mirror. Seal. A resplendent golden pattern flashed across the mirror's surface, momentarily halting the torrent of malice. Futile. You old relic. The demon cackled maniacally as it tore the phantom apart. Once I fully merge with this mirror, everything associated with you shall be buried alongside you. The golden phantom cast one last glance at the world beyond the replica, his gaze seemingly transcending time and space, observing every blade of grass and tree at Shangwu University. Witnessing the tear-streaked faces of students in the square, and recalling the land he had once sworn to protect with his life. With a soft sigh, the phantom dissolved into a shower of golden light. Principal. In the central square of Shunwu University, countless faculty and students wept uncontrollably. Some knelt in reverence. Others wept with their heads in their hands, while many more, with reddened eyes, clenched their fists tightly. They had all heard the tale of Principal Yi Wuchen, and never did they imagine that after a century, they would once again behold this legendary figure. Yet, upon their reunion, they were met with the sight of his complete dissolution into the cosmos. The principal wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and turned sharply, commanding, "Initiate the emergency protocol immediately. All faculty and students, evacuate by department. Notify the higher-ups of Huagua, requesting royal-level support." Principal Aminter's voice trembled. "The nearest royal-level powerhouse is over 3,000 miles away in the northern region. Then let us buy some time." The principal ripped off his coat, revealing his robust physique. "Fetch the 3 S-rank royal artifacts from school. All masters, accompany me to the entrance of the replica and prepare the formation. At the Su family estate." Preposterous. Su Lai slammed his palm onto the rosewood table, shattering it to splinters. The communication jade talisman in his hand cracked open. "Did you not say that mirror merely absorbed malevolent energy?" He had originally intended for Su Muqing to retrieve the Yada mirror, harnessing its power to ascend to royal rank, never anticipating such a grave misstep would occur. A chilling laughter emanated from the jade talisman. "Director Su, the Yada mirror was indeed crafted to break the seal. As for your beloved daughter, you can only blame your insatiable greed. From the very beginning, you intended to use me." Su Lai's eyes widened with fury, but he could only hear a sharp crack as the jade talisman shattered completely. He dejectedly gazed into the sky, where the projection remained vividly visible, even from dozens of miles away. It was only now that he realized there existed an S-class demon sealed by Yi Wuchen within that instance. And he, Su Lai, was the son-in-law of the Yi family. The stellar power of Su Muqing was inherited from her mother. He sank back into his chair, staring at the mirror on the demon's chest, where the stellar power flickered faintly and murmured despondently, "Ching." Within the instance, the violet-black mirror on the surface of the dark seed began to tremble violently. "Cursed Yi Wuchen!" The demon roared in fury. Even in its dying moments, it sought to seal the mirror's power. Its form ceased to expand, its aura finally stabilizing at the peak of A-class, just a step away from fully regaining its S-class might. However, it was sufficient. The demon abruptly turned towards Chun Hao and the others, countless eyes snapping open simultaneously. "I will slay you first, then proceed to exterminate Yi Wuchen's school and nation." The entire instance began to collapse, the rock walls fracturing like cookies. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the projection in the sky was once again sustained by malicious energy, vividly displaying this scene before all the faculty and students of Shunwu University. "You insignificant ants of Shunwu University." The demon's voice echoed through the campus via the projection. "Watch closely as I crush these little insects." In that moment, despair surged like a tidal wave. In the square, the 3 S-class royal artifacts recently acquired by the principal emitted a restless hum. Facing a demon with S-class essence, even the royal artifacts seemed utterly powerless. There was no time left. The vice-principal's face turned ashen. It would take at least 2 hours for a royal-level expert to leave their post and arrive. The school's higher-ups all turned their gazes skyward. The demon was finally about to make its move. Chapter 32. The Army of the Dead. A desperate rescue, the ethereal figure of the first principal, Yi Wuchen, dissipated entirely, and the final golden light seemed to carry away the last flicker of hope within the instance. At the center of the altar lay the seed, ominously dubbed the seed of malice. Having consumed Su Muqing and the enigmatic Yada no Kagami, it had swelled to several meters in height. Its form transcended that of a mere seed, resembling a pulsating obsidian heart, veined with grotesque patterns. A purplish-black aura coursed through its vessels, revealing a blurred, malevolent visage that flickered at the heart's core. Though its power temporarily lingered at the pinnacle of Class A, the sheer malevolence emanating from its presence caused the very fabric of space to groan under the weight of its oppressive aura. Ugh! Bai Xiaoming's voice was as delicate as a whisper. Her body slumped helplessly to the ground. Even clad in armor, she could not shield herself from the dread that clawed at her very soul. The world before her twisted and spun, revealing countless faces of the deceased, their tragic expressions screeching in torment. The cold reprimands of her parents and her sister's gentle yet shattered smile intertwined, weaving her deepest nightmare. The creature did not even need to act. Its mere existence threatened to reduce her to nothingness. Cough. It is currently only Class A? Zhou Ming's voice bore an unprecedented gravity as he fought against the sensation of mental disintegration, swiftly analyzing, the chances are slim. But perhaps we can buy ourselves a moment to escape. Retreat. We must find Lin Ye. He made a decisive call, the instincts of a holy warrior driving him to prioritize the preservation of their remaining strength. Retreat? Where to? Chun Hao abruptly pointed towards the entrance of the instance, which had become completely obstructed by the surging darkness of malice, radiating a heart-stopping class, energy fluctuation. Ha! Do you see? The damned entrance is blocked. Chun Hao grinned. Escape? There is only a dead end now. We must confront it. We can either hold on until Brother Lin arrives, or buy time for the teachers and students outside to evacuate. This is not just about our own lives. Think of the outside world. Thousands of students and faculty at Shengwu University. Our entire city. If this thing escapes. Hell no, I refuse to allow it. If I must die today, I shall at least take a piece of it with me. As he spoke, the vitality of a diamond-level warrior erupted within him, attempting to dispel the gloom that loomed over his heart. Zhou Ming gazed at the sealed entrance behind him, then turned to Chun Hao, pausing in silence for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. Damn it, I must have drawn the short straw to end up in this instance with you. Well, if we are to die, let it be so. Having a loud, clumsy companion on the road to the underworld is better than facing it alone. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chun Hao. At Shengwu University, Central Square, the projection transmitted the desperate scene from within the instance without reservation. Upon witnessing the entrance completely sealed and Chun Hao's resolute declaration, the surrounding students could no longer contain their despair. Senior Chun Hao, a girl covered her mouth, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. Senior Zhou Ming, a boy's eyes burned crimson, his fists clenched tightly. To hell with the creature. Let us in to assist our seniors. A chorus of impassioned students erupted in a fervent roar. The headmaster of the martial arts academy, his beard trembling violently, tears brimming in his aged eyes, exclaimed, Well indeed, that rascal Chun Hao has not brought shame upon me. The headmaster of the Holy Profession Academy gazed at the figure of Zhou Ming projected before him, his lips quivering, ultimately surrendering to a heavy sigh, yet his eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction. With a solemn countenance, he proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the square. Did you all see that? This is the very essence of the sacred martial spirit. Chun Hao and Zhou Ming are buying us precious time. Everyone, let's not squander their sacrifice. Focus your minds, complete the formation. Quickly. The S-Class royal artifact in his hand radiated brilliantly as he, alongside several master-level mentors, conjured a colossal sealing array that enveloped the distant entrance to the dungeon. Within the dungeon, Bai Xiaoming, Chun Hao's voice thundered, rousing Bai Xiaoming from the depths of fear that threatened to consume her. Stop lying there. Do you see that black wall behind you? Use your magic to blast it. Create a breach and find Lin Ye. We will handle things here. Without a backward glance, he fixed his gaze upon the malevolent entity, compressing his energy to the utmost limit. Zhou Ming urged, hurry. This is our only chance for survival. Bai Xiaoming trembled, watching the two dash courageously towards the terrifying presence. No, I cannot flee, she murmured to herself, an unprecedented surge of courage rising from the depths of her heart. She had not entered for her own sake. She was searching for her sister, and now she must also protect the sacred martial university that her sister had once safeguarded. With a sudden burst of determination, Bai Xiaoming sprang to her feet, disregarding the horrific illusions swirling in her mind, clutching the silver A-class staff with all her might. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled forcefully, and the tip of the staff erupted with an unparalleled blinding light. Spirits of the fallen, brothers and sisters from past generations, heed my call. Her voice trembled with emotion, yet rang out with clarity, embodying your unyielding spirit, your fury, your unwavering resolve to protect. Lend it to me. Buzz. A point of pale light ignited at the tip of the staff. In the next moment, the entire abyssal corridor dungeon stirred to life, every corner. Every inch of ground soaked in the blood of battle spirits suddenly surged with fervor. Countless pure white lights, like fireflies summoned by a call, burst forth from the earth, rushing furiously towards the deepest part of the dungeon. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering resonated in by Su Muqing's mind. Her petite frame trembled violently, her skin tearing and bleeding with each passing moment. Merely the initial guidance of this vast will of the deceased drained every ounce of her magic as the spirit began to coalesce. The suffocating sensation and the excruciating agony of her soul being torn apart left her vision darkening, her legs weakening. Just as her magical energy waned and her spirit threatened to shatter, a pair of cold, transparent yet remarkably steady hands gently yet firmly covered her own, which clutched the staff. Su Muqing shuddered uncontrollably. With great effort, she lifted her head, tears mingling with blood blurring her vision, but she clearly beheld her sister Bai Weiwei. She was no longer an ethereal point of light, but had coalesced into a clear, semi-transparent spirit, akin to other heroic souls. A faint, gentle smile graced her pale visage. Su Muqing. The ethereal voice of Bai Weiwei resonated in her ear. We are together. The remnants of her sister's pure necromancer's soul power flowed into her unreservedly. The necromancer's return, resurrection elegy, Buzz. The light of the staff, which was on the verge of extinguishment, erupted in a magnificent blaze. A stark white beam ascended skyward, illuminating the dim cave as if it were daylight. The torrent of deceased wills, guided by the sisters' united strength, finally stabilized, unleashing its true, complete power. Over 100 spectral figures, embodying resentment, anger, and the resolve to protect, solidified under the embrace of the white light. The army of the dead had arrived. More than 100 silhouettes emerged, comprising not only the fallen students of the Sacred Martial Academy, but also many adventurers lost within the dungeons. Holy cow! It's Senior Zhang Ming. Sister Li. She's still. Wang Tao. It's Wang Tao. Lu Yang. My brother. The square erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps, as countless individuals recognized those once glorious faces. A profound sorrow and overwhelming excitement surged through the crowd like a tsunami. Many fell to their knees, overcome with tears. The principal gazed at the steadfast and familiar visage on the projection. Zhang Ming, his once proud disciple, unable to contain his tears. Ming, tomorrow, within the dungeon, the army of souls gathered. The summoned souls of foreign students were immediately locked onto by the furious heroic spirits surrounding them. It's these bastards. Damn it. They stabbed us in the back. Slay them. Avenge our fallen brothers. Without a moment's hesitation, the furious soul energy swiftly tore the betrayer's souls to shreds, utterly obliterating them. Bai Weiwei's spirit gently grasped her sister's trembling hands. Su Muqing, do not fear, sister is here. We have but one strike. Zhang Ming's soul surveyed his comrades before finally turning towards the projection, as if piercing through space to see the principal's tear-streaked face and all the juniors in the square. His voice, resolute and liberated, rang out, students of the Sacred Martial Academy. Today we, in the bodies of the deceased, pave the way for the living. For the Sacred Martial, this battle will be victorious. Victory! The thunderous roar of hundreds of souls reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the dungeon space. Their indomitable spirit ignited the fervor of everyone present in the square. All were shouting victory. Seniors will triumph. The malevolent entity's previously blurred visage now bore a serious expression. It recognized these faces, each a defeated foe, nourishment from its protracted captivity. Oomph. A group of lingering souls dare to speak of victory? Defeated once more, they shall perish again. Time was running out. Bai Weiwei urgently addressed by Su Muqing, simultaneously issuing commands to all the heroic souls. Su Muqing, let us strike with all your might. The voices of Bai Xiaoming and her sister merged as hundreds of souls ignited in a blaze of brilliance. Holy judgment, light of the end. Zhang Ming raised his arms high, and the resplendent holy light tore through the darkness. Sky-splitting cross slash, shadow poison dragon drill. Countless formidable techniques from their past lives were resurrected in this moment, fueled by the burning essence of the souls. Chen Hao and Zhou Ming roared in unison, pouring their remaining strength without reservation into this final torrent. The entire abyssal corridor was suffused with indescribable destructive energy. Hundreds of dazzling streams of attack, carrying the final will and hope of both the departed and the living, violently surged toward the pulsating heart of malevolence. The seed of malice emitted a furious shriek, and the surface of the heart, cloaked in a purple-black glow, surged wildly, instantly coalescing into an immensely thick and despair-laden shield adorned with faces of anguish and lamentation. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, and blinding light consumed all, fracturing space inch by inch. As the brilliance gradually faded, the silhouette of the seed of malice emerged through the swirling dust. Hiss! A gasp of astonishment rippled through the square. That enormous heart of malevolence was now a sight of utter devastation. More than half of it had been completely shattered, revealing a writhing, ominous core radiating a purple-black glow. The Yada mirror embedded in its chest had dimmed to its nadir, with several fine cracks appearing on its surface. Though it was not dead, it was evidently gravely wounded. Did we win? Someone trembled to ask. Seniors, we succeeded. An overwhelming wave of ecstasy swept through the square. People embraced and wept, the feeling of having survived overwhelming their rationality. The principal and mentors exhaled deeply, the light of the sealing array in their hands brightening momentarily. Within the instants, Chen Hao struggled to rise, while Zhou Ming coughed blood, a faint smile of relief appearing on his weary face. Bai Xiaoming gazed at her sister's face, now becoming ethereal yet adorned with a comforting smile, as tears surged forth once more. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An innumerable mass of black mist surged from the entrance, swiftly burrowing into the exposed core of the seed of malice. Ah! The face of the seed of malice instantly radiated an unprecedented ecstasy. This was the portion of its power that had split away, now returning to its main body. Its shattered form swelled and repaired itself in a frenzy. The dim Yada mirror erupted with a violent purple-black glow. The seal imposed by Yi Wuchen had been utterly shattered. The cracks on the mirror's surface healed instantaneously, and its brilliance surpassed even its former glory. The fragmented body of the seed of malice was enveloped in a rich purple-black aura, further distorting and elevating, subtly revealing a more grotesque and nearly complete demonic silhouette. The energy emanating from it surged, unmistakably breaking through the limits of the A-rank barrier, stepping into a new realm. Half-step S-rank. The principal gasped in shock, the royal artifact in his hand trembling violently, as the newly formed sealing array flickered erratically. The faces of all the instructors turned as pale as parchment. This monstrous being had actually grown stronger. In the square, the jubilant cheers abruptly ceased. The euphoria that had just risen was instantly replaced by an overwhelming, frigid despair. A profound silence enveloped the area, akin to death itself. Then came the heart-wrenching wails and utter breakdowns, more agonizing than before. No, how could this be? It's over. It's all over. Within the instants, the smile that had just graced Chen Hao's face froze completely, his gaze consumed by an abyss of despair. Zhou Ming bitterly closed his eyes, murmuring, "So it seems. It still isn't enough?" Bai Xiaoming, witnessing the terrifying demonic figure rising amidst the purplish-black aura, exuding a presence potent enough to shatter souls, collapsed onto the ground in defeat. The seed of malice mockingly raised its lethal claws, preparing to crush Bai Xiaoming and her companions together. "Professor Lin, where are you?" Bai Xiaoming cried out weakly, as if in response to her plea. Bang! The despairing barrier constructed by the seed of malice shattered with a thunderous roar. Countless shards of darkness shot forth like a torrential downpour. A white figure, entwined in a stream of destructive black data, descended from the heavens like a falling star, crashing heavily onto the broken altar, precisely positioning itself between the seed of malice and Chun Hao's group. Dust and debris swirled around, obscuring the newcomer's silhouette. Yet, a single crimson eye, glistening like blood, suddenly illuminated amidst the swirling haze, coldly locking onto the terrifying presence that stood at half-step's rank. Lin Ye flicked his wrist and turned to the dazed trio. Apologies, I had to deal with a horde of minor nuisances on my way here. Chapter 33, Absorbing Malicious Energy, Half-Step Class. Alas, Bai Xiaoming lay collapsed amidst the rubble, her pink armor in tatters, as Lin Ye shattered the barrier and arrived. An overwhelming sense of relief caused her to weep. Professor Lin, you have finally come. An illogical trust took root in her heart, as if his presence alone assured victory. Chun Hao and Zhou Ming supported each other, their armor similarly marred with cracks. Brother Lin, be cautious. It has reached the threshold of S-Class. Chun Hao warned. Zhou Ming, with a grave expression, added, its energy level far exceeds the peak of A-Class. It is best not to engage directly. In his view, although Lin Ye's armor was rated at the peak of A-Class, it ultimately belonged to that tier. A direct confrontation would lead to demise. Lin Ye remained silent, his crimson compound eyes fixating on the target. The seed of malice had now taken on a humanoid form. Its nearly 3-meter tall, purplish-black crystalline body covered in scales, with fearsome claws. Its faceless head bore 2 points of crimson cold light, and its chest was adorned with a shimmering yada no Kagami. Malicious perception activated. Target, seed of malice, energy level, half-step S-Class, threat level, high half-step S-Class. Lin Ye murmured. The creature was merely peak A-Class, yet the threat level indicated that it was not invincible. Let S go. Lin Ye's voice was cold. This place is for me to handle. Without hesitation, Chun Hao and Zhou Ming lifted the exhausted Bai Xiaoming and rushed towards the exit. The seed of malice emitted a chilling laugh, but did not obstruct them. Its gaze was solely locked on Lin Ye. This was the only threat worthy of its attention. Eliminate him, and the rest are mere ants. Lin Ye's eyes scanned the seed of malice, ultimately settling on the yada no Kagami on its chest. In his perception, the accumulated energy of death and despair within the entire instance was being frantically absorbed, amplified, and fed back to the creature by that mirror. He could even sense the remnants of equipment within the mirror, every lost item throughout the years transformed into energy. This mirror was the core of the instance's malicious cycle. Noticing that Chun Hao and the others had departed, Lin Ye remarked with a hint of amusement, "Not going to stop them?" The seed of malice's head tilted slightly, its tone dripping with disdain. "Once you become a part of me, where could they possibly escape? This prison will ultimately be shattered by me. Everything outside will be nourishment." It eyed Lin Ye greedily, knowing that absorbing the malicious energy emanating from him, which was not inferior to its own, would allow it not only to return to its peak, but even to ascend further. Is that so? Lin Ye assumed à combattance. Black data, streams spilling from the seams of his armor. Then you will have no future. A chill ran through him. He was no longer reckless. Against a half-step S-Class, he must give his all. Meanwhile, at the plaza of Shengwu University, witnessing Lin Ye's arrival, someone shouted with excitement, "Professor Lin is here. We are saved." Indeed, his armor is at peak A-Class. Even the head of the Martial Arts Academy could not breach it. The crowd erupted in cheers. That creature may have once been S-Class, but it has yet to fully recover. We still have a chance. Yet, before their cheers could fade, a voice of despair interjected. Naive, not even 100 brave souls could vanquish it. How can one man prevail? Once it emerges, we are all doomed. We must flee. Flee? Can we escape before an S-level entity? On the high platform, the principal and deans wore grim expressions. While it was not uncommon for students to challenge those beyond their level, the voice of Dean Li was dry. Yet, the diamond-level masters were few and far between. At the king level, who among them was not an extraordinary prodigy? The same was true for the malevolent entity. It was an S-level being sealed by Principal Yi. How could a peak A-level individual possibly triumph? He shook his head with difficulty. The Holy Order Dean lamented, "This is a mistake. Lin Ye's potential should not be squandered here." His skills could enable resistance against these creatures. Now, a genius destined to change the future is about to be sacrificed. The principal grasped the S-level king weapon tightly, his eyes a tumultuous blend of regret and resolve. It is too late. Concentrate our efforts to reinforce the sealing array. In the time we have, we must secure this space, ensuring the malevolent entity cannot escape. Within the dungeon, the seed of malice made the first move. Its form vanished in an instant, producing a sonic boom. Its purple-black claws tore through the air, striking towards Lin Ye. Unfazed, Lin Ye retaliated, unleashing a fist entwined with data streams. Boom! The shock wave swept through, cracking the ground beneath Lin Ye. Yet he did not falter. Oomph! I have already seen through your combat style. The seed of malice taunted, another claw aiming deftly at Lin Ye's side. It had absorbed the strength of its split form, along with the knowledge of its encounters with Lin Ye. Oh, you see through it and yet are still anxious? Lin Ye's speed surged as he dodged in an instant. Your split form was terrified before its demise. You wouldn't have inherited its fear, would you? Impudence. The fluctuations from the seed of malice became chaotic. Indeed, it had inherited the fear of Lin Ye from its split form. A mere A-level. You shall perish. It roared. As the ethereal glow of the Yada no Kagami surged, countless distorted illusions of despair inundated Lin Ye in an instant. Buzz! Lin Ye's armor glowed with crimson patterns, a more profound torrent of malevolent intent, imbued with absolute dominion, erupted. You think this feeble attempt can sway me? Lin Ye's voice sliced through the illusions. The tide of malevolence met the crimson radiance, devoured utterly as if snow were melting. Lin Ye stepped forth from the dissipating illusions, his armor pristine, his gaze frigid. The seed of malice flickered in disbelief. Its assault had proven utterly ineffectual against Lin Ye. In the plaza, he blocked it. Professor Lin has held them back. The crowd erupted in a thunderous ovation. Professor Lin had slapped many faces in the past few days, and this time was no different. We can win. We will win. Yet, atop the platform, the principal's expression darkened further. Something is amiss. That creature has yet to unleash the core power of the mirror. It is still probing. The Yada no Kagami is the key to the seed of malice's escape from its seal. If we cannot counter its mechanism of consuming all energy to nourish itself with malice, the seed of malice will be invincible. Within the confines of the replica, the malevolent seed personified displayed a complex expression. Human, you possess great strength. To be able to contend with me at an A level is truly unprecedented. Given time, I would not stand a chance against you. As it spoke, an ominous aura surged around it. Yet it lamented, alas, you will not have the future. With its words, the Yada mirror erupted into an unparalleled brilliance, its surface spinning wildly, causing the entire replica to tremble violently. The accumulation of decades, if not centuries, of viscous malevolence coalesced into a torrent of violet-black energy, surging uncontrollably into the mirror. This mirror is tailor-made for me. The foolish ones of this nation have unwittingly bestowed me a grand gift. Now, behold the true power of S-Class. The malevolent seed's aura escalated horrifyingly, and arcane patterns illuminated its violet-black form. The terrifying pressure distorted the projection, causing the very fabric of space to emit mournful cries. Within the halls of Holy Martial University, an eerie silence enveloped all. The flickering hopes of countless faculty and students were utterly extinguished. It's over. It is absorbing the malevolent energy of the entire replica, the vice principal uttered in a hushed tone. There is no time. This creature is about to regain its S-Class status. The principal gritted his teeth on the verge of collapse. An overwhelming despair rendered everyone breathless. At that moment, Lin Ye gazed upon the voracious torrent, observing the swelling creature, and unexpectedly let out a light chuckle. Who says only you can absorb this malevolent energy? He spread his arms wide, fully unleashing the capabilities of Ark-One. Ark-One System Malevolence Domination Protocol activated. Maximum Power Absorption Field engaged. A force more domineering and unruly than the Yada mirror erupted from Lin Ye. He transformed into a black hole, diverting nearly half of the violet-black malevolent torrent. which violently redirected towards him. The Yada mirror, which could amplify the concentration of malevolence around it, now became an ally to Lin Ye. Two colossal whirlpools formed in the air above the altar, akin to two gluttonous beasts, ravenously competing to devour the accumulated malevolent essence of the replica. Finally, the last vestige of malevolence within the replica was completely divided. The two whirlpools subsequently ceased, collapsing in on themselves. As the dust settled, the figure of the malevolent seed became visible. Its form had become more refined, revealing distinctly visible features, and its aura was even more terrifying. Yet it had not yet transcended to S-Class. However, its countenance was notably grim, with scarlet eyes fixated ahead, a mix of suspicion and fear apparent. Opposite it stood Lin Ye, similarly manifested. His black and white armor cloaked in profound darkness, scarlet data patterns pulsing like breath, exuded a sense of oppression akin to a waking beast of prey. He lifted his gaze, his crimson compound eyes igniting. A terrifying pressure, a half-step into S-Class, erupted within this shattered space. Chapter 34. The perfect conclusion, slaying the S-Class monster. Has he truly transcended the limits of the master level? Lin Ye felt the surging malevolent energy within him, his surprise palpable. Although this enhancement was temporary, the power coursing through him was undeniably genuine. You can absorb the primal malice of this place. The visage of the seed of malice, composed purely of energy, contorted as its crimson eyes flickered intensely, brimming with disbelief. This is impossible. You are merely an armored master, a profession no higher than the rank of diamond, a waste. Its mental waves, sharp with astonishment, reverberated. How could such a trivial armored master develop armor of this caliber? It fixated on Lin Ye's deep, shadowy armor adorned with pulsating crimson patterns, feeling a genuine sense of trepidation for the first time. That old man Yi Wuchen has a student like you. Malice surged around it, a tempest of murderous intent boiling within. Alas, the greatest fear of a genius is untimely demise. Today, I shall obliterate you completely. Lin Ye's crimson compound eyes flickered slightly, the data streams of malevolence perception clearly manifesting in his vision. Target threat level reassessment. Target, seed of malice, energy level, half-step S-Class, threat level, low. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. Obliterate me? He stepped forward, stating, "It appears you have yet to comprehend who the true hunter is here." His voice, calm yet imbued with the confidence to shatter all, resonated powerfully. Seeking death, the seed of malice erupted in fury, even as a half-step S-Class entity. It was steadfast in its belief that its S-Class essence was far beyond what the opponent could comprehend. The chasm of essence. How could you possibly bridge it? Amidst its furious roar, it attacked. This time, there was no probing. Its speed surged several-fold, leaving only a circle of explosive sound in its wake. The purplish-black, crystalline claws tore through space, accompanied by a devastating energy storm, enveloping Lin Ye like a relentless tide. Each strike was potent enough to obliterate a master in an instant. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, activating the predictive capabilities of his armor to their utmost potential. In his field of vision, everything around him was instantly analyzed and digitized. The tremors of the air, the trajectory of the energy storm tearing through space, the nuanced muscle movements within the seed of Malice's massive form, and even the flow of energy within each crystalline claw and the nodes of its explosive potential. All of this transformed into countless clear, interwoven red trajectory lines densely interlaced before his eyes, forming an immense and lethal web of attack. From this seemingly fatal network, the armor instantaneously marked the singular, slender yet distinct blue path. A flash ignited in Lin Ye's eyes, and his dark armor morphed into a stream of light, meeting the oncoming onslaught head-on. Boom, 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 boom. In midair, the two figures collided at a speed beyond the naked eye's grasp. Each clash erupted in deafening roars. The collision of pure energy triggered blinding flashes and distorted shockwaves, akin to countless thunderbolts detonating within the confines of a small space. The already crumbling dungeon space quaked violently, during this cataclysmic confrontation, groaning as massive rocks and fragments of reality cascaded like rain, obliterating into nothingness. At the plaza of Sacred Martial University, the projection screen displayed two streams of light colliding, separating, and colliding again at a terrifying velocity. Each impact unleashed a blinding flash of energy and rippling shockwaves. Blocked. Once more it was thwarted. Professor Lin retaliated. He was suppressing that monstrous entity. A tumultuous roar akin to a tidal wave surged throughout the plaza. All the faculty and students blushed with excitement, fists clenched, their eyes ablaze with an unprecedented glimmer of hope. On the high platform, the principal and several esteemed deans held their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon the projection, their faces etched with anxiety and astonishment. They keenly sensed Professor Lin's half-step S-level aura and perceived that he was subtly gaining the upper hand in the skirmish. Go, Professor Lin, vanquish it. Avenge our seniors. The plaza erupted into a cacophony of fervent cries, coalescing into a torrent of unwavering belief. In a corner of the plaza, amidst the fervent crowd, a few students appeared pale, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. One of them clutched a special communication jade talisman, a faint projection linking to another end. At that moment, a frantic, nearly deranged voice erupted from the talisman. Baka, how is this possible? That freshman from Huagua, the one named Lin Ye, he is actually suppressing the malicious seed. How can he possibly possess half-step S-level power? Yi Wuchen, even after 100 years, he can still produce such monstrous students. His voice brimmed with incredulity and an almost insane fury born from humiliation. The student holding the talisman crumpled to the ground, shaken by the terrifying intent, and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. He is merely diamond level, temporarily enhanced by external forces. He is absolutely no match for the malicious seed. He will soon be torn apart." The voice from the talisman grew more frenzied, laden with deep-seated jealousy and fear. Silence. Fool, what do you understand? This armor technology, this ability to transcend levels, if he is allowed to grow, if he mass-produces such armor, our Yamato Empire will face eternal downfall. He must die. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Lin Ye must die. Yes. I understand. I will arrange this immediately, ensuring he cannot leave the dungeon alive. The student pressed his forehead against the cold ground, his voice resolute as if facing death. Remember, only the dead can keep secrets forever. The voice from the talisman was chillingly cold, and soon the projection dimmed. The communication severed. The kneeling student lifted his head, a flicker of mad red light flashing in his eyes. Trembling hands reaching towards a black talisman emanating a sinister aura hidden within his garments. Within the dungeon, a thunderous boom resonated. Boom! A purple-black figure plummeted like a meteor from the tumultuous battlefield, crashing heavily into the ruins of the altar below. The earth trembled violently, plumes of dust soaring into the sky. As the smoke begins to dissipate, the malevolent figure of the seed of malice emerges in a disheveled state. Its crystalline armor is fractured, resembling a web of cracks, and the brilliance of the Yada no Kagami dims slightly. Struggling to lift its head, its crimson gaze fixates intently on the sky. There, Lin Ye descends slowly from the chaotic energy currents, embodying the essence of true malevolence. His armor, a harmonious blend of black and white, shimmers with an ethereal glow, while the crimson data patterns pulse like living veins. Each step he takes in the void feels as though he is treading upon the very nodes of space, exerting an invisible weight. He gradually raises his hand, uttering no superfluous words, merely pressing the buttons on the Akai, one device at his waist, one after another. Boom! Malice! A chilling electronic voice resonates, and a vortex of pure, malevolent energy rises from the device, merging seamlessly with his armor. Boom! Terror! Another vortex emerges, deepening the armor's dark hue. Fury, loathing, despair, struggle, killing intent, annihilation, extinction, death. With each press, a vortex representing the pinnacle of human malevolence ascends, precisely integrating into Lin Ye's being. His aura swells dramatically, causing the space around his armor to warp violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain. As he finally activates the sublimation key of the Ark-One, boom! Perfect conclusion. Learning end. The device erupts with an unprecedented brilliance. 10 forms of ultimate malevolent energy coalesce within him, transforming into a cataclysmic torrent. At this moment, the Ark-One armor resembles the core of a black hole, dark and profound, with crimson patterns blazing fiercely, exuding a terrifying presence that freezes the entire crumbling replica space. Roar! I refuse to believe it. The seed of malice lets out a frantic howl, sensing a mortal threat. The Yada no Kagami unleashes its final and most potent glow, channeling all its energy desperately into its chest, compressing it into a destructive purple-black energy core, akin to an impending supernova. Yet Lin Ye moves, his form transforming into a beam of annihilation entwined with ultimate malevolent energy. This is no mere flying kick. It is a judgment strike condensed from 10 sources of malice. The energy core of the seed of malice erupts in a cataclysmic beam of light. Boom! The ultimate malevolent flying kick collides with the destructive beam in a thunderous clash. However, the stalemate lasts but a fleeting moment. The flying kick, entwined with crimson ultimate malice, effortlessly rends the purple-black destructive beam apart. The radiance of the kick remains undiminished, propelled by an unstoppable will to annihilate. It precisely pierces through the frantically shimmering Yada no Kagami. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoes. The mirror, along with the core of pure malice behind it, is simultaneously penetrated by this strike. Lin Ye's figure surged forth from behind the malevolent seed, landing gracefully and turning his back to the frozen monstrosity. The malevolent seed, incredulous, lowered its gaze to behold the vast, translucent void in its chest. At the edges of the void, violet-black crystals and energy crumbled and dissipated like ashes in the wind. No, it cannot be. I am a pinnacle existence of S rank. How could I possibly perish at the hands of a mere B rank human? The final waves of consciousness brimmed with absurdity and resentment before extinguishing entirely. Boom! The colossal violet-black form, along with the shattered Yada no Kagami, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion amidst the profound silence of despair, transforming into a myriad of violet-black light. Ding! S-Class Monster Malevolent Seed has been slain. Reward: 50,000 creation points. Chapter 35. Breaking Through to Mastery Level. S-Class Material The Malevolent Seed disintegrated into a shimmering dust, leaving behind the oppressive and despairing atmosphere that had accumulated within the dungeon for decades. A profound silence enveloped the aftermath, as Lin Ye sensed the complete eradication of all malevolent energy. He removed the program sublimation key from the device, and the sleek black and white armor dissolved instantly, revealing his figure clad in a laboratory white coat. The blood-red projection in the air flickered erratically, akin to a faulty signal, before vanishing entirely. At the plaza of Shengwu University, the grand light screen twisted and shattered, dissolving into countless motes of light that dissipated into the air. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Every movement and shout was frozen, eyes fixated upon the now vacant sky. 1 second, 2 seconds. In the next moment, it vanished. The projection of the dungeon disappeared. They had won. Professor Lin had triumphed. He had truly defeated it. A tempest of exhilaration erupted like a cataclysmic wave. Students leaped up, embracing one another in tears, while mentors pounded their chests, weeping profusely. The immense joy of surviving and the release of pent-up pressure surged throughout the campus. God, Lin Ye is a deity, an idol. I want to bear Lin Professor's child. Mom, Dad, am alive. It was Professor Lin. He saved our entire school. Someone shouted incoherently into their phone. On the platform, the gravity on the principal's face vanished, replaced by unrestrained ecstasy. He laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a bell. Ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. Heaven bless Shunwu. Heaven bless our nation. Grant me such a prodigious child. He cast aside the S-Class royal artifact he had clutched tightly, nearly exhausting his strength, and gestured widely. "Let us go. All faculty and students, accompany me to the dungeon entrance to welcome our great hero." The dean of the forge, old Li, trembled with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "My old bones were worth it. To witness such a student emerge from our academy is priceless." The dean of the Holy Order also had tears in his eyes. "Lin Ye is the future bulwark of Shangwu." The other deans nodded in fervent agreement, their spirits alight with enthusiasm. The entire upper echelon of Shangwu, along with countless faculty and students, surged forth as a tide, eagerly rushing from the square towards the entrance of the dungeon outside the campus. Within the dungeon, at the ruins of the altar, Lin Ye approached the core of the vanished malevolent seed. The purple-black energy dust had not yet fully dissipated, and the ground was strewn with fragments of remarkably resilient crystals, pulsating with intense energy fluctuations. Among them, one particularly caught his eye, a dark stone, neither metal nor rock, that appeared to harbor a swirling black hole within. An unprecedented S-class material. I shall seek someone to appraise it. Lin Ye waved his hand, collecting all the materials into his storage space. At that moment, amidst the dust, gentle starlight began to converge, and a nude figure gradually took shape within the celestial glow. It was Su Muqing. At this moment, her eyes were tightly shut, as if in a deep slumber. What captivated Lin Ye's attention was not the perfectly proportioned physique before him, but rather a stone embedded in her chest, radiating a gentle, starry glow. It was this very stone that emitted protective waves, repelling the malevolent encroachment of the Yada no Kagami. Indeed, it was the source of its power. Lin Ye nodded slightly. Although he had not been present earlier, his ability to sense malice had granted him a clear understanding of the events that transpired here. He turned his gaze back to Su Muqing's body, activating his malice perception once more, sweeping through her limbs and bones. As expected, the malicious energy I had infused had been completely absorbed by that mirror. Lin Ye felt a tinge of regret. He had been quite intrigued by the power of this mutated stellar force. Alas, it now held little value for study. At that moment, Su Muqing's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. As the haze of her awakening dissipated, fragments of memory surged into her mind, prompting her to sit up abruptly. Where am I?" As she began to speak, she suddenly realized her utter nakedness. Even more infuriating was the fact that Lin Ye stood directly before her, his gaze seemingly just having shifted away from her. You pervert! Where are you looking?" Su Muqing's face flushed crimson, and she screamed in indignation. One hand futilely attempted to cover her chest, while the other frantically shielded her lower body, curling up in embarrassment. Stripped of her usual arrogance, she now appeared exceptionally vulnerable and disheveled, a stark contrast to her typical demeanor. Lin Ye seemed entirely unfazed by her furious outburst. Instead, he fixated on the starry glow emanating from her chest, deep in thought. Abruptly, he extended his right hand, dark malevolent energy enveloping his palm like a data stream, and plunged it directly into Su Muqing's chest. Su Muqing was startled out of her wits, yet the anticipated searing pain never came. That shadowy hand seemed to be an illusion, penetrating her skin and flesh without inflicting any harm, precisely grasping the starry stone and yanking it out. The instant the stone separated from her body, Su Muqing felt as though she had lost an invisible shield of protection. But she could not afford to dwell on that now. "Are you insane? That S mine. That was left to me by my mother." Su Muqing was both astonished and furious. Her words cut short as a warm white lab coat suddenly descended upon her, enveloping her entirely. "Shut up. You're making too much noise." Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of impatience as he scrutinized the stone swirling with starlight in his hand. After vanquishing an S-rank monster and most of the creatures within the instance, he had ascended to the master level. He could immediately discern that this stone contained an exceptionally high level of energy, at least peak A rank, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of S rank. He attempted to channel a wisp of malevolent energy towards it, and the starry stone instantly emitted a stronger wave of resistance, striving to sever and dissipate the malice. A remarkable treasure. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled as he promptly stowed the stone away. Only then did he cast a glance at Su Muqing, who trembled with rage beneath the lab coat, and casually remarked, "I saved your life, so consider this stone a reward for that." Su Muqing pulled down the lab coat covering her, tightly wrapping it around herself, her head emerging, her cheeks still flushed. As she was engulfed by the mirror, her consciousness was half fused with the malevolent entity, enabling her to witness everything transpiring outside, including Lin Ye's earth-shattering kick. She never anticipated that Lin Ye, that rascal, possessed such formidable strength, capable of vanquishing even an S-rank monster. Initially, she intended to teach him a severe lesson upon her emergence, to settle the scores from the malevolent realm. Yet now, this time, I shall exercise restraint and, in light of his saving my life, temporarily, just temporarily let it slide. Su Muqing let out a cold huff within her heart, desperately seeking justifications to console herself. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. She lifted her gaze to see Chun Hao and the others rushing towards her. Upon witnessing the completely cleared altar and Lin Ye's unscathed form, they erupted in jubilant exclamations. "Brother Lin! Incredible!" Chun Hao exclaimed, dashing over to clap Lin Ye's shoulder enthusiastically, laughing heartily. "You truly took that thing down? Brilliant!" Zhou Ming cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no trace of the malevolent creature remained, and let out a long sigh of relief, gazing at Lin Ye with deep admiration. "Professor Lin, I'm immensely grateful. Your prowess in turning the tide is indeed exemplary for our kind." Professor Lin, Bai Xiaoming, in a fit of relief, rushed forward with tears in her eyes, tightly embracing Lin Ye's chest, her small head nuzzling against him. "I thought we were all going to perish here. Thank goodness you arrived." Sensing the incongruity of her diminutive stature against the palpable sensation before him, Lin Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pondering. A hidden value? Anomaly? At that moment, Chun Hao and Zhou Ming's piercing gazes fell upon Su Muqing, who was curled up on the ground, shrouded in a white lab coat. "It's you." Chun Hao's voice turned icy, striding closer with a fierce glare. "Had it not been for your infusion of power into that cursed mirror, could that monster have broken free? Do you comprehend how many lives you nearly endangered? Indeed, Su Muqing, you must take responsibility for this matter. The school, along with the entire city, nearly faced annihilation because of you." Zhou Ming's voice was no longer gentle, filled with reproach. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Muqing trembled with rage at their barrage of accusations, tears welling in her eyes. You were spouting nonsense. I had no knowledge of any of this." "Enough." Lin Ye's voice cut through the tension. He turned to Chun Hao and Zhou Ming, his gaze steady. "Do not overestimate her intellect. She is not a traitor, merely a fool who is unwittingly manipulated." He gestured to his forehead, implying his ability to sense malice. When entering the dungeon, she harbored no ill intent regarding this endeavor. She was at most a mere tool. Chun Hao and Zhou Ming fell silent, contemplating Lin Ye's profound abilities, choosing not to respond further. "Wait, Professor Lin, can you truly sense what others are thinking?" Bai Xiaoming immediately became captivated, her eyes sparkling with awe as she gazed at Lin Ye. "Then do you know what I am thinking right now?" Lin Ye looked down at the silver-haired girl, clinging to him like a small animal, shaking his head helplessly. "I can only perceive malice. I cannot read minds." He paused for a moment and added, "However, there is no need for mind reading, as your face reveals everything quite clearly." His gaze subtly indicated a certain area that was closely pressed. Bai Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize the implication, causing her cheeks to flush a bright crimson. Yet, this time she did not let go. Instead, she buried her head deeper, mumbling softly, I did not." Lin Ye shook his head and turned to the others, saying, "Go and collect all the nameplates you can find, and then prepare to depart." The group immediately began to search meticulously through the ruins. The entire instance was devoid of any monsters, and soon over 80 nameplates, each bearing the indelible marks of countless lost young lives, were carefully gathered. As the group approached the shimmering barrier at the entrance of the instance, a radiant light enveloped them, and in an instant they vanished from sight. Chapter 36. The Spy's Demise and the Hero's Triumph Outside Shengwu University. What was once a desolate wasteland has transformed into a tumultuous sea of humanity. Thousands of faculty and students, ranging from the esteemed president to newly admitted freshmen, are densely gathered before the abyssal corridor instance. Each face is a tapestry woven with tension, excitement, and an indescribable anticipation. At the forefront of this crowd stands not the president, but a middle-aged man, a figure of remarkable stature. Adorned with the golden star insignia, he stands tall and resolute, exuding an aura of formidable authority that sends shivers down the spine. This is none other than General Lin Ye, a mighty warrior from the eastern war zone of Huagua. General Long, your presence here is truly humbling, the president remarks, taking a deep breath, his tone laced with a hint of regret. This calamity was indeed our affair at Shangwu, and I feel it a burden to have summoned you here. Who could have anticipated that these young souls would achieve such miracles? His gaze drifts back toward the entrance, filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Upon hearing this, General Long Yuan's lips curve upward slightly. President Wu, you underestimate the gravity of an S-rank catastrophe. This is a matter of national concern. We cannot afford to take it lightly. His eyes also fixate on the rift in space, brimming with admiration and anticipation. To be here, to greet the heroic young champions who have resolved such a colossal disaster for our nation, is indeed a privilege for me and for Huagua. His words resonate with undeniable conviction and sincerity, prompting several deans nearby to nod in agreement, a warm wave surging within their hearts. The acknowledgement from a king-level powerhouse is, in itself, the highest honor one could receive. However, on the periphery of this seemingly united and fervent atmosphere, a few figures stand out, incongruous amidst the excitement. Clad in Shangwu's uniform, they blend into the throng, yet their faces are pallid, their eyes harboring resentment and determination. The target is about to appear. This is our final opportunity, whispers the leader of the students, his voice barely above a tremor. His hand clenches tightly against his chest, where a peculiar black talisman, etched with strange patterns, lies hidden. Buzz! At that moment, the dim spatial veil at the instant's entrance begins to quiver violently. Before the watchful eyes of the multitude, a rift in space tears open. They're coming out. Look, the rift has opened. It's them. They've returned. A thunderous cheer erupts, akin to the roar of mountains and seas, as countless gazes converge on the fissure. The first to emerge are Chun Hao and Zhou Ming. Although Chun Hao's towering figure bears the weariness of battle, a radiant smile brightens his face. He waves his arms, responding to the cheers of the Martial Arts Academy's faculty and students. Haha, I returned alive. Zhou Ming follows closely behind, adjusting his glasses. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the corners of his mouth threaten to betray him. The direction of the Holy Order Academy also resonates with excited calls. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xiaoming, the silver-haired little girl, timidly peeks out. As she beheld the throngs of people outside and the deafening cheers that filled the air, her petite face first registered confusion, only to be subsequently swept away by overwhelming delight. Several friends rushed forward, enveloping her in tight embraces, mingling laughter with tears in a heartfelt reunion. Su Muqing emerged, wrapped in an oversized white coat, wearing a hint of bewilderment. The only response to her presence was a murmur of speculation. After all, in the eyes of the numerous faculty and students, her contributions had gone unnoticed. Suddenly, her father, Su Lai, burst forth from the crowd, tears streaming down his face as he held her tightly. Daughter, you're safe. I thought I would never see you again. Overwhelmed by her father's intense emotions, Su Muqing found herself momentarily paralyzed, rigidly leaning into his embrace as she softly uttered, Dad. Su Lai held her close, whispering urgently in her ear, It's all right, Qing'er, it's all behind us now. When we return, I will reveal certain truths to the school and everyone. You must be strong. The clamor of the crowd momentarily subsided during this poignant father-daughter reunion. Yet all eyes soon refocused on the rift in space. At long last, a figure stepped forth amid the eager anticipation of the multitude. Professor Lin. A true cacophony erupted, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Cheers, screams, and cries of adoration intertwined. The uproar, so immense it felt as though it might overturn the very ruins surrounding them. Hero, long live Professor Lin. the light of the sacred martial arts, the light of Huagua. The students waved their arms with wild abandon, their faces flushed with excitement. The mentors beamed with genuine smiles, applause reverberating, their gazes filled with unparalleled respect and gratitude. In the midst of this jubilant celebration, as the attention of the crowd was riveted on the triumphant hero and emotions reached their zenith, now, for the Emperor. The few concealed international students erupted with a final, desperate resolve. Their hands tightened around a deadly black talisman, poised to crush it. However, their actions were forever suspended at the moment before the talisman could be shattered. Buzz! Dark, viscous streams of malevolent data surged forth, ensnaring the international students and freezing their hands in place. Ugh! They were immobilized, terror reflected in their wide eyes. An eerie silence descended. The cheers abruptly ceased. The crowd stunned into silence. Professor Lin, what does this mean? The principal was the first to react, his expression filled with suspicion and vigilance, suspecting further complications within the scenario. Just a pest, a mere cleanup of the ranks, Lin Ye remarked coolly. As he spoke, he extended a finger, making a subtle motion towards the void. Whoosh! The several black talismans, tightly wrapped in malevolent data streams and glowing ominously, sliced through the air, landing precisely at the principal's feet. This was their offering. All eyes instantly converged on the ground, fixated on the ominous black talismans emanating a foreboding aura. Dean Li of the Forging Academy, closest to the scene, suppressed the turmoil in his heart and swiftly bent down to retrieve a talisman, scrutinizing it closely. His expression turned grim upon recognition. The energy fluctuation. It is an A-grade, disposable, high-energy, explosive talisman, and the quantity is astonishing. Where did they procure such items? General Long Yuan seized the talisman, his voice chillingly frigid. The Jade Shatter talisman from the Kingdom of He, specifically designed for assassinating high-level targets, detonated at close range. Even a master cannot escape serious injury. If these few were to explode, simultaneously his icy gaze swept across the foreign students, capable of turning this place into a graveyard. No more than 3 would survive. What? The Kingdom of He? They intend to annihilate us? Damn it. I was just celebrating, and now I nearly met my end. I will bring these vile scoundrels to justice. Spies! Eliminate them. After a brief silence, a surge of fury erupted. The elation of surviving the ordeal was instantly replaced by a blazing wrath. Students near the foreign students turned red with rage, charging forward, their fists and feet raining down upon those bound and defenseless foreign students. Enough! The principal's thunderous roar, imbued with the authority of a master, resonated throughout the hall, forcibly quelling the chaos. Seize them, strictly monitor them, place them under mental chains. Those who dare to commit suicide shall face soul extraction. Several instructors swiftly moved forward, layering the mental chains and dragging the limp foreign students away. Once the emergency was handled, the principal took a deep breath, suppressing the raging anger, and turned to the somber-faced General Long Yuan, speaking with utmost gravity. General Long, this matter involves external forces conspiring to infiltrate, intending to orchestrate a large-scale massacre. Its nature is exceedingly vile, far exceeding the scope of our Holy Martial Academy's affairs. I earnestly request military intervention to thoroughly investigate and unearth the mastermind and the associated network. General Long Yuan's expression softened slightly, and he nodded slightly. Principal Wu has acted decisively and appropriately. Such treasonous conduct is inexcusable. This matter will be taken over by my Eastern Theater Command. We will ensure the truth is uncovered. His gaze then shifted past the principal, landing on Lin Ye, filled with unabashed admiration, astonishment, and a profound respect. He stepped forward, standing tall, and rendered a perfectly executed, solemn military salute to Professor Lin Ye and his students. Chun Hao, Zhou Ming by Xiaoming, and Su Muqing. Professor Lin Ye and the esteemed students of the Holy Martial Academy. General Long Yuan's voice resounded powerfully. I, Long Yuan, General of the Eastern Theater Command of Huagua, express my gratitude on behalf of the military for all that you have done today. Here, General Long Yuan, I welcome our heroes back in triumph. After a brief silence, The surrounding faculty and students erupted into even more fervent cheers. Welcome back, heroes! Heroes! Long live the Holy Martial Academy! Long live Huagua! Chun Hao grinned broadly, vigorously patting Zhou Ming's shoulder, who returned the gesture with an excited punch. Bai Xiaoming wiped her tears, laughing and crying simultaneously. Even Su Muqing, wrapped in her father's embrace, her emotions complex, couldn't help but lift her head to gaze at the calm figure enveloped by the brilliance of the crowd. Her expression a tangle of emotions. Lin Ye stood at the center of the jubilant crowd, bathed in countless reverent gazes, his heart swelling with an overwhelming sense of pride. His eyes glanced at the several talismans scattered on the ground, yet he was acutely aware that the matter was far from over. Chapter 37. Advanced Lottery. SS Level Night Blueprint. After a brief farce, Sacred Martial University held a grand celebration for the Abyss Corridor Expedition team. On this day, the entire student body was engulfed in jubilation. The usually stern instructors laid aside their formalities, mingling with students, toasting one another, and sharing in the joy of survival and admiration for heroes. Chun Hao, surrounded by a group of students from the Martial Arts Academy, animatedly recounted the thrilling battles within the dungeon, though he conveniently omitted his moments of losing control. Zhou Ming was encircled by younger students from the Clerical Academy, adjusting his glasses and calmly analyzing the dungeon's structure and the characteristics of the monsters, garnering countless admiring glances. Bai Xiaoming was shielded in the center by several female friends. Her cheeks flushed as she listened to their chattering concerns and envy, occasionally stealing glances towards the center of the crowd. Su Muqing sat quietly beside her father, Su Lai. Wrapped in a new coat, her expression a complex mix as she observed the bustling crowd, occasionally responding to her father's soft murmurs. At the heart of the crowd was undoubtedly Lin Ye. He was fervently surrounded by countless faculty and students, receiving toasts, expressions of gratitude, and requests for autographs and photographs. A gentle smile adorned his face as he calmly engaged with everyone. The feast continued into the deep hours of the night, the clamor slowly subsiding as the crowd dispersed. Content yet fatigued, Lin Ye, along with his 3 roommates, Wang Hu, Li Rue, and Zhang Hao, strolled along the path back to the villa area. All 4 had indulged, their steps slightly unsteady, faces flushed with the excitement of libation. Wow, old Lin, Wang Hu slurred, slapping Lin Ye's shoulder with enthusiasm, nearly stumbling in the process. Is this even real? Are you the Lin Ye I know? The one who went from bronze to slaying SS-level monsters? Just a few days. Just a few. Li Rue leaned in, his gaze unfocused. Old Lin, confess now, are you perhaps the reincarnation of some great figure? Or have you been possessed by an ancient powerhouse? This is absurd. Zhang Hao let out a drunken belch, still clutching a bottle of wine, grinning foolishly. Who cares? No matter what. Old Lin is amazing. From now on, we're sticking with you. You feast. We'll savor the broth. Who dares to provoke us? They answer to your name. Lin Ye felt slightly dizzy from their enthusiasm, chuckling resignedly. All right, let us all drink a bit less. He glanced ahead and said, I've arrived. You all should head back and rest. Before him stood the independent villa specially arranged for him by the school. He could sense the presence of formidable auras lurking in the shadows surrounding the villa, clearly the protective forces assigned by the school or military. Thanks to old Lin, we're living in luxury now. Li Hui grine. Indeed. Upward mobility for all. Ha. Wang Hu laughed heartily. After exchanging playful banter for a while longer, they helped each other along, swaying as they made their way towards their new dormitory, humming a tuneless song. Lin Ye watched them stagger away before turning a swipe open the villa's entrance, stepping inside. Standing by the window, he gazed at the distant area of Shangwu University, where lights still flickered, and further beyond, the blurred silhouette of the city. The day's bustle was merely a prelude. He understood that tomorrow would unveil the true spectacle. The principal had already announced that tomorrow morning, high-ranking officials from the school and military representatives would engage in a thorough discussion with the strategy team, meticulously reviewing the Abyss Corridor incident and deliberating on subsequent matters. Clarification was required regarding national spies, the Yada no Kagami, and the S-Class monstrosity. All demanded definitive answers. His standing worth? and the attitude of the Chinese authorities towards him would be preliminarily revealed during this meeting. For now, the school environment was relatively secure. Under the iron-fisted measures of General Lin Ye, all international students were directly detained and examined by the military, regardless of nationality. It was preferable to wrongfully detain than to let an actual threat slip away. Lin Ye retracted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on the upcoming meeting. A thought crossed his mind, and a pale blue system interface unfolded before him. Host: Lin Ye. Profession: Armorer, Profession Level, Master Level 3, Current Equipment. Ark-One Driver, A-Class Pinnacle. Creation Points, 110,500. Current Skills: Armor Manufacturing, Master. Mechanical Analysis, Master. Malice Perception, Master. Malice Domain, Master. Overload, Master. Current Blueprints: Ark-One Driver, A-Class. Cataclysmic Thunder Enhancement Device, B-Class. Master Level 3. Lin Ye stared at the level indicator, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. The leap from bronze to master had traversed several tiers in just a few days, an unfathomable transformation in the eyes of an average person. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was entirely reliant on the immense experience points gained from vanquishing that S-Class creature. Achieving such rapid advancement again would be nearly impossible. S-Class monsters were rare and elusive. Had that S-Class creature fully recovered, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, Lin Ye was not without his trump cards. The armorer's skill, over limit, could temporarily enhance armor performance by 200. In this dungeon, he had not even needed to resort to this ace. His gaze continued to wander, landing on a staggering amount of creation points, causing his breath to momentarily hitch. A staggering 110,000 creation points. He gasped in astonishment, nearly leaping with excitement. An entire 110,000 points, half of which were garnered from that S-Class monster. The remainder was accumulated over decades by the creatures within the Abyss Corridor. This unprecedented fortune quickened Lin Ye's heartbeat. Without a moment's hesitation, he fixated on the Advanced Lottery option in the system shop. Advanced Lottery. Consume 100,000 creation points for a single draw. Reward range: S-Class to SSS Class Knight Driver Blueprints and related core materials. Beginning at S-Class, with a chance to even acquire 3 S-Class. A flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Ye's eyes. 3 S-Class, that was a legendary realm of divine caliber. In today's world, the apparent strongest beings merely correspond to the SS level of the Holy Class. The 3S level can only be described with the term invincible. However, he soon regained his composure. Although the allure of the 3S blueprints was undeniable, given his current mastery-level prowess and the resource availability in this world, manufacturing them would likely prove exceedingly challenging. In contrast, the blueprints of S or SS grades present a more pragmatic and feasible option for translating into combat power in the near term. System: Initiate a high-level lottery. Lin Ye digitally commanded. Ding. Do you confirm the consumption of 100,000 creation points for a high-level lottery draw? Yes. Buzz. The luminous screen before him transformed instantaneously into a magnificent, resplendent virtual wheel of fortune. The wheel was segmented into countless petite sectors, each corresponding to an ethereal projection and name of a knight's driver, radiating varying intensities of light. Lin Ye's gaze swiftly swept across the wheel. The S-grade sectors were the most abundant, followed by SS grade, while the highest SSS grade had a mere 2 pitiful entries. S-grade sectors, the ultimate void, shimmering with a pitch-black glow, and the card-shuffling, passionate Emperor Rider, SS-grade sectors, the holy sword gleaming, 10 holy blades, and the data stream surging, divine limit, SSS-grade sectors, the endlessly oppressive Umagashi Time King, exuding an air of timelessness, and the intertwining books and swords of full open holy blade. The wheel began to spin with great velocity, the various ethereal projections of drivers whirling past in a dazzling blur. Golden light, silver shimmer, and a spectrum of colors intermingled and flickered, filled with irresistible allure. Lin Ye found himself entranced, his gaze fixated on the 2 representations of supreme power within the SSS grade, particularly the one emanating an overwhelming presence, the Umagashi Time King. However, Reason reminded him that the probability of winning was minuscule. As the wheel gradually slowed, the pointer traversed various S-grade sectors, then delicately glided past a few SS-grade ones. Ultimately, at the moment the pointer was about to come to a halt, it trembled slightly before settling on a driver projection that radiated a profound, shadowy glow, adorned with the distinctive symbols of a cobra and a black hole. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the SS Level Knight Design Blueprint. EVOL Driver, Complete Version. The E-Series Driver. Lin Ye's heart trembled with excitement. He immediately focused his attention, examining the intricate details of the blueprint. EVOL Drive, Complete Version, Design Blueprint, SS Grade. Core Drive. EVOL Drive, S Grade. Required Materials, Adaptive Nano Core, a grade. Space Folding Alloy, a grade. Transformation Tool, Stage 1, Cobra Form Cobra Evolution Vial, S Grade. Knight Evolution Vial, S Grade. Required Materials, Cobra King's Venom Gland, a grade. Master Level Armor Core Skeleton, a grade. Transformation Tool, Stage 4, Black Hole Form Evolution Activation Device, SS Grade. Required Materials, Dark Star Stone, S Grade, already owned. Void Source Material, S Grade. Planetary Fragments, a grade. Transformation Tool, Pandora's Box, SS Grade. Required Core Materials must be activated after acquiring the Evolution Activation Device, Dark Star Stone. Already owned? Lin Ye's gaze instantly locked onto the materials list, his heart racing. He swiftly retrieved the dark stone that had erupted from the core of the Malicious seed from his storage space. It lay quietly in the palm of his hand, exuding a profound, icy aura, as if it could devour light itself. So this is the Dark Star Stone, Lin Ye murmured, his eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. And it is one of the core materials for crafting the black hole trigger. He tightly gripped the cold stone, sensing the peculiar power within, as if it were connected to an endless void. The harvest from the abyssal corridor was far greater than he had imagined. It seems the time has come to prepare for the creation of the next drive. Chapter 38, High-Level Conference. The collapse of the Su family at the pinnacle of Shunwu University, a square edifice constructed entirely from dark silver alloy, devoid of any windows, stands in solemnity. This is the venue for the institution's most confidential meetings. Lin Ye traverses 3 security gates requiring identity verification, each step echoing softly upon the immaculate, mirror-like floor. Flanking the corridor, security personnel clad in obsidian combat attire stand like statues, their keen gazes surveying Lin Ye with both scrutiny and reverence. The security level here far surpasses that of the principal's office. Not even a fly could infiltrate this place. The final heavy alloy door glides open silently, revealing the interior. A rectangular conference table emanates a cold luminescence. At the head of the table sits General Lin Ye, impeccably dressed in military regalia, the stars on his epaulets shimmering under the overhead lights. An empty seat is positioned directly opposite him. On either side, the principal, vice principal, and the deans of the forging and martial arts colleges sit in dignified silence, their postures rigid. To Lin Ye's astonishment, Su Muqing's father, the board member Su Lai, occupies a position just beneath the principal, his complexion pale and his expression complex. Professor Lin, please take a seat. Lin Yuan's steady voice breaks the silence of the room. Lin Ye nods slightly and approaches the seat reserved for him. Everyone is present, Lin Yuan states without preamble. The Abyss Corridor incident is of utmost significance. Each of you is either a witness or a key decision-maker. Today's meeting aims to clarify the truth, delineate responsibilities, and discuss subsequent actions. The wall behind him illuminates silently, transforming into a vast screen. Firstly, the origins and history of the incident. Lin Yuan gestures, and the screen begins to display a meticulously crafted dynamic presentation, accompanied by his composed narration, through a joint investigation conducted by the university and military. Combined with residual information from the instance and fragments of notes left by the first principal, Yi Wuchen, it has been confirmed. The Abyss Corridor instance, at its core, involves an S-rank monstrosity known as the Seed of Malice, which was forcibly subdued at the cost of the first principal's life a century ago. The scene shifts to reveal a blurred image of the first principal, along with a battlefield relic marked by immense sealing runes. This event occurred during a full-scale war between the Huagua and Hugwa nations. After subduing the monstrosity, Principal Yi, still recovering, fell victim to an ambush by 5 sovereign-level adversaries from Hugwa. Ultimately, he fought valiantly against 5 foes, slaying 4 before succumbing to exhaustion. Long Yuan's voice carries a weight of solemnity and respect as he continues, in this battle, Principal Yi failed to promptly inform future generations of the details regarding the location and circumstances of the monstrosity suppression. It is evident that the Hugwa side was aware of the creature's confinement here. The screen displays the image of a sovereign-level adversary in antiquated Hugwa military garb, alongside a strategic map highlighting the sealing point of the Seed of Malice. Long Yuan's gaze sharpens as he addresses the assembly. We have reason to believe that this S-rank monstrosity is highly likely to be the biological weapon secretly deployed by Hugwa within our borders. Thus, their understanding of this creature far surpasses our own. For several decades following the war, a relative peace prevailed and international exchanges were restored. It is highly probable that, through certain channels, the state of Hugwa discovered anomalous energy fluctuations at the sealed location and ultimately confirmed the connection between the emergence of the replica and the malevolent seeds. They may have even dispatched covert teams for preliminary reconnaissance. Long Yuan's voice turned icy, and thus, approximately a decade ago, Hugwa began to actively promote a student exchange program with Tsinghua University. The true intent behind this initiative was to utilize the guise of international students to smuggle assassins and crucial artifacts into our territory, infiltrating the replica. The holographic display revealed an image of the Yada no Kagami, accompanied by a simulated animation depicting its absorption and amplification of malevolent energy within the replica. Their plan involved the Yada no Kagami continuously absorbing the malevolent energy accumulated through death within the replica, thereby accelerating the revival of the malevolent seeds, while potentially repurposing this energy for other sinister objectives. Concurrently, they engineered a high mortality rate within the replica to obstruct our personnel from uncovering the truth, and they sought to exploit the unleashing of monstrous entities to orchestrate a widespread catastrophe. Long Yuan paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over Su Lai before returning to the assembly. Regarding the source of this intelligence, it stems not only from historical data analysis, but also from the international students we have apprehended. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even more somber. The ruthlessness of Hugwa's tactics exceeded imagination. With an undeniable authority, Long Yuan declared, in summary, the Abyssal Corridor incident is a meticulously orchestrated malevolent event by Hugwa, exploiting the historical vulnerabilities of our nation with the intent to create disaster. Furthermore, this conspiracy has taken root and flourished within Tsinghua University for a decade. His piercing gaze fell upon Su Lai. Mr. Su, as the proponent of the student exchange program, please elucidate the matter for everyone present. Long Yuan's tone was frigid. All eyes instantly converged upon Su Lai. Su Muqing abruptly raised her head, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at her father, her complexion paling instantly. With a deep sigh, Su Lai slowly rose to his feet. On his wrist, he bore a pair of energy shackles shimmering with an eerie blue light. Dad! Su Muqing gasped in shock, her voice trembling. Chen Hao stood up abruptly, eyes wide with anger. Mr. Su? You're a traitor? Zhou Ming furrowed his brow tightly, yet remained silent. Bai Xiaoming covered her mouth, glancing between Su Lai and the distraught Su Muqing, her eyes filled with sympathy and confusion. Su Lai did not meet his daughter's gaze. Instead, he surveyed the assembly, his voice hoarse and weary. It was I. Approximately 12 years ago, Hugwa contacted me through special channels. They promised that if I could promote and ensure the smooth execution of the student exchange program, they would find a way to assist me in breaking through the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level and ascend to the King level. A trace of bitterness and self-mockery flickered across his face. I'm the son-in-law of the Yi family, yet ultimately, I remain an outsider. The Grandmaster pinnacle, in the Yi family, in Huagua, it holds little significance, until the replica's anomalies intensified until this incident erupted. Su Lai painfully shut his eyes. I have just come to realize the grave mistake I have committed I have become an accomplice in inviting the wolf into the fold. I am deeply remorseful towards the spirit of Principal Yi. I apologize to Shengwu. I am sorry to all the students who have sacrificed. Because of this, Father, this cannot be true. You are deceiving me. Su Muqing could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face as she rushed forward to grasp Su Lai's arm. Imploring him to tell her this was not true. Su Lai looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. Chen, I am truly sorry. It is my fault. All of this is entirely my doing. It has nothing to do with you. It is unrelated to the Su family. Unrelated? Long Yuan's cold voice echoed. Su Lai, whether you have been deceived or are complicit must be determined through rigorous judicial scrutiny. However, your actions have objectively facilitated espionage activities for enemy nations, directly resulting in the premature eruption of an S-class calamity. This has nearly caused an irreparable disaster. This responsibility cannot simply be dismissed as a personal burden. His piercing gaze swept over Su Muqing. As for Su Muqing and whether the Su family is implicated, a thorough investigation is equally warranted. Until the results are revealed, all individuals related to the Su family must be subject to oversight. Bring him, Long Yuan commanded in a low voice. The side door of the conference room swung open, and two guards, exuding an imposing presence in military attire, entered. Take Su Lai away and ensure he is kept under strict surveillance. Su Muqing, please accompany us to the designated location and cooperate with the investigation. Long Yuan's orders brooked no dissent. Su Muqing felt as though struck by lightning, her body swaying as she was steadied by the guards. She watched her father being taken away, his stooped figure seemingly aged a decade in an instant, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with despair and confusion. Su Lai cast one last glance back at his daughter, his expression a tumult of guilt and reluctance, ultimately fading into a haunting silence as he was escorted from the conference room. Chunhao observed Su Muqing being led away, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately settled for a heavy grunt as he returned to his seat. Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Bai Xiaoming's eyes were red-rimmed, softly sobbing. Lin Ye remained impassive throughout, resembling a spectator to a drama that bore no relevance to him. Regardless of Su Lai's motivations, they held no significance for him. The actions of the father and daughter had led to this crisis, and it was inevitable that they would bear the consequences. Once the matter of Su Lai and his daughter was addressed, Long Yuan's gaze sharpened once more. Sweeping over the remaining individuals, the contents of today's meeting pertain to state secrets and significant diplomatic events. I implore you all to maintain discretion. The conspiracy against our nation and the issues surrounding Su Lai will be comprehensively managed by the military. Rest assured, the state will conduct a thorough investigation, providing answers to the victims, to Shengwu University, and to you heroes. He paused, his tone softening slightly. You have all endured life and death trials. Please return and rest well. Subsequent matters will be communicated by the military and the school. The principal also spoke solemnly. You may disperse now. Remember General Long's words. Chunhao Zhou Ming and Bai Xiaoming rose in silence, bowing to Long Yuan and the principal before departing the conference room with hearts burdened by conflicting emotions. Lin Ye also stood and prepared to leave. Professor Lin, please hold on. The voice of Long Yuan resonated, halting him. Lin Ye paused, turning to face Long Yuan. The door of the conference room slowly closed, isolating them from the outside world. At this moment, the vast conference room housed only General Long Yuan, the principal, and several corps deans. Long Yuan rose, approaching Lin Ye directly, and stated unequivocally, Professor Lin Ye, your capabilities and your worth have been vividly demonstrated during this calamity. Slaying a half-step S-class monster, turning the tide, exposing traitors. You are undoubtedly a national hero, an indispensable strategic asset to our nation. He leaned slightly forward, his voice deep and resonant with authority. On behalf of the Eastern Theater Command of Huagua, I formally extend an invitation to you. Are you willing to join the military and serve your country? Chapter 39. The Military Invitation and Lin Ye's Choice. Professor Lin, with a piercing gaze, was scrutinized by General Long Yuan. Your abilities and worth have been vividly demonstrated in this calamity. Shengwu University is an esteemed institution that has nurtured your talents. However, I must candidly state that with your current mastery and potential, the platform and resources provided by Shengwu University are insufficient to propel you to even greater heights. Joining the military, becoming part of the nation's core framework, will be the most advantageous choice for both you and Huagua. Yet, the murky eyes of Principal Wu sparkled with insight as he interjected, "General Long, I must disagree. Professor Lin is an esteemed honorary professor at our institution, and his accomplishments validate our educational philosophy. The strictures of the military may not be conducive to the free development of a genius." Seated beside Principal Wu, Dean Li of the Forging Academy immediately chimed in. "General Long, I concur entirely. Professor Lin's ascension in strength has been astonishing, transitioning from bronze to master in mere days." He glanced at Lin Ye with a hint of trepidation, adding, "Ahem, I believe he still requires a more solid foundation of knowledge." Other leaders within the school echoed their support, clearly reluctant to relinquish their most exceptional student to the military so easily. Long Yuan furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Ye. "Professor Lin, perhaps you could share your thoughts?" Lin Ye maintained a composed demeanor, although his mind was racing. While joining a governmental body would undoubtedly provide greater resources and security, it also entailed heightened responsibilities. With his current mastery, he was merely a small player within the vast landscape of Huagua. It was evident that Long Yuan and the higher echelons of the nation were primarily interested in his capability to develop the drive mechanism. However, the development of such a mechanism required systemic competencies, and Lin Ye was wary of exposing himself to unnecessary risks. With this in mind, Lin Ye spoke up, "General Long, I am currently researching a new drive mechanism that may require S-level materials. I wonder if the military could assist me in this regard?" As the question hung in the air, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to thicken. Long Yuan's gaze sharpened momentarily before he sighed. "S-level materials are exceedingly rare. Even with my authority, procuring them necessitates an extensive approval process. However, if Professor Lin can assure me of their effective utilization, I believe it wouldn't be an insurmountable task to acquire them." Lin Ye nodded, discerning the implications of his words. Accessing S-level materials was feasible, but only contingent upon demonstrating results. Naturally, he had no intention of directly surrendering his drive mechanism. Thus, the allure of Long Yuan's proposition diminished considerably in his eyes. Considering this, Lin Ye replied, "General Long, given my age, I would prefer to continue my studies at the university. As for my future plans, I shall contemplate them after graduation." With his words, the school's leaders collectively exhaled in relief, their lips curving into smiles. It seemed that they had successfully safeguarded their most prized asset, Lin Ye. A flicker of disappointment passed through Long Yuan's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and said earnestly, "Very well, I shall naturally respect Professor Lin's choice. Although we cannot collaborate immediately, your worth will not go unnoticed by our nation. From this moment forth, the security level for you and your immediate family will be elevated to that of a national key strategic talent, with the military providing the most stringent protective measures." He paused momentarily before adding, "Moreover, we have confirmed through the memories of those associated with the country that their higher-ups have likely issued a top-level assassination order against you, following the destruction of the Yada Mirror and the failure of the S-Class plan. However, we triggered a soul annihilation protection mechanism when attempting to identify the specific high-ranking officials who issued the order, causing the trail to go cold and preventing us from pinpointing the ultimate instigator. Nevertheless, our government will exert pressure on the country to ensure the perpetrators and mastermind are handed over. So I urge you, Professor Lin, to exercise utmost caution." Upon the mention of family, Lin Ye's mind briefly conjured images of his elderly grandparents in the countryside. Setting aside thoughts of his aunt's family for now, he remembered how sincerely kind his grandparents were, always saving and secretly providing him with pocket money despite their humble means. Regrettably, he primarily resided at his aunt's home, seeing them only during holidays. He had refrained from revealing the nature of his treatment at his aunt's house to spare them worry. Now, Long Yuan's words alleviated his concerns. "I am truly grateful, General Long." Lin Ye expressed his thanks. Long Yuan nodded and concluded, "The nation will undoubtedly honor your achievements. Relevant commendations, medals, and substantial material rewards will be officially conferred. St. Martial University will receive notification in due course. I must now take my leave, as there are matters in the military that require my attention. With that, Long Yuan departed, flanked by several senior military officers. As the alloy doors closed, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably. The usually stern-faced deans of the academy now wore unabashed smiles. Principal Wu let out a hearty laugh as he approached Lin Ye and clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. I knew I was not mistaken in my judgment." His gaze swept over the other deans, his tone brimming with pride. "Professor Lin, do not be swayed by General Long's words about military resources being superior to ours. That is a relative comparison. As the foremost institution in our nation, St. Martial University possesses funding, resources, and access to information channels that are hardly inferior to those of the military. It merely emphasizes different focal points." Dean Li from the Forging Institute squeezed forward, thumping his chest with a flourish indeed. "Lin Ye, Professor Lin. Worry not. Should you require any research materials or have any project needs, do not hesitate to speak up. The permissions to the materials in our institute's warehouse are open to you. Even if we lack what you need, my old face can still procure special approval from the National Research Institute." The other deans echoed their support, beaming with encouragement and pledging various forms of assistance. Lin Ye, sensing the camaraderie, took the opportunity to respond. "As it happens, esteemed deans, recently, I have been conceptualizing the design of an innovative drive, necessitating specific materials for my research experiments." He promptly enumerated several A-grade core materials essential for the first phase of the EVOL drive: adaptive nanocore, space folding alloy, Cobra King's venom gland, and master-level armor core framework. "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, Dean Li raised an eyebrow and waved his hand with a hearty laugh. "Simple. These are all relatively common A-grade materials. We have quite a stockpile." He retrieved his phone to place an order, then turned to Professor Lin. "I have already arranged for these materials to be delivered to the laboratory. You may utilize them at your convenience." Professor Lin nodded, then seemingly casually inquired, "By the way, esteemed principal and deans, have any of you heard of, or do you happen to have in stock, a substance known as void essence, an S-grade material?" "Void essence? S-grade?" The leaders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing confusion and contemplation. Principal Wu pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "This name is unfamiliar to me. S-grade magical entities are themselves rare, and their core materials are even more elusive. Each piece is unique, with information regarding them shrouded in the utmost secrecy. We have never encountered a material by the name of void essence." "I see." Professor Lin maintained a calm demeanor, having anticipated this outcome. "It is only natural that the school would lack something that even the military finds challenging. I shall trouble you, Principal and Dean Li. I will head to the laboratory now." "Certainly. Professor Lin, feel free to proceed. Do not hesitate to contact us should you require anything." The principal and deans nodded vigorously, their faces beaming with smiles, eager not to hinder the endeavors of this prodigious talent. Chapter 40. Crafting the S-Class driver after bidding farewell to the school authorities. Lin Ye did not linger, instead making his way directly to the core area of Shungu University, where his newly allocated advanced independent laboratory awaited. This laboratory was situated in a clandestine subterranean locale, constructed from a special alloy and equipped with the most robust energy isolation layers and information firewalls. Here, he could conduct his research without any reservations. On the central laboratory workbench, the necessary materials were already prepared. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the system. System. Load blueprint. Kamen Rider EVOL Driver Complete Version. Cobra Form Component. Material Confirmation. Adaptive Nanocore. A-Class. Space Folding Alloy. A-Class. Cobra King Venom Gland. A-Class. Master Level Armor Core Framework. A-Class. Requirements met. Shall we commence manufacturing? Yes. In the next instant, several materials on the workbench vanished silently. Before Lin Ye, a familiar virtual screen materialized. Manufacturing commencing. Blueprint analysis. Kamen Rider EVOL Driver, S-Class. Construction complete. Blueprint analysis. Cobra Evolution Bottle, S-Class. Construction complete. Blueprint analysis. Night Evolution Bottle S-Class. Construction complete. Component energy fusion progress. 0. 50. 100. Fusion successful. Manufacturing complete. A faint hum of energy reverberated within the laboratory. Above the desk, a device materialized, shimmering with a red hue. Uniquely shaped and embodying a fusion of biological technology and machinery. The EVOL Driver. On either side, 2 bottles hovered silently, one entirely red, adorned with flowing white cobra patterns. The other black, marked with simplistic designs symbolizing machinery, namely the Cobra Evolution Bottle and the Night Evolution Bottle. A subtle yet formidable pressure emanated from these 3 objects, exuding a chilling, potent aura, as if they were in a perpetual state of evolution. Lin Ye grasped the identification stone beside him and pressed it against the EVOL Driver. A glow illuminated the space, revealing the information. Equipment: EVOL Driver. Level: S-Class. Forger: Lin Ye. Experience absorption in progress. A surge of pure and immense energy surged into Lin Ye's being. The bottleneck of Master Level 3 was shattered in an instant. Master Level 4. Following that, he turned his attention to the 2 evolution bottles. Another wave of even greater energy erupted. Master Level 5. In just 2 instances of experience absorption, Lin Ye's strength leaped across 2 minor realms, reaching Master Level 5. He picked up the 2 S-Class evolution bottles, feeling the power contained within, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With S-Class armor, even the king-level foes would not intimidate me. Meanwhile, in the bustling cafeteria of Shungu University during the peak of lunchtime, Lin Ye sat at a corner table alongside 3 of his roommates. Old Lin, have you been holed up in the lab again these past few days? Mysterious and enigmatic. Is something significant brewing once more? Wang, who gnawed on a rib of a magical beast, his words muffled as he inquired. Is there a new driver in the works? Something even more formidable than that Yake one? Li Rue leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Indeed, old Lin, I've heard that the last mass-produced driver has already led the school to sign collaboration agreements with Longteng Heavy Industries in Tianhua Technology, and large-scale production is imminent. The internet is ablaze with excitement. B-class full coverage armor, capable of countering mental attacks, and it boasts infinite energy? This is nothing short of revolutionary. The entire online community is abuzz about Professor Lin Ye and his driver. You have truly become a national celebrity. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Indeed, the titles of those online videos are all light of the Holy Warrior and Rise of the Huagua Armored Division. Old Lin, if you manage to create something even more extraordinary this time, could we, allow us to be the first to test it? Lin Ye leisurely savored his meal, chuckling softly at the remark. I am indeed researching something new, but it is still in the formative stages, perhaps in due time. Oh, come now. Wang, who slammed the table, exclaiming, with your talent, old Lin, it's a mere trifle for you to accomplish. Come, let us raise a toast. Here's to the early success of your new driver. After a few pints of beer, the atmosphere became even more convivial. However, Li Rue's excitement gradually faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. Old Lin, there is something I cannot comprehend. What exactly is the official side waiting for? He set down his glass, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. We attended the memorial service at the school yesterday. Over 80 alumni, their plaques were displayed, and it was a heavy sight to behold. The officials were present, reports have been released, and discussions online are fervent. Yet why has the truth not been formally disclosed? Why haven't they demanded accountability from those wretched individuals in each country? Zhang Hao chimed in gloomily. Indeed, though some online claim it was the work of spies from he country, without official confirmation, few believe it. Others suggest it's merely a case of our school's mismanagement being deflected. It's infuriating. Lin Ye raised his glass to his lips, sipping thoughtfully. His gaze calm. Let the bullets fly for a while. Let them fly for a while. Wang, who grew anxious. Haven't they already gathered the evidence? They caught the culprits red-handed. What more is there to wait for? If we delay any longer, the opportunity will slip away. The officials require time to prepare, as well as for public sentiment to reach a sufficient crescendo. Lin Ye explained coolly. A direct announcement might yield limited impact. By allowing public outrage to peak before presenting undeniable evidence, they can exert maximum pressure, forcing the country to acknowledge their culpability, and potentially garnering more international support or tangible benefits. Li Rue furrowed his brow, as if grasping the reasoning. Yet his face still bore a trace of dissatisfaction, while that may be the rationale. Witnessing the sacrifices of our classmates stirs a fire within. At that moment, a clear yet timid voice broke through. Professor Lin? You are here dining as well? The group looked up to see Bai Xiaoming, holding a tray. Standing by the table, her silver hair glinting in the sunlight, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Lin Ye. Wang Hu and his two companions exchanged knowing glances, revealing a shared, unspoken amusement. Ah, we have finished our meal. Take your time, old Lin. Wang Hu was the first to rise. Indeed. There are still some tasks left unfinished in the laboratory. Li Rue promptly stood up as well. Professor Lin, Bai, you two continue your conversation. Zhang Hao added with a mischievous grin. The trio swiftly cleared their plates, giggling as they made a hasty exit, leaving Lin Ye and Bai Xiaoming behind. Lin Ye, somewhat exasperated, watched the retreating figures of his three roommates, then turned to glance at Bai Xiaoming, who stood awkwardly to the side. Ever since their return from the dungeon, this little necromancer had become almost inseparable from him. She would often appear in his laboratory during her free time or chance upon him in places where he might be found. Her unabashed reliance and affection leaving him both amused and exasperated. Please have a seat. Lin Ye gestured toward the empty chair opposite him. Bai Xiaoming, as if granted a reprieve, quickly settled down and whispered, Professor Lin, I am here to express my gratitude to you. Chapter 41. The trending topic explodes. The entire network is in turmoil, thank you. Lin Ye looked at her with a hint of confusion. Thank you for bringing back my sister's belongings, Bai Xiaoming's voice lowered, tinged with a slight quiver. And thank you for allowing me to return alive. She lifted her gaze, her cerulean eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yesterday, at the memorial service, I saw Mom and Dad. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage. They saw the footage circulating online. They witnessed me fighting alongside my sister. They finally believed me and apologized, saying they were wrong to doubt me, and expressed their pride in me. By the end, her voice quivered with emotion, yet her face radiated a relieved smile. Professor Lin, without you, none of this would have been possible. Truly, thank you. Lin Ye gazed at the tearful young girl before him. His heart stirred. He recalled the timid little mage who had cowered in the corner, yet erupted with astonishing power at a critical moment. In the recent Abyss Corridor dungeon raid, Bai Xiaoming's contributions were undeniably significant. Were it not for her necromancy resurrecting the fallen sacred martial students, they might never have uncovered the conspiracy orchestrated by the state. With this in mind, Lin Ye spoke softly, Do not thank me. It was your own bravery that emerged in the crucial moment. Those undead forces were summoned by you. You communicated with your sister's spirit. All of this is your own achievement. At this point, he couldn't help but scrutinize the silver-haired girl before him once more. A platinum-level mage capable of summoning all the heroic souls within the dungeon. Had it not been for that S-class monster absorbing the split entity, he might have arrived too late to witness her single-handedly vanquishing the creature. Though her sister had assisted, Bai Xiaoming's prowess as a necromancer was indeed exceptional. Reflecting on his own abilities, he realized that without the system's support, it was difficult to imagine how an armored mage and a necromancer could coexist within the same worldview. Bai Xiaoming, oblivious to Lin Ye's scrutinizing gaze, vigorously shook her head, her cheeks flushed. No, it's not that. Without you, Professor Lin, I would have perished at the hands of that monster. Without you, I wouldn't have even had the courage to delve into the dungeon. Professor Lin Ye, I must express my gratitude properly. Oh, how do you intend to thank me? Lin Ye observed her earnest demeanor, feeling a rare impulse to tease her. I. Bai Xiaoming's face turned crimson, her fingers nervously entwined, her gaze averted, her breath quickening. Summoning what seemed like her utmost courage, she parted her lips, whispering in a voice barely audible, Professor Lin. I like. At that pivotal moment, the cafeteria erupted with a deafening clamor of gasps and chatter. Wow, quick, look at the news. It's gone viral. Oh my goodness. It's trending #1. Pinned to the top. The state. It really was the state's doing. The sudden gasps of astonishment echoed like thunder on a clear day, instantly drowning out by Xiaoming's delicate voice, which resembled that of a mere mosquito. Like a startled rabbit, Bai Xiaoming instinctively withdrew her neck, swallowing her words with a palpable sense of urgency. Her heart raced wildly, and she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground out of embarrassment. Lin Ye, too, was interrupted by the unexpected commotion. He turned to Bai Xiaoming and inquired, "What were you about to say?" "In nothing." Bai Xiaoming quickly waved her hand, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum, internally lamenting yet relieved. "Next time, I shall certainly seize the opportunity to express myself." Lin Ye refrained from pressing further and pulled out his phone to open Douyin. Indeed, the top 3 trending topics were all related to Shengwu University and the Abyss Corridor, and they were all connected to him. Breaking news. The prodigious armored specialist Professor Lin Ye of Huagua has broken through barriers. The B-grade, all-encompassing infinite energy drive is on the verge of mass production. Hero emerges. Professor Lin Ye from Shengwu University leads a team to conquer the Death Dungeon, bringing an end to a century-long S-grade calamity. National mourning. Shengwu University solemnly hold a memorial service to mourn the 85 heroic students who sacrificed themselves in the Abyss Corridor. At the pinnacle of the list, prominently pinned in red by the official account, was the headline. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huagua sternly declares strongest protest and serious negotiations with the country regarding the espionage conspiracy behind the S-grade calamity at Shengwu University. Upon clicking the link, he found the comment section ablaze. Incredible. It truly is he country. The evidence is indisputable. The authorities have finally taken action. An S-grade calamity. What does he country intend to do? They still owe a debt of blood and now wish to add another. Severe punishment for the culprits. Hand over the mastermind. Blood for blood. How terrifying it is to plant such a ticking time bomb in a university. The country is utterly despicable. They must provide an explanation. Otherwise, we will go to war. The statement further mentioned that Huagua would hold a press conference the following day to present relevant evidence and invite the involved parties to clarify the situation. Professor Lin. Bai Xiaoming also caught sight of the news, her complexion paling slightly. The involved parties at the press conference. It couldn't possibly refer to us, could it? Lin Ye nodded, most likely. Then, will senior sister Su be there as well? Bai Xiaoming asked cautiously, her tone laced with concern. She's actually quite nice, albeit a bit proud. She shouldn't be aware of her father's matters, right? Lin Ye recalled the haughty campus belle and replied coolly. She is under military supervision and will likely attend as one of the witnesses. As for her level of awareness, the authorities will make their own judgments. However, regardless, as Su Lai's daughter, she has objectively played a role in this incident, and accountability is inevitable. But Bai Xiaoming seemed on the verge of saying something more. Lin Ye gently flicked her forehead, saying, "Silly girl, do you think she feels indebted to you? She may not appreciate your sentiment. If one commits a wrongdoing, one must face the consequences. That is only just." Bai Xiaoming covered her forehead, pouting in a pitiful manner, yet refrained from countering, merely muttering under her breath, "I just feel a bit sorry for her." At that moment, both of their phones vibrated simultaneously. An urgent notification suddenly appeared. Emergency notice. Lin Ye, Bai Xiaoming, Chun Hao, and Zhou Ming, please gather at the school gate immediately. A special vehicle will transport you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for a press conference. This matter is of great importance. Please do not delay. Lin Ye exchanged a glance with Bai Xiaoming. "Let us go." Lin Ye rose, his demeanor calm, yet imbued with a hint of sharpness. He had never forgotten the lethal order issued to him by the nation's higher-ups. While he did not expect this press conference to unveil the true culprit behind the scenes, he saw it as an opportunity to glean some insights about the opposition, even if it meant uncovering just a few clues. Do they wish to kill him? They must be prepared for retaliation. Chapter 42. Mom and Dad, you must make a decision for me. At the entrance of Shengwu University, a sleek black limousine quietly idled by the roadside. Chun Hao and Zhou Ming had been waiting there. Upon spotting Lin Ye and Bai Xiaoming approaching briskly, Chun Hao's eyes brightened as he strode forward. "You finally made it. This car parked here is making me feel a bit pressured." Zhou Ming nodded in agreement. Professor Lin. Classmate by. Lin Ye merely inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the black vehicle. Almost simultaneously, the door to the front passenger seat slid open silently. A well-dressed man in a sharp black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and appearing to be in his 30s, elegantly exited the car. With a flawless, courteous smile, he swiftly opened the spacious rear door, slightly bowing. Professor Lin, classmates Chun Hao, Su Muqing, and by Xiaoming, greetings. I am Assistant Wang from the Department of Diplomatic Services, responsible for your transportation and coordination. Please step inside. His voice was calm and clear, yet when he looked at Lin Ye, the respect and focus in his gaze were markedly greater than for the other three. The group entered the lavish and spacious cabin. The leather seats were wide and comfortable, and a subtle scent of leather mingled with a hint of some exquisite fragrance lingered in the air. Assistant Wang was the last to enter, gently closing the door behind him. The vehicle started silently, smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. Assistant Wang turned to face the four in the back seat, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is urgent. I will briefly explain en route. Tomorrow's press conference is of the utmost importance. It will be personally presided over by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and broadcast live to the world. Attending will be not only our nation's high-ranking officials and military representatives, but also key personnel from the embassy and numerous international media. He paused, casting a glance over the group. As witnesses to the Abyss Corridor incident, especially you, Professor Lin, you are undeniably the main characters. The nation requires your presence on site, to serve as irrefutable witnesses and to reveal the truth to the world. What? A global broadcast? Bai Xiaoming's face turned pale in an instant. Instinctively inching closer to Lin Ye, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Chen Hao also gasped, wow, this is quite a spectacle. ISNT it? I'm fine with fighting, but speaking in front of the camera, isn't that putting my life on the line? Seeing their anxious expressions, Assistant Wang offered a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern, dear students. Your primary role is merely to be present. All critical evidence, video materials, and interrogation records have been meticulously prepared by the authorities. Your presence itself is a part of the truth, serving as a reassurance to both domestic and international public opinion. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao and Bai Xiaoming visibly relaxed. Chen Hao grinned. Oh, I see now. You gave me quite the scare there. No problem. I could take the lead. Bai Xiaoming also patted her chest softly, murmuring, so we're just showing our faces, right? That's no issue. At that moment, Su Muqing adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting with a flash of insight, and posed the crucial question. Assistant Wang, with such a high-profile appearance, how will our safety be ensured? Since the nation dared to orchestrate an S-level calamity, it is likely that they will not relent easily. In such a globally scrutinized event as the press conference, might it become their desperate target? For instance, an assassination attempt against us? The atmosphere within the carriage instantly grew more somber. Assistant Wang's smile faded, his gaze sharpening. Classmate Su Muqing's concerns are quite professional, but rest assured. This is Hua country. The venue is secured by the most elite military forces. Furthermore, the live broadcast itself serves as a protective shield. Any attack occurring under the watchful eyes of billions would invite insurmountable international backlash and diplomatic catastrophe, a risk that the nation would not dare to take. Lin Ye felt a subtle stirring within him upon hearing this. His current prowess had reached the master level. Although his physical strength was merely equivalent to that of a diamond-level combatant, he was no longer vulnerable to conventional weaponry. Only those of master level or above could pose a threat. However, with his ability to perceive malice, no ambush could elude him. If someone truly sought to assassinate him, it could yield unexpected gains. Seeing that no further questions were raised, Assistant Wang relaxed, turning to take his seat. The carriage fell into silence, the only sound being the low rumble of the vehicle's steady motion. Meanwhile, in a tranquil rural courtyard far from the bustling metropolis of Hua Country southwest, the peace was shattered when the gate was forcefully flung open, crashing against the earthen wall with a dull thud. Startled, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin looked up to see their daughter, Lin Xiulan, and her husband, Du Mingcheng, standing at the entrance, both appearing haggard and filled with anguish. Most distressing of all, Du Mingcheng was pushing a wheelchair upon which sat their grandson, Du Kai. Du Kai slumped helplessly in the chair, his complexion ashen, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, with a suspicious trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. His head tilted to one side. He could only emit incoherent sound from his throat, his limbs hanging limply as if all strength had been drained from him, a veritable shell of a person. "Dad! Mom! You must speak on behalf of us," Lin Ye cried as she entered, collapsing to the ground in a heap, pounding her thighs and weeping uncontrollably, her voice piercing and shrill. Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin were rendered speechless. Grandma Lin hurriedly rose, astonished and bewildered, approaching them. What happened? How did Xiao Kai end up like this? Wasn't he supposed to be at school? Their daughter had rarely returned to this remote, impoverished home since marrying into the city. Typically, the elderly couple would scrimp and save, clutching cash wrapped in an old handkerchief, enduring several hours of jolting bus rides, eagerly anticipating visits to see their grandson, Lin Ye, while also having to mind their daughter and son-in-law's moods. Thus, this visit from their daughter, especially in such a distraught state, was nothing short of extraordinary. "Dad! Mom!" Du Mingcheng chimed in, his eyes reddened and voice hoarse. "Diao, Kai, Xiao Kai was harmed by Lin Ye." "What?" Grandpa Lin's brow furrowed. Disbelief etched on his face. "Nonsense. That child, Xiao Yi, is the most sensible. How could he possibly harm Xiao Kai? Am I speaking nonsense?" Lin Ye abruptly raised her head, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at Du Kai in the wheelchair. "Father, Mother, look, open your eyes and see what has become of Xiao Kai. He is flesh of my flesh. Would I ever speak falsely about my own son's life? It is all that heartless wretch Lin Ye, the ungrateful scoundrel, a harbinger of misfortune." She began to distort the truth, her voice thick with sorrow and indignation. "Xiao Yi and Xiao Kai are in the same school, are they not? A few days ago, during a school evaluation, Xiao Kai, his grades were not satisfactory, and I thought to ask Xiao Yi for assistance. After all, he is the elder brother. We are family. And what happened? That little beast. Not only did he refuse to lend a hand out of familial affection, but he also provided Xiao Kai with a faulty device. He deliberately withheld the information about its side effects. He watched as Xiao Kai used it. And now look at the outcome." Lin Ye wept inconsolably, as if bearing an immense injustice. "He has not only harmed Xiao Kai, but also severed our ties. He is driving our family to despair. Father, Mother, is there any justice left in this world? We have toiled for so many years to provide for him, to nurture him, and this is the ungrateful wretch we have raised. You must stand up for us." Chapter 43. The Brazen Du family. Du Mingqing nodded sorrowfully from the side, embellishing the narrative. "Indeed, Father, Mother, that child, Xiaoya, her heart is too cruel, devoid of familial affection. What Xiaolan said is entirely true. Xiao Kai has suffered because of her. Now, emboldened by her fleeting fame at school, she holds her head high, treating us as if we are insignificant. She has even disowned her own parents." Grandfather Lin and Grandmother Lin gazed at their disfigured grandson in the wheelchair, their hearts aching for him, while simultaneously grappling with the distress of their weeping daughter and son-in-law. They instinctively found it hard to believe that Lin Ye could commit such an act. Yet the pitiful state of Du Kai was undeniable. This cannot be true. "Mother," Lin Ye shouted, interrupting her, as she sprang to her feet and pointed accusingly at Grandmother Lin. "At this juncture, you still protect her? Do you think that because Xiao Kai does not share the Lin surname, he is not your true grandson? Just because he bears the Du name, does it mean he is devoid of Lin blood? Are you truly so biased? Xiaolan, what are you saying?" Grandfather Lin's beard trembled with fury. "Xiao Kai is also our beloved. How could we not care for him? But this matter must be clarified. We cannot solely rely on your account. What more clarification do you need?" Xiaolan retorted, her voice rising. "The evidence is right before your eyes. Look at him. Look at him. Call that little beast. Right now. Have him return immediately. He must kneel before Xiao Kai in that wheelchair and apologize to us. He must compensate for all our losses. Otherwise, this family can have him or me, but not both. You two should decide." In a frenzy, her words were laced with cruelty, piercing the hearts of Grandfather and Grandmother Lin. The elderly couple looked upon their once familiar daughter, now transformed into a stranger, and then at their grandson in the wheelchair, their hearts heavy with helplessness and sorrow. They were utterly bewildered, lacking even the knowledge of the shocking events unfolding at Shunwu University. Nor could they fathom that their seemingly meek grandson, Lin Ye, had become a renowned hero in the world. At last, Grandmother Lin wiped her tears, trembling as she retrieved an old, button-operated mobile phone from her pocket, its screen small, the numbers on the keys worn smooth from use. With quivering hands, she searched through the scant few numbers stored in the device, one of which was labeled Beloved Grandson. I will ask Xiaoya. To hear his side. Grandmother Lin's trembling fingers pressed the green dial button. The archaic device emitted a monotonous ringing tone as Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingcheng fixed their gaze on the phone screen, their eyes flickering with resentment and a barely perceptible hint of panic. The call connected. Inside the vehicle, Lin Ye's phone vibrated unexpectedly, producing a low hum. He pulled it out to see Grandma flashing on the screen. "Hello, Grandma." Lin Ye's voice was gentle. On the other end, Grandmother Lin's aged, yet evidently anxious voice resonated. "Xiaoya? Is it you, Xiaoya? Your aunt and the others have arrived, accompanied by Xiao Kai in his current state. They claim you have harmed him. What on earth is happening?" In the background, the sharp and piercing cries of Aunt Lin Xiaolan were unusually clear. "Bring him back. Let Xiao Kai kneel and apologize, and pay his compensation. Lin Ye, you heartless ingrate. Did you hear me? Mom and Dad, do you see if he dares to return?" In that instant, Lin Ye understood. This family of vampires had likely seen the news and realized they were now in the spotlight. With the imminent mass production of the device and profits soon to be at hand, they were eager to emerge, cloaked in a guise of seeking justice, hoping to tear another piece of flesh from him. They were even willing to use the two elderly, oblivious to the world, who merely wished to live in peace as bargaining chips. A bone-chilling coldness rose on Lin Ye's face. "Grandfather, grandmother, please do not worry. Hand the phone to Aunt, and I will speak with her." Lin Ye's voice remained calm, yet the chilling undertone made Chun Hao, who was eavesdropping nearby, instinctively shrink his neck. A commotion of voices erupted on the other end of the line, followed by Lin Xiaolan's roar dominating the receiver. "Lin Ye, you heartless wretch. The Lin family raised you, provided for you, clothed and nurtured you, and now that you have prospered, you turn your back on us? You not only turned Xiao Kai into a vegetable, but also had our assets frozen by a lawyer. Are you trying to drive our entire family to despair?" Lin Ye listened impassively to the hysterical tirade until the other party paused to catch her breath, then coldly inquired, "Have you finished? What do you wish to do?" It seemed Lin Ye's overly calm response momentarily caught Lin Xiaolan off guard. Suddenly, her tone shifted, laced with greed. "What do I want? Compensation. You must compensate us. Xiao Kai has been ruined because of you. His future is destroyed. I heard your device is about to go public. There must be considerable profits, right? I do not ask for much. Simply share half of the earnings from this device with our family. In the future, when you research new projects, you must also give us a share. This is what you owe us." Lin Xiaolan unleashed her demands like a rapid-fire barrage, fearing Lin Ye might change his mind. The cold smirk on Lin Ye's lips deepened. Indeed, what familial affection, what justice ultimately boiled down to mere monetary gain, did it not? On the other end of the line, grandfather and grandmother were evidently bewildered. Grandfather's confused voice came through. "Xiaolan, what are you talking about? What device? What profits? Where did Xiaoyi get so much money?" Lin Xiaolan immediately interjected, her voice rising, tinged with a twisted jealousy. "Dad, Mom, you must not be aware, but your precious grandson has become quite extraordinary. He has created something remarkable that has caught the attention of the state. He is about to make a fortune. Soon, he will be a billionaire. Given his wealth, having ruined our family, what is wrong with us receiving half? It's only fair." Grandmother's voice was filled with confusion and anguish. "Xiaoyi has truly harmed Xiao Kai, and he is earning great wealth?" The information was too overwhelming for the elderly couple to comprehend. Grandfather Lin's voice carried a hint of weariness, coupled with an earnest desire to mediate. "Xiaoyi, the years have taken their toll on me. My hearing has diminished, and my mind struggles to keep pace. I find myself unable to comprehend the matters you speak of. Is there a misunderstanding between you and Xiao Kai? We are family. Is there not a way to discuss matters face to face with clarity? Perhaps you could find the time to return home?" Let us gather as a family and converse in a calm and harmonious manner. The elderly man's intentions were pure, aiming to quell the inexplicable tempest within the family, hoping for peace between his grandchildren. Lin Ye felt a profound sense of helplessness swell within him. The intricacies of explaining the entire situation to his elders were far too complex and cruel. Yet, the notion of returning to placate and feign compliance with the Du family was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 44. Lin Ye's Fury, an official intervention after a moment of contemplation. Lin Ye spoke slowly. "Grandfather, I must attend a very important meeting and cannot leave at the moment. Once the meeting concludes, I will make time to visit you and explain everything personally, if that is agreeable to you." "Very well. Work is of paramount importance." Grandfather Lin responded promptly, his tone imbued with understanding. "You focus on your tasks. We shall discuss this upon your return. After all, we are family. There is no hardship we cannot overcome." "Dad, do you hear him rambling?" Lin Xiaolan's shrill voice erupted once more, laden with resentment and bitterness. "What meeting could possibly be more significant than our family's matters? Is the life of Xiao Kai not of utmost importance? He is merely making excuses. He refuses to take responsibility. Lin Ye, if you do not clarify the financial situation today and refuse to agree to our terms, we shall not let this matter rest." The conversation on the other end descended into chaos. "Su Lang, how can you speak like that? Xiaoya has important affairs to attend to. Do not create unnecessary turmoil." "Create turmoil? You all are biased, favoring those with the surname Lin. You disregard the lives of those with the surname Du. Enough. Let us all temper our words." Amidst the cacophony of discordant voices, the phone was abruptly hung up, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. Lin Ye slowly placed his phone down, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated his aunt's family to be so reckless. The matter had seemingly reached a resolution, yet they dared to overstep their bounds. His icy gaze turned toward Assistant Wang in the passenger seat. At that moment, Assistant Wang was already beading with sweat. He had listened intently to the altercation on the phone. Such familial disputes were notoriously challenging to navigate. "Wang Assistant," Lin Ye's voice was devoid of any inflection. "The military previously assured me that they would provide protection for my immediate family, including my grandparents in the countryside. Why have I seen no action on their part?" Assistant Wang's heart sank, and he sat up straight. "Professor Lin, the military security deployments are classified. I am not privy to specific details. However, the order to ensure the safety of your family was personally issued by General Long Yuan and should be in effect. You can rest assured of this." "It is just that." A troubled expression crossed his face. "Your aunt's family, strictly speaking, also falls under the category of relatives, and they are currently residing with your grandparents. The military's involvement in such internal family disputes requires utmost caution." Fearing a misunderstanding, he quickly added, "Of course. Should they pose any tangible threat to the safety of your family, the military will not remain idle." Lin Ye understood the delicate balance of the situation. He nodded and stated directly, "I presume the officials in my hometown have received information regarding my circumstances. Therefore, I would appreciate it, Wang Assistant, if you could contact the local government on my behalf. I have severed all ties with the Du family." Assistant Wang instantly grasped Lin Ye's intentions and responded eagerly, "Understood. Professor Lin, do not worry. This is a trivial matter. I will reach out immediately." He promptly picked up his phone and whispered a few swift instructions. After terminating the communication, Assistant Wang turned to Lin Ye, his tone once again imbued with respect. "Professor Lin, everything has been arranged. The local government will promptly dispatch personnel to ensure the tranquility of your grandparents. Such trivial matters will not disrupt your forthcoming itinerary or the status of your meetings." Lin Ye's expression softened slightly at this. At that moment, beside him, Chun Hao could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Brother Lin, your aunt's family is utterly despicable. Shall I summon some individuals to pay them a visit? I assure you they will never dare to appear before your grandparents again." Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Chun Hao's approach may be somewhat crude, yet his sentiment is valid. Professor Lin, should you desire a more civilized method, my family possesses certain connections locally that could complicate the Du family's new life." Bai Xiaoming clenched her small fists, summoning her courage, her face taut with determination. Professor Lin, I can secretly summon a few fearsome spirits to stand by their bed at night. It will terrify them. I guarantee they will never dare to cause trouble again. She seemed to consider this an exquisite idea, nodding vigorously after she spoke. Assistant Wang, overhearing this, felt a twitch in his eyelids and pretended to cough several times, maintaining a straight gaze ahead. Ahem. It is understandable that you all are concerned about Professor Lin's feelings. However, I am confident the local government will handle matters appropriately. I have heard nothing. He endeavored to uphold the solemnity of an official, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Observing his impassioned companions, Lin Ye felt a slight thawing of the coldness in his heart and smiled as he said, "Thank you all, but there is no need to trouble yourselves for now." He trusted in the efficacy of Assistant Wang's arrangements. However, should the official resources prove inadequate, he would not hesitate to personally address the Du family. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lin Ye's hometown village, several official vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of Kaiping County rumbled in, followed closely by a van equipped with a professional camera and bright lights. Before the vehicles had fully come to a halt, County Chief Zhang hurriedly disembarked, adjusting his pristine suit and tie as he loudly directed a young man live streaming with a phone beside him. "Quickly, raise the banner. Heartfelt congratulations to our county's distinguished youth, Professor Lin Ye, for being awarded first-class merit by the nation." Yes, the letters must be large and eye-catching. Old Wang, you're in charge of coordinating the livestream signal. It must be clear and smooth. Xiaoli, gather a few people to prepare the gifts we brought. This is an unprecedented, joyous occasion for our county. Professor Lin's glory brings honor to all of us. We must ensure this honor, and our condolences reach his family, allowing the entire nation to witness the splendor of our county. This is an unparalleled opportunity for our county's development. His face beamed with joy, his words flowing with fervor, as if he could already envision a prosperous future filled with investment and soaring GDP. The surrounding staff busily unfurled banners, set up equipment, and organized the gifts, all in a flurry of activity. Just then, the private phone in Zhang's pocket rang insistently. He impatiently retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the number, his expression instantly transformed into one of utmost seriousness. He immediately stepped aside, unconsciously bending slightly at the waist. "Hello? Yes. Good day, leader. Indeed, we have just arrived at the entrance of Professor Lin's hometown. We were about to pay a visit to his grandparents." "Oh, yes. Understood. Completely understood." After hanging up, the respect on County Chief Zhang's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a demeanor of gravity and coldness. He straightened his posture, waved his hand decisively, and addressed his still busy subordinates in a low tone. "Set the condolence items aside. Live broadcast suspended. Xiaolu, take a few capable individuals and follow me. There are more pressing matters to attend to." A glint of severity flashed in his eyes as he prepared to head to Professor Lin's grandparents' home. "We must clear the premises." Chapter 45. Is Professor Lin from our village? At the village entrance, the village secretary, Wang Dezhu, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly approached as County Chief Zhang strode in, looking flustered. "Oh my, County Chief Zhang, you've come personally. What a hard journey." County Chief Zhang merely responded with a nonchalant HM, continuing his brisk pace. "Secretary Wang, spare me the pleasantries. Where do Lin Guodong and Li Xiufen live? Lead the way immediately." Wang Dezhu's smile instantly froze, a sense of dread washing over him. Lin Guodong? Li Xiufen? Were they not the most unassuming elderly couple in the village, rarely venturing out? The county chief's demeanor and tone suggested he was ready to confront them. Wasn't he supposed to be delivering a banner to honor the families of heroes? Anxiety coursed through Wang Dezhu, yet he dared not show it, quickly nodding and bowing. Yes, I know where Uncle Lin and Aunt Li live. It's just at the west end of the village. I'll lead the way right now." As he spoke, he hurried ahead to guide the group. County Chief Zhang followed with long strides, a throng of officials trailing behind. His heart was heavy with apprehension, fearing that the Du couple would cause trouble. Professor Lin, having developed groundbreaking armor before turning 20, had slain a half-step S-class monstrosity in the abyssal corridor. earning him the title of a top hero in Huagua. As a resident of Kaiping, his elderly grandparents represented the county's only hope for prosperity. If he could ensure their well-being and secure some support or an honorary advisor position from Lin Ye, this impoverished county could turn its fortunes around. Yet, Lin Ye's foolish uncle and aunt, having been exposed for misappropriating inheritance, dared to come and extort. They were stabbing at the very lifeblood of Kaiping County and his political achievements. It was imperative that today, affairs be handled impeccably. County Chief Zhang's gaze turned icy as he quickened his pace. The team, led personally by the county chief, made a significant entrance into the village, instantly causing a stir. By the roadside, several elderly individuals clad in coarse clothing and with graying hair were picking vegetables. Observing Wang Zhu's obsequious demeanor juxtaposed with the impeccably dressed county chief Zhang in their midst, the elder's cloudy eyes brimmed with astonishment. Who is that? He seems to command more presence than Secretary Wang. Uncertain, they wondered why Wang Dazhu appeared so subservient. A group of young men smoking at a nearby doorway craned their necks, recognizing County Chief Zhang. Wow, isn't that County Chief Zhang? What brings him to our village? I haven't heard of any events or notifications. Puzzled, they noted the direction he was headed, seemingly towards the west end of the village. Elda Liman, who usually maintained a good rapport with Wang Dazhu, could not restrain himself and stepped forward, smiling as he inquired, Secretary Wang, busy as always. Where are you headed? About that irrigation ditch we discussed last time. Wang Dazhu, consumed by urgency, had no time for idle chatter. Irritated, he waved dismissively. Old Li, we'll talk later. We have an urgent matter to attend to, going to Lin Guodong's home. With that, he hurried after County Chief Zhang. Lin Guodong's home? The man who had asked the question, along with the villagers who had been eavesdropping, were left momentarily stunned. Is it the Lin family, consisting of two solitary elderly individuals residing in their old house? Why has the county chief brought such a multitude, even carrying a camera, to their home? Just as the villagers were engulfed in confusion, a middle-aged man in a suit, evidently visiting relatives, stood at the gate of a nearby house, frowning as if struggling to recall something. Lin Guodong. Lin. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and swiftly scrolled through the screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. Hiss! He gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Guodong. Lin Ye. Good heavens! That Professor Lin Ye from Shengwu University is from our village. Lin Guodong is his grandfather. His muttered exclamations, filled with shock, instantly captivated the attention of the villagers nearby. Lin Ye? Which Lin Ye? The one featured in the television news. The hero who single-handedly defeated a colossal monster and saved countless lives. A national first-class meritorious figure. My goodness. The grandson of the old Lin family, who got into Shengwu University, is indeed that Lin Ye. Quick, quick, check the news. Is it him? The news spread through the crowd like wildfire. The villagers, who were merely curious onlookers moments ago, especially the youth, erupted into excitement. The man in the suit could hardly maintain his composure, frantically pulling out his phone to make a call, speaking rapidly on the other end. Hello? Old Lu. Drop everything you're doing immediately and prepare the most luxurious gifts, cigarettes, liquor, supplements, nutritional products. Gather everything you can, fill a truck, and rush it to Lin Ye at the utmost speed. Spare no expense to be the first. Within 10 minutes. Anyone with a semblance of influence in Kaiping County was utterly stunned by this sudden explosive news. Those who held power in the county nearly toppled from their grand chairs in shock. Lin Ye, that prodigy destined for greatness, emerged from their impoverished village? In an instant, the once tranquil country road leading to Lin Ye was filled with a variety of cars, rarely seen in the area, arriving from all directions. At this moment, County Chief Zhang had no time to consider the growing throng behind him. Wang Dazhu hurriedly ran ahead, finally pointing to a somewhat dilapidated courtyard with an open gate. County Chief. That's it. The Lin Guodong family. Before they could approach, a sharp, piercing argument erupted from within the courtyard. Your son is dead. Am I now responsible for your old age? Now you refuse to speak up for your grandson and seek justice? Is your heart made of stone? Exactly. Dad and Mom, Shao Kai is your own grandson. He is now paralyzed. What will happen to him for the rest of his life? Lin Ye earns so much money. It's only right for him to contribute a little for Shao Kai's treatment. You can't only think about your Lin family grandson. County Chief Zhang's expression darkened ominously. He strode to the courtyard entrance, and the scene inside ignited his fury instantly. Old Master Lin Guodong, hunched over, sat upon a dilapidated bamboo chair. One hand pressed tightly against his chest, his complexion flushed, his lips quivering in silence, his murky old eyes filled with anguish and disappointment. Meanwhile, elderly Lady Li Xiaofan stood beside him, wiping her tears, her shoulders heaving in despair, exuding a sense of helplessness and sorrow. In stark contrast, Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingxiang stood before the two elders, their spittle flying, their faces contorted with malice, incessantly berating them. The greedy and spiteful expressions on their faces ignited an immediate fury within County Chief Zhang. "This is outrageous." His voice, laden with wrath, echoed like thunder in the small farmhouse courtyard. Chapter 46. What justice, but merely money? Director Zhang's furious roar descended like an invisible mountain, pressing down with diamond-grade authority. The voices of Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingxiang abruptly ceased, their previously arrogant demeanor instantly replaced by terror. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, with every gaze fixated on the imposing figure of the man standing at the entrance. Lin Guodong and Li Xiaofan looked up in confusion, gazing at the dark mass of people outside, particularly the middle-aged man at the forefront, whose mere presence commanded respect and authority, leaving them utterly bewildered. After a fleeting moment of shock, Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingxiang recognized Director Zhang. A smile, more distorted than that of a weeping face, forced its way onto Lin Xiaolan's features as she tugged Du Mingxiang forward. "Oh, Director Zhang, what brings you here? It's such a rare visit. Please come in. Mom and Dad, this is Director Zhang of our county." Director Zhang's icy gaze swept over them. Had I arrived a moment later, I fear that the esteemed Professor Lin's grandparents might have been driven to despair by your so-called filial son and daughter-in-law. These words struck Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingxiang like daggers, causing their bodies to shudder and their faces to drain of color. And no, that's not the case. Director Zhang, you've misunderstood. We were merely discussing some family matters with our parents. With a dismissive grunt, Director Zhang showed no desire to engage further with them. Instantly, his expression transformed into one of warm concern as he approached Lin Guodong and Li Xiaofan, slightly bowing and speaking with deference. "Elderly ones, I apologize for the fright you've endured. I am Zhang Huaimin, the county chief of Kaiping. Are you both well? How do you feel?" Taken aback by the sudden respect from the county chief, the elderly couple was rendered speechless. Lin Guodong struggled to rise, but Zhang gently pressed him down. "Please remain seated. Do not stand on ceremony." "And no, it's nothing, Director Zhang. We are fine," replied Li Xiaofan, wiping her tears as she glanced at the crowded courtyard and the cameras, then at her unruly daughter and son-in-law, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. "What are you saying, elderly ones?" Director Zhang's voice boomed with undeniable gravity. "We are here today representing the county committee and government, on behalf of all the people of our county, to express our heartfelt greetings and support for you both. We come bearing a banner, blessings, and gratitude." With a sweeping gesture, he signaled to the staff, who immediately unfurled a brand new crimson banner adorned with golden characters, "Teaching grandchildren well, pillars of a nation," presented by the Kaiping County People's Government. Staring at the unexpected banner, Lin Guodong and Li Xiaofan were utterly dumbfounded, gazing blankly at Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, what is this for?" With a genuine smile and respect illuminating his face, Director Zhang proclaimed, "Why, it is in honor of your remarkable grandson, Professor Lin Ye, at Shangwu University. He has demonstrated extraordinary talent, developing groundbreaking armor. In times of peril, he bravely led a team into danger, turning the tide and defeating an S-class monster capable of annihilating entire cities. The state has decided to award him a first-class merit. He is a true hero of our nation. Indeed, a source of pride for our Kaiping County." Mayor Zhang's voice resonated powerfully, echoing both within the courtyard and through the lens of the camera, beginning to convey the news to the outside world. An S-class monster? A first-class merit? Lin Guodong and Li Xiufan's heads buzzed with disbelief. Their once dull eyes gradually brightened as they gazed at Mayor Zhang and then exchanged incredulous looks. The overwhelming surprise engulfed the two elderly individuals like a tidal wave. Tears welled anew in Li Xiufan's eyes, but this time they were tears of joy. Lin Guodong, who had been clutching his chest, relaxed his grip, his face alight with excitement, his lips trembling. Good. Good child. I knew it. Xiao Yi is a good child. He is indeed a fine descendant of the Lin family. Observing the two elders weeping with joy, Mayor Zhang felt a sense of relief wash over him, his smile widening. Henceforth, you two will be the relatives of a hero. The county will assign personnel to take care of your needs, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to bring them to our attention. The county will certainly assist you. As he spoke, although his face bore a smile directed at the elders. The final glance he cast at Lin Xiulan and Du Mingsheng was as cold as steel, filled with a warning. Be sensible and leave at once. At that moment, Lin Xiulan and Du Mingsheng's faces turned ashen, akin to falling into an icy abyss. They realized that if they exited this courtyard today, they would likely never have the opportunity to confront the two elders again. Without the leverage of the elders, it would be impossible for them to extract even a penny in compensation from Lin Ye. Thus, even at the risk of offending the mayor, they were prepared to fight to the bitter end. Mayor, Mayor, Lin Xiulan suddenly called out in a shrill voice. You are a high-ranking official, responsible for significant matters. Surely you need not concern yourself with these minor family disputes. She stifled the fear brought on by the suffocating pressure, forcing a strained smile as she continued. You see, while it is true that Xiao Yi is a hero, we are also his dear aunt and uncle. Xiao Kai has suffered because of him and is still in a wheelchair. If you could have Lin Yi provide us with the money, we shall leave immediately, causing no inconvenience to the government. We can resolve this difficulty ourselves, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Her audacious and selfish remarks left everyone in the courtyard utterly stunned. Outside, the villagers erupted in uncontrollable, scornful shouts. The elderly may not be online, but does not imply that others are unaware. Ever since Lin Ye's name resonated nationwide, every detail surrounding him has been unearthed. The events that transpired during the assessment have spread far and wide. Now, who does not know of the shameless behavior of the Du couple? This naturally incited a wave of condemnation. Lin Guodong and Li Xiufan, originally immersed in the immense joy brought by their grandson, found their smiles instantly frozen upon hearing Lin Xiulan's brazen defense. They finally comprehended the truth. Their daughter's family had not come seeking justice. Rather, they were merely after money. Were they attempting to seize the benefits earned through Xiao Yi's significant accomplishments? And to accuse Xiao Yi of harming Xiao Kai? Enough. Mayor Zhang could no longer suppress his fury. His thunderous roar was even more terrifying than before, the diamond-level power sweeping through the courtyard like a tangible storm. Lin Xiulan and Du Mingsheng were struck as if by an invisible hammer, staggering backward several steps before collapsing into the mud, their faces drained of color. Family matters? What a preposterous notion. Director Zhang's expression was as cold as water, his gaze piercing like lightning, aimed directly at the two trembling figures on the ground. He had originally intended to spare the elderly couple from a humiliating spectacle, but it was evident that the Du couple had transcended the realm of ordinary ruffians and warranted a decisive response. L'Anxulant, Du Mingsheng. He inhaled deeply, each word resonating like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. As guardians of Lin Ye, you have utterly failed to fulfill your responsibilities. You have unlawfully appropriated the inheritance left by Professor Lin's parents, claiming it as your own for years. At the school assessment conference, you maliciously slandered Professor Lin, attempting to seize the device he developed for yourselves. Professor Lin's cousin, Du Kai, under your instigation and greed, recklessly used Professor Lin's device despite knowing he was unqualified, resulting in a backlash that caused him injury. The Academy has reached a conclusion on this matter, and all evidence is clear and irrefutable. Your refusal to repent, coupled with your audacity to slander a hero, is utterly unconscionable. Director Zhang's vehement accusations reverberated through the courtyard like a thunderclap. Chapter 47. A decisive strike. Lin Guodong and Li Xiaofan, two elderly individuals, were struck with profound shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. A wave of immense disappointment and sorrow engulfed them in an instant. So it was. They had believed it to be mere familial discord, unaware of the insidious machinations that lay beneath. Scoundrels! Beasts! How dare you? Lin Guodong rose abruptly, darkness clouding his vision, nearly collapsing, saved only by the support of a nearby village official. He pointed at Lin Xiaolan, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse with anguish. How could I have given birth to such a wretched offspring? Begone! Leave my sight forever. Li Xiaofan was inconsolable, covering her face as she wept uncontrollably. Do you comprehend this, Lin Xiaolan, Du Mingcheng? Is this what you deem family matters? Seeing the elders grasp the full extent of the truth, County Chief Zhang no longer hesitated and declared sternly, the Kaiping County government announces, first, Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingcheng are to be immediately expelled from the Lin family compound, with a lifetime prohibition on entry. They are strictly forbidden from harassing Lin Guodong and Li Xiaofan in any manner. Second, Lin Xiaolan, Du Mingcheng, and their associates will be permanently excluded from all government privileges and economic cooperation opportunities. A complete ban. Third, an investigation will be initiated into whether the couple has previously infringed upon Professor Lin's legal rights or engaged in any unlawful activities. The consequences shall be borne by them. His gaze was piercingly cold, striking Lin Xiaolan and her husband with palpable force. The phrase "the consequences shall be borne by you" served as a dire warning. Should they persist in their reckless behavior, they would face repercussions beyond mere legal accountability. Ultimately, in this world, extraordinary power prevails. Matters that the law cannot resolve may find other avenues of resolution. Remove them. Clear the premises immediately. County Chief Zhang commanded with a sweeping gesture. The staff, fierce as wolves, advanced without a trace of compassion, roughly dragging the utterly dazed Du family out like a discarded rag and unceremoniously tossing them onto the distant dirt road. At last, tranquility returned to the courtyard. As Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingcheng were thoroughly removed, Lin Guodong leaned back in a chair, his complexion ashen, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Li Xiaofan clung to her husband's arm, tears flowing incessantly. County Chief Zhang approached the elderly couple. Bowing deeply, "You have suffered greatly. Such harmful elements will not be tolerated in Kaiping County. As long as I am here, Kaiping County shall be a shield for your peaceful twilight years. You need not worry." "Thank you, County Chief Zhang," Lin Guodong stammered, his voice trembling as he gazed at the official with murky old eyes. "Thank you ever so much. Had you not intervened, we would still be in the dark, unaware of that wretched being." Alas, he could say no more, merely gripping the county chief's hand with fervor. "Such words are unnecessary. It is my duty." County Chief Zhang quickly waved his hand, sincerity etched across his face. He noticed the elderly couple's distress. Surrounded by so many people, and the festive banners and slogans became an additional burden. Furrowing his brow, he quietly instructed the nearby staff, "Clear the area, disperse the crowd at the entrance. The cameras have all been turned off, filming has ceased." The promotional plans he initially envisioned have lost their significance. At this moment, ensuring the elderly's rest is the utmost priority. The staff swiftly sprang into action, urging the villagers who were peering into the doorway to disperse. Wang Dezhu, the village secretary, hurried to assist as well. The cacophony of the crowd receded like a tidal wave, and the small courtyard finally regained the tranquility that rightfully belonged to the elderly. Only then did County Chief Zhang let out a sigh of relief, personally directing his subordinates to carry the tokens of consolation into the house. "Elders, this is a small token of goodwill from the county. Please do not concern yourselves with anything else. Focus on your recovery." As he spoke, he respectfully handed a business card inscribed solely with his phone number to Lin Guodong. "I am available 24/7. Should you encounter any issues, no matter how trivial, do not hesitate to call me directly. This is too much trouble for you, County Chief." Lin Guodong stammered, somewhat flustered. "Not at all. Not in the slightest," Zhang asserted emphatically. "Our heroic grandparents deserve the finest care. The commotion today is a result of my oversight. I shall make it a point to visit you again." Observing the fatigue etched on the faces of the two elders, he gently urged, "You both must be exhausted today. Please rest. We shall not impose any further." Lin Guodong wished to invite his guests to stay for a meal, yet feeling utterly drained, he could only weakly gesture. I apologize, County Chief, given the state of the home today. Please do not mention it. Your well-being is the greatest support to me," Zhang replied with a smile, signaling for his subordinates to respectfully deliver the ceremonial banner into the house. Subsequently, County Chief Zhang and his entourage exited the Lin family's courtyard, gently closing the gate behind them. Not far from the small courtyard, Zhang soon encountered Lin Xiaolan and Du Mingsheng, slumped in the muddy roadside, appearing utterly lost. The two, supporting each other, managed to rise, their faces still reflecting the bewilderment and lingering terror of their recent ordeal. Zhang's gaze was icy, devoid of any compassion. He halted, instructing the head of the county's public security bureau with a stern voice. "Xiao Lu, take them back and initiate an investigation. Focus on the illegal appropriation of Professor Lin's parents' inheritance, along with the charges of defaming our heroes. Ensure that the accounts are thoroughly clarified. They must not be allowed to roam free for at least 3 to 5 years." His voice, though not raised, carried an unmistakable severity. He understood well that dealing with such incorrigible scoundrels required the complete eradication of their capacity to act. While Professor Lin may not have the time to file a lawsuit, it was his responsibility as county chief to ensure a clean resolution. "Understood, County Chief." The officer surnamed Lu promptly acknowledged, striding forward with several detectives in tow. "No, please. No, County Chief. We understand our mistakes." Lin Xiaolan cried out in sheer terror, attempting to rush forward, only to be harshly restrained by the detectives who twisted her arm. "Take them back." The command brooked no argument. Soon, the Du family was forcibly ushered into the police car amidst cries and struggles, which then sped away. Zhang shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Upon reaching his vehicle at the village entrance, his eyes widened in astonishment. A convoy of affluent dignitaries from the county obstructed the village entrance, rendering it impassable. Boxes adorned with red paper, emblazoned with the logos of various companies and groups, were piled high on the ground, resembling small hills. Dozens of eyes fixated upon him, brimming with sycophancy and urgency. Upon the emergence of County Director Zhang, this assembly of individuals who wielded considerable influence in the county immediately surrounded him, speaking in unison. "Director Zhang, your efforts are greatly appreciated. How are the two elderly individuals faring? We have brought this small token of our esteem. Director Zhang, regarding Professor Lin, might you facilitate an introduction?" A wave of irritation surged within Zhang, and he replied with a somber tone, "The token can remain. Everyone else, disperse at once." His gaze swept over the crowd with piercing intensity, carrying a warning. The two elderly individuals have just endured a traumatic experience. They require tranquility. Anyone who dares to disturb their rest shall find themselves at odds with me. Zhang Huaimin. The assembly, cowed by the director's authority and the chill in his words, dared not utter a single objection. They nodded vigorously and instructed their subordinates to unload the gifts and pile them at the village entrance, signing their names, before departing as if liberated from a great burden, swiftly vacating the scene. Observing the suddenly vacant village entrance and the towering heap of offerings, Village Secretary Wang Dezhu felt his legs weaken. What appeared to be tokens of goodwill were, in reality, scorching bricks of gold. He dared not touch a single item, only managing a wry smile as he summoned several village officials to assist in overseeing the inventory. In the capital, within a star-rated hotel designated for esteemed foreign guests, Lin Ye's encrypted phone rang. The voice of Assistant Wang resonated. "The final report from County Director Zhang in Kaiping has arrived. Your aunt's family has been criminally charged and is facing a minimum sentence of 5 years. You need not worry about them troubling the two elderly individuals any longer." "Understood," Lin Ye replied calmly. "Please extend my gratitude to Director Zhang. I appreciate his assistance. You are too kind. It is our duty. I shall not disturb your rest any further." At the very moment the call disconnected, the remnants of tranquility dissipated instantaneously. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he peered toward the outside of the room. A chilling, palpable malice, imbued with murderous intent, infiltrated his awareness. This malevolence was now lurking in the corridor beyond the door. Chapter 48. Master-level shadow, assassin in the corridor of a hotel, a somewhat slender bellhop, with his head bowed, pushed a room service card draped with a pristine white tablecloth. The broad brim of his uniform hat cast a shadow over much of his face. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, perfectly adhering to the hotel's standard procedures. Standing guard at the suite's door was a military-appointed diamond-level bodyguard, his keen eyes scanning every corner of the corridor with vigilance. Upon seeing the card, he raised his arm in a routine manner, halting the bellhop. "Wait," set it down. "We need to inspect it." The bellhop's form stiffened momentarily, his head lowering even further as he muttered indistinctly, "Yes." At the very moment he responded, a shadow flickered into motion. Swift as the eye could not capture, a cold silver line flashed silently across the bodyguard's throat, like a whisper from death itself. There was no splatter of blood, no cries of anguish. The bodyguard's formidable frame shuddered abruptly, his eyes losing focus in an instant. A hint of surprise and lingering caution remained on his face. A gloved hand, clad in black, gently steadied the collapsing bodyguard, easing him against the wall beside the suite door. The bodyguard maintained a standing posture, his head tilted, as if he had merely dozed off from exhaustion at his post. Having completed this act, the bellhop nonchalantly withdrew his hand, stepping back with the cart. "Knock, knock, knock." A sound echoed outside the heavy hotel door. "Professor Lin, room service. As per your prior request, it is ready for you. Could you please retrieve it?" The voice, strikingly similar to that of the guard, resonated down the empty corridor. Yet it fell into silence, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, with no response from within. The bellhop's brow furrowed slightly. He held his breath, focusing all his senses on the door before him. Then, a faint melody began to emerge. It was Beethoven's Ode to Joy. However, it was not the grand, majestic original, but rather a meticulously altered electronic variation, imbued with a peculiar, ominous rhythmic quality. The source of the sound was located deep within this suite. Target confirmed. "Excuse me, may I push the card inside and place in the foyer?" He mimicked the guard's voice once more, simultaneously sliding out a thin metallic card. With a soft click, the heavy soundproof door unlocked, beginning to slide open inward with a hushed grace. As the gap widened, the faint electronic rendition of Ode to Joy seemed to have completed some ritual of summoning, abruptly halting and vanishing entirely. What greeted him was an overwhelming darkness. The bellhop amplified all his senses to the utmost. Yet curiously, the surroundings were utterly devoid of life. How could this be? The source of that melody had undeniably originated from this very room. Just as this bewilderment flickered through his mind, boom, a heavy thud erupted behind him. The door that had just begun to open slammed shut with a resounding force. In the absolute silence, the sound of the door closing resonated like thunder. In the depths of darkness, he abruptly turned, his gloved hand pressing firmly against the concealed clasp of his weapon at his waist. The icy blade poised to spring forth at any moment. The waiter's vigilant gaze swept over the closed door, detecting no anomalies. Yet, the sensation of being the prey ensnared within a cage sent a chill coursing through the nape of his neck. At that very moment, as he remained wholly focused on the door, a voice, laced with evident mockery and a hint of mischief, resonated. "Are you looking for me?" How could this be? The waiter's blood seemed to freeze in an instant. There was no breath, no movement, no fluctuation of energy. The voice appeared to emanate from the depths of his mind. His honed combat instincts swiftly overpowered the momentary shock. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the darkness. Without the need to turn, he thrust the short blade behind him. Thud! A dull thud echoed. He had struck, yet the sensation was off. The feeling of penetration was not flesh and blood, but rather a peculiar, incredibly resilient substance. Neither metal nor leather, as if he had plunged into an abyssal mire. In the dark, two elongated, vividly crimson beams of light abruptly ignited. At that moment, the waiter finally discerned the source. Mere inches before him stood an armor never before catalogued in any intelligence report. Its entirety was dominated by a rich, deep crimson and mysterious black, glimmering with a cold, hard sheen reminiscent of the vast cosmos under the faintest light. At this instant, strange orange-red patterns began to emerge from the chest of the armor, gripping his specially crafted A-class dark energy, soul-piercing dagger with an eerie force, rendering it utterly immovable. Those two blood-red sources of light were emanating from the eye sockets of the helmet. A master-level assassin. TSK, what a grand spectacle. The sudden, formidable resistance and those soul-chilling crimson eyes sent a tremor through his very being. Shadow escape. A soft sound emerged, and the assassin caught by Lin Ye dissipated into a cloud of black mist. A clone? Lin Ye was taken aback. Just as the clone vanished, the darkness surged once more. Look behind you. From what appeared to be a void behind Lin Ye, a tangible shadowy blade silently lunged towards the unguarded nape of his neck. The true body of the assassin had perfectly concealed itself within the encroaching shadows. This strike was unreserved, channeling his most potent innate skill. Shadow Fong. Celestial Descent. An A-class shadow mystery. The speed had reached an unfathomable level. The tip of the dagger glimmered with an intense black radiance, aimed directly at the most vulnerable seam of Lin Ye's neck armor, where the cervical vertebra met. Given the A-class armor's defensive capabilities, it would be as fragile as paper against this assault. However, in the next moment, Lin Ye inexplicably vanished from his original position. How could this be? A flicker of astonishment crossed the assassin's eyes. His profession was that of a shadow assassin, known for being the swiftest among all combat roles. Even an armor division, despite relying on peak-grade A armor, could never surpass oneself in speed. Even more astonishingly, the target seemed to have anticipated the impending assault, a detail never disclosed in intelligence reports. In that fleeting moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Now, take a look behind you. The assassin's pupils constricted to their utmost. He barely had time to mount any defensive maneuver before the voice's owner had already closed in on him. A large hand swiftly pierced through his chest. The assassin's gaze dulled, his consciousness gradually fading. Until the moment he completely lost awareness, he remained oblivious to how Lin Ye had foreseen his actions. Suddenly, with a soft click, the main lighting system of the suite illuminated without a sound. Gentle white light flooded the space, dispelling the darkness in an instant. By the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows in the living area of the suite stood a solitary figure, none other than the hotel staff member clad in a slightly oversized uniform. The only notable difference was the peculiar device strapped to his waist. He slowly approached the enormous window that spanned an entire wall, raising a gloved hand to gently remove his hat. With this motion, the restraints hidden beneath the hat were released. In an instant, cascading locks of hair, flowing down to his waist, were unveiled, contrasting strikingly with a loose-fitting male uniform. The glass reflected this scene vividly, along with the face of the staff member now revealed. His finely sculpted jawline appeared exquisitely delicate under the dim light, while the skin of his neck was smooth and pale, devoid of any masculine Adam's apple. At that moment, the attendant addressed the long-haired reflection in the mirror. No way. It's actually a woman. Chapter 49. Choose one, or both before the mirror-like floor-to-ceiling windows. The silhouette of the waiter flickered under the soft glow of the lights. The loose-fitting male uniform accentuated the slenderness of his form. The face reflected in the mirror was exquisitely delicate, bearing an unmissable chill. Lin Ye gazed at his reflection, a hint of surprise flickering within him. A woman? Furthermore, she appeared to be only a few years older than myself. This realization struck him as absurd. Such a youthful master-level assassin would be a rare gem cultivated with utmost dedication in any nation, poised to ascend to the pinnacle of royal prowess. How could a talent of this caliber be dispatched on what seemed like a near-suicidal assassination mission? It was unlikely that the country would invest so heavily. Shaking his head, Lin Ye chose not to delve deeper, raising his hand directly toward his chest. A surge of crimson energy emerged, aimed at the female assassin's source of power. Moments later, the radiance retracted. Lin Ye manipulated the assassin's hand to slowly rise, palm open. With a soft pop, a thumb-sized energy vial materialized before him. It actually succeeded. A wave of elation surged through Lin Ye as he sensed the power within the vial. This was indeed one of the core abilities of the EVOL driver, Energy Vial Refinement. Though the level was one tier lower than the target, it meant he could acquire fragments of abilities from other professions. Another capability allowed him to possess others. Just as he did now. With his objective achieved, Lin Ye felt no lingering attachment and promptly withdrew his possession. Buzz. The scarlet energy dissipated from the female assassin, coalescing beside her into Lin Ye's true form clad in EVOL Cobra armor. The female assassin, bereft of support, slumped into the expansive sofa in the living room. Her eyes fluttered shut, breath faint, and the oversized uniform fell open, revealing her delicate and frail frame. Lin Ye reverted to his original appearance, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the unconscious assassin on the sofa, his gaze icy. He certainly would not let someone who sought to take his life escape so easily. With a subtle lift of his hand, malicious energy surged forth. Domain of Malice unleashed. Buzz. A torrent of pitch-black malicious data erupted, instantaneously engulfing the two. Within the realm of Malice, the unconscious female assassin was suspended by chains of pure darkness. Her wrists, ankles, and waist firmly bound, fixed in a somewhat humiliating posture. The oversized uniform contorted under the strain, revealing more of her pale skin and delicate collarbones, starkly contrasting against the cold, dark surroundings. Her head hung low, long hair obscuring her face, utterly defenseless. Lin Ye approached her, his gaze indifferent. Malicious energy coalesced in the air. Slap. Slap. Two resounding slaps, imbued with malice, struck her face with force. Ugh! The female assassin gasped in pain, her eyelashes fluttering violently as she struggled to open her eyes. Beneath her, the ground flowed with crimson code, the sky filled with wailing faces of malice, and the air thick with despair. What? What is this place? Her voice trembled. My domain. Lin Ye's voice remained calm. The female assassin abruptly raised her head, and upon recognizing Lin Ye, she realized her assassination attempt had failed. Her complexion turned pale, and as she struggled, the chains rattled ominously. Lowering her gaze to her suspended position, a mix of shame and anger washed over her, flushing her cheeks. What? What do you intend to do? Why am I bound like this? Pervert! Let me go. Lin Ye let out a cold laugh, a malevolent energy coalescing behind him into a black chair. He leisurely seated himself, crossing his legs with an air of superiority. It appears you do not comprehend the situation. Here, I am the judge, and you are the lamb awaiting slaughter. Leaning forward, his gaze sharpened. First question, who sent you to kill me? The assassin bit her lip tightly, forcing herself to respond. Humph. I have professional ethics. I would rather die than reveal my client's information. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Your Mandarin is quite fluent. Are you not from He country? You are the one from He country. Your entire family is from He country. She retorted sharply, her voice tinged with insulted fury. I am a genuine citizen of Hua country. Hua country? Lin Ye's expression instantly froze, the surrounding malice seeming to solidify. Assisting He country in assassinating a national hero? Does betrayal taste sweet? Betrayal? She scoffed, her face displaying a stubborn indifference. Spare me the righteous talk. I only recognize money. Whoever pays, I will kill. To her, Hua country and He country were indistinguishable. Only money? Lin Ye slowly rose, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Malevolent energy gathered in his hand, forming into a pitch-black whip that exuded a sinister aura. When reason fails, I also possess a modicum of martial skill. The last obstinate fool left crying and whimpering. I wonder how long you can endure? The assassin regarded the terrifying whip with a glimmer of disdain, coldly sneering. Ha! Torture? I have undergone professional training. Bring it on. If I frown, consider it my defeat. Such spirit, Lin Ye acknowledged with a nod, ceasing further words as his arms swung down sharply. Crack! The shadow of the whip tore through the air with a shriek, striking her thigh with brutal force. A wretched scream echoed through the space. Yet, the physical pain paled in comparison to the onslaught of despair, terror, and hatred that surged within her, a torrent of negative emotions that clawed at her mental resolve, as if malevolent spirits were feasting on her soul. What is this abomination? She convulsed, tears streaming down her face, her voice distorted. Lin Ye remained unfazed. Crack, crack, crack. The whip lashed like a tempest. Her screams crescendoed. Oh, stop, stop. I will talk. I will talk. After merely 7 or 8 strikes, her mental defenses teetered on the brink of collapse, pleading for mercy. Wu, why did you have to hit me right away? Can't you employ gentler methods? Perhaps a beauty trap? Who knows? I might divulge if I'm in a good mood. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, as if he had heard an amusing jest. He flicked the whip and scoffed, gentle. A beauty trap? If I could placate you with mere charm, why waste expressions? Let us see if you can endure this round first. With that, he struck again. No more. I swear I'm telling the truth. I truly don't know my employer. She wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her voice hoarse. I accepted the mission through the Assassin's Guild. The platform is anonymous. I only knew the target and the payment. Had I known you were so formidable, I wouldn't have taken the job even at the cost of my life. Woo. Lin Ye cast a cold glance at her. I find her answer quite unsatisfactory. He grasped the female assassin's chin, compelling her to raise her tear-streaked face, and said, with your prowess, how could you possibly accept a mission in such a mundane manner? Her eyes flickered, breath hitching, yet she shook her head. No, truly not. It appeared she had not yet suffered enough. The black whip in Lin Ye's hand dissipated. Malicious energy surged wildly, contorting and gradually forming a solid, ebony rod. It exuded an unsettling aura of malevolence, sending shivers through the soul merely by its presence. The female assassin's pupils constricted in terror as she gazed at Lin Ye. What are you going to do? Lin Ye weighed the terrifying object in his hand and spoke in a calm tone. Do you prefer this rod or the whip? I shall grant you 10 seconds to choose. Should you fail to decide, both shall be employed. Please, I will tell you everything. Just don't use that. I was wrong. The female assassin's resolve crumbled completely. That thing. It seemed utterly impossible to endure. I have a private, encrypted channel on my phone. The employer requested action before the press conference. They demanded a one-hit kill. I truly don't know anything else. Woo-woo. Lin Ye noted the information. His expression impassive, a commendable answer, but alas, it is too late. He slowly moved behind the female assassin. No, I beg you, The malicious space dissipated. Inside the suite, the female assassin lay crumpled on the carpet like a discarded rag. Lin Ye crouched down, his palm resting upon her forehead. A viscous mist, alive with energy, surged forth, enveloping her head. Moments later, as the mist evaporated, her features underwent a subtle transformation. Her eyes and brows softened, her nose became more delicate, her lips turned supple, metamorphosing into an entirely new visage. She gradually opened her eyes. Confusion and innocence akin to that of a newborn reflected within them, timidly gazing at Lin Ye. Who am I? Where is this? And you, who are you? Lin Ye looked down at her, a gentle yet undeniable smile gracing his face. His voice imbued with an unusual blend of comfort and authority. You are called Shadow, and I am your master. Lin Ye. Chapter 50. Professor Lin is indeed full of vitality. Lin gazed at Lin Ye in a daze. His youthful and handsome visage seemed to exude an undeniable enchantment within the blankness of her consciousness. Is it so? She pondered, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she endeavored to grasp the scattered fragments in her mind. I seem to remember nothing, except that there was a villain intent on harming you. Her eyes, hollow yet imbued with a childlike confusion and a subtle hint of dependency, reflected her turmoil. It's all right. Lin Ye's voice was imbued with just the right amount of gentleness and reassurance. You protected me. You merely experienced some fright and temporary amnesia. Rest well and take the time to recuperate. Perhaps the memories will return. Lin Ye reached out, tenderly brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead, his gesture flowing as if rehearsed countless times. The Ark-One Driver not only bestowed power, but also unlocked certain peculiar abilities belonging to the extraterrestrial blood race. Beyond its formidable combat form, it could intricately manipulate information at the cellular level, altering appearances, reshaping physical traits, and even completely erasing memories. This ability operated at a mental level, silent and imperceptible. The figure before him, a top-tier assassin barely in her 20s, was undoubtedly an invaluable asset. erasing her past loyalty, identity, and any potential threats while implanting a wholly new, obedient persona would transform her into the sharpest and most covert blade in his arsenal. However, to ensure absolute security, Lin Ye had also embedded something far more clandestine within her: genetic factors. These were not mere reproductive elements, but seeds derived from the core life form of the blood race. Like the slime-like essence of the blood race, it could produce countless such factors. Each factor carried the will and power of the original entity, serving as the key to their immortality and puppet mastery. This genetic factor, now intertwined with the very flesh of the female assassin, acted as an eternal brand and remote control. Even if a miracle occurred in the future and she regained her memory, Lin Ye would only need a thought to instantaneously seize control of her body through this factor. Betrayal? For her, it would be an impossible endeavor. Lin Ye, master. Lin Ye murmured the name, her gaze gradually honing in on his face, imbued with a pure trust. This name felt familiar, as though it held great significance. She tilted her head, seemingly struggling to comprehend this foreign emotion, before timidly and naturally uttering, "Master?" A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Lin Ye's lips. Excellent, perfect control. He scrutinized the face before him, now appearing even more refined and harmless after his subtle adjustments. Although her memories had been wiped, the master-level power embedded within her body, along with the instinctual combat prowess and stealth techniques, had not vanished. This would prove to be an extraordinarily effective weapon. When she loses her value, she will also lose the meaning of her existence. Lin Ye nodded approvingly, instructing, "Remember, in front of outsiders, you are my cousin, Lin Ye." The name cousin resonated with Lin Ye as she accepted this new identity without hesitation. "Now, remove your clothes." Lin Ye's tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lin Ye appeared momentarily stunned, a flush of crimson blooming on her cheeks, her eyes filled with shyness and confusion. "And master? Why? It is an order." Lin Ye's voice remained steady and unwavering. After a brief hesitation, Lin Ye obediently lowered her head. Her fingers trembled as she gradually shed the loose uniform, revealing a form-fitting black bodysuit beneath. The young girl's fair skin glimmered under the light, quivering slightly. The previous punitive torment had only affected her mind, leaving no visible scars on her body. She was physically intact, yet her spirit had been thoroughly reshaped. Lin Ye retrieved a clean bathrobe provided by the hotel from the wardrobe and tossed it to her, commanding, "Put it on." As if granted a reprieve, Lin Ye hastily wrapped herself in the oversized robe, concealing her form, leaving only her flushed face exposed. Lin Ye picked up the discarded clothing, and a faint stream of dark red data flowed from his palm. The garments were consumed as if thrown into a cauldron of acid, twisting and dissolving into wisps of smoke, completely vanishing without a trace. Having completed this, Lin Ye picked up a room phone and dialed the emergency contact number for Assistant Wang. The news erupted instantly. "Professor Lin has been attacked." Assistant Wang's voice shifted in pitch, nearly a shout. Within 3 minutes of hanging up, the entire hotel was stirred into action. A team of fully armed operatives, led by a grim-faced master-level leader, sped up to Lin Ye's floor. The scene in the corridor darkened their hearts. Surveillance cameras had been violently destroyed, wires exposed. The security personnel, who should have been on duty, slumped against the doorframe, though it appeared they were merely napping. The leader's investigation revealed a chilling truth. They had long since breathed their last, a hairline-thin yet fatal mark of blood gracing their neck. "Stand guard," the leader commanded sharply, and the team prepared for the worst as they cautiously pushed open Lin Ye's door. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of others on different floors. Bai Xiaoming was the first to rush in. She hadn't even taken the time to put on her shoes, clad in a plush pajamas set, her hair in disarray, her face a picture of alarm as she burst into the room. "Professor Lin, are you all right?" she exclaimed, but her voice faltered abruptly, her form freezing at the threshold, her eyes widening in shock. The sight before her rendered her mind blank. Lin Ye stood calmly by the window, while on his disheveled bed sat a stranger clad in a hotel white bathrobe. The young girl, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, blushed deeply, her eyes filled with a timid innocence. She clutched the collar of her bathrobe tightly, exuding an air of vulnerability and evoking a sense of intrigue, as if she had just undergone a harrowing experience. What? What are you doing? Bai Xiaoming's face flushed crimson in an instant. Following closely behind, Chen Hao and Zhou Ming squeezed into the doorway, witnessing this scene unfold. Chen Hao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he let out a whistle, his face adorned with a knowing grin that spoke volumes. Wow. Brother Lin, impressive. Even with assassins at the doorstep, you seem to be quite at ease. Truly a model for us all. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the room and settling on the girl on the bed. A hint of amusement twitching at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, full of vitality. Assistant Wang, along with the leader of the action team and the other members, also rushed in. Upon encountering this somewhat awkward and surreal tableau, they were momentarily taken aback. Even amidst an assassination attempt, Professor Lin seemed to possess an astonishingly leisurely demeanor. Chapter 51. Codename Nightingale. Global press conference commences after a brief moment of astonishment. Assistant Wang swiftly gathered his composure, disregarding the young woman on the bed. He hastened to Lin Ye's side, inquiring with concern, "Professor Lin, are you all right? What on earth has transpired?" Lin Ye maintained an unperturbed expression, gesturing toward the corpse of the security guard at the door and the shattered surveillance equipment. "As you can see, a master-level assassin infiltrated here, employing highly professional methods to eliminate the guards and sabotage the monitoring systems." "And the assassin?" the team leader asked in a low tone, his piercing gaze scanning the room, yet failing to uncover any signs of struggle or a second body. "I dealt with her," Lin Ye replied flatly. "She possessed some unique abilities. Her body rapidly disintegrates after death, leaving little behind." He casually picked up an unmarked, encrypted phone from the nightstand, retrieved from the assassin, perhaps containing clues. Assistant Wang solemnly took the phone and handed it to the technicians behind him. He glanced at the anxious Lin Ying on the bed, then at Lin Ye, hesitating slightly. "Professor Lin, this young lady is this is my cousin Lin Ying," Lin Ye said, his expression unchanged. "She happened to be visiting the area, and, upon learning I was here, came by for a chat." He paused, adding, "She arrived not long ago and was understandably frightened by this incident." "Cousin?" Assistant Wang, the team leader, and the surrounding seasoned operatives exchanged glances. Their eyes then lingered on Lin Ying's flushed face, marked by an expression of lingering terror. The scene, a young woman in a bathrobe seated on a disheveled bed, did not quite align with the notion of a casual familial visit. Clearing his throat, Assistant Wang revealed a knowing look, lowering his voice. "Professor Lin, while our laws and regulations, do not exactly endorse this behavior, I must say, I am here today in a personal capacity to address this emergency. Your, domestic affairs, I have seen nothing at all." He evidently perceived Lin Ying as someone of a rather unique profession. Lin Ye, disinterested in clarifying the situation, promptly returned to the matter at hand. The assassin was a young woman, exceptionally skilled, claiming to belong to the Assassin Alliance. "Assistant Wang, please prioritize investigating this phone to uncover the employer behind it. This incident was directed at me, and I need to ascertain who is responsible and how to proceed, as I wish to be involved." His tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Assistant Wang's expression turned serious. "Understood. Professor Lin, rest assured. We will exert every effort to trace this back to its source and provide you with an explanation." He pondered momentarily, seemingly recalling intelligence. Young woman. Master-level assassin, there were few fitting this description both in Huagua and internationally. The most probable candidate was the one codenamed Nightingale. On the international wanted list, she is reputed to be one of the youngest master-level assassins in history, said to be of Chinese descent. Rumor has it that she has never failed in her endeavors and possesses the potential to ascend to the royal level. At the mere mention of her name, Assistant Wang and the master team leader's expressions grew notably grave. The surrounding crowd collectively gasped in awe. Nightingale, this name resonates like thunder in the shadows of the underworld. Assistant Wang gazed at Lin Ye with profound reverence. "Professor Lin, you actually single-handedly killed Nightingale? Such an achievement is truly astonishing. An armored specialist, typically non-combative, managing to eliminate a top-tier master assassin." His assessment of Lin Ye's capabilities instantly soared to an even more terrifying echelon. It was merely luck. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, affirming that the press conference would proceed as scheduled tomorrow. Assistant Wang paused for a moment, then nodded understood. He grasped Lin Ye's rationale. After all, Nightingale is a Chinese assassin, and the implications of this incident becoming public could be detrimental. Discretion was indeed prudent. Moreover, Lin Ye gestured toward Lin Ying, who remained seated on the bed, looking like a frightened little rabbit. Please arrange a separate room for my cousin next door. She requires rest. Huh? Oh, certainly. Both Assistant Wang and the action team members exchanged bewildered glances, internally questioning the necessity of a separate accommodation despite the payment already provided. This Professor Lin certainly adhered to his principles. Nevertheless, they promptly complied and dispatched someone to make the arrangements. We shall not disturb you, Professor Lin. And your cousin. Assistant Wang swiftly exited with his team. In the corridor, Bai Xiaoming lingered, her eyes reddened, conflicted as she observed Lin Ying being led out by the staff. Following Lin Ye's instructions, Lin Ying kept her head lowered, timidly walking with an appearance that belied her true nature. As a top assassin, even with her memories erased, her body instinctively conformed to any prescribed demeanor. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bai Xiaoming leaned in and whispered, "Are you truly Professor Lin's cousin?" Lin Ying lifted her gaze, her large, watery eyes meeting Bai Xiaoming's, and nodded vigorously, her voice a mere whisper, "Yes, yes, hello, sister." That pitiable, innocent facade instantly struck a chord with Bai Xiaoming. "Ah, hello there." All doubts evaporated in an instant. Seeing the other's vulnerable expression, Bai Xiaoming felt a surge of compassion and couldn't help but gently embrace her. "You must be frightened, but it's all right now, go rest." As Bai Xiaoming ushered Lin Ying to the adjacent room, like a protective hen with her chick, Chen Hao and Zhou Ming exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to their own affairs. The clamor dissipated. Lin Ye stood alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling yet tumultuous city below. The glass reflected his calm and stoic visage, but a flicker of cold light passed through the depths of his profound eyes. "Nightingale, the Assassin's Alliance," he murmured softly, his fingertips gliding gently across the cold glass. "It appears that, in addition to tomorrow's press conference, there are new matters to address." The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist enveloping the imperial capital, the global internet had already been ignited by an impending tempest. Topics such as the abyssal corridor truth, the S-class catastrophe of Huagua, the conspiracy of Hugua, and the global live broadcast press conference surged like a tsunami across major social media platforms, with their popularity indices skyrocketing. At the eye of the storm lay the National Conference Center in the heart of the imperial capital. The once solemn venue now bore an atmosphere of utmost gravity. The expansive circular hall had been transformed into a press conference space capable of accommodating thousands. Beneath the dome, a colossal circular high-definition screen, spanning an entire wall, was illuminated, displaying a rolling welcome message in multiple languages alongside the conference theme: the Abyssal Corridor Incident and Global Accountability Press Conference. Chapter 52. This is Defamation, a Self-Directed Farce. In the circular press hall of the National Conference Center, the air seemed to freeze under an invisible pressure. Behind the podium at the center of the venue stood Li Zheng, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hua Country, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his expression grave. To the left, in the front row, sat the military representatives, with General Lan Yuan clad in military attire. The golden stars on his epaulettes glinted coldly under the overhead lights. Flanking him were two master-level guards, their hands resting on their weapons, eyes scanning the audience like hawks. Lin Ye occupied a seat in the front row of the guest section, flanked by Chen Hao, Zhou Ming, and Bai Xiaoming. In the shadows, behind them, Su Muqing huddled alone in a corner. Once a dazzling star imbued with extraordinary abilities, her aura had dimmed, her custom-tailored uniform hanging loosely about her. Her hair was casually tied up, revealing a pale neck. The delegation from He Country was positioned at a considerable distance from the Hua representatives. At the forefront, diplomat Sato Kenichi wore a standard, insincere smile, yet a hint of barely concealed tension flickered in his eyes. Beside him, Ambassador Yamamoto Taro frequently glanced at his watch, his fingers tapping an erratic rhythm on his briefcase. Behind them sat more than 10 accompanying personnel, each exhibiting a range of expressions, yet all radiating a carefully maintained composure. Representatives from Western nations were scattered across both sides of the hall, their gazes occasionally darting towards the seats of Hua and He countries, as if assessing the stakes of this unfolding contest. The press area at the edge of the venue was already packed to capacity. Thousands of journalists from around the globe had set up their cameras, lenses trained densely on the podium and the two national delegations. Each individual wore white, simultaneous interpretation headphones, through which a clear electronic synthetic voice translated the proceedings into their respective native languages in real time. The global live broadcast signal had been established. Li Zheng's assistant quietly reminded him, handing over an encrypted tablet. The screen flickered with a rapidly increasing number of online viewers, surging at thousands per second, while the barrage of comments cascaded like a waterfall. Finally starting, waited all night for this moment. Front row spectators, let's see how He country cleans up its image. The crematorium for He country's family is going to be packed tonight. Ashes to feed the dogs. This was the stronghold of Hua country's netizens. A tempest of anger and anticipation nearly bursting through the screen. Conversely, on He country's streaming platform, the atmosphere was starkly different. Another conspiracy from Hua country. It must be a self-directed plot to frame us. Lord Sato will surely expose their lies. That Lin Ye looks suspicious. He definitely employs dark sorcery. Western social media resembled a grand spectator event. S-class magical disaster? Sounds like a sci-fi movie. Waiting for Hua country to present solid evidence. Baseless accusations lack credibility. If He country truly did this, that would be utterly insane. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Zheng raised his hand to check his watch and cleared his throat. The circular screen instantly transitioned, showcasing edited footage, from the first frame of the spatial rift to the gruesome slaughter of students by the soul-devouring scorpion, culminating in a mental breakdown triggered by the devourer of despair. The blood-soaked imagery enveloped the hall in immediate silence. Even the sound of breathing became audible. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Zheng's voice resonated throughout the venue, a steady tone underscored by repressed fury. 2 weeks prior, an unexpected spatial rift had emerged at our esteemed Tsinghua University, leading to an incursion of numerous monstrous entities, spearheaded by a B-rank despair devourer, resulting in the tragic loss of 37 students and injuries to 112 others. He paused momentarily, his fingertips lightly tapping the touch screen as the scene transitioned to the interior of the Abyssal Corridor dungeon. Investigations revealed that the origin of this calamity lay within the Abyssal Corridor dungeon, situated just outside Tsinghua University. At the core of this dungeon resided the S-rank malevolent entity, Seed of Malice, sealed a century ago by our nation's revered cultivator, Yi Wuchen. A close-up of the Seed of Malice appeared on the screen, its monstrous maw composed of countless faces eliciting gasps from the gathered journalists. It was appalling to discover that the root of this disaster was a meticulously laid trap by the He Nation. Li Zheng's voice escalated. The He Nation had long exploited the student exchange program to infiltrate the dungeon with specially crafted S-rank Yada mirrors, persistently siphoning malevolent energy to expedite the release of these monsters. Their nefarious objective was to orchestrate a large-scale massacre through these creatures, aiming to destabilize our nation's foundations. As he spoke, the screen began to display a scrolling chain of evidence. Entry records of international students carrying the Yada mirrors, encrypted communications with the He Nation's intelligence agencies, an excerpt from Su Lai's interrogation recordings. Each piece of evidence bore clear timestamps and authentication marks. The press area erupted into chaos. Flashbulbs flickered wildly, and countless arms shot up, voices in various languages merging into a cacophony of inquiries. Spokesperson, has this evidence been verified by a third party? What motivated the He Nation to orchestrate this disaster? What specific retaliation does our nation intend to pursue? The live comment from our nation had already ignited. Incredible. This is solid proof. These scoundrels are truly audacious. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Flatten the He Nation. Heartbroken for the fallen students. The perpetrators must pay with their lives. Sato Kin's expression shifted slightly, yet he restrained the impulse to rise, whispering a few words to Yamamoto beside him. Yamamoto immediately raised his hand and declared in fluent Chinese, "I oppose. This evidence is entirely fabricated. Our nation is maliciously defaming our image." Li Zheng cast a cold glance in his direction, disregarding the deliberate interruption, and continued, "We have gathered sufficient evidence proving that at least 7 of the international students at Shengwu University are affiliated with that nation's Special Operations Forces, tasked specifically with utilizing the Yada mirrors to accelerate the revival of the monsters. This is a setup." Sato Ken could no longer contain himself, abruptly standing. "Our nation has always adhered to international conventions and would never engage in such actions. The so-called evidence presented by our nation is merely a self-directed farce." His voice echoed through the simultaneous translation system, and the He Nation's netizens seemed to find their rallying point. "Exactly. It must be the Huan Nation messed up and is trying to shift the blame. Lord Sato is right. Our Yamato people would never stoop to such vile acts." Western public opinion began to reveal a divergence. The evidence appeared quite credible, yet the nation's denial was so resolute. Could it be a matter of political maneuvering? After all, the relationship between the two countries has always been fraught with tension. Ultimately, it hinges on whether more concrete evidence will emerge. Li Zheng disregarded Sato's outburst and gestured to play the next video. The screen illuminated with the image of Su Lai. The former board member, clad in prison garb, his visage haggard as he addressed the camera. "I confess, it was I who advanced the international student program. I aided them in smuggling the Yuzue talisman into the dungeon. They promised to help me ascend to the king level, and I was beguiled." Halfway through the video, Yamamoto abruptly interjected with a sharp rebuke. "Objection. This is coercion. Su Lai is a citizen of Huagua. His testimony is utterly untrustworthy. To slander our nation, you would go so far as to persecute your own compatriot. Such intentions are reprehensible." His voice was piercing, prompting many Western journalists to nod in agreement. Within their worldview, the credibility of a prisoner's testimony was indeed questionable. Bai Xiaoming clenched her fists, unable to suppress a low murmur to Lin Ye. How can they so brazenly invert right and wrong? Lin Ye's fingertips lightly tapped his knee as he replied coolly, "Patience. The best part is yet to come." Indeed, Li Zheng seemed to anticipate this moment, calmly raising his hand. "Since Ambassador Yamamoto has cast doubt on the credibility of the testimony, let us examine something more tangible." The screen shifted to footage outside the abyssal corridor dungeon, capturing the moment when several international students attempted to detonate the Yuzue talisman. The footage vividly recorded the talisman igniting with a crimson glow, as well as the entire sequence of being ensnared by malicious data streams. This was a scene witnessed by thousands of faculty and students on the day of the incident. Li Zheng's voice dripped with icy sarcasm. "May I ask, Mr. Sato, would your country's ordinary international students possess a talisman capable of instantly annihilating a grandmaster? Would they attempt to orchestrate a massacre in a public setting?" The venue plunged into an eerie silence. Sato's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid. He opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. The barrage of comment from Huagua erupted in a frenzy. "Ha! Is your face hurting? Concrete evidence. Can this still be washed away? I suggest declaring war outright. Stop wasting time with them." The expressions of the Western journalists grew grave. Many began typing furiously, clearly realizing that the gravity of the situation far exceeded their initial expectations. Chapter 53. What is truth? Lin Ye is the true threat. The venue fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the hum of the cameras vibrating through the air. Suddenly, Taro Yamamoto sprang from his seat, immediately countering. "This is merely an extreme act by a few international students. Our government is entirely unaware of this. This is a blatant slander. You possess no direct evidence to prove government involvement." As Yamamoto's words echoed, the online community erupted in outrage. A few isolated incidents? Each of these platinum-level students armed with an A-class lethal weapon? Do they think the world is foolish? The reporters from that nation looked ready to hide beneath the table. This lie is less credible than that of a 3-year-old. Damn those dogs from that nation. They have no shame. The fury of the Huan nation netizens seemed poised to burst through the screen, while the live broadcast platforms of that nation were filled with justifications. Perhaps these items were purchased on the black market. Indeed, it could be a self-directed act by Huan nationals. They have long harbored disdain for us. How could such a lethal talisman circulate so easily? It must be slander. Just then, General Long Yuan unexpectedly rose. He did not glance at anyone, but proceeded directly to the podium, placing a transparent evidence bag beneath the camera. Inside were several shards exuding a purplish-black sheen, remnants of the Yada mirror. These shards were extracted from the core of the Malicious seed. His voice resonated like thunder. According to the nation's foremost forgers, its core technology originated from the royal secrets of that nation's yin-yang technique, and the materials contained a unique spiritual energy jade, a mineral found solely within the depths of Mount Fuji in that nation. The evidence bag was zoomed in upon, the flowing runes on the shards clearly visible, identical to those documented in the ancient texts of that nation regarding the yin-yang technique. Cold sweat beaded on Sato's forehead, his lips trembling in silence. Yamamoto attempted to retort, but was forced back by General Long Yuan's icy glare, a murderous intent born from a sea of corpses that silenced him instantly. At the opportune moment, Long Yuan raised his hand, signaling the final piece of evidence to be played, the interrogation records of the international students. We are affiliated with the kamikaze special forces of that nation, directly under the command of the Imperial Household Agency. Our mission is to assist in the resurrection of the malicious seed using the Yada mirror. The visage of the international student on screen was a harrowing sight. The interrogation records have been extracted directly from their minds by mental practitioners. Torture. This is nothing short of blatant torture, a violation of human rights. Yamamoto exclaimed passionately, waving his arms and spitting as he spoke. We strongly demand a third-party investigation team to intervene in this case, to thoroughly examine whether there were inhumane practices by Hua during the interrogation process. Otherwise, all testimonies are rendered invalid. They are merely products of coercion. As he spoke, he abruptly pointed at the projection of the Yada mirror shards previously displayed by General Long Yuan. And this, what Yada mirror shards? This is even more absurdly fabricated. According to intelligence, only diamond level and below practitioners can enter the Abyss Corridor dungeon, in a space of a dungeon that barely reaches the level of a diamond rank. How could an S-rank item possibly manifest, let alone being shattered? This is nothing but a self-scripted farce by your nation, a deliberate fabrication of false evidence to frame and slander us. Yamamoto Taro, as if clutching at a final straw, spoke at a rapid pace, attempting to muddle the waters with a logical trap. In a dungeon where not even an S-rank item can exist, how could an S-rank monster be born? And how could it be single-handedly defeated by a mere university student? This has been a colossal lie from start to finish, a grand deception meticulously woven by your nation, aimed at concealing your unspeakable secrets while vilifying our country. General Long Yuan's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, the iron-blooded aura of a military commander pressing down upon the representatives of your nation, silencing Yamamoto Taro's voice as if it had been choked. Human rights? Long Yuan's voice was low and resonant. Those are reserved for humanity, not for beasts masquerading in human skin while committing heinous acts. If they wish to slaughter our people, they must be prepared for retribution, blood for blood, and inescapable justice. As for the investigation, let us discuss it only after you surrender the beast behind this horrific attack. He shifted his tone, exuding an air of sovereign dominance, his finger jabbing at the close-up of the shattered pieces of the Yada mirror on the screen. What significance does an S-rank item hold? In the face of true power, it is merely a trifle. Immediately, he gestured grandly. As for your doubts regarding Professor Lin's capabilities, questioning the existence of S-rank entities in the Abyss Corridor, doubting his ability to achieve a solo kill, let your narrow-minded perspectives be broadened. Buzz. The enormous circular screen instantly switched displays. The footage shook violently, captured in haste with a mobile phone, showing the final clash between Lin Ye and the seed of malice in the Abyss Corridor. In a striking moment, the armored figure leaped, delivering a devastating kick that pierced the core of the monster, shattering the Yada mirror beneath it. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment filled the venue. The global live stream erupted with fervent discourse. Incredible! Lin is amazing! Fake! Absolutely special effects. CG. Impossible. This power. Too terrifying. Though the quality is poor, the energy fluctuation and the monster's reaction do not seem fake. Everyone present gaped, their eyes fixed on the armored figure standing triumphantly over the monster's remains, filled with disbelief and profound trepidation. General Long Yuan's words echoed in their ears. What significance does an S-rank item hold? At that moment, no one dared to question further. Yet, amidst the brief silence brought forth by such a shocking display, a glint of madness and resentment flickered in Yamamoto Taro's eyes. He understood that denying the attack itself had become utterly futile in the face of undeniable truth. He must divert everyone's attention to that even more terrifying existence. He suddenly leaped to his feet, pointing at the frozen image of Lin Ye's armored figure on the screen. His voice distorted by a mix of excitement and fear as he bellowed at the Western representatives and media. Do you see it? Have you all witnessed this? This is the hidden monster of Huan Nation. This is not mere armor. This is wicked technology. It is a forbidden power, a diabolical creation capable of upending the balance of the world. How could a mere university student possess such strength? He must have undergone some inhumane transformation, or mastered some sort of forbidden, abyssal evil technology. Otherwise, how could he possibly defeat an S-class monstrosity? Ladies and gentlemen, he turned to the Western representatives and media, tears streaming down his face. I represent my country and fervently implore. No, I beseech the international community. An immediate and stringent investigation into Lin Ye is imperative. The sources and principles of his technology must be fully disclosed, and his perilous abilities must be restricted, if not entirely stripped away. Otherwise, today he can shatter an S-class monster with a single punch, and tomorrow he could obliterate our cities, our nations. The entire world will be shrouded in the terrifying shadow cast by Huan Nation, living in perpetual dread. Yamamoto Taro's lamentations of the threat posed by Huan Nation surged through the venue like venom. The Western representatives and journalists, initially stunned by the footage of Lin Ye vanquishing the S-class monster, had their expressions shift dramatically. From shock and apprehension, they swiftly morphed into profound concern and greed. Indeed, the truth? Who was responsible for the Abyssal Corridor incident? Does it even matter? What matters is that Huan Nation possesses technology that enables a university student to single-handedly slay an S-class monster. If such technology were to be widely employed by Huan Nation, the existing world order would be irrevocably altered. Their advantages would vanish. Lin Ye must be investigated. The source of his technology must be made public. His dangerous abilities must be curtailed. Huan Nation must provide explanations and guarantees regarding this matter. The Western press erupted into a frenzy. A cacophony of sharp, fear-laden, and greedy inquiries surged towards the Hua delegation like a tsunami. Cameras from major media outlets fixated on Lin Ye, as though he were a walking nuclear bomb. The global livestream's comments were inundated with calls for an investigation into Lin Ye, demands for the disclosure of technology, and warnings about the threat posed by Huan Nation. The tide of public opinion, propelled by fear and greed, was deftly swayed by Yamamoto Taro. The entire venue descended into a tumult of hostility and covetousness aimed squarely at Lin Ye. Just as the clamor of doubt and condemnation reached its zenith, countless gazes, like arrows, pierced towards that figure at the forefront of the Hua delegation. Lin Ye, who had remained seated like a mountain, seemingly detached from the fray, slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 54. Want my technology? Come and take it. The circular auditorium was rife with commotion as all eyes were fixated on Lin Ye. The barrage of comments from Huawei's livestream had erupted into chaos. What the hell? Those scoundrels from Igua are utterly despicable. How swiftly they divert attention. The account for the Abyss Corridor incident is yet to be settled. The Huawei threat theory? I perceive it as a narrative of self-destruction on Higua's part, engaging in terrorism and then daring to retaliate? Professor Lin, do not be misled. They merely wish to provoke you. Support Professor Lin. Let us put an end to these clowns. In the front rows, General Long Yuan's visage was stormy with fury as he bellowed into his earpiece. Hold steady. This is their scheme to unnerve Professor Lin. Li Zheng, the spokesperson, was sweating profusely. He realized the severity of He Guo's tactic, which had deliberately shifted the focus of the Abyss Corridor incident onto Lin Ye, effectively striking at the fears and greed of Western nations toward emerging powers. In the face of tangible interests, the lives of students from other nations have been cast aside, with all gazes fixated on the armor technology capable of single-handedly slaying S-class monsters. Professor Lin, please sit down. The anxious voice of Assistant Wang crackled through the earpiece. Do not fall into their trap. In such a setting, any of your reactions will be magnified. Beside him, Bai Xiaoming instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Ye's wrist, her palm damp with cold sweat soaking into his sleeve. The girl, her cheeks flushed, spoke with a quivering voice, Professor Lin, do not act impulsively. They're deliberately trying to provoke you. Lin Ye's fingertips brushed gently over the trembling back of her hand, yet his gaze scanned the entire arena. The leaders from Huagua wore expressions of deep concern, brows furrowed. Across the aisle, the representatives from the West bore eyes that sparkled with unabashed greed, as if appraising a priceless commodity. In the section occupied by He Guo's delegation, Kenichi Sato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a secretive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The moment Lin Ye displayed any sign of weakness, he would firmly affix the label of a dangerous individual upon him. Taro Yamamoto straightened his posture, provocatively gazing at Lin Ye, his eyes brimming with mockery, as if challenging him to retaliate. Under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes, Lin Ye took a slow step forward. Professor Lin, General Long Yuan called out sharply, wishing to intervene but restrained by the circumstances. The reporter's flashbulbs erupted into a frenzy, a torrential downpour of light. Countless microphones were thrust toward him, piercing questions slicing through the air. Mr. Lin, is your strength derived from inhumane modifications? Are the rumors regarding forbidden technology true? How does Huagua intend to manage such a perilous capability? Lin Ye remained unperturbed, his stride steady as he traversed the aisle toward the He Guo delegation. His pace was deliberate, exuding an intangible aura of pressure. As he passed, reporters instinctively recoiled, as if an invisible barrier repelled them. What does he intend to do? Kenichi Sato's smile faltered. Taro Yamamoto was initially taken aback, only to scoff loudly, deliberately raising his voice. What? Is Mr. Lin contemplating violence? This is indeed the scene of an international press conference, with the eyes of the world upon it. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a fleeting shadow dashed by. Slap! The sharp sound of a resounding slap reverberated through the hushed venue like thunder. Yamamoto Taro's head was violently jerked to one side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stood in shock, maintaining his tilted posture, his eyes widened in disbelief. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The hum of the cameras seemed abruptly severed. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected slap during a globally broadcast press conference. Striking a representative of another nation? You dare strike me? As Yamamoto Taro regained his senses, he clutched his cheek and roared in indignation. Yet a glimmer of secret delight flickered in his eyes. It had worked. He had indeed taken the bait. Slap! Another blow, even more forceful than the last. The opposite side of Yamamoto Taro's face quickly turned red and swollen, his body staggering and colliding awkwardly with Kenichi Sato. Baka! The bodyguards of the Japanese delegation finally reacted. The lead master-level warrior shouted furiously, his form darting toward Lin Ye like lightning. To him, Lin Ye was merely an armored soldier relying on his gear. Without his armor, he was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin Ye did not even glance at him, casually raising his fist. Bang! The seemingly mundane punch carried with it a dark crimson data stream's afterimage. The master-level warrior's body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily into the pile of cameras at the Japanese press section. The sound of shattering equipment mingled with the reporters' shrieks as the crowd panicked and scattered. A master-level warrior was sent flying with a single blow. Kenichi Sato's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat instantly soaking through his shirt. How could this be possible? The intelligence had clearly stated that Lin Ye was merely a bronze-level armored soldier, even if he had broken through to master level. His physical strength should have only equated to that of a diamond-level warrior. What? What kind of monster are you? Yamamoto Taro was thoroughly flustered. The earlier delight replaced by a profound, bone-chilling fear. Yamamoto, weren't we supposed to cooperate for the performance? Why the rush? The performance fee hasn't even been settled. Lin Ye's voice was chillingly calm as dark tendrils of data surged from his palm, coiling around both Yamamoto Taro and the newly stabilized Kenichi Sato like living serpents, dragging them to the center of the podium. The moment the words left his mouth, the venue erupted. A self-directed performance? Had they conspired all along? Was Japan deliberately provoking him? Was this a ruse? Look at Sato's face. He is trembling. The barrage of comments from the Chinese audience erupted in laughter. Haha. A counterattack. This move is absolutely brilliant. Professor Lin is incredible, using their own tactics against them. Just moments ago, they said Professor Lin was out of control. This is clearly an Oscar-worthy performance. What performance fee? I don't even know you. What on earth do you intend to do? Doesn't China have any authority in this matter? Kenichi Sato struggled futilely, screaming towards the Chinese representatives. Li Zheng rose at the opportune moment, addressing the microphone with a resonant voice. We harbor grave suspicions that the nation has employed mind control devices to manipulate Professor Lin's cognition. This is evidently yet another self-staged farce. We propose to observe the situation's progression. The Western journalists exchanged bewildered glances. Those who had previously clamored for an investigation into Lin Ye now found themselves rendered speechless. The nation had initiated the allegations of self-production, only to be countered by Huan Nation, leaving them with no foothold for intervention. What are you dawdling for? Stop him. Kenichi Sato bellowed at the remaining bodyguards. Over a dozen diamond-level warriors unsheathed their swords, the blades shimmering with a chilling glint under the lights. Lin Ye's gaze turned frosty as his data surged dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of muffled thuds, all the bodyguards were sent sprawling like overturned gourds, crashing against the walls and losing consciousness. The area occupied by the national delegation lay in disarray, a stark contrast to the eerie silence enveloping the other sections. Lin Ye seized two representatives, their faces bruised and battered, and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sound of slaps reverberated throughout the press hall, akin to a relentless drumbeat echoing in the hearts of all present. Taro Yamamoto transitioned from furious roars to desperate pleas, ultimately reduced to incoherent whimpers. Meanwhile, Kenichi Sato gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with venomous hatred for Lin Ye, yet devoid of the strength to resist. Global viewers witnessed this 10-minute live stream of slapping. Huan Nation's netizens were exhilarated, the comments flooded with requests for more. Western audiences stood agape, watching the seemingly ordinary young man transform into a wrathful deity of war. In contrast, the netizens from the nation were utterly incensed, the live chat brimming with curses of impotent rage. After 10 minutes, Lin Ye finally ceased his onslaught. The faces of the two representatives had swollen grotesquely, blood trickling from their lips, unrecognizable even to their own mothers. It seemed Representative Yamamoto had no intention of collecting performance fees. Lin Ye chuckled lightly, discarding the two as if they were mere refuse back to their nation's seats. He then turned towards the podium, standing before the expansive circular screen that dominated the wall. All global cameras and gazes once again converged upon him. Lin Ye, facing the multitude of eyes filled with fear, greed, and reverence, slowly began to speak, his voice resonating through the microphone and reaching every corner of the world. Do you desire my drive technology? Very well. But first, consider, how many lives do you possess? And will it suffice for compensation? Chapter 55. Press conference halted. Public outcry erupts within the circular conference hall. Lin Ye's declaration reverberated like thunder across a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The barrage of comments during the global live stream flooded the screen, igniting a fervor in the comment section from Huava. Wow, the aura of Lin is astonishing. Immaterially captivated. Strength commands respect. This is the essence of our world. Only with power comes authority. That group from he country deserves such a retort. Are they preparing for a clean neck? This is so satisfying. Who dares to lay a finger on Professor Lin? I shall be the first to protest. Conversely, the comments from Western nations displayed stark polarization. Though it is crude, one cannot deny that this is the confidence of absolute power. Danger. Such unrestrained power is frightening. It must be curtailed. Technological sharing is the rightful path. Monopolization only breeds war. The live stream from each country had devolved into a battleground, with supporters and dissenters embroiled in heated disputes. Baka, this madman must pay for his actions. But he truly can single-handedly slay S-rank monsters. Is the military merely idle? They can't even handle a university student. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the assembly. Those Western representatives who had previously clamored for investigation and control now averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. A cold smile crept across his face. Ultimately, this world is ruled by the strong. When power tramples over all rules, the so-called principles and treaties are mere fig leaves for the weak. He refocused his attention on the delegation from each country and spoke directly into the camera, enunciating each word. Those who wish to harm me, regardless of whether you hide in a country or at the ends of the earth, prepare for your reckoning. Should you entertain malicious thoughts, be ready to face your demise. As his words hung in the air, he turned, disregarding the chaos erupting behind him. Stop him! Yamamoto Taro screamed, clutching his swollen face, but none dared to approach. The master-level guards had been sent flying with a single punch. Who would dare to provoke such ill fortune? General Lin Ye watched Lin Ye's retreating figure, suddenly bursting into laughter. What a magnificent Lin Ye! He embodies the spirit of the Huagua people. Li Zheng, the spokesperson, promptly followed, declaring into the microphone. All evidence regarding the Abyss Corridor incident has been simultaneously uploaded to the International Security Database. Whether he country accepts the investigation or assumes responsibility, the world shall have its verdict. The Huagua delegation rose in unison, trailing behind Lin Ye, leaving behind a disarrayed scene and a cacophony of astonishment. The unfolding of this incident had evidently surpassed official expectations. No one anticipated that a press conference aimed at a country would so easily allow the latter to shift the narrative. Even more surprising was Professor Lin's audacity to publicly assault a representative of a country in full view of the audience. While it was undeniably cathartic, it must be acknowledged that they now faced a multitude of matters to address. In the corridor outside the conference hall, Chunhao had long awaited Lin Ye's emergence. The moment he appeared, he whistled. Impressive. Brother Lin's slap was more satisfying than my blows against A-rank monsters. Su Muqing adjusted his glasses, a frown creasing his brow. Indeed, resorting to public confrontation is fraught with peril. It may furnish the West with a pretext for their arrogance. However, his tone shifted, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Rather than being led by the nose by the he nation, this slap has at least awakened certain individuals to the fact that strength is the ultimate truth. Bai Xiaoming trotted alongside, her large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Professor Lin, you are simply amazing, just like a hero from a story. Lin Ye nodded slightly, about to speak when a timid figure emerged from around the corner. Lin Ye, clad in a modest dress, halted upon seeing the group, her intended greeting of master abruptly transformed into brother. Go, you all are out, she murmured, her head bowed, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Chunhao and Su Muqing exchanged glances, both startled by this revelation. Could this girl truly be their cousin? They had thought Lin Ye had summoned a service from the hotel. Come, let us go eat. My treat, Chunhao declared, waving his hand dismissively. Casting aside his confusion, this called for a proper celebration. The group sought out a secluded private dining establishment, where Chunhao enthusiastically recited online comments with fervor. Su Muqing interjected occasionally, analyzing shifts in international dynamics, while Bai Xiaoming rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Lin Ye with adoration. Lin Ye quietly sat beside Lin Ye, occasionally offering him food, behaving as demurely as a startled fawn. After the meal, they returned to the hotel, where Assistant Wang awaited in the lobby. "Professor Lin," he said, extending a secure tablet. "After your departure, the press conference has effectively collapsed. The He Nation insists that the evidence is fabricated and demands third-party investigation, clearly stalling for time. The Western nations maintain an ambiguous stance. They desire the drive technology, yet fear our control over such power. It is likely they will unite to apply pressure." Lin Ye swiped through the tablet, which displayed a briefing on the aftermath of the meeting. The Hu Nation had made all evidence public, yet the He Nation's denial had led to a stalemate. As anticipated, Lin Ye was not surprised. Their aim was never to resolve the incident, but to divert attention. He looked up at Assistant Wang. "What of the Assassin Alliance's investigation?" The encryption level of the phone was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to national power. Assistant Wang retrieved the document, having preliminarily identified several critical nodes. "Specific details will be compiled and sent to your secure email once ready. Thank you for your trouble." Of course, Assistant Wang paused, his tone turning grave. "Furthermore, following this press conference, your visibility has reached its zenith. The mass production plan for the B-level drive has already attracted the attention of various intelligence agencies, but they are particularly covetous of the A-level technology in your possession. Should mass production succeed, it could fundamentally alter the existing world order. Please exercise utmost caution." Lin Ye nodded. "I understand." After bidding farewell to Assistant Wang, he turned to Chun Hao and the others. "You may head back. I have matters to attend to." "What matters? Take us along." Chun Hao immediately responded. Having returned from the dungeon, he had already ascended to the master level, while Zhou Ming and Bai Xiaoming had respectively reached the pinnacle of diamond and diamond ranks, their powers vastly transformed. "This is a personal affair." Lin Ye shook his head, declaring that he must personally eliminate the remnants of the Assassin Alliance. The three exchanged glances, and despite their reluctance, they understood Lin Ye's character and could only acquiesce. Once they had departed, Lin Ying emerged from the shadows, speaking softly, "Master." Lin Ye turned to her and inquired, "How is your recovery?" "I am unsure." A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Ying's eyes, yet she nodded and replied, "However, it should be fine." As she spoke, she deftly produced a dagger, the sharp blade dancing elegantly between her fingers. Observing this, Lin Ye offered a subtle smile. Prior to this conference, he had instructed Lin Ying to familiarize herself with her strength at a martial arts school. Although her memories had faded, the prowess of a master-level assassin remained intact. It was evident that even with a blank slate, her capabilities would be diminished. To address the issues with the Assassin Alliance, Lin Ying's involvement was indispensable. Her recovery appeared satisfactory, though a hint of awkwardness lingered. Lin Ye nodded, raising his hand to envelop the two in a malevolent space. Practical experience would be the most effective way to regain her familiarity. Chapter 56. Visitors from the Yi family in the hotel room. Lin Ye dissipated the malevolent space. The lights flickered back to life. Lin Ying slumped onto the carpet, drenched in perspiration. She gasped for breath, yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. Clearly relishing the recent practice, Lin Ye handed her a towel, nodding with satisfaction. "You made a commendable recovery. Approximately 70 to 80% of your strength has returned." Lin Ying took the towel to wipe her brow, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Master, you are clearly an armored warrior. So how is it that you can suppress me without armor? Moreover," she hesitated for a moment, "your power feels strikingly similar to my own essence." She recalled the fierce battle in the malevolent space, where despite exerting her all, she was still crushed by Lin Ye's sheer force. More importantly, Lin Ye had employed some unique skills exclusive to him. This left Lin Ying utterly bewildered. Although her memories had been erased, her fundamental understanding remained intact. It was simply unimaginable for an armored warrior to overwhelm a combat profession of the same rank without relying on armor. Observing Lin Ying's perplexed expression, Lin Ye replied nonchalantly, "Because I am your brother. Sibling powers are akin to one another." "Is that so strange?" Lin Ying paused, then vigorously nodded. "Not strange at all. Whatever my brother says is right." Seeing her unwavering trust, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. The shadow energy vial extracted from the nightingale proved to be remarkably effective. He had also experimented with it slightly in the malevolent space. This ability could indeed prove invaluable in critical moments. Go take a shower, Lin Ye said as he turned toward the bedside, for there was a banquet to attend shortly. Lin Ye obediently acknowledged and picked up her change of clothes before stepping into the bathroom. As the sound of running water filled the air, Lin Ye accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Ye, profession level. Master level, stage 5, creation points, 11, 500, current equipment. EVOL driver, S-class. Ark-One Driver, a class. Available exchange material, void source material, S-class. Requires 30,000 creation points. He scrutinized the exchange price for the void source material, his brow furrowing. He was only one S-class material short of crafting the SS-class black hole trigger, which would evolve his driver into its complete form. However, the exorbitant price of 30,000 points seemed rather outrageous. The means of acquiring creation points were exceedingly limited, primarily through slaying monsters. Furthermore, the design blueprints for drivers could only be obtained through a lottery system using creation points. Thus, Lin Ye preferred to reserve his points for future lotteries rather than exchange them for materials. After all, given his current status and strength, acquiring S-class materials in the real world was not out of reach. With this thought, he closed the shop interface. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Ye rose to open it, only to furrow his brow at the sight of the visitor. Su Muqing, the once radiant campus belle, now appeared haggard, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of her former arrogance. Do you need something? Lin Ye asked flatly, his expression betraying no sympathy for Su Muqing's current plight. After all, this was a predicament of her own making. Lin Ye was rather astonished that she still dared to appear before him. Su Muqing, intimidated by his frigid gaze, instinctively clutched her clothing. My cousin wishes to see you. Cousin? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. He is from the Ye family, Su Muqing murmured. My mother belongs to the Ye family, and my cousin is the eldest son of the current head. Lin Ye was suddenly enlightened. The Ye family, the lineage of Ye Wuchen, the founding principal of Shunwu University, also serve as the source of Su Muqing's stellar abilities. What does he want from me? Lin Ye frowned it, sensing that the young master of the Ye family had ulterior motives. Su Muqing's gaze flickered, hesitating to speak, ultimately shaking her head. I do not know. Then I shall not meet him, Lin Ye declared, turning to close the door, indicating that he should come if he had matters to discuss. Wait. Su Muqing hastily pressed her hand against the door. It might, perhaps, relate to the talisman my mother gave me. Lin Ye recalled the shimmering stone and remarked, that is your life-saving reward. I've already claimed it. No, Su Muqing exclaimed valiantly. That is a family heirloom of the Ye family, my cousin. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Ye intensified his effort to close the door. Hold on. Su Muqing attempted to say more. Inside the room, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased. Lin Ye emerged, draped in a towel. Her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets of water gliding down her fair neck into the depths of the towel. She approached Lin Ye, tilting her face upward. Master, I am done. It is your turn. Master? Su Muqing's gaze immediately froze on Lin Ye, who had just stepped out of the bathroom. The girl's skin, wrapped in the towel, was as white as snow, her half-damp hair framing her face as she looked up at Lin Ye, her eyes brimming with affection and submission, piercing Su Muqing's heart like needles. Especially that utterance of master, which struck her as jarring, as if all her possessions were being seized from her. Who is she? Su Muqing's voice trembled ever so slightly. What does it matter to you? Lin Ye sidestepped to block her view, dismissing her with a curt, leave if you have nothing to say. Bang! The door slammed shut, cutting off Su Muqing's astonished gaze. She stared at the closed door, rendered speechless for a long while before departing in desolation. Lin Ye turned back to see Lin Ye tilting her head at him. That sister seems displeased? Do not concern yourself with it, Lin Ye replied, gathering his change of clothes and dressing before heading to the banquet hall. The top floor of the hotel was ablaze with lights. Although today's press conference had not gone smoothly, China had always adhered to the principle of treating guests with respect. Thus, an evening banquet was still prepared to bid farewell to the journalists and officials from various nations. In the banquet hall, a long dining table was laden with delicacies, and waiters in immaculate tailcoats navigated through the crowd. Crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light. It could not dispel the subtle tension in the air. As Lin Ye entered with Lin Ying, all eyes in the room converged upon them. There was awe, greed, curiosity, but no genuine congratulations. The representatives and journalists from various nations evidently have not forgotten the young man who slapped a foreign envoy at the press conference, nor his audacious declaration of risking his life. Old Lin, you finally arrived. Chen Hao waved his hand, and beside him, Zhou Ming and Bai Xiaoming also stood up. Just as the group gathered, a haughty voice pierced through the air. So, you are Lin Ye? Lin Ye lifted his gaze to see a young man clad in a bespoke suit striding towards him, his stature imposing and feature striking, yet exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. Su Muqing followed closely behind, her head bowed, avoiding eye contact with Lin Ye. The young man scrutinized Lin Ye from head to toe, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I've heard you are quite arrogant. You even dared to strike an ambassador of the nation? Lin Ye remained silent, merely regarding him with a cold stare. The young man felt an inexplicable chill under that gaze, yet he maintained his faade of superiority. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Jingfeng, the eldest son of the Yi family. Chapter 57. The principles of the Yi family. Yi Jingfeng? Lin Ye shook his head, unfamiliar with the name. Beside him, Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses and quietly explained, he is the young master of the Yi family, a mid-level master at the age of 28. Ranked 7th on the talents list of Huagua. Yi Jingfeng's expression shifted slightly, but before he could react, Lin Ye inquired, what is the talents list? Zhou Ming was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Chen Hao interjected, unable to contain himself. Lin, you've already reached master level, yet you are unaware of the talents list? His expression was somewhat peculiar as he scrutinized Lin Ye, questioning if he had just recently gone online. At that moment, Bai Xiaoming tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve and whispered, Professor Lin, the talents list is an official ranking of strength. Only those under 30 can be listed. Lin Ye's eyes brightened with understanding, and he nodded, I see. Not long ago, he was merely at the bronze level, far removed from the talents list. Thus, he had never heard of it. The surrounding discussions intensified as representatives from various sectors of Huagua regarded Yi Jingfeng with increased gravity. So, he is the young master of the Yi family. What brings him here? I heard he is here to clean up after the Su family. From his demeanor, it seems he has a vendetta against Lin Ye. Could trouble be brewing? Foreign representatives also began to take notice, some newcomers to Huagua appearing bewildered. Is the Yi family truly that formidable? A colleague chimed in, brightening with enlightenment. The Yi family is one of the 10 great families of Huagua, with 2 kings stationed within. Yi Jingfeng is notoriously arrogant. Perhaps we are in for some entertainment. Being employed in Huagua, they were well-versed in the various domestic powers. Yi Jingfeng's master-level prowess, coupled with the Yi family's prestige, meant that few dared to cross him. A confrontation with Lin Ye would certainly be intriguing. Meanwhile, Yi Jingfeng, overhearing the surrounding chatter, wore an increasingly smug smile. It was only natural that Lin Ye, a mere country bumpkin, had not heard of the esteemed Yi family before. Now that he was aware, he should be inclined to show deference. Yi Jingfeng anticipated Lin Ye's display of awe, perhaps even a few compliments. After all, in his eyes, being acknowledged by the Yi family was a privilege for Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye merely cast a languid glance at him. So, what's the matter? Yi Jingfeng's smile instantly faltered, his face paling. The atmosphere around them grew thick with tension. Foreign reporters perked up, raising their cameras. This was going to be entertaining. Meanwhile, the Huagua representatives silently broke into a sweat, marveling at Lin Ye's audacity. Having just clashed with the nation, he was now challenging the Yi family? Very well. Yi Jingfeng's voice turned icy. When I sent Mu Qing to convey my message, why did you not come see me? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze dismissive. You think I would go just because you asked? Who do you think you are? You're seeking your own demise. Yi Jingfeng stepped forward, unleashing the formidable aura of a master. In the center of the banquet hall, the crystal chandeliers swayed violently, causing the lowly positioned attendants to be toppled to the ground by the force. Cousin, Su Muqing rushed to pull them up, only to be repelled by the shockwave. Staggering into the dining table, shattering dishes and plates into a million pieces. Yi Jingfeng fixed his gaze intensely on Lin Ye, stating, "Do not make me repeat myself." Hand over the heirloom of the Yi family. Lin Ye retrieved the starlight stone from his storage space, twirling it on his fingertips. "Is this what you seek?" Su Muqing had exchanged her life for it. It now belonged to me. Impudence. Yi Jingfeng's pupils constricted sharply. The celestial guardian stone was the insignia of the Yi family's direct lineage. Su Muqing's mother had entrusted it to her daughter at the time of her demise. Now that the Su family had fallen, it was only right for the Yi family to reclaim it. At that moment, an ancient yet authoritative voice resonated. "Jingfeng, calm yourself." The crowd parted, making way for an elderly gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit, who approached with measured steps. His hair was grizzled, yet he exuded vigor. Merely standing there diminished Yi Jingfeng's imposing presence significantly. Daddy. Assistant Wang from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had also arrived. The banquet had yet to officially commence, and the officials from the ministry had not yet arrived. He could only attempt to mitigate the situation. Nearby, Zhou Ming whispered Yi Jinan, the eldest elder of the Yi family, a peak master, rumored to have 1 foot already in the royal level. Yi Jinan did not acknowledge Assistant Wang, his gaze settling on the stone in Lin Ye's hand. "Young friend, that is a possession of the Yi family. I kindly ask for its return." "By what right?" Lin Ye retorted. Yi Jinan's brow furrowed slightly. "Su Muqing is a collateral descendant of the Yi family. This guardian stone should rightfully be inherited by the direct lineage. Given the current circumstances surrounding the Su family, reclaiming what belongs to us is entirely justifiable." "Justifiable?" Lin Ye chuckled. "I saved Su Muqing's life. Receiving compensation is equally reasonable. Or do you assert that the principles of the Yi family hold greater weight?" "You." Yi Jingfeng was seething with rage. "Second grandfather, do not waste words with him. I shall simply seize it." His fist clenched tightly, as if to signify that might equated to right. Yi Jinan raised his hand to halt his grandson. Turning to Assistant Wang, who was attempting to mediate. "Assistant Wang, it seems there is a misunderstanding between this young friend and my Yi family. However, this matter among the youth should be resolved by themselves." Assistant Wang's expression was troubled. Given Yi Jinan's stature, he could not intervene. Observing the unfolding events, the foreign representatives eagerly fanned the flames. Indeed, it is normal for the youth to spar. It offers us a glimpse into the strength of the younger generation of Huagua. Let us set up a platform. Let it be a contest of restraint. A slight smile graced Yi Jinan's lips. Since everyone is interested, why not allow them to showcase their skills? The loser, naturally, must relinquish what does not rightfully belong to them. The official representatives wished to protest, but were silenced by a mere glance from Yi Jinan. The pressure of a peak master subtly radiated, rendering those below the diamond level breathless. "I shall take part." A burly professor from the architecture department stepped forward, forming hand seals. A thunderous roar ensued. In the center of the banquet hall, the floor rose dramatically, soon transforming into a grand stone arena measuring 3 meters high and 10 meters in length and width, with a faint golden energy barrier shimmering along its edges. Yi Jingfeng leaped onto the stage, beckoning Lin Ye with a flick of his finger. "Dare you come up? If you lose, surrender the stone." Zhou Ming quickly restrained Lin Ye, whispering, "Professor Lin, the Yi family wields considerable influence. Do not confront them head-on." Lin Ye glanced at Yi Jingfeng with an expressionless face and turned to leave. Why should he lower himself to compete with every insignificant challenger? What is the matter? Afraid? Yi Jingfeng's voice dripped with sarcasm, though a hint of urgency lingered within him. "I see you only know how to talk big and steal." Lacking the courage for a proper contest, if Lin Ye refused to engage, even he would hesitate to act recklessly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Damn it! I can't hold back any longer." Just then, a furious shout echoed through the hall. Chen Hao rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, "I'll play with you." He bounded onto the stage, the aura of a master martial artist surging forth. "You think you can justify stealing from others? I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of my brother Lin." Chapter 58. The shameless one Lin Ye turned to see Chen Hao already leaping onto the bluestone arena. The aura of a master-level warrior surged like flames, heating the surrounding air to an unbearable temperature. "Brother Lin, Watch closely. Chun Hao grinned at Lin Ye below, then abruptly shifted his gaze, locking onto Yi Jingfeng. This arrogant young man, who dared to snatch things away, needed a lesson in humility. Yi Jingfeng's face turned ashen, his fingertips shimmering with starlight, unaware of your own mortality. Do you truly believe that a master-level warrior can act recklessly before me? Standing on the sidelines, Lin Ye observed the tense standoff between the two on the arena, helplessly rubbing his temples. He had no intention of engaging with the provocations from the Yi family, as entangling himself with such a clown was merely a waste of time. However, Chun Hao's impulsiveness left him no opportunity to decline. Zhongming adjusted his glasses and sighed. This guy is still as reckless as ever, but fortunately, his strength is formidable. He turned to Lin Ye and added, Yi Jingfeng and Su Muqing are both starlight sorcerers, although their strength surpasses Chun Hao's to some extent. Yet, on this arena, his expansive star techniques cannot be fully unleashed, and in close combat, he will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Lin Ye recalled his first encounter with Su Muqing. The power of starlight abilities was indeed formidable, but they demanded immense energy and time to cast. In such a confined arena, it was evident that Chun Hao held the advantage. Gazing at Chun Hao, whose vitality surged with fervor, Lin Ye realized that this fellow was not as foolish as he appeared. The murmurs in the banquet hall had already erupted. Is that the aura of a master-level warrior? An elderly man with white hair sat up straight, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his murky eyes. A master so young? When did such a figure emerge in Huagua? Someone nearby quickly clarified, that is Chun Hao from Shangwu University, the top of the martial arts academy. It is said he was previously a diamond-level warrior, and it seems he has broken through since returning from the abyssal corridor. Another one from Shangwu University? The old man gasped. One Lin Ye was not enough, and now we have Chun Hao. This is intriguing. A student from Shangwu, facing the heir of the Yi family. A person stroked their chin, chuckling softly. Does this count as a disciple, challenging the descendant of the founder? At the foreign representatives table, the sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly. Another master-level genius from Huagua? A blonde reporter-esque lens was fixed firmly on Chun Hao in the arena. Is another name about to be added to the list of prodigies? King-level potential. A suited man at the adjacent table whispered to his subordinate. We must place Chun Hao's information on the priority observation list. He and Lin Ye share the same origin and could very well become a hindrance for us in the Asia-Pacific region. Lin Jinan, seated below, was equally astonished by Chun Hao's prowess but quickly regained his composure. The strength of the Yi family's heir was not something a newly ascended master could rival. Moreover, Jingfeng had the hidden cards provided by the Yi family. Perfect. Yi Jinan narrowed his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ye below. Let this Navi youth test the waters. Once Jingfeng brings him down, Lin Ye cannot simply stand idly by. What he desired was to compel Lin Ye to take the stage. Given the esteemed position of the Yi family, forcibly seizing the Celestial Guardian Stone would undoubtedly invite criticism. However, if it were to be reclaimed honorably under the watchful eyes of the public, who could dare utter a word of dissent? Assistant Wang was already drenched in cold sweat as he hastily made his way to the back entrance of the banquet hall, his voice barely above a whisper. Quick, notify the spokesperson and General Long. Something significant is about to unfold in the banquet hall. Meanwhile, in the hotel's underground parking lot, the guard saluted Long Yuan, stating, General, the vehicle is ready. The military department is pressing hard regarding the subsequent military deployments with the state of He. The guard continued. Long Yuan raised his hand to interrupt as anxious reports streamed through his Bluetooth earpiece. After a moment of silence, he abruptly turned. Change of plans. Proceed to the banquet hall. The guard hesitated, but, General, your itinerary. The itinerary has changed. Long Yuan's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. In the center of the banquet hall, the atmosphere atop the stage was charged with tension. Yi Jingfeng cast a glance at Chun Hao. Interesting, but it ends here. A flicker of starlight danced at his fingertips, the soft golden glimmers coalescing into delicate beams of starlight within his palm. You wish to step forward for others? First, consider whether you possess the fortune to do so. Enough talk. Chun Hao snorted. I've long found your pretentious demeanor displeasing. Today, you'll learn that strength reigns supreme. Before his words could fully dissipate, Chun Hao's figure transformed into a blur. The explosive speed of a master-level martial artist far exceeded ordinary expectations. He traversed the 10 meters almost instantaneously, his fist slicing through the air, aiming directly for Yi Jingfeng's face. Too slow, Yi Jingfeng scoffed, his form gliding like a wraith to the left, narrowly evading the strike. The starlight at his fingertips surged violently, morphing into 3 sharp beams of light that sliced toward Chun Hao with a whoosh. Clang! Chun Hao reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arm to block. The beams struck his wrist, leaving but a faint trace of blood without breaching his defenses. Impressive! Yi Jingfeng raised an eyebrow, his expression growing more serious. Yet, in the next instant, Chun Hao utilized the momentum from the block to pivot rapidly, his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip. Bang! The kick landed solidly in Yi Jingfeng's abdomen, causing him to grunt and stagger back uncontrollably. Goodness, this person is formidable, someone exclaimed from the crowd below. The close-quarters combat was executed flawlessly. Yi Jingfeng was rendered unable to cast spells. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses and remarked quietly, Chun Hao has confined the battlefield to within 3 meters, completely nullifying Yi Jingfeng's mid to long-range advantages. On the stage, as Yi Jingfeng was continuously forced back, his expression grew increasingly grim. Is this all you can do, resorting to such base tactics? He roared, his starlight surging around him as he forcibly pushed Chun Hao back while forming hand seals. Celestial Star, Prison. Countless chains of starlight erupted from the ground, entwining around Chun Hao's limbs like living serpents. Come at me. Chun Hao did not flinch or evade, his blood surging within him, muscles swelling as he strained against the chains that creaked under the pressure. With a powerful exertion, he tore through the chains of starlight and, harnessing that momentum, lunged once more at Yi Jingfeng. Get down. Fists descended like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with the force to shatter mountains and split stones, compelling Yi Jingfeng into a desperate defense. How could this be? Foreign journalists stared in disbelief. Yi Jingfeng, ranked 7th on the talents list, was being suppressed. The martial arts system of Huagua is far stronger than we anticipated. Yi Jianan tightened his grip on his wine glass. Jingfeng, do not hold back. Upon hearing this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yi Jingfeng's eyes. He suddenly bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence blood splattering onto the starlight in his palm. Starfall. The brilliant starlight swiftly coalesced into a small meteorite, radiating a searing heat as it plummeted toward Chun Hao. This is bad. Zhou Ming's face changed dramatically. Yet, Chun Hao threw his head back and roared, his entire being radiating a tangible crimson light. Just in time. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate move. Sunlight, demon-slaying fist. The scarlet fist imprint collided thunderously with the starlit meteorite at the center of the arena. Boom! The shockwave sent the outer layer of the energy barrier flying, causing the crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall to sway violently, and guests at lower levels were toppled by the gusts. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the arena's center, now shrouded in dust and debris. As the dust settled, Chun Hao knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. In stark contrast, Yi Jingfeng emerged from the haze, his clothes charred and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, appearing to bear even greater injuries. You seek death. Yi Jingfeng glared at his wounds, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly retrieved a jade pendant from his garment. As he infused it with spiritual energy, his injuries miraculously healed, restoring him to peak condition. This is Yi family's life-saving trump card, someone exclaimed. Observing this, Chun Hao struggled to rise, only to see Yi Jingfeng conjuring a slender beam of starlight at his fingertips, which instantly shot towards his knee. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing resonated clearly. Chun Hao let out a muffled groan, crashing heavily to the ground, his left leg twisted at an unnatural angle. Zhou Ming leaped to his feet, fuming. This is unfair. Unfair? Ye Zenan retorted coldly. Who has decreed that props cannot be used in the arena? Shouldn't the armored soldier also remove his armor before fighting? Bai Xiaoming's face flushed with anger. But he was clearly about to lose. Lin Ye squinted, his expression gradually growing colder. In the arena, Yi Jingfeng let out a cold laugh, stepping closer to the fallen Chun Hao, starlight shimmering beneath his feet. Trash, you have forced me to waste a Star Guardian. Today, you shall learn what true disparity feels like. He lifted his foot, pressing it against Chun Hao's chest, increasing the pressure relentlessly. Chun Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, but glared defiantly at Yi Jingfeng. Shameless scoundrel. Let me see just how tough your resolve is. Yi Jingfeng intensified his weight, and the sound of Chun Hao's ribs fracturing echoed ominously. Just then, Chun Hao erupted with a thunderous roar. Veins bulged across his body, his bloodied hands gripping Yi Jingfeng's ankle like iron clamps. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking drowned out the gasps of the crowd. Yi Jingfeng's calf twisted at an unnatural angle, the excruciating pain draining the color from his face as cold sweat soaked through his expensive suit. He let out a piercing scream as another foot, shimmering with starlight, struck Chun Hao with great force. Chun Hao soared off the stage like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily before Zhou Ming and Bai Xiaoming. Chun Hao. Zhou Ming hurriedly approached to assess his injuries. With great effort, Chun Hao raised his head and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I couldn't take down that scoundrel." Lin Ye reached out and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "You have done remarkably well." He then turned his gaze towards the arena, his eyes icy. "I will handle the rest." Chapter 59. Wagering your life, Yi Jingfeng stood at the center of the arena, his jade pendant radiating a cascade of starlight as the shattered bones in his leg healed instantaneously. Yet, an air of haughty triumph adorned his visage as he gazed down at Lin Ye. The representatives from the domestic factions swiftly gathered around Yi Jinan, their obsequious praises surging forth like a tidal wave. Old Yi is truly fortunate. His grandson possesses such formidable strength at such a young age. He is destined for greatness. In this confined arena, his mastery of the stellar abilities is indeed unparalleled. What a chief of Shengwu University. He is yet another who lies beneath Yi Shao's feet. Yi Jinan stroked his beard, seemingly nonchalant, yet the amusement in his eyes was unmistakable. It is merely a spar among the younger generation, hardly worth noting. The onlookers consciously overlooked the fact that Yi Jingfeng was employing external aids. After all, fairness mattered little to them. What was paramount was establishing a connection with the Yi family, even if it was merely to be recognized. Lin Ye disregarded the throng, stepping onto the stage with deliberate calmness, his icy gaze fixed upon Yi Jingfeng. The latter, unnerved by the scrutiny, suddenly elevated his voice. "What? Your dog has been beaten, and now you dare to ascend the stage?" Lin Ye remained silent, the dark crimson data streams flowing beneath his feet, an intangible malice exuding a pressure that inexplicably unsettled Yi Jingfeng. "Are you afraid?" Lin Ye finally spoke, his voice flat but laced with a chill. Yi Jingfeng snapped back to reality, feigning composure. "Afraid of you? A mere waste relying on armor for bravado, thinking that slaying an unhealed S-class beast renders you invincible?" He instinctively touched the storage ring on his finger, where lay the trump card bestowed by his family. That stone in Lin Ye's possession was of paramount importance to the Yi family. It must be reclaimed. This was the very confidence that emboldened him to provoke Lin Ye, who wielded peak A-class armor. "If we were to wager, what is your stake?" Lin Ye inquired indifferently. Yi Jingfeng smirked arrogantly. "A wager? I shall not lose." He then shifted his tone. "However, I shall grant you an opportunity. Speak, what do you desire? Wealth? Status? The Yi family possesses it all. Feel free to request anything." To him, Lin Ye, hailing from humble origins, was merely after such trivialities. Lin Ye shook his head, his gaze fixated on Yi Jingfeng's feet. "No, I desire your life." A profound silence enveloped the arena. The smile on Yi Jingfeng's face abruptly froze, as if he had encountered the most ludicrous of jokes. "What did you say?" "I said, I will exchange your life." Lin Ye stepped forward, the malevolent pressure intensifying dramatically. "Though your life is far less valuable than that stone, I shall begrudgingly accept this loss." Preposterous. Below the stage, Yi Jinan could no longer contain himself, the aura of a peak master erupting with force. "It is but a spar, yet you are exceedingly arrogant. How dare you treat the life of the young master of the Yi family with such disdain?" The surrounding murmurs erupted. This Lin Ye is too presumptuous. Believing that with A-class armor, he can act with impunity? Youthful exuberance must have its limits. Old Yi is a figure on the brink of the king level. It is over, utterly over. The Yi family has been thoroughly offended. Lin Ye lowered his gaze towards Yi Jianan, his tone remarkably calm. Since the life of the young master of the Yi family is so precious, why not offer yours as compensation? Yi Jianan glared fiercely at Lin Ye, his eyes ablaze with fury. You dare, Junior! He trembled with rage, the air around him seemingly poised to solidify. At that moment, a resounding voice pierced the tense atmosphere. Why is an elder like Yi still quarreling with a junior? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. Witnessing General Lin Ye striding forward, the golden stars on his shoulder shimmering under the light. Behind him followed a cadre of military guards, their presence commanding respect. Parting the crowd with each step, General Lin Ye Jianan quickly suppressed his aura and approached, inquiring, "Did you not say that military duties kept you from attending the banquet? Such a lively scene. How could you miss it?" Lin Ye walked directly to the edge of the arena, casually pulling over a chair to sit. Representatives from the nation greeted him not only for his rank as a general, but also for his royal-level prowess, undoubtedly the strongest in attendance. His demeanor would decisively influence the course of this confrontation. Lin Ye surveyed the two figures on the platform. Speaking leisurely, "I have heard that the young master Yi has taken the initiative to challenge, wagering a treasured heirloom." Yi Jianan's heart sank as he forced a smile. "It is merely a friendly spar, not a wager. A spar is acceptable, but the stakes must be equitable." Lin Ye interrupted, tapping his fingers against the armrest. "Since it was the young master Yi who proposed the wager, it is only reasonable for Professor Lin to expect equivalent compensation." Yi Jianan's complexion darkened considerably. Lin Ye was clearly siding with Lin Ye. But wagering a life seems excessive, he thought, still grasping for an escape. "Indeed, both of you are the promising youths of our great nation. There should be no losses." Lin Ye nodded, his tone shifting. "Let us propose an alternative wager of equal value." He called out, "Is there an appraiser present?" Immediately, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the crowd, a master-level appraiser badge pinned to his chest. "I am Su Muqing, the chief appraiser of the new Cloud Chamber of Commerce." "Excellent," Lin Ye replied. Turning to Lin Ye, "Professor Lin, please present your stone." Lin Ye retrieved the Star Guardian stone from his storage space, prompting Su Muqing to approach, extracting a detection device to meticulously examine it with his professional skills. After a moment, he abruptly raised his head, his voice trembling. This is a peak A-grade material. Furthermore, he scrutinized the stone's fracture, astonished. This should have been an S-grade material, seemingly forcefully split in two. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in excitement. S-grade. No wonder the Yi family is so invested. It turns out to be a treasure of such caliber. Yi Jianan's expression grew increasingly grim. The secret of this stone was known only to the core members of the Yi family. Lin Ye, seemingly oblivious to his distress, continued, "Young Master Yi, present your wager." Yi Jingfeng gritted his teeth, producing a previously used star jade pendant. "This is also a peak A-grade." Zhang Qiming shook his head after inspection. "Single-use props. Their value halves after one use. They are unworthy. Let us exchange it." Lin Ye's tone brooked no dissent. He turned his gaze towards Yi Jianan, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I've heard that this stone is a family heirloom of the Yi clan, since it originally possessed S-rank quality. The other half must surely be in your possession, yes?" Yi Jianan's pupils constricted sharply. "General Long, this seems rather inappropriate." Lin Ye shrugged, suggesting that since one half was of no use to either party, it would be more prudent to combine them into a complete S-rank. "Whoever triumphs shall keep it. What say you?" Yi Jianan found himself in a tumultuous internal conflict. The other half of the stone was indeed in his possession, and his purpose for coming this time was to reclaim the portion held by Lin Ye and restore it. However, this artifact was of paramount importance to the Yi family, which was precisely why he had come in person. Even the slightest risk of loss was something he was unwilling to accept. Lin Ye was clearly favoring Lin Ye, which incensed Yi Jianan, yet he felt powerless to contest it. "Second uncle," Yi Jingfeng shouted urgently from the arena. Give it to me. I'm certain I can win. He possessed a trump card granted by the family and believed he could easily best an armor division. Yi Jianan took a deep breath and retrieved an exquisite wooden box. Zhang Qiming opened the box, revealing another piece of stone that perfectly matched the one Lin Ye possessed at the fracture. It was indeed the same. Together, they formed a complete S rank. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lin Ye. Professor Lin, do you have any objections? Lin Ye gazed at the two stones, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The value of S-rank materials was approximately 30,000 creation points. Although uncertain of their utility, acquiring them was undeniably advantageous. Very well. Excellent, Long Yuan exclaimed, rising abruptly. As the stakes are now equal, I shall announce the rules. A voluntary concession shall be deemed a loss, and falling from the arena shall also count as a loss. With a sweeping gesture, his voice resonated throughout the venue. Let the contest commence. Chapter 60. S-Class Royal Artifact. Heart of the stars upon the arena. Lin Ye's left hand firmly grasped the arc drive at his waist, while his right hand held the crimson program sublimation key. The dark red data streams flowed through the crevices, writhing as if imbued with life. Yi Jingfeng's gaze was fixated on the key, his pupils constricting. He had studied Lin Ye's combat style. As long as he could prevent his opponent from transforming, this armored warrior would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. The match commenced. Before Long Yuan's words had fully dissipated, Yi Jingfeng sprang into action. Embrace your demise. His fingertips sparked with starlight, and 3 dazzling light spears shot towards Lin Ye with a piercing sound, cunningly sealing off all avenues of evasion. The spectators below erupted in gasps. How despicable! Attacking before the transformation. How could the heir of the Yi family act in such a manner? It's over. Professor Lin hasn't transformed yet. Zhou Ming and Bai Xiaoming felt their hearts leap to their throats, and even Long Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. What treachery! Yi Zinan snorted coldly, casting a glance at the crowd. Since General Long had already declared the match to begin, Jingfeng's actions were entirely justified. Should one wait for their enemy to transform on the battlefield? The group surrounding him nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ye's actions are reasonable. He truly is a prodigy of our great nation. Yes, Ye's combat awareness is astonishing. Clearly, he has received excellent guidance from Elder Yi. Listening to the flattery, Yi Jianan couldn't help but laugh heartily. All right, everyone, focus on the match. Young Lin's confidence suggests he must have a countermeasure. Otherwise, what merit does his armor possess? The crowd's attention returned to the arena. Just as the light spears were about to strike, Lin Ye's wrist suddenly twisted. Clang! The program sublimation key spun in his palm, and the metallic casing ejected sharp edges. With a swift motion, he swung the key like a boomerang, accurately colliding with the 3 light spears. Sizzle! The light spears snapped apart like iron wires melted by intense heat, disintegrating into countless motes of light. Harnessing this inertia, Lin Ye deftly inserted the key into the drive. Transformation. Singularize. The dark red data torrent erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing his figure. Countless twisted malicious symbols intertwined in the air, forming a grotesque data deluge. Yi Jingfeng's subsequent attacks followed in quick succession, but upon making contact with the malevolent torrent, they were repelled, utterly incapable of penetrating that thin veil of data flow. How could this be? Yi Jianan sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Although Yi Jingfeng's earlier attack had not been executed with full force, it still possessed the might of a master. How could it not even breach his opponent's transformation defense? This technique had long surpassed the realm of conventional armor, truly a revolutionary innovation. Could this be the legendary invincibility during transformation? A destruction, annihilation, despair, perish. Conclusion 1. As the mechanical voice echoed, the energy torrent erupted violently. Lin Ye's silhouette materialized amidst the swirling data stream. The armor, a striking blend of black and white, enveloped the figure entirely, with demonic crimson compound eyes pulsating with a chilling glow. Encircled by a palpable aura of malevolence, each breath it took sent ripples through the air. What manner of armor is this? A voice from the foreign delegation gasped in astonishment. The malevolent energy slithered like a living entity through the crevices of the arena, leaving charred and corroded marks upon the once pristine stone surface. The crowd instinctively recoiled. Even the master-level warriors felt an unsettling tremor deep within their souls. Such a terrifying presence, more frightening than any monster. How could an armored warrior possess such spiritual assault? They had only seen Lin Ye's armor through recordings before, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Yet, in the face of this harrowing spectacle, Yi Jingfeng suddenly smiled, radiating a brilliance akin to a miniature sun. He emanated starlight, causing the encroaching malevolent energies to hiss and dissolve in its glow. "Did you think we had not investigated you?" He gestured through the void, summoning countless starlit particles that coalesced into a resplendent halo at his fingertips. The Yi family's stellar abilities naturally counter the malevolent energies. Even the S-class seeds of malevolence can be subdued by us, let alone your artificial imitation. The events within the abyssal corridor had long since reached the Yi family. Yi Wuchen had once sealed the seeds of malevolence using stellar power. It was a restraint etched into their very bloodline. Lin Ye remained silent, taking measured steps forward. With each footfall, a pitch-black footprint appeared on the arena, and the malevolent energy surged towards Yi Jingfeng like a tidal wave. The dark force, which should have been purified by the starlight, disregarded the searing brilliance and continued its reckless advance. Yi Jingfeng's smile froze in an instant as he felt his stellar power rapidly deplete, as though facing a natural enemy. "Break for me," he shouted furiously, hurling the long-condensed halo with all his might. The halo expanded to a diameter of 3 meters in midair, wielding the power to purify all as it sliced through towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye did not even flinch. He merely raised his right hand with nonchalance. Bang! The halo shattered upon contact with his palm, splintering like glass. Countless motes of light had yet to disperse before being devoured by the approaching malevolent energy. How? How is this possible? Yi Jingfeng staggered back, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. The family had assured him that the stars counter malevolence. Why did it utterly fail before Lin Ye? Once more, defiant, he clasped his hands together, and the starlight around him surged dramatically. Stellar, celestial fall. A pillar of starlight, as wide as a barrel, rent the air, charged with a destructive aura as it barreled towards Lin Ye, melting away the malevolent energy in its path. This was his trump card, capable of severely injuring even peak A-class monsters of the same tier. Yet Lin Ye remained unperturbed, even too languid to lift a hand. Just as the starlight pillar was about to strike, the malevolent energy surrounding him erupted into a swirling vortex of darkness. Whoosh! The starlight pillar was consumed instantaneously by the vortex, as if an ice cube had been thrown into a furnace, not even creating a ripple. Impossible. Ye Jingfeng screamed in despair. The crowd erupted in chaos. No way. It was swallowed whole. Is this still Class A armor? It is simply monstrous. Yishao's ultimate move cannot even breach its defenses. Long Yuan abruptly raised his hand, an invisible wall of energy shielding him from the splintering waves of force. The edges of the arena, which had been pierced, were rapidly mending beneath a soft golden energy shield. This young man is exceptionally cunning. Long Yuan gazed at the figure on the stage, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Lin Ye slowly lifted his hand, a stream of dark red data coalescing beneath his feet. It is time to conclude this. He gently raised his right hand, malevolent energy surging towards Yi Jingfeng along the ground. Yi Jingfeng's pupils constricted. In a moment of life and death, he fiercely retrieved a transparent crystal from his bosom. The instant the crystal made contact with the starlight, it erupted in a blinding radiance. Heart of the stars, break for me. The dazzling light surged across the entire arena like a tidal wave, the frenzied spread of malevolent energy dissolving instantaneously as if it had encountered its nemesis. For the first time, Lin Ye displayed an expression of surprise. This power actually suppresses the malevolent energy? The crowd below gasped in astonishment. Is that the ancestral treasure of the Yi family? An S-class pinnacle royal artifact. It is said to purify all malevolence, the heart of the stars. Yi Jingfeng actually brought this out? Yi Jianan looked at the crystal with a flicker of pain in his eyes, but still gritted his teeth and shouted, Jingfeng, use the heart of the stars to suppress him. Lin Ye fixated on the crystal, radiating a sacred glow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his crimson eyes. Quite interesting. Chapter 61. The Royal Strike on the Azure Stone Arena. Yi Jingfeng's palm suddenly radiated with a dazzling starlight. As he traced the air with his fingertips, a crystal, shimmering with the luster of the Milky Way, levitated above his head. Within it seemed to be sealed an entire starry sky, emanating an exhilarating S-class peak fluctuation. The heart of the stars from the Yi family. A deafening gasp erupted from the crowd below. An elderly man with white hair stood up in shock, his murky eyes fixated on the crystal. It is said to suppress all dark energy, even the malevolence of S-class monstrosities. Is he out his mind? It's just a spar, and he brings out something like this? Chen Hao's expression changed drastically. His injuries had been fully treated by Su Muqing. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but curse. Yi Jingfeng, do you have no shame? Is this really a fair competition? Su Muqing, adjusting his glasses, paused momentarily. His gaze unusually grave. An S-class treasure, under the mastery of a grandmaster, might briefly contend against a royal-level powerhouse. Bai Xiaoming clenched her fists. Her face flushed with indignation. This is too despicable. They were clearly in the wrong, yet they resort to such tactics. Even the guests who originally sided with the Yi family lowered their heads, a hint of shame flickering across their faces. To use an S-class treasure against a junior relying solely on A-class armor is no longer mere bullying. It is a blatant display of underhandedness. Yet, from this shameless determination, everyone discerned the Yi family's obsession. In their quest to reclaim the Star Guardian Stone, they were willing to utterly forsake their dignity. Yi Jianan's expression was equally grim. This Heart of the Stars was the ancestral treasure of the Yi family. The descendants of a Yi family could awaken their stellar abilities solely due to the nourishment of this crystal. Had the Guardian Stone not held equal importance, they would never resort to wielding such a treasure. Prior to this, they had thoroughly investigated Lin Ye's armor characteristics. That darkness, born of malevolence, was precisely the nemesis of stellar abilities. They had thought that Yi Jingfeng's Grandmaster-level prowess combined with ability suppression would be sufficient. But Lin Ye's strength far exceeded their expectations, forcing them to reveal their trump card. He must be captured. Yi Jianan scoffed inwardly. What is today's loss of face compared to reclaiming the Guardian Stone? General Long, what do you see? Assistant Wang from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was drenched in cold sweat, glancing at General Long Yuan. Long Yuan's brow furrowed, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest. He could certainly discern the Yi family's intentions. Yet Yi Jianan's status was significant. Standing behind him were two royal-level powerhouses. By all accounts, he had no reason to confront such a formidable entity over a junior. However, Long Yuan's gaze swept over the calm youth on the stage. In his view, Lin Ye's value surpassed even that of the Yi family. Daddy. Long Yuan finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Using an S-class treasure for a spar is rather against the rules. I assent it? Yi Jianan met his gaze, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Rules? Which rule states that treasures cannot be used? It appears that Long Yuan is resolutely determined to protect Lin Ye, and thus he will no longer hold back. The Yi family is not so timid as to fear a mere king-level general. With this thought, a sudden smile crept across his face. How about this? Let young Lin refrain from using that armor, and Jingfeng may also sheath his star heart. A contest of bare hands would indeed be the epitome of fairness. What does General Long think? Though this proposition seemed equitable, it was laced with malice. As an armored master, Lin Ye, even upon reaching the Grandmaster level, would be vastly outmatched against an opponent of the same rank. Engaging in unarmed combat with Yi Jingfeng, who specialized in celestial abilities, would be tantamount to inviting death. Long Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Old Yi, this is sheer sophistry. If they were to compare treasures, then let it be a complete contest. He abruptly rose, retrieving a sword from his storage space. With a resounding clang, the moment the sword was drawn, the temperature in the banquet hall plummeted. The obsidian blade shimmered with dark golden patterns under the light, and the blood-red gem embedded in the hilt seemed to encapsulate countless drops of blood. An overwhelming aura of slaughter, honed from innumerable battlefields, erupted forth. It was the S-rank royal weapon, Powong. A knowledgeable elder gasped in astonishment. General Long's sword. It is said to have slain 3 S-rank monsters. A truly fearsome weapon. Ye Zenan's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized this sword during the border battle years ago. It was this very blade that cleaved through the encirclement of an S-rank monster tide, forcefully carving a path for the Huaguo army. The sheer, unadulterated power of slaughter sent a chill down his spine. Long Yuan hurled the long sword toward the arena, its blade tracing a perfect arc in the air. Lin Ye, this sword is yours to wield. Yi Jianan shouted in alarm. General Long, passing weapons mid-competition. This will breach the rules. He was genuinely flustered. Although the Yi family's star heart was powerful, it was a support-type treasure, in terms of direct, destructive capability. It paled in comparison to a battle-hardened divine weapon like Powong, given Lin Ye's already formidable combat prowess, should he grasp this sword. Rules? Long Yuan scoffed. What you just said, old Yi, was that using treasures constitutes the rules. Are we to understand that only you may utilize them while others are forbidden? He stepped forward, the pressure of a king-level powerhouse crashing over the assembly like a tsunami. Or shall we say that the Yi family's reputation holds greater weight than the military's regulations? Yi Jianan's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and white, rendered speechless. The surrounding guests dared not breathe, terrified in the face of the confrontation between 2 titans. Who were they to interject? Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Lin Ye's voice finally broke through. Thank you for your kindness, General. He raised his hand to halt the impending descent of Powong, dark data streams coiling around his fingertips. However, it is unnecessary. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the pallid face of Yi Jingfeng, a cold smile playing upon his lips. What an S-rank treasure. It has been broken before. Lin, my brother, Chun Hao exclaimed, nearly beside himself. Don't be reckless. That is an S-rank pinnacle. Zhou Ming could no longer restrain himself. Professor Lin, think carefully. Long Yuan furrowed his brow, noting the youthful exuberance of the lad. Confidence is commendable, yet wagering one's life out of spite is sheer folly. However, Yi Jianan's eyes sparkled with clarity as he promptly exclaimed, since young Lin has declared it unnecessary, let us commence. Jingfeng, hold nothing back. Yi Jingfeng, as if released from a heavy burden, vigorously summoned the heart of the stars. Resplendent starlight surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him in a colossal cocoon of luminescence. The starlight, which would have otherwise succumbed to malice, now radiated with unparalleled purity, descending upon Lin Ye with an overwhelming force, intent on purifying all in its path. Lin Ye maintained an impassive expression, his fingertips delicately pressing a button on the device. Progress. A torrent of crimson data surged forth, coalescing in midair into a sleek black longsword, adorned with golden patterns. The very briefcase sword of 01. Was that a B-class weapon? The appraisers below gasped in astonishment. A conjure creation? How could that be possible? Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clashes between the starlight and the sword's brilliance fell like a torrential downpour, with each collision resulting in the explosive shattering of starlight, and each block fracturing the longsword further. Yet, Lin Ye's movements showed no sign of hesitation. The data stream continued to flow, and in the blink of an eye, the shattered longsword reformed anew. Grasping the fresh weapon, he advanced step by step towards the cocooned Yi Jingfeng. Just how many weapons does he possess? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Inside the cocoon, Yi Jingfeng's complexion paled in terror. He sensed that his opponent was relying not on malicious energy, but on pure physical assaults. Consequently, the suppressive effect of the stellar power was minimal. If Lin Ye were to close the distance, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. Realizing this, he frantically urged the stellar power to unleash its might. Die for me. Countless starlights suddenly converged into a towering beam of light. This is the aura of a royal level. The crowd gasped collectively. Long Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. This move distinctly brushed against the edge of royal power. and the Yi family's treasured artifact afforded an excessive boost to the stellar power. He poised his hand on his sword, prepared to act at any moment. An attack of royal caliber was no longer something a master could withstand, even though Lin Ye had previously vanquished an S-class monstrosity. Its strength paled in comparison to the impending strike. Professor Lin, Brother Lin, by Su Muqing and the others displayed expressions of sheer terror. The mere aura emanating from this strike instilled in them a sense of despair. It was unfathomable to consider the consequences of facing such an attack head-on. On the arena, Yi Jingfeng's stellar power had reached its zenith. Bearing the terrifying pressure that brushed against royal levels, he aimed to bring it crashing down upon Lin Ye. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, his fingertips once more pressing the device. From the depths of the obsidian data stream emerged countless metallic locusts, instantly coalescing into a long sword enveloped in silver armor plating. The 01's metallic locust form, the program sublimation locust sword, gleamed with a razor sharpness 100-fold greater than that of the previous briefcase sword. Chapter 62. The metal locust superior quality. Is that an A-class weapon? The eyes of the appraisers in the audience nearly popped out in astonishment. How on earth did he accomplish this? Since when could an armored division forge weapons? Or was it conjured from thin air? This defies all logic. On the arena, Lin Ye grasped the shimmering long sword, slowly raising it towards the towering beam of light. Just this flimsy plastic toy? Yi Jingfeng looked at the silver-armored long sword in Lin Ye's hand, laughing uncontrollably. The metallic locust patterns on the sword glimmered coldly in the starlight, yet in his eyes, this object could barely shield him from his own brilliance. Below the stage, Yi Zinan sneered it. What does it matter if it's an A-class weapon? Before the S-class pinnacle of the Star Heart, it is merely scrap metal. Long Yuan furrowed his brow tightly. He discerned the sword's structure. It was evidently a temporary weapon crystallized from data streams, its strength barely qualifying as A-class mid-grade. Such a thing, let alone withstanding a king-level attack, might struggle to endure even Yi Jingfeng's full-force strike. How presumptuous! Long Yuan silently shook his head, his fingers already poised on the sword hilt, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Just then, Lin Ye made his move. He did not swing the sword, but instead positioned the metal locust sword horizontally before him. Countless nano-locusts surged forth from the sword, coalescing into a diamond-shaped shield bristling with spikes. Each spike was formed from the metallic locust legs, densely pointing towards the heavens, emanating a dazzling sharpness. Utter nonsense! Yi Jingfeng bellowed as the towering beam of light crashed down. Boom! The blinding white light engulfed the entire arena, the shockwave forcing the spectators to retreat in haste. The smile on Yi Zhinan's face had already risen, as if he could envision Lin Ye being obliterated into fragments. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. As the white light dissipated, the scene in the center of the arena left everyone gasping in disbelief. The shield formed from metallic locusts remained unscathed, with glimmers of starlight still clinging to its spikes, while Lin Ye behind the shield was completely unharmed. How is this possible? Yi Jingfeng's smile froze on his face, his pupils constricting. That was a king-level strike fueled by the Star Heart. Even a true king-level powerhouse would hesitate to take it head-on, yet it was blocked by an A-class shield. Yi Zhinan suddenly stood up, furiously declaring, "That shield is flawed." Long Yuan was also taken aback, but then a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. He finally understood why Lin Ye had refused to break the illusion. The trump card in this young man's hands was more terrifying than he had imagined. Nothing is impossible. Lin Ye dissipated the shield, twirling the metal locust sword at his fingertips. Your attack was merely that. Having withstood a king-level attack, he felt an unusual calm within. The metal locust shield, in the original narrative, could withstand even apocalyptic strikes. Thus, it was perfectly normal for it to repel this level of energy impact. The Star Heart above Yi Jingfeng's head dimmed slightly. That last strike had nearly drained all the energy he had borrowed. Gazing at Lin Ye's nonchalant demeanor, he was utterly astounded. Impossible. I refused to believe it. Countless starry rays once again coalesced, shooting towards Lin Ye like a torrential downpour. Yet this time, Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to activate his shield. With a mere wave of his hand, a tide of malevolent data surged forth, engulfing all the starlight. Your attacks have weakened. Lin Ye stepped forward slowly, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. Are you afraid? Or is this truly all you are capable of? Yi Jingfeng felt a flush of indignation, yet suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Although Lin Ye's malevolent energy could devour the starlight, it could never breach the cocoon of the heart of the stars. So what? He held his chin high, bravely asserting, "You cannot touch me either. Let us settle for a draw and retreat a step each." Fear gripped him. If this continued, and Lin Ye held other trump cards, his life might be forfeit here. Lin Ye scoffed. "Who told you that I possess only malevolent energy?" Before the words faded, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Quickly, break the sound barrier. Yi Jingfeng perceived a blur before his eyes and instinctively activated the celestial chains. Countless chains, forged from starlight, shot forth like ethereal serpents, seeking to ensnare Lin Ye's limbs. But the moment the chains made contact with Lin Ye, snap, snap, the crisp sound of breaking echoed. Those chains, capable of temporarily binding master-level warriors, were effortlessly shattered by Lin Ye's sheer physical strength. What? The spectators were left dumbfounded. A battle armor warrior, with physical prowess surpassing that of his peers? Is he even human? With armor for defense, malevolent energy for ranged attacks, and the crushing force of a warrior in close combat. He was a veritable hexagonal warrior with no weak points. In Yi Jingfeng's eyes, Lin Ye's face loomed larger. It was then he realized that the malevolent energy surrounding Lin Ye had completely receded. Without the dark energy as a medium, the suppression effect of the heart of the stars was utterly void. No! Yi Jingfeng's scream caught in his throat as Lin Ye seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly from the ground like a chick, and slammed him back onto the arena. Bang! The bluestone surface cracked in response. Lin Ye promptly sat astride his chest, his fist slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking Yi Jingfeng's face with ferocity. Blood gushed forth from his nose. But before it could even reach his chin, the heart of the stars above him radiated a gentle white light, rapidly healing the wounds on Yi Jingfeng's face. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and delivered another punch. Bang! His face swelled, the white light flickered, and he healed. Bang! 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 Fists fell like raindrops, the healing light rising and falling. Yi Jingfeng was caught in a relentless cycle of being battered, healed, and battered again, his consciousness teetering between unconsciousness and awareness. The guests below watched in stunned silence. This is undeniably brutal. My goodness. Brother Lin is too merciless. Chen Hao stroked his chin, astonished. This is going to leave a psychological scar. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses, yet his gaze behind the lenses remained remarkably calm. Dealing with such individuals necessitates this approach. Bai Xiaoming covered her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers widened, her face flushed with embarrassment. A commendable display, but it seems rather cruel. Stop it. Yi Jianan could no longer contain himself. A pressure akin to a half-step king erupted forcefully. Lin Ye, what are you intending to do? As he spoke, he made to rush onto the stage, only to be restrained by an even more formidable force. Long Yuan had positioned himself before him, the aura of a king-level warrior bearing down like a mountain. Old Yi, weren't we just discussing propriety? Is it appropriate to intervene before the match has concluded? Yi Jianan trembled with rage. Long Yuan, are you truly determined to protect this brat and oppose the Yi family? Long Yuan smirked. With your standing, you hardly represent the Yi family. Moreover, what of opposing the Yi family? The clash of their formidable auras reverberated in the arena, the air seemingly solidifying into ice. The guests, terrified, retreated, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. On the stage, the beating persisted. 10 minutes later, buzz. The light of the heart of the stars dimmed progressively, ultimately plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling across the blue stone platform, losing all its luster. Devoid of the treasure's enhancement, Yi Jingfeng's healing effects vanished instantaneously. With a final punch, Lin Ye rendered Yi Jingfeng's face into a swollen visage, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed into unconsciousness. Lin Ye rose, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling off the stage as if he were a dead dog. TSK. Truly delicate. He dusted off his hands, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Yi Jianan below, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 63, S-Class Material. Star Guardian Stone, with a thud. Yi Jingfeng's swollen visage collided with the banquet hall floor, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gasps echoed around the room, a cacophony of shock. Jingfeng! Yi Jinan's exclamation reverberated through the hall like thunderclaps on a clear day. Forgetting his composure, he dashed to his grandson's side, trembling fingers probing for a pulse at the boy's neck. When he detected a faint yet steady heartbeat, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a torrent of seething rage. The elder members of various families, who moments ago had vocally supported the Yi family, now wore ashen faces, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their wine glasses. That was the Yi family's treasured possession, someone stammered. It was inconceivable that the Yi family had not even resorted to a royal-level strike. How could this be? They had witnessed firsthand the formidable power of Yi Jingfeng unleashing the heart of the stars, a celestial brilliance coalescing into an awe-inspiring force. Yet, Lin Ye had effortlessly countered that strike with a hastily forged A-class plastic sword, an absurdity beyond reason. Madness, this boy is truly insane, another business magnate murmured, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. With such power, Professor Lin is likely unrivaled among the younger generation. The Yi family has encountered a formidable opponent. It would be prudent for us to refrain from involvement. Amidst whispered conversations, many guests discreetly maneuvered towards Lin Ye, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. They were not fools. They understood the necessity of aligning themselves with the prevailing wind. Lin Ye had already demonstrated his capacity to command allegiance, coupled with Long Yuan's backing. This military magnate was evidently supporting Lin Ye, a fact that even the simplest minds could grasp. Foreign journalists were in a frenzy A-class armor withstanding royal-level attacks? This is impossible. It transcends any explanation of new technology. If such technology were to be mass-produced, would there be any place left for our survival? Could it truly be, as the ambassador from the Republic claimed, sorcery? They finally grasped that Lin Ye's assertion at the press conference of risking his life was no mere bravado. Within that palm-sized actuator lay the potential to alter the very fabric of global power dynamics. The profession of armored warriors, long ridiculed for decades, was on the brink of transformation. Whoever possesses this technology will forge an army of mythic proportions. Several figures hastily departed, disregarding the champagne offered by the waitstaff as they stumbled toward the elevators. The foremost priority was to relay this astonishing news back home, rather than linger at the banquet. On the stage, Lin Ye's gaze swept over the chaotic assembly, landing on a fist-sized crystal at the edge of the ring. The heart of the stars from the Yi family? A splendid treasure. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he bent down to retrieve it. But suddenly the crystal began to tremble violently, intricate silver runes materializing on its surface. With a hum, a silver-blue beam of light shot skyward, the crystal disintegrating into motes of luminescence, vanishing into the void. A spatial teleportation restriction? Lin Ye's expression sharpened, a hint of astonishment evident. It appeared that the crystal was imbued with a Yi family restriction. Any untoward contact would trigger an immediate transport. What a pity. He lightly clicked his tongue, raising his hand to draw the program-enhancing key from his waist. The black and white armor transformed into a stream of data and dissipated, revealing his casual attire beneath. Lin Ye leaped off the platform, and as he steadied himself, he found himself surrounded by several figures. Brother Lin, your performance just now was incredibly satisfying. Shen Hao grinned widely. That pretty boy was beaten so badly, even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Lin Ye handed over a clean towel, whispering, "Brother, wipe your sweat." Not far away, Su Muqing clutched her skirt, hesitating several times to step forward, only to retreat, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye, who was enveloped by the crowd, a complex light flickering in her eyes. "Eh, Daddy." Lin Ye parted the crowd, his gaze landing on Yi Jinan, whose face was ashen. The wager must be fulfilled. Yi Jinan had just administered a healing elixir to Yi Jingfeng when he abruptly raised his head, the pressure of a peak master bearing down like a tangible force. "You harmed my grandson, and yet you dare to demand the wager?" "A bet is a bet," Lin Ye replied blandly, his fingertips entwined with a black-red stream of data. Or perhaps Elder Yi wishes to test my fists. Presumptuous. Yi Zhanan roared, his aura surging like a supernova. This item was of paramount importance to the Yi family and could not be relinquished under any circumstances. A mere Lin Ye, even if he were to renege, what could he possibly do? At that moment, Long Yuan interjected, Elder Yi, in front of so many distinguished guests. Acting dishonorably is not befitting of a prominent family. He approached slowly, the heavy thud of his military boots reverberating on the floor, each step seemingly pressing on Yi Zhanan's heart. Yi Zhanan was both astonished and furious. Long Yuan, do you insist on protecting this brat? Do you understand what this means for my family? I only know that rules are rules. Long Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Or does the Yi family believe itself above the law? Before his words had fully settled, he suddenly struck out. His speed was unparalleled, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Yi Zhanan felt a jolt in his wrist. The half-stone he held had changed hands. You dare! Yi Zhanan exclaimed in shock and anger, unleashing a palm strike imbued with stellar energy. Long Yuan stood firm, unflinching. The king-level pressure erupted like a volcano, and the attack dissipated before it could reach him. Elder Yi, it would be wise to cease. Long Yuan tossed the stone to Lin Ye. If this continues, it is the reputation of your Yi family that will be tarnished. The moment Lin Ye caught the stone, the half-star guardian stone in his pocket suddenly grew warm, flying out on its own to merge with the stone. A resonant hum filled the air, silver-blue light surged, and the two crescent shapes fit together perfectly, transforming into a complete full-moon stone. Lin Ye caressed it with his fingertips, clearly feeling the immense energy within. It embodied the fiery essence of the stars, balanced by the profound depths of the night, two extreme forces in perfect harmony. Indeed, a splendid item. He nodded in satisfaction, storing the guardian stone in his spatial compartment. He would seek someone to appraise it later. Watching the guardian stone vanish, Yi Zhanan felt darkness close in, nearly collapsing, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Ye. You, how dare you? Lin Ye replied coolly. What is there to be afraid of? Yi Zhanan trembled with rage, yet under Long Yuan's icy gaze, he did not dare to make another move. Just as the atmosphere had reached an impasse, the host of the banquet finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. I apologize for my tardiness, said Li Zheng of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, hastily making his way in. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene of the arena and the departing members of the Yi family, beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He had just been engaged in discussions with representatives from various nations when he was caught off guard by such a commotion. A minor altercation should not disrupt the banquet. Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Minister Li, please proceed. Li Zheng quickly beckoned the attendants to restore order, sending a few individuals to carry Yi Jingfeng away. He then leaned closer to Yi Zhanan, whispering a few words. Yi Zhanan's expression fluctuated between various emotions before he ultimately let out a cold snort and turned to leave. With a sigh of relief, Li Zheng addressed the assembly with a smile. I hope you all can forgive this disturbance. It is only natural for the youth to be somewhat impetuous during their exchanges. Let us resume our dining and wine tasting. The music began anew, and the attendants meticulously replaced the tableware as if the earlier conflict had never transpired. Lin Ye chose to ignore the incident, opting instead to dine with a few companions. However, he was acutely aware that this farce was far from over. The Yi family would not concede so easily. Yet, he remained unfazed, holding an S-class driver as his trump card. Even if a royal member of the Yi family were to take action personally, he harbored no fear. Chapter 64. The Assassin Alliance Stronghold. The Yi family's fury as the night deepened. The banquet hall remained brilliantly illuminated. The clinking of glasses replaced the earlier tension, as officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs engaged in diplomatic maneuvering with representatives from various nations, striving to mitigate the repercussions of the tumult. Lin Ye held a wine glass, his gaze discreetly sweeping the room. The Yi family seats were long vacated, leaving behind scattered utensils and untouched champagne. Professor Lin, it is time for us to return to the university, Zhou Ming remarked, glancing at the clock. We have a practical class tomorrow, and tardiness incurs a deduction in credits. Chun Hao yawned, rubbing his stomach. Damn, I was so engrossed in the fight that I haven't had my fill. Brother Lin, Please treat us to a meal next time. Bai Xiaoming said reluctantly. Professor Lin, we shall take our leave now. Please take care. We will await your return at school. Lin Ye smiled and nodded. Go ahead, be cautious on your way. As he watched the three enter the elevator under the guidance of official personnel, Lin Ye softly suggested, Brother, shall we return as well? Indeed. Lin Ye turned towards the elevator, with other matters to attend to. Inside the hotel suite, the laptop screen glowed with a haunting blue light. The encrypted email interface displayed the information sent by Assistant Wang clearly. Assassin Alliance transaction record. Deposit of $50 million received. Final payment of $100 million unpaid. Transaction IP location. Suburbs of the imperial capital, Black Wind Valley. Satellite image. This area contains spatial interference. Conventional detection cannot penetrate. Lin Ye maneuvered the mouse to pull up an aerial view of Black Wind Valley. The image depicted only rolling barren mountains and dense forests, indistinguishable from any ordinary mountain range. Is there a familiar place? Lin Ye inquired as he perused the aerial images. Lin Ye furrowed her brow slightly, suddenly pointing at a cliff in the corner of the screen. Here, I seem to have some recollection. Her brow furrowed in concentration, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the table, as fragmented memories flashed through her mind. A pitch-dark cave, flickering infrared beams, and a bat totem etched into the stone wall. Have you remembered? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It's somewhat hazy. Lin Ye shook her head, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. It seems to be a stronghold. Where everyone was dressed in black cloaks. Lin Ye closed a laptop. It's all right. We shall discover the truth upon investigation. He slid a completely black dagger before Lin Ye, an A-grade weapon, the soul devouring dagger, confiscated from the Nightingale. Take it. As Lin Ye grasped the dagger, a wave of familiarity washed over her, her fingertips instinctively tracing a hidden groove on the hilt. Is this my weapon? She looked up, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Lin Ye nodded. Let us proceed. By the coast, at the Ye family residence, the antique tea room exuded the fragrance of sandalwood. Yi Hong sat composed behind a redwood tea table, delicately fingering the teacup. The current head of the Yi family appears to be no more than 50, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Jingfeng, yet exuding an inscrutable authority that envelopes him like an aura of regal pressure, rendering the air almost palpable. Across from him on the sofa sits a youthful boy with golden hair and azure eyes. He seems barely 20, with the collar of his white shirt loosened, revealing his delicate collarbone, a nonchalant smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet his demeanor conveys an unexpected sophistication for one so young. Mr. Yi, your pre-rain longing remains as delicately subtle as ever, the youth remarks, setting down his teacup, a hint of jest in his tone. Yi Hong offers a faint smile. Count Karl is accustomed to red wine and steak. Naturally, he finds it difficult to appreciate the nuances of Eastern tea. The boy, referred to as Karl, raises an eyebrow. Let us get to the point. Is the Star Guardian stone ready? Jingfeng has already gone to retrieve it. Yi Hong pours himself another cup of tea. Rest assured, no one dares to seize what belongs to the Yi family. Karl chuckles lightly, about to speak when suddenly the tea room quakes violently. A resounding hum accompanies a silver-blue beam of light that shoots skyward from the direction of the ancestral hall. The protective array of the old residence activates instantaneously, runes swirling across the bricks and tiles, securing the beam firmly within the courtyard. This is... Yi Hong rises abruptly, astonishment flashing in his eyes. In the depths of the ancestral hall, upon the stone platform that honors the ancestral tablets, a crystal hovers in midair, none other than the heart of the stars that vanished before Lin Ye. The surface of the crystal shimmers with brilliance, suddenly erupting in blinding silver radiance, akin to two stars ascending simultaneously, sweeping toward the tea room. Inside, Karl's expression shifts drastically. Black smoke billows from him, and intricate crimson patterns emerge upon his pale skin. Ah! He cries out in agony, curling into the sofa as a pair of blood-red bat wings unfurl behind him, cocooning his form just enough to fend off the onslaught of silver light. This is holy energy? Karl grits his teeth and howls, the scales upon his wings beginning to shed. Yi Hong's pupils constrict as he hastily forms a sealing gesture. Stars. Bind. Celestial brilliance cascades down like chains, ensnaring the heart of the stars and forcibly suppressing its radiance. The turmoil within the ancestral hall gradually subsides, and the crystal descends back onto the stone platform. Its glow dimming slightly. Carl breathes heavily, slowly retracting his wings, yet his face still bears traces of terror. "Mr. Ye, is this your way of hosting guests?" "It was a misunderstanding," Yi Hong replies calmly, discreetly activating a communication jade talisman. It seems Jing Feng has succeeded. The Heart of the Stars triggered the protective array upon its automatic return. Carl studies him skeptically. Is that so? Yet this energy is distinctly purifying the dark entities. Yi Hong lifts his teacup to mask his unease. The Count is overly concerned. The treasures of the Yi family inherently restrain malevolent forces. Perhaps it misjudged your aura. With a dismissive snort, Carl refrains from further inquiry. Now, when can we expect the blood of the ancestor? Yi Hong shifts the topic. Upon mentioning the matter of importance, Carl's expression turns serious. 3 days hence, Prince Vanzuo will personally deliver it. A blood-red ring materializes at his fingertips. Adorned with intricate carvings, at that time, this will serve as the token for the exchange. The prince only recognizes this emblem. Yi Hong took the ring, feeling its icy touch at his fingertips. A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Carl replied as he rose, smoothing out the creases of his shirt. I hope to see the complete Star Guardian stone when we meet next. As he watched the silhouette of the youth fade into the night, Yi Hong's smile vanished in an instant. He glanced at the communication jade talisman in his hand, and his expression darkened immediately. Master, the butler rushed in, his face ashen. The Grand Elder has sent word. The young master has failed. Not only did he not obtain the half-piece from Lin Ye, but our guardian stone has also been stolen. With a resounding crash, the tea table shattered, the pressure of a king sweeping through the entire tea room like a tsunami. Porcelain fragments mingling with spilled tea leaves scattered across the floor. Useless. Yi Hong's voice was icy and penetrating, a tempest of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. How dare an armored soldier lay hands on the possessions of the Yi family? He slammed his fist against the wall, the bluestone bricks caving in instantly. Summon the young master and the Grand Elder to see me at once. Chapter 65. S-Class mission in the outskirts of the capital, at Haifeng Valley. The moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, allowing only a few scattered stars to illuminate the winding mountain path. Lin Ye stood at the edge of a precipice, his fingertips entwined with faint black-red data streams. The malevolent perception spread like a spider's web, capturing the faint malice lingering deep within the valley. Yet, a glance around revealed no signs of human presence. Do you recall anything? Lin Ye inwaited. Lin Ye scanned the surroundings, furrowing her brow in deep contemplation. After a moment, she abruptly pointed towards a valley shrouded in grayish-white mist. It is over there, master. Behind the mist lies a formation. A misstep would lead one astray within it. Her brow furrowed tighter as fragmented images flickered through her mind. Lin Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping over several scattered stones at the mist periphery. We need to traverse in a specific rhythm? Indeed. Lin Ye crouched down, gently caressing an inconspicuous triangular stone. This stone marks the starting point. Then, 3 steps to the left, followed by stepping on that moss-covered one. She gestured as her recollections aligned with the terrain before her, a glimmer of clarity shining in her eyes. I remember now. This formation appears chaotic, yet it conceals directional intricacies. Moreover, she suddenly lowered her voice. The core of the formation has energy detectors that can sense living beings. Even if the steps are correct, approaching it would still result in detection. Lin Ye tightened her grip on the A-class dagger in her hand, a glint of an assassin's sharpness flashing in her eyes. I can infiltrate invisibly and disable the detectors first. No need. Lin Ye retrieved a pitch-black energy vial from his storage space, extracted from the Nightingale's essence. He pinched the vial's top and gently twisted it. With a crisp pop reminiscent of a soda bottle opening, the energy vial erupted in a dense black mist, completely enveloping Lin Ye's figure. Lead the way. His voice seemed to emanate from the void. causing Lin Ying to momentarily freeze as she discerned a vague silhouette within the surrounding black mist. Lin Ye had indeed harnessed the shadow energy to achieve invisibility in the night. This realization struck Lin Ying as she recalled her training in the realm of malice. Her master had long since mastered a similar ability. Without hesitation, her figure flickered, blending into the night, paralleling Lin Ye's shadowy outline as she stepped into the mist, following the rhythm embedded in her memory. As they ventured deeper, the grayish-white mist parted as if manipulated by an invisible hand, revealing a concealed passage paved with bluestone slabs. At the passage's end lay a strikingly modern facility, incongruous amidst the dense forest, steel walls towering 10 meters high, with several energy detectors hidden behind watchtowers, silently scanning the surroundings. Within the enclosure, silver alloy structures stood in an orderly fashion, light streaming from the windows, casting shadows upon the bustling figures in the central plaza. So many people. Lin Ying's voice bore a hint of astonishment. The plaza housed at least dozens of figures clad in black robes, their hoods drawn low, obscuring all but their jawlines. They exchanged no words, merely traversing silently between the various buildings. In the center of the square stood a colossal holographic screen, scrolling with an abundance of mission information. Assassination task. Target, president of a certain publicly listed company. Difficulty level B. Reward of $8 million. Assassination task. Subject, diplomat from certain nation. Difficulty level A. Reward of $30 million. Special task. Acquire the Star Guardian Stone. Difficulty level S. Bounty of $100 million. Lin Ye's gaze lingered for a moment on the final task. It seemed that those who sought to exploit him were not limited to the Yi family. The black cloaks could conceal one's presence. Lin Ying rubbed her brow, her voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. These were standard-issue gear from the Assassin Alliance, crafted from special materials that could obscure most detection techniques. She pointed to two solitary figures in black cloaks at the edge of the square. They appeared to be exchanging something. Before she could finish her sentence, two streams of black and red data suddenly shot out from the shadows, ensnaring the two cloaked figures like venomous serpents. A muffled grunt was swiftly swallowed by the data streams, and the two men had no chance to struggle before dissipating into motes of light, leaving behind two cloaks that gently floated to the ground. Lin Ye and Lin Ying emerged from the shadows, catching the descending cloaks. Donning them, Lin Ye tossed one to Lin Ying while quickly putting on her own, lowering the brim of her hood. Follow the crowd and refrain from speaking. Lin Ying nodded, mimicking the demeanor of the other cloaked figures, silently trailing behind Lin Ye as they blended into the throng moving toward the main building. At the entrance stood two burly guards, their arms exposed beneath the cloaks, riddled with scars, and their weapons exuding a chilling aura. Their gazes swept over each entering figure in black, imbued with a hint of trepidation. This was the largest stronghold of the Assassin Alliance in Huagua, and those who could enter were undoubtedly the elite among assassins. Each individual possessed the capability to silence them without a sound, passing through the metallic gates. The interior scene was even more breathtaking. The spacious hall resembled a base from a science fiction film, with a smooth reflective floor and screens on the walls displaying task maps from around the globe. A few researchers clad in white lab coats conversed quietly around a piece of equipment. This way, Lin Ying tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve, pointing towards a corridor marked as the task reception area on the right. I recall that one must go to the third floor for high-difficulty tasks. Her words abruptly halted, her brow furrowed, evidently struggling with fading memories. Lin Ye patted her hand, signaling her to follow. Yet his gaze was drawn to an electronic screen in the corner of the hall. The screen displayed internal announcements from the Assassin Alliance, one of which caught his attention. Urgent notification. Codename Nightingale mission failed. Recover residual information to prevent tracing the employer's identity. Warning. Recent heightened security within Huagua. All missions targeting government officials and military personnel are suspended. It appeared that there was indeed information regarding the employer here. Lin Ye mused, as he followed Lin Ying into the corridor. The room numbers along the corridor were labeled B-level task rooms and A-level task rooms, with the elevator at the end indicating the S-level task area. Access verification required. Lin Ye paused before the elevator, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the panel. Access to the third floor requires a permission card. I seem to have hidden one. Before she could finish her sentence, the elevator doors abruptly opened, revealing several figures cloaked in black. The leader, whose eyes peeked out from beneath his hat's brim, scrutinized Lin Ye and Lin Ye with a hint of appraisal. Lin Ye subtly shifted to the side, shielding Lin Ye behind him, his malicious instincts immediately locking onto the source of the threat. Beneath the leader's robe emanated the formidable aura of a master-level assassin. Newcomer? The master-level assassin's voice was hoarse, carrying a metallic rasp. Lin Ye offered no response, merely nodding slightly while his icy gaze met that of his adversary. For a fleeting moment, the air seemed to freeze. The master-level assassin regarded him intently, but ultimately refrained from further inquiry, hastily departing with his subordinates. As the elevator doors began to close, Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief, whispering, "That was close. He appears to be one of the Stronghold's leaders, codenamed. I believe it is Night Owl." Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the illuminated number 3 on the elevator panel, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems the third floor harbors what we seek." He raised his hand to press the elevator button, a tendril of black and red data seamlessly infiltrating the panel. The Ark Driver, equipped with satellite Ark computing power, rendered permission verification a mere jest for him. Ding! A soft chime sounded as the button for the third floor lit up, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Chapter 66. The Assassin Leader. Memory restoration. The elevator doors glided open silently, revealing a corridor adorned with a dark red carpet. Abstract paintings hung on the walls, the dim lighting casting an air of eerie luxury, in stark contrast to the metallic ambience below. "Is the leader in this place?" Lin Ye inquired. "He should be in the office at the end," Lin Ye replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "What is his strength?" Lin Ye asked, malicious perception already locking onto the room at the corridor's end, its aura obscured as if shielded by some artifact. Lin Ye frowned and shook her head. "I cannot recall. But he is likely not at the king level." Lin Ye nodded, proceeding down the corridor, passing several rooms marked as information and archive rooms, all tightly shut, devoid of any sound from within. Upon reaching the corridor's end, a beautifully carved wooden door barred their way, its handle inlaid with a dark green gemstone that emitted a faint pulsation of energy. "This is it," Lin Ye affirmed. As her words fell, the adjacent emergency exit door suddenly swung open, revealing a guard clad in a black cloak. Upon noticing Lin Ye and Lin Ye, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes beneath his hood. "Are you here to receive or submit a mission?" "The third floor requires authorization." Before he could finish, a silver flash cut through the air. Lin Ye moved like a wraith, her dagger slicing cleanly across the guard's throat with the precision of a top-tier assassin. The guard clutched his neck, disbelief flashing his eyes as he gazed at Lin Ye, his lips trembling. "You are." Lin Ye raised his hand, and a stream of black-red data surged forth, instantly engulfing the guard, leaving not a trace behind. "Does he seem to recognize me?" A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Ying's eyes, though her fingers tightened around the dagger, trembling slightly. "It matters not," Lin Ye replied coolly, placing his hand upon the carved wooden door. With a hum, the green gemstone on the handle illuminated, and the wooden door opened silently, revealing the interior. The spacious office housed a massive obsidian desk at its center, a world map adorned with silver pushpins gracing the wall behind it. Seated in a genuine leather chair was a woman clad in a black qipao, her face partially concealed by a silver fox mask, revealing only her elegantly sculpted chin and a hint of crimson lips. Upon hearing the commotion, she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes beneath the mask glinting with intrigue as they settled on Lin Ye and Lin Ye. In that instant, Lin Ye suddenly clutched her head, collapsing to the ground in agony, her dagger clattering onto the carpet. Countless fragmented memories exploded within her mind. The woman in the fox mask, the bloody dagger, and the chilling commands. "El leader." Lin Ying's voice emerged as a pained groan, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Lin Ye removed his cloak, the Acheron device now secured at his waist. He glanced at the anguished Lin Ye, but chose not to speak. It was evident that after enduring such overwhelming stimuli, her memories were on the brink of restoration. However, having come this far, her worth had already been realized. The woman's gaze fell upon Lin Ye's face, and she stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the illustrious Professor Lin Ye. To approach me so quietly is indeed commendable." Lin Ye's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon the masked woman. "I have but one question. Who is your employer?" Now, don't be so hasty. "Dear brother," she replied with a light chuckle, her fingertips gently tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. "You've killed 2 of my subordinates and intruded upon my territory. Yet you come asking about the employer?" Her eyes swept over the dagger on the ground before returning to Lin Ying's pained visage, her tone laced with curiosity. "It seems your little sister is somewhat familiar with me. Her aura feels rather reminiscent." Lin Ye disregarded her probing, the atmosphere thickening with malice. "I will ask you one last time. Who is your employer?" "Oh dear, how fierce!" The woman feigned fear, shrinking her shoulders slightly, the slit of her chi-pow revealing a glimpse of her fair leg. "The rules of the Assassin's Alliance dictate that we never reveal the identity of our employers. Otherwise, how would we earn a living?" She shifted her tone, her gaze sharpening. "Yet, I am quite curious. How did you manage to enter?" "The formations of the Black Wind Valley require even master-level assassins to adhere to protocol, unless—" Her eyes fell upon Lin Ying, a glimmer of understanding in them. "Unless it was the Nightingale who guided you personally. Yet, you do not resemble my Nightingale." "I am not." Lin Ying struggled to refute, but was overwhelmed by a surge of memories flooding her mind. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed as he pressed down on the AK drive at his waist. Instantly, a torrent of dark red data engulfed the entire office. The figures of the woman and Lin Ying vanished simultaneously, the 3 of them being drawn into a realm of malice. Spatial manipulation capabilities? The woman surveyed her surroundings, the crimson data flowing around her, yet she seemed unfazed, instead observing with keen interest. An armored master can achieve such feats? "Brother, you are becoming increasingly intriguing." Lin Ye remained silent as several dark chains emerged from the ground, coiling around the woman like serpents. "You intend to bind her sister?" She laughed lightly, her wrist twisting as the sleeves of her chi-pow slid down to reveal a silver bracelet on her fair wrist. Clang, clang, clang. The chains collided with the bracelet, only to be repelled, emitting a sharp metallic sound. "How interesting." A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ye's eyes. These chains could easily ensnare a master-level Nightingale, yet she brushed them aside effortlessly. This woman's prowess was at least that of a peak master, and not an ordinary one at that. "Brother, you do play quite extravagantly," she taunted, breaking free from the chains and advancing, the hem of her chi-pow sweeping across the flowing data. "Did you treat the Nightingale this way as well?" Her fingers traced lightly across Lin Ye's chest, laced with provocation. Just then, a piercing scream echoed. "Ah!" Lin Ying clutched her head, writhing painfully on the ground. Her gaze flickered between confusion and sharpness before finally settling into a chilling clarity. As memories flooded back, Lin Ying slowly rose, retrieving the dagger from the ground, her gaze firmly fixed upon the masked woman. "I'm not Lin Ying. I am Nightingale." Her eyes shifted to Lin Ye, filled with a complex blend of hatred and apprehension. "And you brainwashed scoundrel." The woman observed this scene, astonishment evident in her eyes. Although Lin Ying's appearance had changed, the aura she exuded was unmistakably akin to that of her Nightingale. Previously, she had believed Nightingale to be dead following a failed mission, only to discover she had been brainwashed by Lin Ye to become his subordinate. With this realization, she couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Impressive, little brother. To think you could brainwash even our top assassin. I find myself increasingly eager to delve deeper into your capabilities." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Lin Ye, the corners of her mouth curling into a chilling smirk beneath her fox mask. "However, before we proceed, how about we indulge in some delightful games?" Chapter 67. Avenging her or remaining loyal to me, the fox-masked leader gazed at the suddenly frozen figure of Nightingale, his brow slightly raised beneath the mask. Her memories had evidently returned, yet she hesitated to take action. "Nightingale?" She deliberately slowed her tone, her fingertips entwining with a wisp of ethereal blue shadow energy. "What are you dawdling for? Eliminate him first, and then we can settle old scores at our leisure." The advantage of 2 against 1 was tantalizingly close. As long as Nightingale restrained him, she was confident she could uncover Lin Ye's flaw, for the outcome of an assassin's duel often hinged on a mere instant. However, the hand that clutched the dagger trembled ever so slightly. The restored memories surged like a tide, overwhelming her senses, the composure with which she had endured a royal-level attack in the banquet hall. The black-red data stream that had left her utterly unresponsive during their first encounter. Moreover, during the days when her memories had been erased, her body had instinctively recorded the sheer terror of Lin Ye's overwhelming prowess. His armor was far beyond mere A-level peak. Nightingale swallowed hard. Stealing a glance at Lin Ye's calm and unperturbed gaze, her heart tightening suddenly. She was acutely aware that the armor Lin Ye had donned during the assassination attempt at the hotel was not the exposed Akurai. Clearly, he had more aces up his sleeve. In this malevolent realm that belonged to him, did they truly stand a chance in a 2-on-1 scenario? What are you hesitating for? The Fox-masked leader's patience was wearing thin. Do you wish to betray the organization? Lin Ye suddenly chuckled, shattering the eerie stalemate. He seemed unfazed by their standoff, lightly tapping his fingers in the void, causing the genetic factors entwined within Nightingale to emit a faint warmth. This seed, derived from the Blood Clan, had long since fused with her flesh and blood. What did it matter if her memories had returned? Her body's instincts would be far more truthful. What is your codename? Lin Ye inquired, his tone as neutral as if he were discussing the weather. Nightingale trembled, her throat involuntarily constricting. The codename of the leader is Fox Shadow, a master-level shadow dancer. The moment those words escaped her lips, she herself was taken aback. Despite her memories having returned, why did she still instinctively divulge classified information? Nightingale, you. The Fox-masked leader abruptly turned, disbelief etched across his features beneath the mask. What on earth had this girl experienced in just a few days? The awe and submission reflected in her gaze were akin to that of a thoroughly tamed pet. Lin Ye paid no heed to her shock, merely nodding and gesturing towards Fox Shadow. Go, kill her. Nightingale tightened her grip on the dagger, her body trembling slightly as her mind waged an inner battle. She could not fathom why she felt such hesitation. On one side stood the leader who had nurtured her since childhood and imparted assassination skills. On the other, the target who had erased her memories and manipulated her. Logically, she should have felt no uncertainty whatsoever. Yet, a deep-seated fear gripped her. Should she defy Lin Ye's command, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Nightingale, what are you doing? Fox Shadow, sensing her wavering resolve, barked sharply. Have you forgotten the organization's rules? When controlled by the enemy, one ought to conclude their own existence. In your current state, what difference is there between you and meat on a chopping block? The words pierced Nightingale's pride like a sharp needle. She was about to respond when, in an instant, the genetic impulses within her erupted. A gasp escaped her lips as a crimson light flickered in her eyes, and her body lost all semblance of control. She could only watch helplessly as her hand tightened around the dagger, transforming into a blur as she lunged toward Fox Shadow, the blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at her throat. Indeed, something was amiss. Fox Shadow's pupils constricted in alarm, and in a frantic attempt, she conjured in shadowy barrier. The dagger clashed against the barrier, producing a blinding shower of sparks. Fox Shadow was propelled backward by the recoil, and as she gazed into Nightingale's unfocused eyes, realization dawned upon her. You are the one who has manipulated this. Lin Ye remained silent, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Fox Shadow felt a mixture of fear and anger. As a shadow dancer, she excelled in stealthy assassination, and direct confrontation was not her forte. Now, Nightingale had become a mere puppet, her moves savage and uncoordinated, forcing Fox Shadow to retreat repeatedly. What troubled her even more was Lin Ye's unwavering stance, as if he were merely an observer. Yet who could predict when he might intervene? Little brother, this hardly seems fair, does it? Fox Shadow evaded Nightingale's strikes while casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Ye. How about you step aside for now? Once I have subdued this rebellious subordinate, we can engage in a proper conversation. She deliberately accentuated her curves in that black chi-pao, maintaining an air of alluring elegance even amidst the chaos of battle. Lin Ye remained unmoved. Observing this, Fox Shadow sighed in relief. It appeared he was indeed an experienced, unable to contain himself with just a hint of provocation. She immediately focused her energy, the speed of the shadow dancer surging as dark energy coalesced into chains at her fingertips, seeking to bind Nightingale's limbs. Just as success seemed imminent, apologies. But I too prefer to seize the reins. A chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Fox Shadow's hair stood on end. Her heightened senses honed from years of training compelling her to whirl around, her shadow blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. But it was already too late. Lin Ye had appeared behind her without her noticing, the malicious data flow perfectly concealing his presence. He had not even transformed. He merely raised a hand to press against Fox Shadow's back, and a torrent of dark crimson data surged into her. With a sickening thud, Fox Shadow was struck down, blood spilling from her lips as her body crumpled to the ground like a severed kite. She struggled to rise, but found her limbs pinned helplessly against the wall by the data flow, unable to move. Lin Ye approached her with deliberate steps, his fingertips grazing the edge of her fox mask, gently tugging it away. In that fleeting moment, a visage emerged that could ensnare the heart of any man. Her skin was as pale as snow, her brows and eyes naturally exuding a bewitching charm, and her lips were plump, reminiscent of ripe cherries. Most captivating were her eyes, which bore a mix of indignation and a hint of seductive defiance. "You, little brother, seem to lack an understanding of cherishing beauty," she remarked, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth, her smile growing ever more enchanting. "Do you find my face worthy of your gaze?" Lin Ye's fingertips traced her neck lightly, the data flow extending across her skin, effectively immobilizing her. He bent down to retrieve the fox mask, turning to cast it at Nightingale's feet, then snapped his fingers to release his control. The crisp sound of the mask striking the ground resonated distinctly in the silence of the space. "Leader!" Nightingale suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing at the fox shadow-bound on the ground. Instinctively, she was about to rush forward, but Lin Ye's penetrating gaze rooted her to the spot. He looked down at Nightingale from his elevated position, the crimson data stream swirling slowly around him, his tone imbued with a playful yet oppressive air. "Now, make your choice. Will you seek vengeance for her, or pledge your loyalty to me?" The moment those final words fell, the malicious space's data stream surged violently, as if heralding the prelude to this momentous decision. Nightingale glanced at the mask beneath her feet and then at the disheveled fox shadow on the ground, her hand clutching the dagger, trembling violently. Chapter 68. Employer information. The malevolent crimson data stream churned incessantly, with a fox mask lying on the distorted ground, glimmering with an eerie sheen under the relentless flow. Nightingale gazed at this mask, a symbol of the Assassin Alliance's leader, as fragmented memories surged chaotically in her mind. When she first encountered the leader, they wore this very mask, their cheaphouse split revealing snow-white legs stepping into a pool of blood, their tone languid yet laced with lethal intent. "From this day forth, you shall be called Nightingale." In the training grounds, the voice behind the mask was as frigid as ice. "Remember, showing weakness to an enemy is cruelty to oneself." The sole occasion she faltered in a mission. Believing she would meet her end, the leader removed their gloves, gently brushing the blood from her lips with a fingertip, their breath a whisper against her ear. Survival is the path to becoming stronger. Yet, more often, it was the leader donning this mask, imparting upon her the cold, lethal arts of assassination. A bitter laugh erupted from Nightingale's throat, tinged with tears, swiftly morphing into hysterical laughter. She clenched the mask tightly, her heart resolutely made up. Those fleeting moments of warmth were merely bones tossed to a trained dog. The leader, masked and teaching her to kill and to disguise, had merely sought to cultivate a loyal hound, and now desired her to pay tribute for this illusory kindness? Crack! The sharp sound of breaking pierced the silence of the air. Nightingale exerted her strength, shattering the mask into two halves. Thus there was but one answer. "I, Nightingale, pledge my loyalty to you." At that moment, Fox Shadow finally lost composure, her voice sharp with disbelief. "Are you insane? I raised you for over a decade, transforming you from an orphan into a top assassin, and you would throw it all away for a few days of control." Lin Ye observed this farcical betrayal, resting a hand on his forehead, shoulders shaking with amusement. How entertaining, truly entertaining. He gestured, tightening the data stream, ensnaring Fox Shadow, lifting her high. The hem of her qipao torn aside, revealing expanse of snow-white skin. If that is the case, the task of interrogation shall fall to you. Discover who the employer is. Nightingale forcefully slammed the mask fragments to the ground and advanced toward the suspended Fox Shadow. Panic finally dawned upon Fox Shadow as she beheld the approaching girl. She was acutely aware of Nightingale's methods. Those tormenting techniques she had personally taught now materialized as invisible blades poised at her throat. Little brother, why so serious? She suddenly writhed, intentionally tightening the constricting data stream, her tone deliberately sultry. Sister here prefers softness over rigidity. Perhaps some charm might coax me into revealing everything? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, fingers caressing his chin. This scene was oddly familiar. When they had interrogated Nightingale, she had uttered similar words. He turned to Nightingale, a playful smile curling at his lips. Why don't you enlighten us? What is my answer? Nightingale's Adam's apple bobbed as her gaze swept over Fox Shadow's feigned allure, her voice as sharp as a blade. If 2 lashes will suffice to make you speak, why bother with flattery? She approached Fox Shadow, her fingertips gently tracing the crimson marks etched into the latter's neck by the data flow, her tone chillingly calm. Leader, bear with it. You always said one should lead by example. How fortuitous that today I can practice what you have taught me. Fox Shadow's voice cracked, her face paling in terror. Merely contemplating the tortures she had personally imparted sent a shiver down her spine. She hastily shot a pleading look at Lin Ye, exclaiming, Little brother, I was wrong. Sister will confess everything. Just look at me, fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs. What a pity it would be if I were to be marred by a few cuts. She wriggled her body, attempting to break free from the data flow, her tone obsequious. Why not let it go, for your own benefit? Lin Ye stood up and stepped closer, gripping her chin with a gentle, yet imposing pressure. I bear no personal grudge against you. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of your employer. Hand over the information, and we shall part ways amicably. His gaze swept over her deliberately accentuated curves, a mocking smile gracing his lips. As for deeper exchanges, surely, as assassins, you are no strangers to bartering your bodies for information. That sort of thing disgusts me. Fox Shadow's laughter faltered, but she licked her lips, casting a sidelong glance at Nightingale, her tone laced with provocation. Our little Nightingale is quite different. I raised her as a top assassin, utterly innocent, never stooping to such base dealings. She playfully trailed her painted red toes along Lin Ye's trousers, her voice sultry. Sister has ample experience. Why not let me educate her a bit? I assure you she. Leader. Nightingale's face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and anger as she interrupted. We are interrogating you. What purpose does this serve? Fox Shadow let out a scoff, ready to retort, when suddenly she felt a chilling sensation slither down her neck and into her collar. Lin Ye's fingertips glowed with crimson light, pressing against her skin, inching toward her heart. What have you done to me? Fox Shadow's voice was tinged with panic. Lin Ye did not respond. Instead, he turned to Nightingale and calmly inquired, what is she most afraid of? Nightingale hesitated for a moment, leaning in to whisper a few words into his ear. After listening, Lin Ye nodded, turning to the pale-faced Fox Shadow with a smirk. You shall discover it for yourself. As his words fell, Fox Shadow suddenly found her body tensing involuntarily. Clad in a high-slit qipao, she stood like a new recruit, marching stiffly in place upon the data flow. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Her rigid steps contrasted absurdly with her alluring figure, her long white legs exposed by the slit swaying in rhythm, creating a comically surreal scene. Nightingale, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Lin Ye withdrew his hand, satisfied. The genetic factors of the blood clan were still potent. Even at the peak of mastery, he could exert control. Though this likely marked his limits, perhaps a king-level individual would be beyond reach. Perhaps one day, with the creation of higher-level transformation devices, he could amplify the strength of the genetic factors. The moment control was released, Fox Shadow stumbled, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After decades of existence, she had never endured such humiliation, yet had been rendered utterly powerless moments ago. You little Nightingale. She could not unleash her wrath upon Lin Ye and could only vent her frustration on Yi Ying. The skills I have imparted to you are meant for confronting foes, not for seeking personal gain and aiding outsiders in humiliating me. Ying pressed her lips together in silence, offering a faint smile in return. Now, they were both prisoners of Lin Ye, and none had the right to deride the other. Lin Ye interjected, breaking the quarrel. Now, reveal the identity of your employer. As the leader of this stronghold, you surely must be aware. Hu inhaled deeply, the shame and anger on her face fading into tranquility. Have you heard of the Prince Zhao Ren of the kingdom? He is a relic from the last century. Now, too timid to show his face, and holds little standing within the royal family. She scoffed lightly. He likely seeks to instigate some grand scheme to prove himself, after you thwarted their plans and destroyed the Yada Mirror. Chapter 69. Secrets from a century ago, Zhao Ren Prince. Lin Ye softly repeated the name, and fragments of intelligence once provided by General Long Yuan flashed through his mind. A century ago, Yi Wuchen, the inaugural president of Shangwu University, single-handedly faced 5 adversaries, slaying 4 amidst the siege of a king-level powerhouse. The sole survivor of that encounter, clad in an antiquated military uniform, was none other than Prince Zhaorun. So, it was he. A cold smile crept upon Lin Ye's lips. 100 years have passed, and this old relic still breathes. Typically, a king-level warrior enjoys a lifespan of around 200 years. The king-level beings of a century ago are now nearing the end of their days. Thus, his motives appear rather straightforward. Lin Ye nodded. The war fanatic from a century past evaded post-war trials, surviving with his imperialistic ideologies intact. Naturally, he would still regard the Huagua and Yi Wuchen's legacy as an eyesore. The talent and strength Lin Ye exhibited evidently posed a threat to the ancient aberration. Coupled with the disruption of Higua's plans over the last decade, being placed on a kill list seemed quite reasonable. Hu, upon hearing this, smiled subtly, her long legs swaying gently at the slit of her chi-pao. Little brother is quite astute, seeing through it all with ease. Lin Ye furrowed his brow and remarked, "The opponent is a prince of Higua, along with a war criminal. It seems unlikely that we will have the chance to leave Higua as a king-level powerhouse from a century ago. His survival, until now, likely indicates he has reached the pinnacle of king-level strength. Even in his old age, frail as he may be, on Higua's territory, Lin Ye's current abilities are evidently insufficient to confront him. In today's world, king-level warriors represent the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet their numbers within a nation are certainly not few. Moreover, one must not overlook the concealed saint-level powerhouses, the very foundation of each nation. Although there have been no recorded instances of saint-level beings intervening in the past century, their existence remains an unspoken truth acknowledged by all nations. Higua, while currently inferior to Huagua, has nonetheless managed to rise post-war, thanks in no small part to the presence of saint-level powerhouses. That may be true, Lin Ye conceded, but do you think this old relic will obediently remain in Higua? Hu suddenly leaned in closer, her tone laced with deliberate ambiguity. Would you like to know his recent movements? Sister possesses exclusive intelligence. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, realizing that the strength of the assassin alliance exceeded his previous expectations. A single branch could actually track the movements of a king-level powerhouse, and one of such high standing at that. Do tell. Hu licked her lips and began to elaborate. After the war a century ago, most of the war criminals who should have faced trial were sheltered by those people. She spoke vaguely, yet Lin Ye immediately grasped the implication. The Western nation that clandestinely protected war criminals post-war to counterbalance Huagua mirrored the dynamics of a certain superpower from the world prior to his transmigration. On the surface, they were restricted from leaving the country, yet they were engaging in numerous covert operations. Hu lowered her voice, especially this old relic, Zhaorun, who has been frequently traveling between the West and Higua over the past 6 months. His movements are exceedingly secretive. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. A century ago, the world underwent a dramatic transformation, primarily due to a sudden emergence of numerous formidable individuals in several nations, which disrupted the balance of power and ultimately ignited war. The arduous victory of Huagua in that conflict was largely attributed to exceptional warriors like Yi Wuchen, who fought valiantly. This world, dominated by martial prowess, starkly contrasts with the technological realm he once knew, where individual strength possesses the potential to overturn international relations. The preservation of a king-level warrior is indeed a commonplace occurrence. What purpose does he have in the West? Lin Ye inquired. What else could it be? Huing scoffed. Even a king-level warrior cannot escape the inevitabilities of aging and mortality. He is nearing the end of his days and is likely seeking those ancient beings in the West for methods to extend his life. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. The cycle of life and death is indeed a fundamental law of the world. Not even a saint-level being can evade it. If there were truly a means to prolong life, wouldn't the world have descended into chaos long ago? Pondering this, he asked, what methods are there to extend life? Huing chuckled softly, shaking her head. If I knew, I would have long since resigned from my position. However, there's one thing I am aware of. A mysterious glint appeared in her eyes as she continued. For humanity, lifespan is indeed a critical matter. Yet for non-humans, it may not hold the same significance. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. In this world, aside from humanity, there existed various magical beings. Most of these creatures, akin to wild beasts, lacked independent thought. A select few high-tier, magical beings possessed intelligence equal to or surpassing that of humans. Some even formed distinct races, such as the demon race he had initially encountered. Nevertheless, such matters felt distant to him at present. Shaking his head, Lin Ye refocused on Huing. Keep a close watch on him. Notify me immediately once he leaves the borders of He Country. Forcing our way into He Country to confront a king-level warrior is far too perilous. However, once he steps beyond his homeland, I have various methods to ensure that this war criminal from a century ago pays dearly. Huing blinked, her tone flirtatious. What benefits do I gain from assisting you? I am rather pragmatic, you know. Benefits? Lin Ye replied with a cold smirk, lightly tapping his fingers. The genetic factors within Huing began to warm slightly. She gasped in surprise, her earlier composure replaced by a hint of fear. No, don't do anything rash. I will comply. Lin Ye withdrew his hand, dispelling the malevolent space. A chilling air enveloped them as Huing and Lin Ye reappeared in their original positions, though both bore expressions of unease. After all, they harbored something within them that even they were unaware of, which could be controlled by Lin Ye at any moment. This sensation was decidedly unsettling. Rest assured, as long as you remain compliant, I have no intention of harming you, Lin Ye stated calmly, his malevolent perception sweeping over the two to confirm the absence of concealed hostility. Huing rubbed her neck, quickly regaining her alluring demeanor, the hem of her qipao brushing lightly against Lin Ye's calf. You certainly have a knack for instilling fear, little brother, but it seems that I rather enjoy it. Ignoring her flirtation, Lin Ye shifted the conversation. I have one more question. The S-level mission you announced regarding the Star Guardian Stone, besides the Ye family. Who else desires this artifact? The news of the Ye family accepting this treasure in the banquet hall will inevitably spread. There is no need for concealment. However, the mere existence of such a mission indicates that other factions have set their sights on this stone. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue passed through the eyes of Fox Shadow, so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. She deliberately leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she inquired, "Oh, little brother, you are aware of this too? Could it be?" Her gaze danced around Lin Ye before she suddenly burst into laughter. That stone is in your possession? Lin Ye did not deny it. He merely regarded her with a calm demeanor and stated, "Answer my question." The smile on Fox Shadow's face broadened, yet she did not respond immediately. Instead, she circled Lin Ye, her fingertips grazing his shoulder. It seems little brother is still unaware of the true value of the stone in your hand. Nightingale could not restrain herself from interjecting. Isn't it merely a stone for crafting equipment? While S-level materials are rare, they shouldn't provoke such envy from multiple factions, should they? Fox Shadow scoffed lightly, finally halting her movements, her expression turning somewhat enigmatic. Crafting equipment? That is merely its most inconspicuous use. She suddenly leaned close to Lin Ye's ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Have you heard of the Blood Clan? Chapter 70. The forces behind the Ye family Blood Clan. Lin Ye murmured the words softly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Knowledge of the Demon Clan flashed through his mind in an instant. The Blood Clan is indeed a faction within the Demon Clan. The demonic blood used to forge the Ark Drive originally stems from such beings. In this world, the Demon Clan differs significantly from ordinary magical creatures, They possess a complete consciousness akin to that of humans. However, they do not adhere to the concept of vocational levels. Their power naturally grows with age, meaning even the weakest mature demon possesses B-class strength. Legends speak of their sustenance through blood consumption, shunning sunlight, commonly referred to as vampires. Lin Ye lightly tapped his fingers on the table. There are also conspiracy theories suggesting that they clandestinely control numerous human factions. Suddenly, the fox shadow leaned closer, her long leg subtly brushing against his ankle through the slit of her Chong Sam, her tone suggestive. Little brother seems quite knowledgeable. Perhaps I am a member of the blood clan myself? Lin Ye cast her a sidelong glance, not engaging. What does this have to do with the celestial guardian stone? The fox shadow chuckled softly, finally suppressing her playful demeanor. According to our intelligence, it is the blood clan who issued the S-class mission to locate the celestial guardian stone. How can you be certain it is the blood clan? Lin Ye pressed, skepticism evident in his gaze. He had never encountered a member of the blood clan. Yet if they were truly indistinguishable from humans, how could one discern their identity merely through the issuance of a mission? The fox shadow licked her lips, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Sister has traversed far and wide. I have encountered all kinds of employers. Naturally, I have channels for verification. Her words were clearly guarded. Yet Lin Ye chose not to probe further. What do they require this stone for? That remains unknown. The fox shadow shrugged, however. The blood clan has recently grown close to the Ye family. They may be the only ones privy to the stone's true purpose. Lin Ye suddenly understood. No wonder the Ye family had been so eager to reclaim the celestial guardian stone recently. Previously, when Su Muqing possessed the stone for so long, they remained silent. It was likely that the blood clan had presented an irresistible proposition, prompting the Ye family to act. Your intelligence proves useful, Lin Ye acknowledged with a nod. Being forewarned of others coveting what he possessed allowed him to prepare accordingly. After all, this was Huagua, the realm of humanity. Even if the blood clan appeared indistinguishable from humans, they could not infiltrate with too many powerful beings. Thus, his greatest concern remained the Ye family. The fox shadow leaned in closer, her tone deliberately cautionary. Little brother must tread carefully. The Ye family wields tremendous power in Huagua, and it is said that 2 royal-level experts reside within their ranks. Your recent prominence is noteworthy, but do not engage in a head-on clash. If necessary, surrender the stone. That 100 million bounty could afford you a lavish respite. Lin Ye raised his gaze to meet hers, a cold smile gracing his lips. You seem reluctant for me to relinquish it. Stimulating me in this manner is rather juvenile. He stepped closer, dark crimson data streams swirling in his palm. What else are you concealing? The fox shadow let out a nervous laugh, her eyes flickering. Oh dear, have you seen through me? Sister is now your captive, naturally hoping for your downfall to regain her freedom. She deliberately puffed out her chest, her tone flirtatious. Lin Ye ignored her provocation, responding with a hint of amusement. Rest assured, on the day of my demise, the genetic factors within you will simultaneously ignite, leaving not a trace behind. So, you should wish for my continued existence. Otherwise, we shall all embark on the same journey. The expressions of Fox Shadow and Nightingale shifted simultaneously. For a moment, they could not discern whether Lin Ye's words were jest or earnest. Yet, even with the slightest possibility, they were unwilling to gamble their lives. After all, Lin Ye was a ruthless individual, bold enough to slap a national ambassador in front of the world, and he did not regard the Ye family with any reverence. There was a genuine concern that he might indeed employ a mutual destruction tactic, which would not be amusing at all. Just kidding. Fox Shadow quickly reined in her expression, her tone now ingratiating. How fortunate I am to work alongside such a handsome younger brother. I am delighted. Lin Ye shook his head, dismissing further banter. From now on, closely monitor the movements of the Ye family, the blood clan, and the nation. Any actions related to me must be reported immediately. You will continue as the leader of the Assassin Alliance, and as for Nightingale, he turned to the girl in the black robe beside him. Come with me. You are still of use. Understood, Nightingale replied, bowing her head. Fox Shadow feigned a sigh of regret. Are you really taking our little Nightingale away? You must treat her well. Do not harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise, nothing will change for you. Lin Ye replied coolly, turning toward the exit. Nightingale promptly followed, exchanging a complex glance with Fox Shadow as they passed. The two donned their black robes and silently departed the Assassin Alliance base. In the night breeze, Lin Ye spoke to the girl beside him. From today onward, you shall continue to be my cousin, Lin Ying, in public. Remember your identity. Understood, master. Lin Ying whispered in reply. She no longer dared to harbor even a flicker of rebellion against Lin Ye, for her life remained firmly in his grasp. Moreover, the memories of the malicious interrogation in the realm of darkness were still fresh in her mind, sending chills down her spine at the mere thought. The two gradually faded into the shadows of the night. Deep within the Assassin Alliance base, Fox Shadow watched the departing figures on the monitor, her alluring demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a chilling seriousness. She approached the wall and pressed her fingertip against a bat totem. With a hum, the totem emitted a crimson glow, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Fox Shadow's pupils transformed into slits, sharp fangs protruding from her lips, while faint blood-red patterns appeared on her previously fair skin. Her appearance mirrored that of the Blood Clan recorded in history, albeit without wings. I never expected the Star Guardian stone to be in that boy's possession, she mused, licking her fangs, her voice tinged with an inhuman rasp. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. At least for the time being, this stone will not fall into the hands of those old fogies. The concealed compartment of the desk automatically sprang open, revealing a holographic screen that displayed an encrypted message. In 3 days, Prince Fanjua will trade the Star Guardian stone with the Yi family, accompanied by the blood of the ancestor. All members are to be on standby to ensure a smooth transaction. Fox Shadow gazed at the message, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of her lips. The blood of the ancestor? She scoffed softly, her fingertip brushing the screen, causing the information to vanish in an instant. Perhaps that young man could bring some unexpected surprises to this transaction. A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes as the crimson glow of the bat totem gradually dimmed, plunging the entire room back into silence. A hidden tide was quietly surging. Chapter 71. The upcoming driver launch conference at the exclusive laboratory of St. Wu University. Lin Ye stood before a vast workbench, his fingertips gliding across a holographic display suspended in midair, which enumerated the materials required to fabricate a black hole trigger. Void source material, S-Class, not acquired. Planetary fragments, A-Class acquired. Dark star stone, S-Class acquired, except for the most critical void source material. The remaining components were meticulously arranged within a specially designed energy-segregated container, shimmering with either dim or brilliant luminescence. Notably, the dark star stone, procured from the core of a malice seed, appeared so profound that it seemed capable of devouring light, emanating a disquieting spatial fluctuation. The A-Class planetary fragments had been directly retrieved from the university's repository, while the S-Class dark star stone was obtained during an expedition in the abyssal corridor instance. Yet, the elusive void source material remained an enigma. Master, regarding the void source material. Lin Ying, standing nearby, spoke softly. She had changed back into her casual attire, her hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. However, the sharpness characteristic of a top assassin lingered in her gaze. Lin Ye shook his head, his attention still fixed on the holographic display. There is no need for haste. S-Class materials are exceedingly rare. Just keep an eye out for me. Once the matters concerning the Yi family conclude, there may be new avenues to explore. No sooner had he spoken than the heavy alloy door of the laboratory swung open with a clatter, accompanied by Chun Hao's distinctive boisterous voice. Brother Lin, we've arrived. Chun Hao, Zhou Ming, and Bai Xiaoming rushed in with fervor. Professor Lin, are you all right? We heard you were at the Assassin Alliance's base yesterday. Bai Xiaoming's voice was tinged with trepidation. Chun Hao strode forward, his large hand landing heavily on Lin Ye's shoulder. Who dares to threaten you? I'll go twist his head off. Zhou Ming, relatively composed, yet visibly concerned, inquired, Professor Lin, what is the situation? Is there anything we can do? You sent us away yesterday, and we've been worried. After returning to the university, the authorities had also inquired about the Assassin Alliance. Lin Ye had concealed some key information, but had relayed details regarding the employer to the officials. It was evident that his friends had gleaned some information, prompting their visit. Lin Ye deactivated the holographic display, turning to face them, his expression unperturbed. There's no need for concern. There was merely one peak master-level assassin at that base, and Lin Ye, and I dealt with him. Master level. The three gasped in astonishment, although they were aware of Lin Ye's unfathomable strength. Hearing him nonchalantly mention the elimination of a master assassin was still shocking. Did the employer get identified? Su Muqing immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. The kingdom of He, Prince Zhao Run. Lin Ye disclosed the name. Prince Zhao Ren. Chun Hao's eyes widened like saucers. That old war profiteer? Was he supposed to be dead over a century ago? Damn it. This old fellow has quite the resilience. Su Muqing's brow furrowed deeply. A war criminal from a century ago. He is still alive? Moreover, with such a narrow-minded disposition, in those days, it was Principal Yi who dealt him a crushing blow, and unable to confront the Yi family, he sought to vent his frustrations on you? How utterly shameless. Bai Xiaoming, indignant, waved her tiny fists. Indeed, it is remarkable that our nation has not sought retribution against him. What right does he have to harm Professor Lin? Just a decrepit old madman, hardly worth our concern. Lin Ye's tone was calm, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. How can one not be concerned? Chun Hao grew anxious. Brother Lin, you are currently the target of public scrutiny. In the Abyssal Corridor instance, you wreaked havoc, and at the press conference, you were, quite domineering. The entire world is now focused on your drive technology. That old wretch from the country is merely the first to emerge. Who knows how many more wolves and tigers lurk behind him? Su Muqing also spoke gravely. Chun Hao is correct. Professor Lin, tomorrow marks the launch of your mass-produced drive. An unprecedented event that commands global attention. This is not merely a display of technology. It thrusts you and your innovations into the spotlight. Various global powers, and even certain insidious families within our nation, will undoubtedly take action regarding security. Do you truly feel confident? Before Lin Ye could respond, a knock resounded at the laboratory door. Dean Li of the Forging Institute, along with the principal representing the university, entered. Their expressions bore a hint of gravity, yet their gazes toward Lin Ye were filled with concern and respect. Professor Lin, we hope we are not interrupting, Dean Li began, his eyes sweeping over the materials on the workbench, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. His discerning eye recognized the high quality of the materials, some even reaching S-grade. It seems that my talented prodigy has devised something new. Dean, Principal, Lin Ye nodded slightly. The principal stepped forward, his tone earnest. Professor Lin, regarding the events of last night, both the university and the military are aware. General Long Yuan has instructed me to convey that the state will exert diplomatic pressure on Prince Zhaoran's side. You need not worry. Your safety is among the nation's highest priorities. He paused, looking at Lin Ye with an inquiring gaze. Our visit today primarily concerns tomorrow's B-class mass production drive launch. This is an epoch-making event, not only significant for Shangwu University's honor, but also for the nation's strategic standing in armored technology. We earnestly request your personal attendance to present and elucidate the technology. Dean Li added, Professor Lin, rest assured, both the state and the university have made it clear that your technology is the product of your intellect. We will never compel you to divulge your core secrets. The purpose of the launch is to showcase our nation's technological prowess to the world and deter nefarious elements. Furthermore, the mass-produced drives will be prioritized for equipping our military and leading academic institutions, thus enhancing our overall defense capabilities. Su Muqing leaned in quietly to Lin Ye. Professor Lin, about the Yi family. The principal, evidently overhearing, immediately interjected with a resolute tone. As for the Yi family, Professor Lin, you need not harbor any concerns. The actions of Yi Jinnan and Yi Jingfeng have incited discontent among the higher echelons. No matter how grand the Yi family may be, it pales in comparison to the national interest and the greater good of the nation. In this matter, both the school and the state stand as your unwavering support. Should the Yi family dare to entertain any improper intentions towards you, they would be declaring enmity with the entirety of Huan Nation. His words resonated with conviction, clearly sanctioned by those in authority. Lin Ye glanced at the school leaders and nodded. I shall attend the press conference punctually. Upon receiving Lin Ye's affirmative response, the leaders visibly exhaled in relief, offering a few more reminders regarding safety protocols and the flow of the press conference before taking their leave. Chen Hao and his companions, sensing the atmosphere, also chose not to linger, cautioning Lin Ye to exercise prudence before departing the laboratory. The laboratory fell silent once more. Lin Ye approached Lin Ye and whispered, "Master, we have just received an encrypted message from Fox Shadow. It states that within the Blood Clan, the bounty level for your Starlit Guardian Stone has been elevated once more, now amounting to $300 million US. Additionally, the objective has shifted from kill to capture alive. It seems they desire to possess you, and the stone in its entirety." Lin Ying's voice carried a chilling undertone. A cold smirk curled upon Lin Ye's lips. Capture alive? Their appetite is rather ambitious. Let them come. He moved to the window, gazing out at the tranquil night scene of Shunwu University, yet his eyes seemed to penetrate beyond, perceiving the turbulent undercurrents lurking in the distance. A storm is brewing, he murmured softly to himself. Chapter 72. The gathering storm in a secluded manor, steeped in mystery, lies a tea room exuding a blend of Zen tranquility and a hint of decay. Prince Zhao Run, once a blood-soaked warlord a century ago, now finds himself frail and withering. His bony fingers tremble as they lift a teacup, and in his murky eyes flickers an insatiable thirst for life. Opposite him sits a dapper young man clad in an exquisite black suit, with golden hair and piercing blue eyes, his pallid complexion almost translucent, and a refined smile gracing his lips. This is Count Karl, who had previously met with Yi Hong. "Your Highness, you appear to be in even poorer health." Karl's voice is melodious, yet laced with a subtle mockery. Prince Zhaoran coughs violently, his voice hoarse as he utters, "Count Karl, the blood of the ancestors. You promised me." Karl delicately sets down his teacup, his fingers toying with a blood-red ring. "Your Highness, how precious is the blood of the ancestors. It cannot be bestowed lightly." However, he shifts his tone, his crimson eyes glinting with intrigue. "We have heard that your collaboration with the Yi family's relatives has encountered some difficulties. That half of the Star Guardian Stone has fallen into another's hands. That young Professor Lin even seized the other half from the Yi family, leaving them utterly humiliated." A venomous glint ignites in Prince Zhao Ren's eyes. "Lin Ye, a student of Yi Wuchen. Those damn Chinese. If it weren't for him," cough, cough, cough. Karl smiles slightly. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Your Highness, we too have a keen interest in that Star Guardian Stone possessed by Professor Lin. Why not? Collaborate." Prince Zhaoran suddenly lifts his gaze. "Collaborate? So you indeed desire that stone? To be precise, the complete Star Guardian Stone." Karl leans forward, his voice dripping with temptation. "If you can assist us in acquiring it, a pure offering of ancestral blood would suffice to liberate you from this decaying vessel and grant you rebirth. Perhaps, even, the gift of near-immortal life and the noble power of the bloodline. What say you? Rebirth, eternal life, the power of the bloodline." These phrases resonate like an incantation, igniting the last flicker of hope in Prince Zhaoran's eyes. He is but a candle in the wind, with less than a decade of life remaining. For half a century, he has sought means to extend his existence, and only recently made contact with the bloodline. Yet, regrettably, he felt overlooked by them. The legendary ancestral blood capable of transforming even royal powerhouses into members of the bloodline had eluded him thus far. Now, the prospect of an exchange ignites an overwhelming excitement within him. Prince Zhao Ren's emaciated hand grips the table's edge, knuckles whitening, his voice trembling with eagerness. Are you serious?" The bloodline never breaks its word. Karl's smile broadens, revealing two sharp fangs. "Then, shall we enjoy this collaboration?" "Collaboration. Delightful." Prince Zhao Ren nearly roared, his eyes aflame with a frenzied desire for vengeance and insatiable greed. Instinctively, he touched a gruesome, long-healed scar on his chest, an eternal mark of humiliation bestowed upon him a century ago by Yi Wuchen's sword. His yearning to extend his existence transcended mere fear of death. It was crucial for him to fulfill the grand ambitions left unfinished 100 years prior, and to exact retribution upon Yi Wuchen. Had they not suffered the loss of 4 royal-level warriors in that battle, they would not have been so easily defeated. Yi Wuchen, the Huan Nation, and Lin Ye, none of you shall escape. In the Yi family's secluded chamber, the atmosphere was as suffocating as the calm before a storm. Yi Hong sat in the principal seat, his complexion ashen, surrounded by several core elders, including Nan. Opposite them sat a Blood Clan envoy draped in a crimson robe, his visage obscured by the shadow of his hood, emanating a chilling and formidable presence. Yi Hong, head of the Yi family, the envoy's voice grated like metal scraping against metal, laden with undisguised accusation and discontent. The time we agreed upon approaches. Where's the complete Star Guardian Stone? How'd it end up in the hands of that Lin Ye brat? Is this how your Yi family honors its commitments? Nan could not restrain himself from defending. Mighty envoy, this matter was entirely unforeseen. That Lin Ye is cunning. Unforeseen, the Blood Clan envoy scoffed. Cutting off Nan. All I know is that you have yet to deliver. The ancestors' blood is prepared, yet your Yi family appears incapable of fulfilling the transaction. Yi Hong inhaled deeply, suppressing the seething anger and frustration within him. An A-grade demon would typically not dare to be so insolent in his presence. However, knowing they were at the mercy of another and lacking justification, he patiently replied, "Esteemed envoy, Lin Ye currently has the military's Dragon Abyss backing him, and the state has clearly expressed its support. Our Yi family is temporarily unable to act directly." Unable to act directly? The Blood Clan envoy let out a derisive laugh, his gaze slithering over the members of the Yi family like a venomous serpent. "I dare say your Yi family no longer wields such influence in Huan Nation, unable to handle a mere young lad?" These words struck like a dagger, piercing the pride of the Yi family members. Yi Hong's countenance darkened significantly. The Blood Clan envoy rose slowly, his crimson robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. "Listen well, Yi Hong. The ancestors' blood is the key to your Yi family's advancement. Yet in this world, those who desire it are not limited to your family alone." He surveyed the chamber, his voice laced with temptation. That Lin Ye possesses astonishing technology, unsettling many. Within Huan Nation, is there truly no one wary of him? Beyond Huan Nation, nations covet his technology in droves. He is akin to a child wandering through a bustling market with a gold brick in hand. A glimmer of realization sparked in Yi Hong's eyes. "Are you suggesting?" "My suggestion is this." The Blood Clan envoy stepped closer to Yi Hong, leaning slightly forward. His voice dropped to a whisper akin to a devil's murmur. "If your Yi family cannot strike directly, then let another do your bidding. Stir the waters. Turn the world against him. Let there be discord within the ranks of the Hua clan. In the ensuing chaos, seizing the stone will be as effortless as turning one's hand. As for our bloodline, we shall, of course, provide you with the necessary assistance and guidance." Yi Hong fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of ruthlessness and resolve flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the envoy of the bloodline. "Very well. Let the entire world witness whether Lin Ye can withstand this tremendous torrent. The Star Guardian Stone is destined to be a possession of the Yi family." The bloodline envoy nodded in satisfaction, his figure seamlessly merging into the shadows, leaving behind a chilling remark that echoed in the chamber. "Then we shall await with bated breath." The door to the chamber closed once more, leaving only the heavy breaths of the Yi family members and the serpent-like cold light in Yi Hong's eyes. Chapter 73. The launch event of a technological revolution on the day of the launch event. The central square of Shunwu University has transformed into a magnificent stage where technology and celebration intertwine. Enormous circular screens encircle the venue, broadcasting live footage of the stage alongside dazzling promotional videos of cutting-edge technology. Thousands of seats, arranged in a tiered formation, are filled to capacity, comprising not only the faculty and students of Shunwu University, but also dignitaries from across the globe, military representatives, top executives from leading enterprises, media journalists, and observers from various influential factions. At the heart of the stage stands a futuristic metallic platform, upon which rests several energy capsules pulsating with an ethereal blue glow. Marking the centerpiece of this event, the mass-produced Extinction Thunder Drive. Elite soldiers clad in sleek black combat uniforms stand sentinel at various corners of the venue, their formidable presence reminiscent of statues, exuding an aura that resonates with diamond-level prowess and mastery. Above, stealth drones equipped with high-energy detectors hover silently, while visible energy shields ripple gently around the perimeter, ensuring the utmost security as all participants have undergone rigorous identity verification to preclude any unforeseen incidents. The broadcasting vehicles of major global media outlets are already in position, their cameras trained on the stage. This launch event is destined to be etched into the annals of history. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the central square of Shunwu University. I am Amelia Chun, a reporter for the Global Technology Channel. A clear female voice pierces through the cacophony, imbued with professional fervor, resonating across the global live broadcast. The camera captures her poised figure against a backdrop of a sea of faces and a stage illuminated by the cold glow of technology. What you are witnessing is an event poised to revolutionize humanity's battle against monstrous adversaries. The epic-making product, the Class B mass-produced full-body coverage drive Extinction Thunder, developed under the leadership of Professor Lin Ye, is about to unveil its enigmatic allure. The camera follows her voice, panning to the front row where General Lin Ye, a military representative, nods slightly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly with the piercing intensity of an eagle, casting an invisible pressure that momentarily hushes the surrounding clamor. A short distance away, the head of the Yi family, Yi Hong, wears a stoic expression, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest, while behind him, Yi Jingfeng's countenance is shadowed, his eyes fixated on the stage. In the outermost section, the international representatives engage in hushed conversations, their blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western counterparts whispering discreetly, while the diplomatic delegation sits upright, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. Returning to the center stage, the metallic platform glistens under the spotlight, cradling the Extinction Thunder drive. According to authoritative forecasts, once deployed, Extinction Thunder will irrevocably reshape the existing armored market landscape. Amelia's voice rises, imbued with a stirring cadence. Traditional armor, cumbersome, expensive, and with short endurance, will become a relic of the past. Its unparalleled convenience, limitless operational capabilities, and enticing cost will, within 3 years, capture over 70% of the global armored market share. Behind this lies a trillion-dollar blue ocean. She takes a deep breath, her voice quivering with exhilaration. Even more thrillingly, we have just confirmed. The essence of technology, the creator of legends, Professor Lin Ye, will personally take the stage to unveil the mysteries surrounding the power of the doomed thunder. Esteemed viewers from around the globe, hold your breath. History is about to unfold before your very eyes. The camera zooms in sharply, fixating on the center of the stage as the lights commence their focus. The president of Shunwu University strides purposefully to the microphone. He surveys the sea of spectators, each harboring their own thoughts, and with a resonant voice imbued with undeniable authority proclaims, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dawn of a new era. I am Wu Mingjie, the president of Shunwu University." The applause erupts like thunder, but quickly subsides at his raised hand. Today, we do not merely celebrate a new piece of equipment. We are heralding the dawn of an armored technological revolution ignited by the genius of Professor Lin Ye. Shunwu University is privileged to serve as the starting point of this blazing fire, collaborating with national stalwarts such as Longting Heavy Industries and Chinwa Technology to disseminate this protective power to every battlefield in need. He pauses, his voice suddenly fervent. The significance of Doom Thunder lies in its shattering of traditional shackles. It renders power within reach. It proclaims that Chinese technology has ascended to the pinnacle of the world. He then turns, his arm emphatically pointing to the backstage entrance. Now, let us extend our warmest applause to welcome the guiding light of the new era, Professor Lin Ye. Thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles surge through the square like a tsunami. The live stream's comment section is instantly inundated with frenzied messages. Lin Shun has arrived. Front row kneeling to the man who will change the world. What a spectacle. Let the flames ignite. The camera just caught the Yi family. Their faces turn pale, huh? It's starting. Guess who Lin Shun will confront today? Amidst the scorching gaze of the multitude and the roaring applause, Lin Ye emerges with calm composure. Clad in immaculate white lab coat, his steps are steady. He approaches the center of the stage, offering a slight nod to the president, his gaze sweeping over the diverse faces in the audience. In an instant, the venue miraculously falls silent. Only the subtle hum of countless cameras and the thunderous heartbeat of thousands reverberate in the air. Lin Ye forgoes any superfluous pleasantries, his fingertips lightly tapping the virtual control screen at his side. The massive circular screen behind him illuminates instantly, revealing a sleek and futuristic interface. "I'm Lin Ye." His voice resonates clearly through the microphone, reaching every ear. Doom Thunder, a B-class mass production drive, was conceived solely to address two challenges: the shackles of energy and the constraints of time. The screen transitions to a split view. On the left, a complex explosion diagram of the traditional Phantom Dragon half-armor displays gears, pipelines, and an imposing energy core. On the right, a three-dimensional model of the Doom Thunder drive showcases smooth lines, with a core pulsating with a stable azure glow. Traditional armor relies on an external high-purity energy core. Lin Ye gestures toward the left side, his tone matter-of-fact. A single set of Phantom Dragon can only sustain high-intensity combat for 30 minutes. Exhaustion manifests as a burdensome iron coffin. The screen showcases rapid-cut footage. Several warriors, in a flurry of activity, clumsily don their heavy greaves, breastplates, and arm guards, ultimately embedding a core the size of a fist. Taking nearly 3 minutes. The wearers exhibit a noticeable sluggishness in their movements until the core is activated, at which point they appear somewhat more agile, their faces etched with the anxiety of dwindling energy. Lin Ye's fingertip glided across the right side of the screen. Annihilation Thunder, featuring a built-in micro-perpetual furnace, offering limitless energy with a deployment method outlined as follows. The scene transitions to reveal the transformation animation, a swift buckle of the belt, insertion of the key, and a torrent of data enveloping the entire body in an instant. The live audience and those in attendance erupt in astonished exclamations. "No way. Is this for real? Fully equipped in just 5 seconds? That Phantom Dragon armor took 3 minutes. My grandmother could knock him out with a single strike. Limitless energy? How can that be? Even the highest grade A-class armor on the market has energy constraints." Lin Ye paused momentarily, refraining from addressing any of the skepticism. The so-called micro-perpetual furnace was, of course, a fabrication of his own making, as the press conference was primarily focused on sensationalizing concepts. Regardless, the effect was largely similar, and he remained unconcerned. Once the atmosphere began to settle, Lin Ye spoke again. "Next, we shall proceed with the live demonstration." Chapter 74, a shocking price that ignites the crowd as the words fell. 5 volunteers emerged from either side of the stage. The 5 on the left approached a pile of gleaming metallic components, reminiscent of a medieval knight's armor, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The staff struggled to lift the heavy parts, while the volunteers clumsily assisted each other, the metallic clinks of buckling locks ringing sharply, and they carefully embedded the energy core. After 2 minutes and 50 seconds, one volunteer stumbled under the weight of the chest plate, eliciting a low chuckle from the audience. Meanwhile, the 5 on the right approached 5 minimalist display pedestals, upon which lay sleek doomsday thrusters and keys. The volunteers grasped the thrusters, which automatically conformed to their waists, and took the keys to insert them into their respective slots. "Watch closely," Lin Ye said, raising his hand slightly. A prepped master-level warrior unleashed a fierce punch towards one of the volunteers inserting a key, the air tearing with the force of the blow. The punch howled, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and gasps erupted from the crowd. However, just as the punch was about to engulf the volunteer, a massive mechanical scorpion appeared out of thin air, shielding them securely. The punch collided with the scorpion, dissipating like melting ice, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. "Force rise. Sting scorpion. Breakdown." A chilling electronic voice echoed, and 5 streams of data surged into the sky, instantly enveloping the 5 volunteers. As the light faded, the volunteers, adorned in various colors of armor, stood proudly, the entire transformation taking less than 5 seconds. Lin Ye continued, "I refer to this as the invincibility transformation phase. Upon core activation, a defensive field is generated, isolating all disturbances." He paused, casting a sweeping gaze over the audience, and smiled faintly. "Of course, we have yet to test against attacks from a king-level powerhouse. However, I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to confront a king with a B-level thruster, would they?" Laughter and more enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Next, we shall test the defensive capabilities of the armor. Lin Ye raised his hand, and a master-level fire mage donned in a crimson robe stepped onto the stage. The illusory dragon armor claims to be immune to fire damage. Let us see how it performs in reality. As he spoke, the fire mage flicked his fingers towards a volunteer clad in illusory dragon armor, unleashing a searing B-level fireball that roared as it struck the armor. The fire resistance module flickered to life, and although the volunteer swayed slightly, they remained unscathed. That was a B-level spell, easily defended against. Now, let us proceed to an A level. The mage nodded, forming hand seals as fire elements swirled violently in the air, culminating in a massive flame impact that roared and consumed the volunteer. Boom! As the flames dissipated, the charred illusory dragon armor was severely deformed, with numerous sections melted and emitting smoke. Although the volunteer was spared by the core's final protective shield, their face turned pale and the armor was rendered utterly useless. Gasps of shock reverberated through the audience. What is the illusory dragon armor deceiving us for? It's not invincible against flames. Illusory dragon, indeed. Where's the promised fire immunity? These so-called elemental immunities are indeed mere gimmicks. At most, they can only deflect attacks of the same caliber. Lin Ye disregarded the commotion and continued. Next, behold the armor of destruction thunder. As his words echoed, the mage unleashed a flame impact upon a knight clad in the destruction thunder armor. Boom! The fiery pillar collided with the armor, creating mere ripples of energy, while the volunteer remained as steadfast as a rock. The mage's gaze sharpened, and he inhaled deeply, his magical energy surging around him. A blinding fireball, exuding an aura of annihilation, coalesced in his palm before he hurled it forth with great force. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the volunteer was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the stage. The armor dissipated instantly, reverting to its belt form. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes widened in disbelief. What was transpiring? In the next moment, amidst countless incredulous gazes, the volunteer grinned through gritted teeth, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire. Aside from looking slightly disheveled, he appeared largely unscathed. He bent down to retrieve the key from the ground, provocatively raising it toward the mage before reinserting it into the belt. Force rise! The light flashed once more, and the armor enveloped him instantaneously. He stretched his neck and gestured toward the mage for a rematch. Whoosh! After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony erupted like a tsunami. Applause, screams, and whistles nearly shook the very heavens. The live-streaming comments went into a frenzy. What the heck? PS not dead. This must be a cheat, right? Illusion dragon armor. I'm falling apart. JPG, Destruction Thunder. I'm back. JPG buy it. I'll go bankrupt to acquire it. B-grade armor can withstand A-grade attacks. It's invincible. Lin is amazing. Voice crack. Lin Ye raised his hand, exerting an invisible force to quell the surging noise. He swiped across the screen, revealing a colossal, visually striking number that gleamed in bright red. Convenient deployment, invincible transformation, endless endurance, superior defense, and... He pointed to the volunteer who had risen again, his tone laced with playful irony. The near-immortal rebirth, as long as the core of the driver remains intact. This is the essence of destruction thunder. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces in the audience, twisted with shock and greed. A rare smirk curving his lips in almost mockery as he imitated the exaggerated tone of a live-streaming host. So, just how much is this power of protection worth? He deliberately prolonged his words, tantalizing everyone's anticipation. Not 998,000, not 99,008, not even 98,008. He swiped forcefully across the virtual screen. The vibrant number instantly reset to 0, then a figure appeared that left the entire audience and global viewers momentarily stunned. Only 98,000 Hua Yuan. Yes, 98,000 Hua Yuan. Lin Ye's voice rang out, firm and resolute, like thunder echoing in every heart. For merely 98,000, the armor could be yours. Longting Heavy Industries, Tianhua Technology. Pre-sales from various channels have commenced immediately. The first batch is limited, available on a first-come, first-served basis. As the announcement concluded, a thunderous applause erupted, shattering the heavens above. Not only in the venue, but countless individuals around the globe, particularly those precariously balancing on the edge of survival, including low to mid-level professionals and mercenaries, felt their eyes welling up with tears. This price point is not merely revolutionary. It obliterates the barriers previously set for B-level power. It is essential to comprehend that B-level equipment represents the pinnacle of what an average person could aspire to in their lifetime. Acquiring a single piece would require a lifetime of savings for a family. A suit of B-level armor, simultaneously enhancing attack, defense, and speed, can empower an ordinary individual to unleash diamond-level prowess. The cost is several times that of typical B-level equipment, starting at a minimum of 1 million. This does not even account for the energy core's charging expenses. Lin Ye's actions threaten not only the traditional armor market, but could deliver a devastating blow to the global tangible equipment industry as a whole. Standing under the spotlight at the center of the stage, the hem of his lab coat gently swayed amid the fervent uproar. His calm gaze, as deep as a tranquil pool, surveyed the diverse expressions of the crowd below: excitement, fervor, jealousy, and gloom. This epoch-making press conference will be etched in history, marked by a fervor capable of upending the world and a price that defies comprehension. Yet below the stage, various factions are already stirring with intent. At the forefront, from the cutting-edge realm of Huawei technology, an elderly man stood unsteadily, declaring, "I have an objection." Chapter 75, Academician of the Senate. King-level, forging master in the distinguished front row, an elderly man clad in a deep gray vintage robe, his hair and beard completely white, suddenly rose to his feet. Though not particularly tall, the immense aura he exuded, honed over a century of existence and characteristic of a king-level powerhouse, descended upon the venue like an invisible mountain, rendering the entire assembly silent, as if even the live broadcast momentarily froze. It was the lifelong academician of the Senate, Master Mo Huayuan. Someone in the audience gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! This venerable academician has actually come in person? Hasn't he been retired for many years? Montak La Oshi, the living fossil of the forging realm. It is said that he has crafted more equipment by hand than we have ever seen. He has stood up. It appears that Professor Lin's pricing has truly broken all limits. The live broadcast comments erupted instantaneously. Wow, Mo Huayuan, a figure from the textbooks. King-level forging master. The weight of this is immense. Oh no, the big shot has spoken. Is Lin Shin in trouble this time? I told you 98,000 is outrageous. There must be a problem. Academician Mo Huayuan's face darkened, his murky yet piercing eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye on the stage. Lin Ye, I am Mo Huayuan, having immersed myself in the art of forging for 137 years. I have personally forged no less than 100 sets of armor. I dare say I possess some understanding of the craft. His voice resonated throughout the venue. In my lifetime, I have encountered countless geniuses and many madmen. Yet, never have I witnessed someone as audacious as you, spouting nonsense and disregarding the century-old tenets of forging. He extended a withered finger, calloused and aged, pointing at the projection of the destruction thunder hovering in the air. You claim its performance surpasses traditional B-level armor? Very well. I will grant you a modicum of your extraordinary talent. But you assert that its cost is low, daring to set a price of 98,000 Huayuan. He slammed his hand on the armrest of his seat, producing a thunderous sound. A joke. A monumental farce. The basic rock-heavy armor I forge incurs a cost of no less than 1 million Huayuan, just for the core materials. Not to mention the Master-S labor and failure losses. You assert that this driver exceeds the rock-in performance, while costing less than 1/10 of it? Do you take me for a child of 3, or assume that this hall of elites are blind and deaf? His gaze swept across the faces of the traditional armor manufacturers in the audience, their expressions shifting. What troubles me even more is your pricing strategy. What is your intention? To utterly obliterate the entire armor market? What will happen to the companies that have painstakingly researched and produced armor? one of the forgers, enchanters, and material suppliers who rely on this for their livelihood. Thousands of families, their means of sustenance, are they to be shattered by your so-called epic-making pricing? He inhaled deeply, seemingly suppressing a torrent of fury, which ultimately transformed into a heavy sigh, imbued with a sense of lamentation. Young man, ambition is commendable, but must one act so recklessly so? Selfishly, your pricing will trigger the collapse of the industry, leading to the unemployment and unrest of countless individuals. The risks involved, the overwhelming consequences. Can you truly bear them? This line of questioning resonates powerfully, imbued with the weight of established authority and a profound sense of duty to the nation and its people. Many spectators, initially taken aback by the low prices, now display expressions of hesitation and concern. The tide of comments in the live broadcast begins to shift. Mo's words hold merit. Indeed, it's such a low cost. How can other armor manufacturers survive? Is Professor Lin being too aggressive? Monopolizing the market? Predatory pricing? A chilling thought. Amidst the rising chorus of skepticism, a calm and rapid voice comes through Lin Ye's earpiece. Professor Lin, Mo Huayuan, a senior academician of the Senate, a first-tier forging master. He holds controlling stakes in several enterprises, including Star Hammer Heavy Industries and Rock Solid Defense, whose Star Rock Series Heavy Armor and Rock Solid Series Energy Shields account for approximately 35% of the domestic mid to high-end armor market. He is a long-term partner of the Ye family, the largest supplier of raw materials and sales channels for him. His opposition is fundamentally rooted in self-interest. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across Lin Ye's lips. Meeting Mo Huayuan's seemingly penetrating gaze, he spoke with a calm yet resonant voice that filled the room. Academician Mo, it is an honor to finally meet you. Technological advancement and the passage of time inherently entail the replacement of the old by the new. When the steam locomotive supplanted the horse-drawn carriage, did anyone question how many coachmen would be left unemployed? When electricity replaced kerosene lamps, did anyone express concern for the livelihoods of oil merchants? He surveyed the audience, his tone suddenly rising. The wheel of history rolls ever forward. It shall not halt for the vested interests of a few individuals or industries. The emergence of destruction thunder signifies the obsolescence of outdated, cumbersome, and inefficient capacities. It paves the way for a broader market, empowering more mid to low-tier professionals with B-grade combat prowess, fortifying our defenses against monstrous foes. This will inevitably foster new material demands, new maintenance systems, and new tactical studies. It will create far more new opportunities than it eliminates. His gaze locked onto the visibly pale elder, each word striking like a hammer. You profess concern for the collapse of the industry and the unemployment of the populace, claiming to be a paragon of patriotism. Yet, if I may be blunt, are you truly worried about the future of the entire industry? Or are you primarily anxious about your Star Rock and Rock Solid armor, which command a 35% market share, being swept into the annals of history? Boom! His words struck like a thunderclap. The audience fell into a momentary silence, swiftly erupting into a fervor of cheers and applause more intense than before. Wow, the mask has been ripped off. Incredible. 35% market share. Now it makes sense. The old man has been exposed. Lin is magnificent. A splendid retort. Long-lived technological progress. Eliminate outdated capacities. Mo Huayuan's face transformed from ashen to crimson, then to pale white, trembling with rage as he pointed a shaking finger at Lin Ye. You insolent child, how dare you slander me so? Throughout my life, I have maintained my esteemed reputation. How dare you tarnish it? As a dignified figure of royal caliber, I'm certainly not concerned with trifles of gold and silver. My true worry lies with the world at large and the countless ordinary individuals who depend on it for their livelihoods. You seek to make the entire world pay for your arrogance. His voice, hoarse and desperate, attempted to salvage the situation with appeals to righteousness and the welfare of the people. Yet, in the face of Lin Ye's declaration of the tides of the times and the brazen exposure of interests, his words appeared feeble and hypocritical. The cheers from the audience and the scornful comments in the barrage were akin to invisible slaps, striking his aged face with relentless force. In a corner of the VIP section, Yi Hong's countenance was dark enough to drip with discontent. He whispered furiously to his trusted aide, "That old fool, Mo Huayun, nearing 200 years of age, seems to have nothing left in his mind but his petty enterprises and wealth. When he should be questioning the safety of technology and the risks of monopolies, he fixates on pricing and unemployment, only to be seized by Lin Ye, becoming the target of public scorn. Truly, he has achieved nothing but exacerbated the situation." His aide, drenched in cold sweat, hastily advised, "Master, please calm down, old Mo." "Enough," Yi Hong interrupted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "I can no longer rely on that old fool. Activate Plan B. Have a members of the Technology Safety Committee speak out immediately. Regain control of the narrative for me." Upon Yi Hong's command, several middle-aged individuals adorned with the emblem of the National Supercritical Technology Safety Evaluation Committee, seated near Mo Huayun, exchanged knowing glances. One of them, a serious-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses, slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 76. Domestic and international joint pressure. The concerns expressed by academician Mo resonate with the apprehensions of several colleagues within the industry, which is entirely understandable. Professor Lin's discourse on the progress of the times holds merit as well. The middle-aged man, having delivered his admonition, swiftly shifted his tone, directing a piercing gaze at Lin Ye. Indeed, while technological innovation is of paramount importance, the controllability of technology in relation to national strategic security is even more critical. He emphasized, Professor Lin, the might of the destruction thunder technology is well known, yet its core design, manufacturing processes, and even the final authority over its interpretation rests solely in your hands. This is an immense risk. A technology of such potency, capable of influencing the fate of a nation and the world, is beholden to a single individual? What if, hypothetically, there exists an undiscovered fatal flaw within the technology? What if you, Professor Lin, were to be coerced, controlled, or, for personal reasons, act irrationally? Who bears the responsibility for these risks? How does the nation safeguard itself? His gaze swept across the room, his voice heavy with a sense of national concern. Therefore, I, representing the Technology Security Committee, solemnly propose, for the long-term safety of the nation, for the stable development of technology, and for the accountability to all citizens, Professor Lin Ye should transfer the core technical materials and driver samples of destruction thunder to the National Strategic Technology Research Institute for a comprehensive and independent security evaluation and standardized management. Only after the evaluation is passed and confirmed to pose no significant risks should discussions about mass production and promotion proceed. At this proclamation, the room erupted in uproar. The notion of transferring core technology, security evaluation, standardized management, this was not an evaluation. It was a blatant attempt to usurp power, to bring Lin Ye's dedication and future entirely under the control of certain individuals. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy, a chill piercing through him as he looked towards General Long Yuan in the front row. At that moment, Long Yuan's expression was as dark as water, the veins on the back of his hand visibly bulging as he struggled to suppress his fury. His sharp eyes scanned the committee members who had stood, filled with a cold scrutiny. In Lin Ye's earpiece, the voice of Long Yuan's aide crackled with urgency and gravity. "Professor Lin, this does not reflect the will of the general or the upper echelons. Those committee members are affiliated with the Yi family. They have the backing of certain conservatives within the Elder Council and some military-industrial groups. They are seizing this opportunity to challenge you and force you to relinquish power. The general is addressing the situation. Please remain calm." Lin Ye understood the underlying currents. The domestic landscape was not monolithic. The forces supporting his technology and those coveting his core technology had long been engaged in covert skirmishes. The Yi family had finally revealed their true intentions. As the conference hall descended into chaos and whispers due to the sudden proposal for transfer, a cold snort echoed like thunder. General Long Yuan erupted from his seat, unleashing a terrifying aura of supreme authority that swept through the room like a raging tempest, instantly quelling all discord. His gaze was as piercing as lightning, sweeping across the committee members, his voice resonating with thunderous wrath. A national press conference of the highest order broadcasted globally. How dare you openly question the loyalty of a national hero, attempting to disguise your avarice in the name of security? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? What forces are orchestrating this behind the scenes? Long Yuan's fury rendered the committee members pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The atmosphere in the conference hall plunged to a freezing point. Yet, in that moment of palpable tension, when domestic discord was on the verge of erupting, General Long, your words are misguided. A voice, tinged with a distinct accent from the neighboring nation, abruptly interjected. From the delegation's corner, a previously silent envoy slowly rose. Feigning concern, technological security pertains to the shared destiny of humanity. Professor Lin's technology is formidable. Its safety should naturally be overseen by the international community. We, along with the Western Alliance, fully endorse the concerns raised by the Technology Security Committee. We strongly propose the establishment of an international oversight group composed of experts from various nations to conduct the most rigorous examination of the Doomsday Thunder technology. Until the review is complete, its application and proliferation should be globally suspended. Representatives from the Western Alliance immediately echoed in agreement. Indeed, we support international oversight. Technology knows no borders, nor do risks. We must ensure absolute safety. At this most chaotic juncture, international forces revealed their fangs, seizing the opportunity to exploit the turmoil. The entire press conference had devolved into the eye of storm. Nonsense. A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. In the front row, Major General Lin Ye sprang to his feet, his eyes aflame, pointing vehemently at the representatives of the neighboring nation and the West. Technology knows no borders? Risks know no borders? Your words are more melodious than they are truthful. You covet Professor Lin's technology and wish to claim it for yourselves. Just admit it. Spare us the grandstanding about humanity's collective banner. Behind him, several representatives from military-industrial giants also rose, their glares fierce. Indeed, the Doomsday Thunder is the culmination of Professor Lin Ye's efforts. It is a national treasure of our country. Its application will empower millions of our frontline soldiers with the genuine capability to combat the monstrous threats. By what right do you presume to dictate terms? Diamond-level combat power per capita. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means that in the face of the monstrous tide, our warriors can survive. They can hold the line. They can protect the billions behind them. What right do you, who cower in the rear and scheme, have to obstruct our efforts to enhance national defense? Enhance national defense? I see it as warmongering. The representative from the neighboring nation retorted sharply, an exaggerated terror etched on his face. Millions of diamond-level armored warriors? This could upend the balance of global power. Do you wish to incite war? Do you intend to use this strength to invade other nations? What utter nonsense! Lin Ye, infuriated, scoffed, a curse escaping his lips. Monsters are humanity's true enemies. The blades of our soldiers will forever be aimed solely at the monstrous foes. Indeed, it is you who remain alive, alongside the aged war merchant, Prince Guizhaoran. You are the ones who should face retribution. How dare you slander us? Utterly shameless. The Huawei seeks to monopolize technology and dominate the world. You are the true purveyors of war. Historical criminals. The representatives on both sides utterly tore off the faude of civility, escalating from a technical dispute to national attacks and vitriolic insults. The rhetoric was fierce, saliva flying, and the atmosphere in the conference hall was ignited in an instant. Amidst this charged exchange of barbs, in several inconspicuous corners of the audience, a peculiar glimmer flickered in the eyes of some spectators, who quietly began to take action. They were the carefully placed pawns of the Ye family and the Blood Clan, lying in wait for a long time. Chapter 77. The press conference spirals out of control, armors run amok, Lin Shun unmatched, Huawei unrivaled. To question Lin Shun's technology is tantamount to treason. To be a traitor, let them be punished. One individual leaped onto a chair, shouting fervently while violently striking a hard object towards a group of seemingly conservative and troubled spectators. This act immediately provoked a backlash from the dissenters. Who are you calling rare? Not supporting Lin Ye makes you rare? Damn it! Who threw that stone? I will end you. Chaos erupted in that section. Soon, the hidden pawn strategically placed among the audience ignited an already tense atmosphere. Their actions were like sparks thrown into a barrel of oil, instantly exacerbating the conflict between supporters and skeptics. The two factions clashed violently, fists and feet flying amid a cacophony of insults. Just as the pandemonium reached its zenith, an unexpected transformation occurred on stage. Among the volunteers standing near Lin Ye, who had participated in the demonstration, 3 individuals exhibited a strange glimmer of red in their eyes. They had received a covert signal from below. Almost simultaneously, they produced a chip the size of a fingernail, pulsating with a sinister dark purple glow. The material of the chip was peculiar, faintly exuding the aura of abyssal creatures, infused with pure malice through the Blood Clan's arcane methods. In the midst of the chaos, they quietly crushed the chips in their palms. A terrifying, inhuman roar filled with agony and brutality erupted from beneath their armor. The 3 volunteers' armors were suddenly enveloped in a viscous, tainted black energy. The sleek contours of the armor warped grotesquely. Vicious bone spurs erupted at the joints, and crimson light burst from their eye sockets. The armors of these 3 individuals had completely gone berserk. They resembled 3 unleashed abyssal beasts, and the shockwaves of their rampant energy sent nearby staff and front-row spectators flying. Help! What is happening to them? The audience closest to the stage screamed in terror. The 3 volunteers, now in a frenzy, no longer distinguished their targets and unleashed indiscriminate attacks on the nearest living beings. It's malicious corruption. Lin Ye's technology is out of control. Run. Demons. They are demons. Panic spread like a plague from the stage, frantically radiating outward. The audience, once embroiled in heated arguments, was now consumed solely by the instinct to escape. A stampede ensued, plunging the central square into hellish chaos. In the midst of this turmoil and bloodshed, Yi Zhen abruptly stood up, his face etched with shock and fury. His voice forcibly cut through the din of screams and explosions, resonating throughout the venue and broadcasted worldwide. Look, do you all see this? This is the true nature of Lin Ye's technology. Malicious corruption. Now, disaster has struck. For everyone's safety, these out-of-control armors must be destroyed immediately. Lin Ye must be restrained. This perilous technology must be thoroughly sealed away. Representatives from the nation immediately interjected, their voices piercing. Terrorist attack. This is an unabashed act of terrorism. Lin Ye poses a threat to humanity. Huaguo must immediately surrender Lin Ye and his technology for international trial. Western representatives swiftly followed. The evidence is irrefutable. Immediate international intervention is required. Suppress the out-of-control armored forces with military might. Artist Lin Ye, as Yi Zhenan and others roared accusations. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, several figures, akin to phantoms, breached the remnants of security, charging toward Lin Ye at an extraordinary speed. They were top assassins dispatched by the Blood Clan, seizing the opportune moment amidst the chaos and the distraction caused by the malicious armored forces to launch a lethal assassination. Poison daggers, crimson energy projectiles, and treacherous mental spikes. They struck from various angles toward the unactivated Lin Ye, intent on murder. In the fleeting moment before the attack would land, a slender figure, faster than a shadow, seemingly materialized before Lin Ye. It was Lin Ying. She had silently shadowed Lin Ye, concealed in the darkness of the stage. Now, confronted with the sudden threat of fatal assassination, her gaze, concealed beneath a silver mask that covered half her face, was as frigid as eternal ice. A barely audible cold snort escaped her lips. Her movements were executed with such precision that they transcended the capacity of the eye to perceive. In the face of the diamond-level peak assassin's dagger, she merely lifted her hand with an apparent nonchalance. Her delicate fingers accurately gripped the assassin's wrist. Crack! The sickening sound of shattered bone echoed. The assassin's wrist was instantly crushed, causing the dagger to slip from their grasp. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Ying hurled the assassin away as if they were a discarded sack, sending them crashing into the crowd, surging onto the stage. Simultaneously, her other hand swept in front of her, a shadow barrier, as thin as a cicada's wing yet incredibly resilient, unfurled in an instant. Thud! The crimson energy projectile fired by the master-level assassin collided with the barrier, vanishing without a trace, as if a cow had plunged into the sea. not even creating a ripple. Immediately afterward, Lin Ying's figure appeared before the gun-wielding master-level assassin, as if she had teleported. A flicker of shock crossed the assassin's eyes. Yet before they could react, Lin Ying's fingertip had already pressed against their forehead. Buzz! The assassin's body stiffened abruptly, their eyes dimming in an instant, before they collapsed limply. The remaining assassin's attacks, too, were thwarted by Lin Ying's ghostly agility and fierce counterattacks, either being blocked, evaded, or swiftly incapacitated. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash. Within the span of 2 seconds, several diamond-level and even master-level assassins fell like wheat before a scythe, instantaneously dead or rendered incapable of fighting. Professor Lin, the situation has spiraled out of control. Malicious contamination has erupted. Assassinations are rampant. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat, please evacuate immediately. The urgent voice of the deputy officer Long Yuan echoed in Lin Ye's earpiece, accompanied by the chaos of explosions and screams. Lin Ying also slightly turned her head, her cool voice unyielding. Master, the situation is critical. Please leave at once. However, throughout it all, Lin Ye did not even lift his eyelids. It seemed as though the deadly assassinations, the ferocious malevolent armor, the hysterical frame-ups, and the panicked throngs were merely background noise. His gaze swept coldly over the chaotic crowd below, the raging malevolent armor, and the pale-faced representatives of the Yi family and foreign alliances in the distance. Lin Ye stepped forward, crossing over Lin Ying, who slightly bowed, like the most loyal shadow, retreating into the darkness behind him. He disregarded the corpses of assassins at his feet, ignored the frenzied cries of demonic technology from Yi Jianan, overlooked the fleeting expressions of anger and shock from his compatriots, and paid no heed to the global live broadcast cameras. Slowly, he raised his right hand, and a device of intricate design, shimmering with profound starlight, materialized in his grasp. His voice, though soft, carried a chilling resonance that penetrated all clamor and froze souls, clearly echoing in every ear and resonating throughout the world via the live broadcast. The farce must come to an end. EVOL Driver. Chapter 78. The emergence of the S-Class Driver. The power of the black hole, the moment the driver, flowing with profound starlight, appeared in Lin Ye's hands. The previously chaotic venue seemed to be suspended in time. Countless gazes, ranging from the terrified staff on stage to the fleeing audience below, to the pallid representatives in the VIP section, as well as the billions of eyes behind the global broadcast cameras, were irresistibly drawn to the driver emanating an indescribable aura. What kind of driver is that? A reporter in the front row exclaimed in a voice that pierced through the suffocating silence. I've never seen anything like it. It is entirely unprecedented. It is new. Professor Lin has developed yet another driver. Good heavens. The sensation. It is even more terrifying than before. What level is this? What kind of power is this? All breaths ceased, and every thought came to a standstill. Supporters erupted with fervent anticipation, while opponents were filled with an indescribable dread. The Yi family, the Western Alliance, the military. Everyone felt a lump in their throats, their eyes fixed intently on the brand-new driver in Lin Ye's grasp. Amidst the myriad of expressions, Lin Ye calmly secured the EVOL driver to his waist. The cold metallic touch was palpable as energy bands extended from both sides of the driver, locking it in place instantaneously. He then flipped his hands, revealing 2 uniquely shaped evolution vials in his palms. He casually shook the vials before deftly twisting the caps with his thumb. Cobra Rider System. The chilling electronic sound resonated, heralding the commencement of a certain ritual. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye precisely inserted the 2 vials into the slots of the EVOL driver. Evolution. The core of the driver ignited with blinding red light, and complex energy circuits flowed across its surface like living entities. Lin Ye gripped the driver's joystick with his right hand, turning it gently. A cheerful yet eerily sacred segment of the ode to joy suddenly filled the air. Buzz centered around Lin Ye. Countless streams of crimson and deep blue data erupted skyward like a volcano. These data streams were not chaotic. Rather, they swiftly intertwined in the air, constructing a precisely structured, mechanically aesthetic knight armor framework that materialized in synchronization before and behind him. Are you ready? The cold electronic voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, reverberated throughout the venue. Lin Ye maintained his composure and calmly declared, "Transform." Boom! Two enormous phantoms collided violently with Lin Ye, erupting in a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Cobra! Cobra! EVOL Cobra! Fuaha! A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward, pushing back the chaotic crowd near the stage by several meters. Within the radiance, Lin Ye's figure was completely engulfed. In the next instant, a blinding radiance abruptly converged. A brand new figure, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty and terror, stood proudly at the center of the stage. Kamen Rider EVOL in its Cobra form. The moment the EVOL armor enveloped him, an unprecedented wave of terrifying pressure erupted, centered around Lin Ye. All individuals in the venue whose strength fell short of the master level felt an invisible grip tighten around their hearts, rendering them breathless, their knees trembling as if they might collapse. The space surrounding Lin Ye, within a radius of several meters, shimmered with visible ripples and distortions. In the VIP section, several masters possessing master-level appraisal skills turned pale, frantically directing their identification techniques towards the device at Lin Ye's waist. Identification failed. Target energy level too high. Target level incorrect. Identification failed. A seasoned appraiser, unable to withstand the backlash, spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with disbelief and despair. S-grade armor. Impossible. This cannot be happening. A royal grade, genuinely royal grade. Within the venue, several true royal-level powerhouses narrowed their gazes slightly. They distinctly sensed the same level of pressure, which was even more profound and terrifying in certain aspects. S-grade. It truly is S-grade. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with elation and shock. How could this be? A royal level under 20. Y onges muscle twitched, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment and a hint of trepidation. The esteemed academician M.O. from the Elder Council was so astounded that his mouth hung open, speechless, as he repeatedly pressed his hand against his chest to catch his breath. Looking across the globe, royal-level forgers are exceedingly rare. As for royal-level armorers, none have appeared in a century, let alone in S-grade armor. Even if his strength reached the royal level, he could only forge A-grade armor at best, with no guarantee of success. Lin Ye's skills had far surpassed the bounds of his understanding. Just as the venue fell into a deathly silence, paralyzed by Lin Ye's overwhelming pressure, the three volunteers, tainted by abyssal malice and plunged into a frenzy, appeared to sense a lethal threat. Their wild gazes instantly fixated on Lin Ye, unleashing a more frenzied roar as they recklessly charged towards this being.